In his previous life, Jack was a useless nobody who couldn't become a knight, so he was abandoned by his family to fend for himself. Ultimately, he could only work as a mercenary, living a wandering life from place to place. But high risk means high reward, so our guy made a disastrous decision, stealing the Emperor's artifact. As a result, he was ambushed and ganged up on by the Emperor's men, turning him into a human pincushion. Unexpectedly, right on the verge of kicking the bucket, his blood accidentally triggered the Dragon Soul Awakening system. When he opened his eyes again, he had traveled back in time. It was incredibly surreal. But this time, he was no longer useless. He was buffed with the rarest, most overpowered self-healing skill in the server. No matter how severe the injury, which would instantly kill a normal person, as long as he wasn't completely dead, he'd be perfectly fine. Now, our main character possessed both youth and past life experience, acting exactly like a veteran pro creating a Smurf account to destroy noobs. Shortly after, Jack was informed by the butler that the family would hold a crucial test in a few days. They would evaluate everyone's abilities through one-on-one combat. The winner would receive all the family's resources for cultivation, while the loser would end up with absolutely nothing. On the day of the tournament, everyone gathered at the arena. The moment Jack appeared, the punks showed evident disdain, but our main character couldn't care less. Those brats only knew how to talk trash off the stage, but if they stepped into the ring right now, they wouldn't stand a chance. After waiting for some kids to show off their skills, it was finally Jack's turn. His opponent was a brown-haired brat named Leon. In their previous life, Leon had bullied Jack countless times, even forcing him to kneel at his feet, humiliating him like a dog. But this time, he wouldn't get away with it. Since our guy had regressed and basically turned on hacks, no one could beat him. The moment Leon saw Jack, he immediately started throwing insults. But before he could finish, a punch was smashed straight into his Face ID. The kid had run his mouth too far, completely unaware that our main character was no longer the trash he used to be. Leon was extremely salty and immediately charged forward, attempting to use a grappling move to take Jack down. However, before he could execute it, Jack kneed him in the mouth, instantly knocking out his front teeth. Terrified, Leon finally realized that he was vastly outclassed by Jack. Yet unable to accept this reality, he continued to throw punches. However, Jack smoothly dodged every single one of those attacks.
It turned out that he not only possessed a healing skill but had also awakened observation hockey. The opponent's strike speed was slower than a crawling turtle in his eyes. Zeke easily grabbed Leon's arm, then used all his strength to violently slam him to the ground, causing the arena floor to crack and shatter into countless tiny pieces. Even though he had lost the ability to fight, Zeke still did not stop. To take revenge for his previous life, he continuously punched and kicked Leon's vital spots, making him scream in agony. Seeing this scene, everyone around felt a chill down their spines at Zake's ruthlessness. After a while of being brutally beaten by the main character, Leon stopped moving, and the match ended with a victory for Zeke. However, the group of arrogant brats was still quite aggressive. Indeed, they won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. From the crowd, a haughty-looking kid named Draken spoke up to challenge Zeke. Zeke agreed upon seeing this, but since one person was too few, he offered to take on both him and the servant behind him all at once, to make it quick. Both Draken and Liam were stunned in astonishment by this crazy proposal. Draken was infuriated, his face darkening as he felt despised, and he roared, "Did you just insult me?" Zeke gave a bright but highly sarcastic smile. "That's right, you idiot. Why do you even have to ask?" Those words acted as a fuse that burned away Draken's last bit of patience. He trembled with rage, veins bulging all over his face, his glaring eyes full of murderous intent. "Zeke, Draker, I will beat you to death." Just as the tension reached its peak, head instructor Panama stepped in to intervene. "Do not do anything until I give the signal." Zeke merely replied indifferently, "Yes," and then prepared his fighting stance against the two opponents. The instructor loudly declared, "Then, get ready."
Zeke stared at Liam Stone, inwardly marveling that it was fascinating to meet him here again, the mercenary king Liam. In Zeke's memories of his previous life, Liam was originally just a servant of Jaken when both entered the cradle and the academy. Being only a distant relative, Liam was left behind in terms of education. He once had to kneel and beg pitifully to participate in advanced studies at Valhalla Academy, but was not approved. Afterward, Liam joined a knight order of a small country named Baranong. When Baranong collapsed, he wandered and became a mercenary. In the chaotic era, when people always flocked around the strong, Liam proved his worth. After a long period of fighting, he became an outstanding knight and established his own stone mercenary army. Liam unified the 3 largest mercenary guilds and was quickly revered by the world as the mercenary king. With the Empire hiring the Stone Army, Liam officially participated in the Great Continental War. In Zeke's memory, he and the Northerners once had to face Liam as arch-enemies. Nevertheless, in this return, Zeke believed that things might be different. As soon as the starting shout rang out, Jaken immediately rushed forward to attack. However, Zek still stood tall, his eyes full of apathy. He softly repeated his previous warning. "I told you, come at me together." Instantly, a radiant purple ether erupted, enveloping his small body. Jaken launched a powerful high kick, but in Zek's eyes, it was terribly slow and full of openings. He casually dodged and mocked. "Did you think I would fall for your cheap trick? Look carefully before you kick." Jaken's kick completely missed the target, making him begin to feel a heavy pressure.
In just a blink of an eye, Zeke disappeared from the opponent's sight. He appeared right next to Draken, coldly asking, "Where are you looking?" This sudden presence made Liam Stone, who was observing, gasp in astonishment. Sensing the danger, Liam was forced to intervene, raising both hands in a defensive stance to block Zeke's purple flaming punch. A loud explosion echoed as the two streams of power clashed. Zeke looked straight into Liam's trembling eyes, slightly smirking. "It seems you're a bit too scared. You couldn't even see through a feint." It turned out the punch was just a bait. Zeke spun around and delivered a powerful sweeping kick that brought Draken to his knees. He stood between the two opponents, completely overwhelming them with his aura as he continued to challenge them. "That's why I told you to attack together. You alone are not enough. Our main character sure knows how to show off, huh?" Seeing Liam still hesitating, Draken furiously screamed, "Liam, kill this bastard!" Under pressure from his master, Liam trembled and stared at Zeke, his mind filled with shock. Is he really 12 years old like us? See that, guys? 12 years old, but with the aura of a final boss. Age is just a number here. Liam broke a sweat, realizing a clear disadvantage. The most troublesome thing about fighting him is his massive attack range. Looking at Zeke's reach and the way he controlled ER, Liam knew that if he just stood still, he would be nothing but a punching bag. He gritted his teeth and decided, if I let him strike first, I won't be able to do anything. I have to take the initiative. Liam dashed forward like an arrow, throwing a full-force punch at Zeke. However, Zeke just gave a slight smirk as a burst of purple light flared up right on his fist. The system immediately announced, "Slash skill has been activated." Instantly, a series of lightning-fast attacks rained down on Liam. The purple afterimages intertwined to form a dense attacking net. This is the E-rank slash skill, allowing the user to unleash a flurry of combo attacks on the opponent, effectively dealing damage while obstructing their vision.
Witnessing that terrifying scene, the students in the stands dropped their jaws in utter shock. "This is crazy. What was that?" At this moment, Instructor Panama could not hide his astonishment either, speaking up to explain to his students. "You must be very surprised because this is something you have never seen before. The northern fist-fighting technique in the central land, where the sword dominates. An unarmed combat technique that can be powerful enough to tear through the air is unimaginable in this land." Jack looked at his opponent, muttering to himself. The pain from the joints begins to spread. He gritted his teeth to endure it. But damn it, my body was a piece of trash when I was young. Just that much is already throbbing all over. Despite possessing top-tier techniques, the physique of an untrained 12-year-old child is gradually protesting. However, what worries Jack the most is Liam, but ignoring that monstrous physique is the real problem. On the opposite side, Liam stood tall like a mountain, his eyes glowing red, his rippling muscles radiating intense heat. Jack commented in astonishment. No counterattack? No dodging? He just took a defensive stance and absorbed everything. He is even more fierce than when he was the mercenary king. Despite Jack's lightning-fast strikes, Liam still stood his ground stubbornly. Jack looked down at his bleeding and trembling hands, silently feeling the bitterness that his body was about to reach its limit. Wait a minute, what kind of tank takes hits endlessly without losing HP? Is he building full armor or hacking his stats, guys?
Jack focused the radiant purple ether into his fist, looking straight at his opponent with determination. "Now I've seen how strong your body is. I will break through your guard and take you down." A dry cracking sound rang out. Jack rushed in at terrifying speed, but his hand was caught by Liam. He lifted him into the air, intending to throw him hard to the ground, but Jack managed to knee the back of Liam's head in time to break his move. The system announced, "Class skill, heightened senses, has been activated." Utilizing his senses at their peak, Jack performed a series of masterful mid-air acrobatics, wrapping tightly around Liam and locking his opponent's neck in a vicious grappling hold. Liam groaned, gasping for air, while Jack tightened the grip with a cold face. No matter how strong your body is, if your brain doesn't have enough oxygen, you can't do anything. However, just when Jack thought he had subdued the future mercenary king, Liam wildly rained punches down on Jack, who was lying on the floor. He gritted his teeth, enduring the incoming pain. This madman! Liam was now like a wild beast, completely out of control. The harsh sounds of impact in a brutal melee terrified all the onlookers. The students in the stands could only hold their breath, their faces clearly showing shock and anxiety at the brutality of the match. You guys probably don't need air conditioning right now, because the atmosphere sends shivers down your spine. A dry thud echoed as Liam's entire body collapsed onto the arena floor. Heavy, exhausted panting echoed through the silence. Jack stood tall over his fallen opponent's body, slightly smirking. "Good. I expected at least this much from you. Only then is it worth taking you down.
After the fierce Pancration battle, the scene shifted to the luxurious mansion of the Draco family under the clear blue sky. An old butler with white hair and a monocle approached Jack, asking anxiously, "I heard you were heavily injured while competing in Pancration. Are you all right, young master?" Jack calmly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." The butler was still uneasy. He bowed and suggested, "If it's not impolite, may I check your pulse?" Jack secretly understood his intention. He wanted to check if he had awakened his aura yet. He nodded slightly, waited a moment, and held out his hand. The butler respectfully took it. "Thank you, young master." The moment he touched Jack's hand, a soothing blue energy surged and enveloped them both. He observed the butler in astonishment. "He is a blue knight? That's really strong." Jack noticed a stark difference in this examination method. Usually, when checking if someone had awakened, they would only look at the dantian, but he did it very thoroughly. The blue aura did not stop at the dantian, but spread, illuminating Jack's entire skeletal system in meridians, like a glowing anatomical map. Jack silently evaluated. Just transmitting aura into another person's body is already hard enough, but to be able to control it so precisely, he must be a blue knight. In this world, not all knights are the same. They are strictly classified based on their martial prowess and aura manipulation proficiency, represented by the colors of gemstones, from beginner white swordsman to higher tiers of red, black, yellow, blue, and purple, with each level representing an immense gap in strength and class.
Most children who have not yet undergone the blessing ceremony are white-tier swordsmen, the most basic level. But after the ceremony, all students at the cradle will awaken their light aura, opening their dantian to become yellow-tier swordsmen. Once they have mastered the ability to control their light aura at will, they will receive the title of knight. Starting from purple-tier knights, the level that can strengthen the sword with energy, up to blue-tier knights, the realm that can manifest an entire blade with pure light aura. And further beyond is the realm of those who transcend limits, such as mercenary King William, a powerful red-tier knight. More surprisingly, Zek himself in his previous life had also reached this red-tier realm before his rebirth. There is even the black-tier knight level, but only a few monsters on the entire continent have reached it. Back to reality, as Decker was checking his pulse, Zek secretly wondered, how could someone strong enough to be a commander end up becoming his caretaker? However, he quickly realized an important thing. It didn't matter. He couldn't possibly detect his ether. Only 2 people in the world could use it. Decker suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Young master, are you hiding something from me?" The air in the room suddenly froze. Zek did not flinch. He looked straight into the old butler's eyes, asking back, "What's wrong? So are you hiding something from me?" A long, tense silence stretched between the two.
Finally, Jack broke the atmosphere with a faint smile. "I'm just joking." Even so, Decker still couldn't hide his curiosity. "Why did you change so suddenly, young master?" Jack turned his back, his tone becoming cold and authoritative. "You asked the wrong question, Decker. You should be asking why it took me until now to change. There will be many changes from now on. Everything will fall into its rightful place, so all you need to do is follow me." Faced with his young master's sharp turnaround, Decker bowed respectfully. "Understood, young master. I get it. I have prepared the training room as you requested." Jack nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Good. I like that you are always quick." Decker stepped back towards the door, bowing slightly. "See you later, young master." Jack waved his hand lightly, signaling Decker. "Go get some rest." If he was ordered to monitor me, then I need to keep him close to bait information instead. Walking down the quiet corridor, Jack pondered deeply about the person behind this play. The problem is, who ordered him to monitor me? I don't think it's someone from my mother's side. It must definitely be one of my siblings. He pushed the door and stepped into a large room, couldn't help but marvel at its luxury. Tss, is this a personal training room? This family truly lives up to its reputation, worth every penny. Looking around at the top-tier training equipment, Jack told himself, before this, I should check out that system thing first. Immediately, a blue screen appeared before his eyes. Low-level administrator status window. Name, Jack Raker. Class, Healer, Rare. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Jack skimmed through the faction skill tree, including Healing, Calm Mind, Vitality Recovery, and Heightened Senses. He paid attention to the combat skills. Precise Thrust and Critical Strike were both at novice level. Only the Slash skill had reached proficiency level. Jack wondered, will it increase as I use it more? Skills are naturally activated based on my actions, which means I already had it from before. He had become even more overpowered. He pondered, comparing the difference between regular skills and faction skills, realizing they are both activated similarly. Jack's eyes stopped at the last line. Dragonkin skill, unviewable, requires 10 points to unlock. Current karma points, 0.
He touched the screen. A new notification appeared. Karma points you can receive by killing monsters. Zeke muttered softly. Monsters. Memories of dark dungeons with hordes of monsters came back, but he quickly returned to reality. But I at least need to become a purple knight to get there. A series of unanswered questions appeared in Zake's mind. I am more curious about why I reincarnated into the past and what this system is.
This kind of skill and class tells me that it is definitely related to that ancient artifact, but I have too little information. Zeke let out a breath, brushing aside his vague thoughts. Phew, whatever. As long as there are toys and I become stronger, whether it is the system I am using or being a member of the Draker family. In this world, there are two dominant powers, the aura of knights and the spiritual energy of mages. Knights strengthen their aura in the Dantian, while mages manipulate spiritual energy using magic circles. These two powers lie at opposite poles. If one is awakened, the other cannot be awakened. Zeke thought bitterly about himself in his previous life. However, I was so unlucky that I couldn't awaken either a Dantian or a magic circle.
I was rejected by my family and met my master during my wandering days. He taught me many things, but the most useful things I was taught by him were self-healing and the ether core. Through the ether core, which Zek's master developed, he was able to use the energy of nature, ether. Under the radiant purple light of ether energy, Zek frantically swung his sword to practice. However, after only 2 hours, his small body had reached its limit. He leaned on his sword and knelt down, panting heavily. I've only been practicing for 2 hours, and I feel like I'm going to pass out, but it's probably fine here. Immediately, the system sent rapid notifications, activated the self-healing class skill, activated the vitality recovery class skill. A beam of purple light covered Zek's bleeding hand, healing all wounds in an instant. Zek thought to himself, self-healing is a very rare skill that I didn't even know existed until I met my master. If I use it in front of everyone, they will think I'm a freak. That is also why he couldn't use it in his previous match with Liam. As soon as he returned to his room, Zek had to quickly heal himself to avoid suspicion. Feeling his power surging back, Zek stood up, his eyes full of determination. Now that I've recovered, let's continue. He practiced diligently until sunset. Zek sighed with regret. It's already dinner time. Secretly worrying about the old butler's supervision. What should I say to Decker? It would be troublesome if he thought I was hacking. A week later, in the dining hall of the Cradle, the name Zek became the center of all discussions. Whispers echoed everywhere. Have you heard about Zek? He's a completely different person now. Another mocked in response. That failure? Someone even suspected. Could he have dabbled in black magic? Immediately there was a rebuttal. Nonsense. I hope he will sort out those stronger guys. That's right.
In the luxurious space of the dining hall, with tables full of food under candlelight, curious and calculating gazes continued to pour toward the young master who had just returned from the dead. On the extravagant banquet table filled with delicacies, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Raina Turan was furiously devouring a piece of meat, her expression looking like she wanted to swallow the whole world alive. Owen Zeman, sitting opposite, leisurely cut his steak and gently spoke up. You might not have an appetite, but eat up. You need energy for the swordsmanship duel. Hearing this, he felt more bitter than eating chili peppers. He gritted his teeth and roared. Are you trying to piss me off? Owen maintained his calm demeanor, casually replying while bringing a piece of meat to his mouth. I'm just being friendly, but it seems your inferiority complex is quite bad. Unable to bear the humiliation, the young man slammed the table and stood up abruptly, yelling, What did you say? Causing the meat on his plate to splatter everywhere. Raina watched the chaotic scene with eyes full of electricity. Her patience seemed to have reached its limit. In the middle of the meal, Owen brought up the story of the one who was causing chaos in the academy. So what are you guys going to do? At the mention of the name Jack Raker, the atmosphere suddenly dropped. Owen smirked, chewing on his bread while commenting, I'm not sure. The Pancration match was barbaric, but also very impressive. However, he will become pathetic when switching to swordsmanship. What can he do when he can't even hold a sword? Another guy with a sinister smile immediately chimed in. That's right, he's so weak that he had to order a custom sword because a normal one was too heavy for him. The losers began to gather around to find excuses for their incompetence. One of them held his head and moaned, Not this again, while another sneered. Exactly. There's no way I could lose to that lowly bastard. I believe everyone who watched it knows. He slammed his fork onto the table, making a piercing clinking sound, and yelled bitterly. He only beat me in the Pancration match out of sheer luck. Hearing the word luck, Raina Turan, who was looking down, suddenly looked up full of murderous intent. Luck? She stood up abruptly, the pressure radiating from her making those around her fall silent. Raina looked at the bunch of rich kids with utter contempt and growled. If you truly believe that, then you people have no right to become knights of the Draker family. Having said that, she decisively turned her back and walked away, leaving behind a banquet table full of bewildered people. 1 month after the current exam, the blessing ceremony would be held, a momentous event where members of the Draker family awaken their aura. In the middle of the arena, the instructor called out loudly, Zek, step forward. Zek casually walked out with a giant broadsword resting on his shoulder, causing the crowd to inevitably whisper and gossip. What is up with that absurdly long sword? Does he think using a big sword will make him stronger? Facing his opponent, Zek maintained a calm expression. Suddenly, Raina Turan stepped out of the ranks, her sharp eyes pointing straight at him. I choose you as my opponent. Her murderous intent erupted like a blazing fire, her eyes glowing with an intimidating purple light. Zek curled his lips into a smirk full of excitement. Sounds good, I accept the challenge. He secretly thought this kid wasn't even on his level. As soon as Zek swung the giant sword, Raina couldn't help but be amazed inwardly. He wields the two-handed sword so easily. Facing Zek head-on at this moment was truly very different. This was no longer the Zek she knew, the one who could barely hold a sword. Zek's eyes now also shone with a mysterious purple color, radiating terrifying pressure. Raina wondered if it was because he had grown up or because of that aura. She shook her head to dispel the thought, reassuring herself, "What am I saying? I can't let myself be intimidated by him before the battle even begins." Although outwardly confident as usual, deep down Raina knew very well that this opponent was not simple at all. Having to fight a Thunder Knight like her would be extremely stressful for anyone. Raina Turan was known as one of the strongest people who built a reputation during the Continental War. She was recognized as the most outstanding genius of the next generation of the Draker family, because Raina was one of the rare few who could awaken her aura before entering the blessing ceremony.
Zek silently assessed his opponent. He knew well that she must have awakened her aura a few years ago, but decided not to use it while still at the cradle to improve her foundation. Foundation? The moment the starting signal sounded, Raina darted forward like a flash of lightning. A piercing sound rang out as the two swords clashed, creating sparks that flew everywhere. Raina's speed was astonishingly fast. She continuously unleashed sharp sword strikes that tore through the air. Zek struggled to defend, overwhelmed to the point of being pushed back a long distance, his feet dragging on the ground and leaving long trails. He narrowed his eyes warily, silently exclaiming in his mind, "She's better than expected." However, Zek's eyes suddenly glowed with a mysterious purple light. He noticed something unusual, but Raina kept attacking endlessly, her sword swings relentless and full of power. From the stands, the excited screams of the students echoed, "Don't play around with him! Kill him in one strike, Raina!" Hearing those provocations, Zek just smirked in contempt. Idiots. His eyes glanced over the clueless rich kids watching, thinking to himself, does it look like Raina is playing with him? On the floor, the two opponents were still clashing intensely, every one of Raina's sword strikes aiming straight for critical points. However, in Zek's eyes at this moment, everything suddenly became different. His system activated, transforming the surrounding space into a glowing blue coordinate grid. Zek calmly observed, "Even though it's narrow, I can still sense the opening."
However, a strange truth began to reveal itself. No matter how Zek tried to quickly take advantage of those openings, Raina's sword always appeared right on time to meet his blade, and right after that, another opening appeared intentionally. Zek was shocked to realize the nature of this confrontation. That's right, this was just like a training match. A target circle appeared in Zek's line of sight, confirming that Raina was guiding him through every move. Zek saw through his opponent's intentions, softly exclaiming in his mind, "Using this to teach me?" The harsh sound of clashing swords rang out. Raina stepped back, her shoulders trembling from panting. Zek silently evaluated. So this is how the Thunder Knight fights back while in the cradle. Her swordsmanship is truly straightforward, to be expected from someone obsessed with their own fundamentals, but that is exactly what is holding her back. Zek's eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. Let's see, why don't I help her break the mold? Immediately, Zek suddenly lowered his center of gravity, leaning into an extremely low stance. Witnessing her opponent's strange action, Raina narrowed her eyes vigilantly. An extremely low stance. Does he plan to close the distance in one strike? She was confident in her instincts. Her speed was not ordinary. Before she could finish her thought, Zek dashed forward like a purple lightning bolt tearing through space. Raina exclaimed in shock, "He's too fast!" A giant sword slash swung out in an arc. Raina only had time to raise her sword to block, but the immense pressure caused the ground beneath her feet to shatter along with a loud explosion. She gritted her teeth and told herself, "But as long as there is a distance between us, reacting to his action is impossible." Right at that moment, Zek launched a surprise attack, kicking up debris that flew straight into Raina's face. The stones struck right at her line of sight, leaving her unable to react in time. Zek swung his heavy sword down in a lightning-fast strike. Raina was horrified to realize she had fallen into a deadly trap. Only one desperate thought flashed through her mind. "I'm done for." A deafening clash rang out. Zek's sword was knocked out of his hand, spinning in the air before stabbing firmly into the ground. Below the stands, the students began to cheer excitedly. Zek lost. Raina is truly something else. She didn't even need to use her aura like she usually does. However, amidst those cheers, the instructor astutely noticed that right as Zek's attack approached, Raina had used her aura. A slow-motion memory appeared.
At that critical hair's breadth moment, a tiny stream of blue electricity had coated the hilt of Raina's sword. The instructor was secretly amazed. It was an amount of aura so small that it was almost undetectable. Raina had originally promised never to use it until she officially entered the academy, yet he had forced her to break the rule.
The match seemed to have been decided when Raina stood firm while Zek was staggering, but Zek suddenly spoke up. "What are you doing?" Without giving his opponent time to react, he lunged forward, throwing a punch enveloped in radiant purple aura straight at Raina's face, accompanied by a cold declaration. "It's not over yet." The unexpected punch landed on Raina's neck, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. She then collapsed to the arena floor in pain, unable to continue fighting. Witnessing the use of bare hands in a sword fight, the students in the stands immediately erupted in anger, yelling, "This is a sword duel. We will not tolerate such cowardly attacks." That's right, how can a knight throw away his sword? A barrage of insults rained down on Zek. "This is Raina's victory. You do not have the qualities to become a knight. How shameful, how disgraceful." Standing amidst the criticism, Zek casually picked his ear. "Shh, winning is what matters. At least I'm not all talk like them." He staggered to his feet, looked toward Raina, who was clutching her stomach in pain, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you want to continue? I haven't lost yet." Raina was stunned, telling herself, "He could only hit me because I was careless." However, a terrifying truth immediately popped into her mind. Careless? If he didn't use his bare hands, but had a short sword in his hand, I would have. Raina froze as she realized that just a moment of vulnerability was enough to cost her life. She closed her eyes tightly, cast aside all her pride, and uttered a bitter admission. "I have lost." The entire arena sank into a suffocating silence. Zek and Raina stood facing each other amidst the rubble, while the crowd below was still in shock. An announcement rang out like a bolt of lightning. Zek Draker, the one who was called human trash just a few days ago, has achieved victory against one of the most talented children from prestigious families. Cheers echoed throughout the stands, marking an unimaginable milestone for the outcast, while Raina wholeheartedly accepted her defeat. Meanwhile, at a fortress engulfed in a sea of fire and the smoke of war, amidst the tragic scene, William looked at the red-haired man who was leisurely sipping tea and asked, "Aben, the war is exploding out there, and you still have the mood to drink tea?" Aben placed the teacup on the table with a dry clinking sound. His sharp eyes stared at the letter on the table. "Zek, they said this bastard has defeated Raina."
William maintained his stern demeanor, while Abel stood up, walking towards the bookshelf with a calculating look on his face. He asked, "How long is it until the blessing ceremony?" William replied, "We have time until the next full moon." Abel smirked slightly, putting on his bright red cloak. "It seems now is a good time to visit home." William asked in astonishment, "What? Are you going there in person?" Abel gripped his sword hilt tightly. "It has piqued my curiosity. I'm interested in knowing what kind of awakening our youngest brother has gone through." Although Jack's victory caused a massive shockwave throughout the cradle, he himself did not care at all. Jack simply returned to the facility and continued to bury himself in training as if nothing had happened. "I really don't understand how I became a red-tier knight in my previous life with this body. Ha!" Jack panted heavily after an exhausting training session. He softly commanded, "Open status window." Immediately, a blue screen appeared with full stats. Jack Raker, rare-tier self-healing warlock class, bearing the title Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. His combat skills had made remarkable progress. Precision thrust reached level E expert, critical hit and agile footwork both reached the threshold of level D expert. Jack stood in front of the mirror, thoughtfully looking at the notification board. As expected, one of my skill proficiency levels has surpassed the mastery level. The skill ranked up and the proficiency has been reset. He realized he even managed to increase the proficiency of agile footwork and acquired a new skill right in the middle of combat. How convenient. A knock-knock sound on the door interrupted his train of thought. Jack glanced towards the door and asked, "Decker, what do you want?" Decker's voice echoed from outside. "We will depart in 2 hours." Jack calmly replied, "All right, I will join shortly. Get everything ready."
The journey began. Sitting inside the carriage heading towards the magnificent castle, Zek looked out the window and told himself, "It's been a long time since I was last at the main estate." This place belonged to the Dracker family, located within the territory of the Duke of Troy. Even though the main house was situated in the center of the continent at the Four Seasons Fortress, the blessing ceremony strictly had to be held at the main estate, the birthplace of the Dragon Slayer legend. The carriage stopped in front of a massive architectural structure soaring into the blue sky, named Main Estate of the Dracker Family, the Dragon's Lair. Stepping into the vast hall, a solemn and authoritative voice echoed. Zek looked around and noticed something unusual. He hadn't realized this before, but all the guests were prominent figures whose names could only be heard through the continental newspapers. Zek thought to himself with a resigned expression, Regardless of what their intentions were, once they saw him fail to awaken, he was certain they would just ignore him. However, Zek's expression suddenly changed, emitting a pitch-black, hateful aura. Why? Why is that bastard here? In the distance, a red-haired man was leisurely shaking hands with the guests. It's been a while, hasn't it? He smiled in response to a greeting. Haha, indeed. When asked about his reason for attending the ceremony and whether anyone had caught his eye, he smirked sinisterly. No, I have another reason. It just so happens that my lovely youngest little brother is also here.
The person who just appeared was the second son of the Draker family, the Lion Sword Abel Draker. Jack gnashed his teeth in fury. Lion Sword, Butcher Knight, Abel. Calm down, Jack told himself as he tried to restrain his emotions. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't do anything to him right now. Looking back, in his previous life, Abel would never have come to watch him during the blessing ceremony. The presence of this cold-blooded brother was an unforeseen variable. Jack wondered, did his actions change the future? That is the law of karma. If that's the case, he silently clenched his fists. This could be an opportunity for him. All right, we will now begin the blessing ceremony. A loud announcement rang out. The head priest called the first person's name. Aaron, step forward. The teenager tremblingly replied, understood, and stepped up to the ancient stone altar, where a heavy sword and a basin of holy water were placed. Aaron took a deep breath, slowly dipping his arm into the water that was radiating a mystical blue light. As soon as he touched the water, a powerful surge of energy erupted, enveloping Aaron's arm. Blue bolts of lightning flashed continuously, making him wince as he endured the flesh-tearing pain. A giant pillar of light suddenly erupted from the basin, piercing straight into the sky to form a massive vortex of energy. Through the blessing ceremony, all members of the Draker lineage would have their sealed aura awakened as soon as they graduated from the cradle at the age of 12. Compared to regular knights who normally only awaken after the age of 20, this speed was as fast as the flash. Aaron stood stunned, looking at the radiant sphere of aura gathering in the palm of his hand. The supervisor shouted in satisfaction, "All right, next." However, among them, there were still a few rare and special cases. Along with the aura, they would also awaken a character mystic of the dragon kind, named Spiritual Energy Suppression. At this moment, the spiritual energy lamps along the hall suddenly flickered, emitting abnormal red electrical sparks. The surrounding guests began to panic and whisper, "What's wrong with the spiritual energy lamps? Impossible. Oh, that red light is really intense." At the minimum, they would reach the yellow tier knight level, and a few could even rival red tier knights and black tier knights upon undergoing the true blood awakening. Realizing the situation was starting to get out of control, the commander immediately ordered, "Bring me the gloves." Because of the characteristic of suppressing spiritual energy, all such individuals would be required to wear special gloves made by their families, otherwise these punks would cause trouble again. When a person proves themselves to be a descendant of true blood, they will be granted the Draco surname. Along with that, they will receive unimaginable support from the family and countless accompanying privileges. Amidst the solemn atmosphere of the ceremony, the head priest loudly announced, "All right, next." The crowd of guests began to stir, with whispers echoing throughout the hall. "Oh, it looks like the main course has finally arrived. I wonder what kind of awakening he will undergo." Another person confidently asserted, "Of course it will be the True Blood awakening. He defeated J-Mime after all." Jack took steady steps towards the stone podium, thinking to himself, "I never thought I would stand before this damn statue again." Painful memories of his past life suddenly rushed back, his face drenched in sweat and tears as he recalled that the last time was absolutely horrifying. Even though the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me through the cradle, I had received a disgraceful title.
However, Jack's eyes suddenly became resolute. This time, everything was different. Not only could he use self-healing, but he could also use ether. Above all, he didn't give up and surrender, but stood up on his own through sheer willpower. He placed his hand on the holy water basin, looked straight at the warrior statue, and commanded, "So help me out, you damn statue." Immediately, a powerful blue energy erupted, swirling around Jack's arm and spreading over the entire ancient statue. Radiant beams of light shot out in all directions, making everyone hold their breath in anticipation. However, with a dry, abrupt halt, the energy suddenly vanished, leaving absolutely nothing behind. The crowd gasped in shock. It stopped. Wait a minute, guys. Did the buff fail before it even appeared? This has never happened before. Abel looked down from the balcony with deep, emotionless eyes. Jack quietly withdrew his hand from the basin, lowering his face to hide his disappointment. I knew it. He calmly used a towel to wipe the water off his hand, mocking himself. I shouldn't have expected things to change. Got confident a bit too early. It's exactly like getting a connection error right when you're about to celebrate. The silence was broken by bitter, sarcastic remarks from the guests. What? His awakening failed? Is that even possible? The whisper started turning malicious. It seems the patriarch's bloodline isn't enough to suppress the cursed blood. Someone grumbled. Then how did he defeat Jae-nam? He must have used some cheap tricks. What a disgrace to the family.
Zack looked at the faces despising him, thinking to himself that these people would never change. He tightly gripped the towel in his hand, his eyes still exuding an indomitable spirit. Well, it doesn't matter. Just you wait and see. Just as Zack was about to turn and walk away, a familiar ding sound echoed in his head, accompanied by a blue system notification panel appearing in midair. Due to an error in the processing procedure, a message had been delayed. Zack froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. The system suddenly gave a flurry of notifications, detecting that necessary information had been lost from the identification engine during the class identification process. The class information had been inputted using system administrator privileges. The blue text flashed by rapidly, confirming that the data loading process was complete. The engine began to re-identify Zack's talent as a healing warlock, simultaneously unlocking this rare class for him. Zack exclaimed in shock, "Impossible!" Immediately, a brilliant red light burst forth from the holy water basin, enveloping the entire hall. The crowd of guests screamed in terror, "Red light!" The ancient warrior statue shook violently under the suffocating pressure. Astonished whispers echoed everywhere. "It's red, a true blood awakening." All eyes turned towards Zack in absolute bewilderment. He started with red. Meanwhile, another system notification popped up right in Zack's mind. The engine had created a connection. The blessing of the ancient dragon, sealed within the user's soul, had been activated. The energy from the past and present began to intertwine, creating a radiant vortex around his body. Abel watched silently from above. He didn't expect the youngest son to develop so fast. The system continued to announce that the talent of the gladiator bloodline had been awakened. Your awakened talents have merged. Zack stood in the eye of the energy storm, feeling the earth-shattering changes happening in every cell. He whispered in confusion, "What the hell?" Marking the birth at a new legend, with a combination of rare talents, a new class has been created. A unique, immortal class, well, an SSS class indeed. A brilliant golden light enveloped the hall, forcing the guests to cover their eyes. They asked in confusion, "Golden light, what is this? Is this a true blood awakening?" Seeing the interwoven streaks of red light, someone reassured themselves. There is some red light, so it must be right, huh? Zack looked at the system screen displaying his new class, thinking to himself, of course they are suspicious, but if I speak up here, it will only bring me trouble. The suspicion grew even higher when someone noticed an anomaly. Normally, a powerful true blood awakening would cause the spiritual energy lamps to react violently, but right now they remained completely silent. The whispers began again. So is the sword statue malfunctioning? There is no spiritual energy suppression, so it can't be a true blood awakening.
Amidst the chaotic and highly doubtful atmosphere, the resolute sound of clapping, clap, 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 rang out. Abel Draker stepped down from the balcony with a meaningful smile. Why is everyone acting so serious? Calm down. Today we have a total of 2 people who have achieved true blood awakening. We should be celebrating. Abel's affirmation acted like a splash of cold water, extinguishing all doubts. The crowd immediately changed their attitude, cheering with excitement. That's right, 2 true blood awakenings. What a blessing. Abel nonchalantly ordered the servants. What are you waiting for? Bring the gloves for our newest member. An official approached Zack and respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Zack accepted the special pair of gloves, feeling their weight on his small hands, and softly muttered, "These are a bit heavy."
Jack silently looked down at the pair of gloves he had just been given, his heart heavy with calculations. The resonant voice of the presiding priest echoed throughout the hall, next, interrupting his train of thought. Jack walked on the crimson carpet between the long rows of guests, softly replying with a subservient, "Yes." From the balcony, Abel Draker maintained a triumphant smirk as he observed his younger brother's every move. Jack glanced up, secretly thinking to himself, his intention is too obvious. He fully understood that Aben was deliberately confirming his true blood awakening to cover up the recent anomaly, while also trying to pull him to his side. However, this help only made Jack feel disgusted. His eyes became bloodshot, emitting a red, resentful aura of killing intent. But accepting Aben's help felt like swallowing a trap. You guys know that feeling of being saved but still feeling incredibly uncomfortable. The ceremony gradually came to an end, and the family representative loudly announced, "This is the end of the blessing ceremony. We will soon have a celebratory banquet. It is for everyone, so please enjoy." While the crowd started getting excited about the lavish banquet, Jack quietly separated from them. He walked alone down the corridor, thinking to himself, "Banquet, nonsense. There must be a training room around here somewhere, right?" A low voice sounded from behind, making him stop in his tracks. Jack broke out in a cold sweat, his mind inevitably wavering. I didn't expect him to strike up a conversation with me so quickly. Aben appeared with a leisurely demeanor, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "The banquet just started. Where are you wandering off to?" Jack narrowed his eyes warily, trying to stay calm in the presence of his sworn enemy. Aben stepped closer, his deep blue eyes piercing into Jack with hidden meaning. "Congratulations on awakening the true blood.
Having said that, he slowly reached out his black-gloved hand, offering a handshake of reconciliation. Jack stared intently at that hand, struggling fiercely in his mind. A handshake? He tried to force a fake, ha-ha smile, reassuring himself, if I refuse, I'll expose my hostility towards him. I'll just play along for now. However, right as their hands were about to touch, terrifying memories of his past life suddenly rushed back. The image of a ruined battlefield, with corpses scattered everywhere under Aben's brutality, appeared vividly in Jack's mind.
Jack's hand paused, trembling. Aben narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Unable to endure this disgust any longer, Jack decisively pulled his hand back and casually brushed it against his clothes, as if he had just touched something filthy. He quietly looked down at his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocatingly silent. Aben let out a soft sigh, the smile on his lips turning forced. Well, this is truly awkward, Jack. You see, guys, two brothers meeting, yet the atmosphere is as tense as a final exam room. In contrast to his seemingly calm exterior, Jack's eyes hardened with determination. Even to save face, I can't shake hands with this scum. Noticing his younger brother's fierce rejection, Aben closed his eyes slightly and clicked his tongue in regret. I guess I have to be satisfied with just seeing your face. He turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave behind a meaningful greeting. See you later, Jack. Right as he passed by, Aben even gave Jack's shoulder a light, seemingly intimate pat that was filled with provocation. Jack stood silently watching the fading back of his enemy. Aben's silhouette disappeared down the corridor, leaving Jack standing silently with a throbbing pain coming from the shoulder where he had just touched. He gritted his teeth, enduring the dull pain. Thud. Jack's eyes clouded with calculation. He knew very well that the sudden attention of this butcher would never bring good omens. Meanwhile, outside the banquet hall, the whispering of the guests showed no signs of cooling down. One person exclaimed in astonishment, "Two new True Bloods? Wait, producing two geniuses in one generation? This family really hit the jackpot." The shimmering lights of the mansion at night could not soothe their amazement. Another guest nodded in praise. That's right, Jack's golden light was quite unexpected. Jack's awakening event has become the hottest topic. This is the first time it has happened, right? At first, we thought he failed to awaken. Amidst the crowd engrossed in debate, a few people began to look around for the main character. Where is he? By this time, Jack had sneaked into a quiet room. He threw the family's gloves onto the table and let out a sigh of relief. Finally escaped. Standing out there felt like being scrutinized by 100 eyes. Do you guys understand that kind of social pressure? Jack loosened his collar, trying to shake off the suffocation of the ceremony. However, a doubt began to arise in his mind. Jack looked around the room and asked himself, putting that aside, why am I perfectly fine?
Normally, all True Blood awakenings will carry spiritual energy suppression. That is a special ability to prove you are the enemy of dragons, the source of spiritual energy. Since most machines and equipment nowadays use spiritual energy as fuel, True Bloods are required to wear the family's gloves to prevent the effect. If I really am a True Blood, there should have been a problem the moment I took off the glove. To find the answer, he softly called up the status window. Immediately, the information panel appeared with shocking changes. Low-level administrator status window. Name, Sec Draker. Class, Immortal. Unique. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Zek was stunned. This was completely different from before. This system was indeed like a VIP top-up. He quickly scrolled down the skill panel and paused at a strange line of text. Not spiritual energy suppression, but spiritual energy reversal. Zek reached out to touch the screen to read the description carefully. Spiritual energy reversal, creating a distortion field to nullify nearby spiritual energy. He pondered deeply. So spiritual energy reversal was classified as a skill. Zek realized the reason why the spiritual energy lamps in the hall were completely unaffected when he took off his gloves. The spiritual energy lamps were unharmed because it was not a passive skill. This meant he could actively control this power instead of letting it naturally disperse like other True Bloods. The change in his class left Zek utterly bewildered. Before the ceremony, he was a rare healing warlock, but now he was a unique immortal. He put his hand on his forehead, trying to piece everything together. Wait, all the graduated students had a normal awakening with a blue halo. Only Raina had a red True Blood awakening. Zek recalled the moment on the stone pedestal. His was also red at first, but it had turned into golden. Right at that moment, the system's old notification returned to his memory. The system had said the identification mechanism had lost essential information. Zek stared blankly into space, a crazy hypothesis emerging. The identification mechanism? Did it mean that bronze statue? He realized that as soon as the system input the class information with administrative privileges, it had directly interfered with the ancient statue's awakening process. In other words, the main character didn't just hack the system, but also accidentally patched the hundreds of years old ancestor statue. The stalled statue had emitted a red light, making Zek sit dazedly scratching his head in frustration. Damn it! So that was how it was.
It turned out that the bronze statue wasn't for determining the awakening, but rather to determine the characteristics and class of the user. Red was for a rare class, while golden was for a unique class.
This was actually an ancient artifact used even before the time of Tarakan, the founder of the Draker family. However, because the concept of a class did not exist in this era, people mistakenly established that the red light was a sign identifying true blood awakening. Zek realized the head of the family hadn't noticed this either. He looked at the system screen and was surprised to see he had 100 karma points. I have 100 karma points right now? That's awesome! Without hesitation, Zek decided to give it a try. He touched the screen to confirm spending points to unlock the Dragonkin skill. After spending 10 points, the status board appeared in detail. Zek Draker, title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon, class, Immortal, unique. The system began to unlock the level 1 dragon skills, including Dragon Eye to see detailed information of the target, Dragon Aura to overwhelm enemies using Aura, and finally, Devour. Zek pondered over the Devour skill. But eating and digesting a lot? Why does this one need 50 points? He shook his head and clicked his tongue, preferring to take something clearly beneficial rather than testing his luck, lest he open a useless joke skill and lose out. Zek decided to spend points to unlock Dragon Eye and Dragon Aura. He noticed the Dragon Aura was a bit dangerous to use here, so he decided, well then, activating Dragon Eye. Immediately, a brilliant yellow magic circle appeared, and Zek's pupils transformed into powerful dragon eyes. I expected more since it said detailed information, but actually nothing changed. But when he just looked out the window, Zek suddenly stopped. Wait. His eyes burning with a golden flame, Zek laughed in excitement. Haha, this is truly absurd. Despite standing from a distance, the statue in the middle of the garden appeared clearly as if it were right in front of him. Zek smiled with satisfaction. This could actually be useful. As Zek was staring at the system screen, a new notification popped up. Do you want to receive detailed information on the detected objects? Just as he curiously wondered, detailed information? A series of rapid dinging sounds rang out. Countless blue windows appeared surrounding Zek, causing him to panic. What is this? It turned out that the Dragon Eye skill was scanning the entire room, from the decorative candelabers from a scene, the furniture from the Louvran dynasty, the drawers from the Merc Empire, to even the formal attire of the Draker family and the carpets from the Rome Empire.
Suddenly, Jack's dragon eyes glowed brightly, and then a bone-piercing pain struck, causing him to groan. Ugh. Sweating profusely, Jack staggered and panted. What is this? My body? He realized that maintaining Dragonkin skills consumed a terrifying amount of energy. Are all Dragonkin skills like this? Then I can't use them much. Jack collapsed into a chair, his breathing ragged from exhaustion. Right at that moment, the system automatically announced again. The class skill Self-Healing is activating. Vitality Recovery has been activated. Jack snapped awake, staring blankly at the screen. What is this? I didn't intend to use Self-Healing. He suddenly realized a shocking change. Wait a minute. All of my class skills have turned into passive abilities, and their levels have increased to 1. The screen clearly displayed. Class skill Self-Healing. Your body will automatically heal itself. Passive ability. Jack couldn't help but be stunned, inwardly exclaiming, "This is too overpowered."
Normally, a self-healing skill, no matter how powerful, cannot be used continuously and always has a certain limit, but this self-healing skill is limitless. To verify it, Jack picked up the fruit knife on the table and took a deep breath. Whew, I have to test this out. Without hesitation, he made a long slash on his arm. Blood dripped onto the floor in streaks, but immediately the system announced that the faction skill Self-Healing had been activated. Jack stared in astonishment as the wound closed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. No way! The health regeneration is this fast? If I bring this skill PDP, my opponents will probably just stand there and cry in despair. This lightning-fast recovery made him completely confident in his upcoming journey. Jack smirked arrogantly when thinking about the training period. It takes 5 years to graduate from the academy, right? Draker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, where those with knightly ambitions are willing to pay a heavy price to enroll. Located in the territory of the Duke of Troy, this place is always brimming with vitality whenever a new semester begins in the spring. Looking at the senior students here, they are as mature as adults and trained to perfection. However, compared to those coming from the cradle, even though they are still children of major families, Jack could still perceive the rot from within. Witnessing the crowds gathering and whispering, Jack silently evaluated. Looks like they have already marked their territories. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Draker family, the 3 with the most significant influence are known as the 3 great families. First is Turan representing power, next is James symbolizing wisdom, and finally Valdex holding the gold. Watching the children of the 3 major families also indulging in petty squabbles, Jack gave a slight sarcastic smirk. Even the children of those 3 families are in this state.
Well, it has nothing to do with me anyway.
He quietly slipped through the crowd and headed straight for the high-class dormitory, the Platinum Tower. Looking at the massive structure towering in the middle of the campus, Jack told himself being a direct ascendant is indeed great. The Platinum Tower is a luxurious dormitory integrating a training hall, a library, and all kinds of top-notch facilities. This place is originally reserved only for high-ranking students, and even those originating from the cradle cannot enter easily. Especially for True Blood awakened ones, they are granted the privilege of owning an entire floor known as the Platinum Floor. As soon as Jack set foot there, a servant was already waiting and bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Lord Jack Draker. We have been waiting for you." Jack was escorted to the designated floor in the Platinum Tower. Upon entering, a long line of servants bowed respectfully, shouting in unison, "Welcome, young master." Witnessing this ostentation, Jack secretly sighed. Isn't this a bit too much, even for a True Blood? A servant approached and reported, "Mr. Decker is waiting for you in the room." As soon as he saw Jack's figure, Decker bowed. "Greetings, young master." Jack got straight to the point. "What's the matter, Decker?" The old butler presented a luxurious box. "I have something to deliver to you." Opening the box, Jack delightfully admired the new pair of gloves. "Oh, this is on a completely different level from the temporary gloves." Seeing him satisfied, Decker smiled. "I'm glad you like it." Jack casually picked up an old sword and suggested, "I got new gloves, so I want to conveniently get a new sword as well. What do you think, Decker?" Decker immediately agreed. "An excellent choice, young master." Jack clearly understood the current context, because the territory of the Duke of Troy is located near the giant mountain range, where there is a lot of high-quality iron and outstanding blacksmiths, to the point that many people even have to say that the first weapon of an academy graduate is just junk compared to the goods here. Decker suggested, "I will find a skilled blacksmith," but Jack firmly dismissed it. "No need. I've already picked someone."
He quickly wrote a name on a piece of paper and handed it to Decker. "I will go in person, so arrange an appointment." Decker looked at the unfamiliar name on the paper, muttering, "Ganley and Honbeck. I have never heard of this name. I will contact them immediately." Before leaving the room, he did not forget to remind him. "Also, classes will start tomorrow, so please review the relevant materials beforehand." Jack sighed wearily. "Always nagging, I know. Even as the unique immortal, I still can't escape the fate of being reminded to study. Truly a universal law." Sitting alone in the spacious room, Jack looked out the window and told himself, "With the Platinum Floor being completely isolated, I will have more freedom to develop my dragon aura." While engrossed in his plans, a knock on the door rang out. Jack coldly said, "Come in." A maid walked in and timidly announced, "Excuse me, sir, the floor master Raina has sent a dinner invitation." Jack paused slightly. "Raina? Wait, we just finished a combat and now she's inviting me to dinner? Do you guys smell a plot twist?" He stood up, adjusted his clothes, and ordered, "Take me there." Walking amidst the massive architecture of the academy, Jack couldn't help but wonder about the true purpose of this sudden invitation. Jack strode into Raina's area, the sound of his leather shoes hitting the stone floor echoing dryly. Looking around, he sweat-dropped slightly, muttering with apprehension, "Pretty interesting, huh?" Striking Jack's eyes was a long line of royal guards standing at attention with an overwhelming presence. "Welcome, Jack Raker." Sitting proudly on the presiding chair was the floormaster Raina Turan, crossing her arms with an extremely serious expression.
Seeing that Zek seemed uncomfortable, Raina explained, "My family is a bit unusual. My apologies." She gently waved her hand to signal her subordinates to step back. Zek slowly sat down on the opposite side of the long table, politely replying, "Thank you for your concern." Raina did not beat around the bush but went straight to the point. "After eating, we will talk business." Zek stared at Raina, mentally evaluating. Thunder Knight. She is optimizing her Dantian to control her aura. And has she already reached the position of a purple tier knight? He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Then why is her swordsmanship stuck? What a waste of potential. However, Zek's contemplation was quickly extinguished by a horrifying sight right before his eyes. Ha! Zek could only smile bitterly when witnessing the unimaginable eating capacity of the girl opposite him. Although he also considered himself a big eater, the mountain-high pile of plates in front of Raina completely exceeded Zek's expectations. After eating everything clean, Raina calmly wiped her mouth and got straight to the main topic. "We are done eating, so I will discuss the main business. Please accept the support of the Turan family, Zek Draker." Zek's face suddenly hardened. He looked straight into Raina's eyes, coldly reminding, "It seems you have forgotten, but both of us are true blood awakeners." However, Raina just slightly curled her lips, replying in a lecturing tone, "It seems you have misunderstood about true blood awakeners. It is true that we receive many privileges, just this platinum floor alone is enough proof, but we do not receive any benefits when it comes to development." Zek listened silently while Raina continued her sharp analysis. Centuries of academic and practical knowledge accumulated in the academy, a personal instructor to effectively improve abilities. Without these things, no matter how rich you are, you will fall behind. That is why support from the family is necessary. To add more weight to her words, Raina gave a typical example. Even Abel Draker, a true blood like us, the youngest person ever to achieve the title of White Knight and a current Black Tier Knight, also received support from his maternal side, the Zenman family. She looked deeply into Zek's eyes, launching the decisive blow. "Although the head of the Turan family did not tell me the reason, he told me you did not receive help from your maternal side. I will say it once again,
Please accept the support of the Turan family sect Draker. Raina spoke with a pressure comparable to pitching to sharks. Anyone with a weak heart hearing that would probably sign the contract on the spot.
Facing Raina's weighty proposal, Jack simply and calmly dropped a short reply. No. This decisive attitude left Raina completely stunned, and she stammered back. Why? Receiving support from the Turan family isn't a disadvantage for you, is it? A blunt refusal without a second thought. Jack remained silent for a moment, then leaned back in his chair and sighed. It's not about that. I don't need anything else besides what I've already received as a True Blood Awakener. Noticing the atmosphere becoming awkward, Jack stood up and left the dining table. It's not much, but in return for the meal, I'll give you a piece of advice right now. Jack bluntly pointed out the weakness in his opponent's technique. There is too much power behind your sword. I guess you care too much about those people. He casually strolled out to the sunny garden, signaling for Raina to focus. Listen carefully, Raina. Your greatest strength is your flexibility, which comes from having an agile body. Jack performed graceful movements to illustrate his words. Don't take the attack head-on and try to crush the opponent with power. Instead, flexibly deflect the opponent's attack to the side and deliver a precise, refined strike. Every movement of Jack was gentle yet full of power, leaving Raina rooted to the spot in astonishment.
He firmly asserted that if she could do so, she would develop many times stronger than her current self. Jack waved goodbye, his figure gradually disappearing down the corridor with a brief word of thanks. Thanks for the meal, leaving Raina alone in the empty room. In Raina's mind, thoughts raced constantly. The Turan family was a symbol of strength. I'm simply following tradition, not because I care about others. However, when looking at the sword in her hand, Raina was forced to face a bitter truth. She stood silently in the middle of the training room, surrounded by the ghosts of powerful predecessors, the symbols of strength of the Turan bloodline weighing heavily on her shoulders. Raina bitterly admitted, "No, he's right. Because I was obsessed with becoming someone worthy of the Turan name, the consequence is that this was subconsciously transferred into my sword." He simply saw right through it. Raina stared intently at the leaf jacket left behind, her heart filled with turmoil. She remembered her childhood when everyone praised her as a genius, yet no one had such a unique perspective as him. Holding the leaf in her hand, Raina silently asked herself, "Jack Draker, who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, Jack was leisurely strolling down the academy corridor, feeling the crazy changes in his craft skills. Even though he had stayed up all night training, he still felt full of energy. How am I still fine even though I stayed up all night to practice? The system immediately displayed the infinite vitality passive ability, which compensated for any fatigue with an unimaginable amount of health. Jack smiled faintly. In his past life, this place was hell, but now, having awakened as a true orthodox, it had become heaven. He said to himself, "Money and power aren't everything, but there's nothing quite like this. My level is completely different from before." "Jack Draker," a voice rang out, making Jack turn around. It was Owen Zyman, the third young master of the Zyman family, one of the three great families. Owen walked over with a friendly smile. "So you're also in the special class?" Jack knew all too well that this was a cunning guy, specializing in using schemes to manipulate others into bullying him in order to maintain his own image. Owen pretended to ask, "I invited you to dinner last night, but you didn't reply. Did you not receive the invitation?"
Zek looked at that demeanor, thinking to himself, why is he acting so friendly now? He recalled the wreckage on his desk and asked back, the thing on my desk? Owen maintained his calm expression and asked, why don't you answer? Seeing Zek looking at him in silence, he smirked slightly. Well, you're pretty funny, huh? Zek then coldly replied, why should I answer? I'm not free. Killing intent burst forth from Zek's eyes, along with a powerful stomp that made the ground tremble. The minion standing behind Owen saw this and roared, "You are so rude, even though the young master has been so kind." A tall guy with an arrogant face stepped forward to block Zek's path. Zek looked up with a bored expression, dropping a brief question. "Hey, who is this?" This nonchalant answer drove the guy crazy. He gritted his teeth and roared, "How can you not know me?" He looked at Zek, extremely bitter. It seemed like those from the cradle had no value at all. Zek just sighed wearily. "I understand that you want to show off in front of your young master." Zek didn't bother paying attention to those trashy words. He casually turned his back to walk away and waved his hand indifferently. This disdainful action added fuel to the fire, sending the guy into a rage. A burst of blazing green aura suddenly erupted, and he lunged to attack from behind with incredible speed. Zek slightly glanced over and commented, "It seems the senior cadets have the ability to manipulate basic aura."
That guy roared with pride. "My name is Durbin Roswell. Around here they call me Durbin the Mighty. On behalf of young Master Owen, I will teach you a lesson." Hearing that self-proclaimed title, Jack silently mocked in his head. Durbin the Mighty? A student who isn't even a knight yet has an alias. Right when Durbin was about to touch him, Jack suddenly spun around, and a radiant purple ether exploded, enveloping his arm. Jack coldly dropped a sentence. Ridiculous. Without a single wasted movement, he sent him to the dentist to fix his teeth. A deafening smack rang out. The powerful punch sent Durbin flying dozens of meters away, dragging across the ground to form a long trench before slamming hard into the stone floor, a thick cloud of dust rising and covering the entire area. Amidst the slowly dissipating dust, Jack stood tall, looking down at the defeated foe lying gasping for air. Jack casually walked past Owen as if he didn't even exist. Right when the two passed each other, Owen sneered mockingly. "You really like to bask in glory, just—" Jack only gave a slight, arrogant smirk, leaving one last exclamation. Ridiculous. The Draker Academy is mainly divided into two classes. The normal class, which teaches that if you lack talent, you must overcome it with effort, and so they follow a strict regimen from early morning to late at night. And then there is the special class, where you can freely choose subjects outside the basic ones. Even within the academy, the place where the greatest elites gather is the special class. Resting his chin on his hand with a thoroughly bored expression, Jack thought to himself, "So I did have a little expectation." However, looking around the room filled with familiar faces, he sighed in disappointment. But almost everyone here is just a former student of the Cradle. What special class? It's just the Cradle's class. While the atmosphere was dipping, the instructor's booming voice rang out. "Silence!" He continued his announcement to stir up the atmosphere. To encourage the new students of the special class, today a very special person has arrived. Not only was he the commander-in-chief in the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, but he is also the hero who stopped the Empire's invasion with his ingenuity alone. Please welcome General Howard Draker.
A middle-aged man with a distinctive mustache stepped out and waved friendly. "Nice to meet you, gentlemen." The students below cheered excitedly at the appearance of Principal Howard Draker of the Academy. In the eyes of the world, he is a war hero, a tactical genius worshipped by people. However, Jack looked at him with eyes full of contempt. The truth was that the information he leaked to the enemy for his own survival unintentionally threw the enemy into chaos. He was just a lucky traitor. That rat was no hero. His face grew angry as he remembered. He was the mastermind who got him expelled from the academy. He had lost the only place left to return to and ended up wandering throughout the kingdom of Troy, ultimately being caught by slave traders and sold to the Southern Cartel. The image of Jack in chains, wearing a slave collar, trudging through the desert, appeared vividly. He gritted his teeth, staring at the principal who was laughing and talking on the podium. "I will make you pay enough." Right then, another instructor stepped up, interrupting Jack's train of thought. "I believe that all of you have memorized the principal's words. Now we will start the basic class immediately, so grab your swords and head to the arena." All the students shouted in unison, "Yes, sir."
The whole class moved to the large indoor arena of the special class. Zack carried the heavy sword on his shoulder, strolling leisurely among the ranks of students. He let out a sarcastic sigh. Who would have thought that even the special class had to learn the basic knowledge of dragon slaying? In his previous life, just because he couldn't use aura, Zack stood frozen as memories of a bitter period of hard training suddenly rushed back. "I wasted 2 years learning things that a person should be able to learn in 3 months. How frustrating." Looking at the sword in his hand, Zack let out a tired sigh. "Please go easy on me." Right at that moment, a man with radiant golden blonde hair and a majestic demeanor stepped into the arena, boldly declaring, "Welcome, students." He stood tall before the crowd, confidently introducing himself. "I am Andre Draker, and I will teach you the basics of dragon slaying." An introductory text appeared confirming his identity, the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. Andre's appearance caused the students below to murmur in excitement, with whispers echoing everywhere. "Who is that? He's so young." A few sharp-eyed individuals immediately noticed a special detail. It was the official uniform of the Draker family. Andre's reputation quickly spread. He was the renowned Rose Knight, a rare genius seen once in a century. Although not a pure-blood awakener, Andre graduated early from the prestigious Valhalla Academy as the valedictorian and was bestowed with the noble Draker surname. Just hearing his profile reeks of a perfect golden child. Zack secretly evaluated that even the teachers of the special class were on a different level. He knew well that Andre was famous for his incredibly stubborn and inflexible personality. Seeing that the students hadn't stopped gossiping, Andre's eyes suddenly glowed with an intimidating red light as he growled, "Order." The entire arena instantly fell into silence. Andre coldly continued, "If you are done talking, I will begin the class."
He decisively ordered, "You guys, draw your swords." All the students drew their swords in unison, creating ear-piercing clashing sounds. However, Andre's sharp gaze suddenly stopped when he looked toward Jack. He pointed directly and asked, "That student over there, what is with that sword?" Jack looked back bewildered. Not keeping the instructor waiting long, Jack forcefully swung the giant heavy sword, creating a powerful gust of wind that tore through space. He calmly raised the heavy sword and replied, "As you can see, I use this sword." This action took Andre aback, thinking, "This guy is too strong," as he stepped into the arena. Standing opposite Jack, Andre asked with deep dissatisfaction, "Student, don't you know you must choose a sword suitable for your body?" Jack closed his eyes and sighed, thinking to himself, I knew this would happen, so I purposely tried to make an impression when drawing the sword. Still no use. But instead of yielding, Jack showed a defiant smile. He looked straight at the strict instructor and boldly declared, I can defeat you with this sword, sir. Jack secretly made up his mind. It's better to show him my skills. Facing the arrogant provocation of the young student, Andre's face darkened, and his murderous intent began to explode violently. The system immediately announced, Class skill activated, Indomitable Spirit Defense. Andre coldly drew his sword, staring sharply at Jack. I understand, student. If you want to learn with your own body. Jack smirked calculatingly. He took the bait. You're still too green and naive. Andre continued to make an attractive offer. If your sword touches my body even a little bit, you will not only be exempt from punishment for your rudeness, but also exempt from this basic dragon-slaying class. Coming from the Dragon Slayer arts class as well, his eyes flared with an oppressive red light. Don't worry, I have no intention of using aura on a student. Hearing this, Jack rejoiced inwardly. Oh ho, getting exempted from class.
He was confident he could defeat Andre because he knew his weaknesses well from his previous life. However, the image of Abel Draker suddenly appearing in his mind made Jack pause to think. But with Abel watching him, it would be dangerous if he drew more attention like he did at the cradle. He would just graze his clothes, and then admit defeat. Having made up his mind, Jack confidently replied, All right. He swung his heavy sword, creating a massive, deep purple slash that tore through space. However, Andre was faster. He spun around, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Jack was amazed at his opponent's speed, truly worthy of a Blue Knight. Andre growled challengingly. This won't be easy. The clashing sounds of swords rang out continuously, clang, clang, along with sparks flying everywhere. Jack launched a relentless barrage of attacks, creating a series of afterimages that surrounded Andre from all sides. Witnessing that terrifying scene, the students below could only gape in horror. The match lasted longer than expected, causing the students below to start whispering. It had been 30 minutes, and he hadn't even been able to graze his clothes. Jack was now exhausted, sweating profusely, his hands tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, beginning to tremble violently. He gritted his teeth and asked himself, why is he so tough? However, contrary to his seemingly overwhelming appearance, Andre was also struggling fiercely internally. Looking into his student's determined eyes, he thought to himself, even if I am suppressing my aura, I can't believe I'm losing to a student. As expected, the existence of true blood is unfair. Andre began to feel exhausted, his breathing becoming heavier than ever. Jack quickly realized his opponent's opening. His poor stamina was still the same, and suppressing his aura like that was even more disadvantageous. He knew very well that the Draker family's aura cultivation method was famous for its peculiarity. Practitioners had to activate their aura continuously during training, in everyday tasks, and even while eating and sleeping. Basically, they had to maintain it like breathing. Jack analyzed sharply. In other words, for Andre, he was basically holding his breath. Intentionally suppressing his power to face a student was draining his strength. Not only that, his inconvenient swordsmanship also consumed even more stamina. Every one of Andre's sword strikes, although precise, was incredibly exhausting.
Seeing the opponent gradually reaching his limit, Zack thought to himself, but losing like this didn't feel right. There was no other way. He had to force him to use his aura. He understood that if he continued to create easy-to-handle situations, it would be useless. Zack decided to gamble. He needed something to make him use his aura unconsciously. In other words, an extreme situation. The main character started turning on the brain-bigger-than-brawn mode, calculating moves like playing chess instead of just slashing wildly anymore. Immediately, Zack dashed away at a terrifying speed, creating deep purple afterimages that tore through space. The system notified continuously. The agile footwork skill had been activated. Zack's tricky, unpredictably elusive movements left Andre completely stunned, his eyes wide open in astonishment. That was agile footwork. Facing the dense and sophisticated attack network surrounding him, the talented instructor could only exclaim in despair. Impossible.
A brilliant purple light engulfed the entire arena, marking the moment Zack unleashed his decisive strike. The system announced that the critical strike skill had been activated, and Zack soared into the air, leaving Andre bewildered, wondering how a student could use such agile footwork. In the critical moment, Andre's eyes flared with a vigilant red light. Zack landed skillfully, creating a series of afterimages surrounding his opponent. This was the Dragon Slayer Arts, Chapter 1, First Section. A massive blue light erupted from Zack's sword, tearing through space. Facing suffocating pressure, Andre was forced to break his own rules, roaring, "Tear through the sky!"
A sword strike with earth-shattering power slashed down. Zek did not dodge. He smirked arrogantly as he took the attack head-on. An earth-shattering explosion broke out, sweeping away everything in the arena, leaving the students below, like Raina and Owen, frozen in the thick dust. Zek's hand tightly gripped the chipped sword. Zek cursed inwardly. Damn it, that really hurts. Blood was flowing down his forehead, but he would not give up here. Immediately, the system announced the class skill Self-Healing had been activated. Feeling that he had achieved his goal of forcing the instructor to use his full strength, Zek calmly thought to himself, now I can faint. Acting this much is more than enough. Hiding your true skills is the way to live long, brothers. Andre stood stunned, looking at the giant crack on the ground. He thoughtfully watched the figure of the student who had just fainted. This student. Andre turned to the students who were dead silent out of terror, coldly declaring, there is no need to audit the class anymore. Are there any other students who want to be exempted? Faced with the absolute silence of the whole class, he growled threateningly. I will take that as a no. Now raise your swords. From now on, the students will get to see.
At the Academy's infirmary, Zek was lying leisurely on the hospital bed, silently re-evaluating his recent performance. To be honest, it was quite a good display. Even though he couldn't graze a corner of his clothes, he softly recalled the sharp sword strikes thrown at Andre. Lying on the hospital bed, Zek felt secretly smug about the recent result. But he forced Andre to use the aura he said he wouldn't use and made him acknowledge his abilities. In the end, Andre got a lesson, and he got some free time. It was a win-win for both. He recalled the moment of confrontation. Andre's final attack was Chapter 1, Section 1, Piercing the Sky, the most basic move of the Dragon Slayer arts. Zek calmly analyzed that, however, because it was launched by a Blue Knight, its power was not that outstanding. Even so, he could still defeat a Blue Knight thanks to his physical strength and infinite self-healing. But that was not enough to live freely. To not be restricted, he needed to attain unstoppable power, the kind of power that would keep him from losing to anyone. The sound of birds chirping interrupted his train of thought. A strange man with messy hair, holding a wine bottle, loomed right next to the hospital bed. He smirked with a weather-beaten look. So, you are the youngest son of Arthur. You have the exact same eyes as that insolent bastard Arthur. Zek was startled, beads of sweat rolling down. Who the hell is this guy? I couldn't detect him despite such a strong smell of alcohol. Not to mention, that insolent bastard Arthur. Does he dare to call the current head of the Draker family like that? Zek asked warily, Who are you? The man didn't bother to answer, but asked back, How did you do that earlier, kid? He nonchalantly tilted his head back and took a long gulp of wine, making a glug-glug sound. Zek frowned. What do you mean? The stranger slammed the wine bottle down on the table with a clack, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Playing dumb. Sigh. Earlier you suffered internal injuries. How did it heal so fast? Here comes the trouble. Looking at this uncle, you can tell he's not a cameo just for fun. Immediately, the system notified that the class skill Indomitable Mental Defense was activated. Zek broke out in a cold sweat, his mind in turmoil. No, I can't be exposed. No one in the academy knows about the self-healing.
He tried to keep a calm face, replying, I don't know what you're talking about. The man slightly smirked. So you're going to keep acting like this? Suddenly, he launched a lightning-fast attack that terrified Jack. Jack immediately sprang up to dodge. The system announced, the Agile Footwork skill has been activated. A masterful spin helped him escape the stranger's reach. He seemed amused. This kid's got some tricks, huh? Jack was cornered against the wall, his sword knocked far away. His instincts began to scream wildly. If I don't kill him, he will kill me. The system continuously announced the activation of Precise Thrust and Critical Hit. Jack put all his strength into an attack carrying a flaming, radiant purple ether, but the old man easily neutralized it with just 2 fingers. Damn it! Jack was stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. The stranger looked at him, his eyes suddenly glowing with an eerie red light. Your ability to adapt to situations is impressive. It's almost as if you were a mercenary. Jack froze, with only one question left in his mind. Who the hell is this monster?
The man casually spun the sword on his fingertip in a skillful manner. He continued his sarcastic remarks. A Draker dropping his sword and backing away? I think you're more suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Right after speaking, he snapped his fingers, sending the sword flying past. The pressure radiating from this guy made Jack shudder, an overwhelming sensation he hadn't felt since meeting his master. Jack was certain that the power gap between the two was too massive. If he wanted to kill him, it probably wouldn't even take a single breath. He secretly assessed that this guy was at least a red-tier knight. The strange man spoke as if seeing right through him. That two-handed sword is standard issue from the cradle, right? You have that talent, so why use that kind of weapon? No, you might even be stronger. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the dry sound of a door opening echoed. Instructor Andre walked in, looking coldly at the drunkard. So you are here, Jack exclaimed in astonishment. Andre?
He was even more shocked when he heard Andre call out the identity of this madman. Dexter, the gardener. Jack couldn't believe his ears. That's the gardener? That guy? Dexter scratched his head and grumbled. You persistent bastard. How did you know I was here? Andre didn't even care, simply replying blandly. You were in the training room earlier. You really are annoyingly quick-witted. Then he turned to Jack and ordered, If you're done with your treatment, you can leave now, student. Jack politely replied, Yes, understood. Just as Jack was about to step out the door, Dexter suddenly called him back. Kid, if you have time, come to the greenhouse on the west side of the academy. I'll teach you some useful things. He flashed a wide, delighted grin. No thanks, Jack smiled faintly and walked away, leaving Dexter's shout echoing behind him. Look at that mouth of yours. Jack strolled along, his mind constantly piecing together the details about the bizarre gardener. Who is he trying to fool? He realized a shocking truth. If that person could casually call the current family head, Arthur Draker, by his first name so easily, then his identity was definitely far from ordinary. Then he must be the man who only had one disciple, Andre, in his entire life, Duke Draker, the Hurricane Knight. That was one of the legendary Black-tier knights, someone who could single-handedly stand against an entire kingdom. Duke Draker was once a hot topic that threw the whole continent into an uproar when he suddenly vanished without a trace one day. No one could have imagined that a legend like him was living hidden in the academy under the guise of a drunken old man, truly the peak of hiding one's skills. Jack secretly deduced. Perhaps Andre came here because he is here. Speaking of Duke, people usually remembered a terrifyingly resolute figure. There was even a ridiculous rumor that he achieved the title of Black-tier Knight simply because he liked the color black.
Back to reality, Jack noticed that Duke was showing a strong interest in him. Jack's eyes hardened with ambition. If he was going to learn something, he had to at least learn his secret technique. He would turn that interest into determination. Shifting the scene to a classroom at Fanon Academy, the magic theory professor walked in with a very enthusiastic expression. In a case like this, do you know what will happen? However, responding to the teacher's passion was a terrifyingly silent atmosphere. The students below were sprawled out, falling asleep on their desks without exception. Professor Fanon could only smile bitterly. No one knows? He still persevered in teaching, his hands drawing complex formulas on the board. Then when creating a spiritual formula due to resistance, you will truly be injured. While the classroom was deep in slumber, Jack suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. And I don't understand the law of spiritual energy transferring power that you mentioned earlier. Professor Fanon froze, his eyes suddenly shining with sheer amazement. The old professor stammered, unable to hide his emotion. Sorry, this is the first time I have received a question. He frantically flipped through his documents, passionately explaining the flow of spiritual energy to clarify the concept. That is also interesting. That is how spiritual energy, the bell ringing for the end of the period, interrupted the lecture. The students sluggishly walked out of the classroom, constantly complaining. Why are we studying magic theory at a night academy? In reality, it's just nap time.
Contrary to the crowd, Jack had a completely different view. He realized that Fanon's lecture was very easy to understand, and he was definitely not someone to be underestimated. As Jack was about to leave, Professor Fanon hurriedly called out, "Wait, Jack!" He turned around in doubt. "It's nothing much, it's just that it's been a long time since I had the feeling of teaching a proper class thanks to you. So if you have any questions, please come to my research lab." Professor Fanon smiled proudly as he revealed his background. "I am a former scholarship student of the Delphi University of Magic, so I know a lot of things." Hearing this, Jack was stunned, secretly re-evaluating the man in front of him. "I thought he wasn't an ordinary mage, but I didn't expect him to be an alumnus of the Delphi University of Magic, the country where magic originated." He politely replied, "I understand, Professor." Leaving the research lab, Jack strolled down the corridor, secretly calculating his next steps. Being close to a mage isn't a bad thing. Mages are good at math and are often flexible thinkers. They make better colleagues than knights. Fanon? Let's see if he's useful. A week later, Jack met Dexter again. He calmly asked, "Are you done, kid? Why are you—" Before he could finish his sentence, Dexter interrupted with a reproachful tone. "Why didn't you go to the greenhouse?" His eyes suddenly became unusually serious. "You definitely understand what I meant by teaching you useful things." Facing the offer from a legendary Black-tier knight, Jack appeared extremely indifferent. He gave him the cold shoulder right away. "I told you, I have no interest." This answer drove Dexter crazy. He jumped up and screamed, "What? Why?" Jack calmly explained, "I know you are extremely talented, but right now I am busy with my personal training."
Hearing this, Dexter suddenly softened his voice, nodding in approval. Of course, personal training cannot be neglected. However, just as Jack thought he had escaped, he smirked with an eerie smile. "Did you think I would say that?"
A crisp smack echoed as Dexter struck with lightning speed. Jack only had time to see a flash of blue light pass his eyes before a devastating blow struck him directly. He didn't expect to be knocked out. It seemed waiting a week was too long for him. Upon waking up, Jack was shocked to find himself in the middle of a vibrant flower garden in the west of the academy. Dexter was leisurely holding a watering can, glancing at him, and asked, "Awake, kid?" Jack staggered up, asking in a gruff voice, "You kidnapped me to—" Dexter didn't hesitate at all, throwing his head back to take a swig of wine while admitting, "That's right, I kidnapped you." He stepped closer, leaning right into Jack's ear, and whispered ominously, "I'm a bit interested in you, kid."
Looking at Dexter's crazy smile, Jack shivered, realizing he had seemingly stumbled upon a monster, and now the man didn't even bother to hide it. It seemed he was quite impatient. Immediately, the system in his head sounded an emergency notification, activating Agile Footwork skill. Utilizing the freshly erupted energy, Jack stomped hard on the ground, launching himself far away to escape the control of the bizarre old man. He gritted his teeth, determined to escape at all costs, but now was not the time. Before he could regain his composure, he saw Dexter looming behind him with a bottle of wine in his hand. Jack immediately channeled his internal energy, a purple light erupting as he tried to break free from the grip, but the opponent remained as calm as if nothing had happened. He gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing fiercely with vigilance, realizing the man still treated him like a joke. Jack understood that he needed to find a way to turn the situation around. He said to himself, "I need something to spark a fire." He turned to look at the drunkard who was leisurely taking large gulps and asked coldly, "What do I have that makes you so interested? I'm not into sword fighting, you know." Dexter put the wine bottle down, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "I asked you how you managed to use self-healing for your internal injuries so quickly." The question struck his biggest secret, causing Jack to pause for a moment, but then he smirked with a hidden meaning. "So that's what makes him uncomfortable. If you are that curious, then make me answer." Just as he finished speaking, Jack utilized his extremely fast footwork to create distance, but he was immediately stunned. The man had disappeared. Jack looked around the quiet garden anxiously, wondering to himself, where is he? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He quickly grabbed the hilt of his weapon and slid across the ground to regain his defensive stance. Jack drew his sword and growled, "What are you doing?" Dexter strolled along, his silhouette blurry in the smoke and dust, calmly replying, "You told me to make me answer, but that's too easy. Let's make a bet." He turned around, making a tempting offer. "If you can land a single swipe on my clothes, I will grant you one wish." Hearing this, Jack muttered sarcastically, like teacher, like student. He realized that Dexter's personality was no different from his student, Andre. However, the price of this bet was not cheap. Dexter growled threateningly, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. "But if you give up during this duel, you will have to tell me everything you are hiding." The atmosphere in the garden suddenly became thick with murderous intent, Dexter's face contorting with madness under the radiant purple light. He was truly serious.
"What on earth is this kid made of?" Dexter observed from a distance, unable to hide his astonishment at Jack's resilience. 3 hours had passed since the battle began, and thick dust covered the entire garden, yet the boy still hadn't collapsed. Dexter commented in awe. Not only does he have excellent stamina and endurance, but his stamina and wounds also recover without limits. Jack staggered to his feet, his hand gripping a rock for support. Even though his body was exhausted, the system continuously notified him. The class skill Self-Healing has been activated. The class skill Endless Stamina has been activated. A surge of life force gushed forth, helping him recover in the blink of an eye. Jack gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I can do this all day, but I can't win the bet. The old man is truly tough." He immediately changed his strategy. Jack decided to play his trump card, Dragon Aura. The main character is about to use his ultimate. He recalled old knowledge. "It seems dangerous, so I've never used it, but against a black tier knight, it won't be a problem."
Jack's eyes suddenly transformed, his vertical pupils glowing with the majestic purple light of a dragon. A thick, pitch-black killing intent began to erupt, enveloping his entire body like hellfire. Jack tightened gripped the hilt of his sword and growled, "Let's continue." Witnessing this sudden change, Dexter was not afraid at all, but showed extreme excitement. He stared intently at those eyes and exclaimed, "That look, excellent. That's how it should be." Dexter laughed maniacally as Jack dashed forward like a purple phantom. The system announced, the Agile Footwork skill has been activated. He continuously unleashed razor-sharp sword strikes aimed at his opponent's weak points. Dexter deftly dodged, while silently evaluating. He's repeating his attacks. He might be fast, but compared to that crazy guy and the little girl from the Turan family, he's just small fry. However, what made the black-tier old man shudder was the presence exuding from Jack. But this malice, his malice surpasses even perseverance. I absolutely love it. Seeing the student's seriousness, maybe I should use a little aura. At that moment, the system roared. Dragonkin skill Dragon Aura has been activated. A giant, radiant yellow dragon eye full of power appeared in midair, emitting an earth-shattering pressure.
Dexter gripped his knife tightly, and a radiant yellow aura flared up to directly clash with the power of the ancient dragon. Facing the pressure from the dragon aura, Dexter exclaimed in astonishment, "What was that just now?" Taking advantage of the moment the opponent faltered, Jack immediately launched an attack, creating an exploding cloud of dust that covered the entire garden. Dexter retreated defensively, analyzing in his mind, "Did he block my line of sight? But it will also be hard for him to find me." However, right at that moment, Jack appeared like a phantom right behind him. The system announced, "Dragonkin skill Dragon Eye has been activated." With dragon eyes that could see through all movements, Jack swung his sword to create a slash that tore the ground apart. Dexter managed to dodge in time, but the shockwave from the collision was so strong that it made the entire area shake violently. Looking at the rubble before his eyes, Jack realized in shock, this is Duke's secret move. It's time to go all out. A sudden hurricane blew up, sweeping away everything around. Jack struggled to withstand the suffocating pressure, silently evaluating. A simple, quick dash causes a strong wind? Is this why he is called the Hurricane Knight? Worst Yasuo ever. Dexter glided with unimaginable speed, softly muttering, "Take this." A fiery red killing intent engulfed the space as Dexter unleashed his decisive strike. Jack only had time to scream, "What?" before being thrown to the ground.
Jack's sword flew far away, spinning in the air before stabbing into the ground. The system continuously issued warnings. Due to excessive skill usage, your exhaustion has exceeded the acceptable limit. Jack staggered as he lay among the rubble, looking at the drunk old man and secretly mocking, "Wow, like teacher, like student." Drowsiness struck as the system commanded, "For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly disconnected." Jack gradually sank into darkness. Jack woke up with a start. Holding his aching head, he looked around the familiar room in a daze. "This is my room. Did Duke bring me back?" He sighed with deep regret. Sigh, almost won, truly worthy of a black tier knight. Jack lay back on the bed, recalling the crazy battle that just passed. He bitterly realized that he thought he had done everything he could at present, and it was useless. He had tried to distract Duke by repeating the attack 100 times, then at the decisive moment created an opening using Dragon Aura, even using Dragon Eye to attack him, yet it was still not enough. However, the skill that Duke used at the last minute was definitely his secret technique. Although he lost consciousness due to the overuse of the Dragonkin skill, thanks to that, he was able to witness the secret technique of a legend with his own eyes. It was an absurdly high-speed movement technique executed by a body forged to the extreme. Zek affirmed that this secret technique was undoubtedly what helped Andre, who had poor physical strength, reach the position of a red-tier knight. Despite regretting missing the chance to learn that secret technique, Zek still felt everything was worth it. He reflected on the power of the Dragon Aura, a pressure that made even a black tier knight hesitate, meaning most small fries would have to immediately grovel when exposed to this skill. While deep in thought, a ding sound rang out, interrupting the space. The system notified, "You have an unopened message. Confirm?" Zek was surprised. An unopened message. As soon as he pressed confirm, a series of notifications popped up continuously. The agile footwork skill had evolved into a high-speed movement skill. His soul had developed thanks to his display of strong willpower, thereby activating new system functions. He could activate the next functions by using karma points. Zek exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" In front of him was a list of locked functions. The minimap and inventory both required 20 points to unlock, while the beginner quest book needed 45 points. With the 40 karma points currently available, Zek decided a bunch of things had appeared. According to the description, besides the inventory, he should check the inventory first. He touched the screen to activate it, and the system explained, "If you select the item you want, it will be stored in the inventory. When retrieving a stored item from the inventory, you can think of its name or shape. The spatial capacity an item occupies in the inventory depends on its size and weight." A spatial grid panel appeared with a prompt. If you want a larger inventory, you can use karma points to increase its size. Selecting the item he wanted, Jack sat thoughtfully on his bed, intently staring at the glowing blue system screen floating in front of him. He analyzed inwardly. I can activate skills by thinking about them, so putting items into the inventory must be the same. To verify this, Jack tightly gripped the two-handed sword and commanded to store it. Immediately, a blue light engulfed the sword, causing it to gradually become transparent and disappear completely into the space. Jack exclaimed in astonishment. Looking at the system grid panel, he realized the two-handed sword had disappeared and taken up 2 out of 28 slots in the inventory. Jack nodded in understanding of the rule. So this is what the system meant when it said the spatial capacity an item occupies depends on its size and weight. He continued his experiment. To take it out, I need to think of its name or shape. In the blink of an eye, the blue energy flared up again, and the sword appeared right in Jack's hand. He exclaimed in excitement, "Oh!" Jack smiled in satisfaction. "This space is pretty awesome. I had thought about a subspatial storage, but this is even better. That artifact is clearly very expensive, but it's hard to find a container to put it in, and I can even expand the inventory space by using points."
However, when looking at the text of the low-level administrator status window, Zek suddenly became cautious. He wondered what would the functions of a low-level administrator be like when he reached a higher rank. His eyes narrowed as he thought about the value of those precious karma points. If the value of these points was so high, he couldn't just use them recklessly. It seemed he would have to change his plans. Spending like this would leave him with absolutely nothing. While Zek was deep in thought, a knock on the door echoed. "May I come in, young master?" Decker's voice called out. Zek dismissed the system screen and replied, "Come in. What is it?" Decker entered and respectfully handed over a piece of paper. "There is a message for you. He said you would know who it's from if I mentioned the gardener, Dexter." Zek was slightly surprised. He took the piece of paper, looked at the scribbled words, and smirked slightly. It seemed it wasn't a complete failure. The content of the letter read, "Kid, if you want to challenge me again, you can come anytime. Consider this a draw, kid." Zek recalled the slash mark on Dexter's hand and thought to himself, is that what he meant by a draw? Anyway, it means there is still a chance. "I have one more thing to tell you," Decker continued, interrupting Zek's train of thought. Seeing the young master give a questioning look, he reported, "I have found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier." Zek was overjoyed. "Really? So when is the appointment?" However, Decker's demeanor suddenly turned serious. He slightly adjusted his glasses and sighed. "About that, there is a problem. The blacksmith has declined the appointment." The unexpected answer made Zek freeze. He yelled in astonishment. "What? Why?" Just when he thought he was about to unlock a high-tier weapon, he was told the shop was closed, which completely ruined his mood. He doesn't forge weapons anymore. The blunt refusal left Zek deep in thought. Standing in front of an old smithy, he muttered softly, "It's been a while. What a prestigious name for a smithy." Looking at the sign, Breath of Fafnir, Zek stepped inside and asked aloud, "Is anyone here?" His only response was silence and a messy, dark space with old swords lying around. In Zek's memory, Graham, the Aura sword, was the masterpiece forged by Gonlian. That was the price for saving his life. Gonlian deserved the title of Soul Blacksmith, known for his ability to read the master's soul before crafting a weapon for them, and he lived up to that reputation, creating a sword with the ability Zek needed most, the ability to replace aura with ether. The greatest blacksmith on the continent was the one who forged that legendary sword.
However, the reality before his eyes left Jack stunned. Ganlian was chugging alcohol like water right in front of him. Jack was bewildered. What was up with his current state? The drunk blacksmith glared at him with annoyance. "What is this, a kid? This isn't a place for children. Get out." Seeing the sole blacksmith Ganlian Hanbeck in such a ruined state, Jack couldn't help but wonder. Even though he was a very emotional person, this was way too decadent. Just what had happened to him before they met? Jack let out a long sigh, then quietly picked up a full bucket of water. Without a word of warning, he splashed the freezing water straight onto the drunkard who was halfway through his bottle. Water splashed everywhere, making Ganlian choke and cough, and the bottle fell from his mouth in sheer astonishment. The empty bucket rolled across the floor with dry clanking sounds. Jack looked at the other party. "Are you sober now?"
Godlian looked in shock at the boy who had just poured water on him. He was about to get angry when Zek coldly spoke. "I want to know why you rejected my request." The moment he saw the symbol on Zek's gloves, Ganlian stuttered in terror. Sure enough, having a bit of power makes a difference, guys. Without hesitation, the blacksmith immediately knelt down, his head slamming hard against the ground with a resounding bang. He begged tremblingly, "I apologize for showing such disrespect." Despite being prostrate, Ganlian remained resolute. "Please forgive my rudeness, but I currently do not accept any requests." In despair, he tormented himself. How could a bastard make something someone else wants when he couldn't even make what he himself wanted? Witnessing this scene, Zek pensively realized that even Ganlian went through such a phase. Zek recalled his previous life when Ganlian was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent and never spoke of this shameful past. Looking at the blacksmith drowning in alcohol and low self-esteem, Zek told himself, "But I can't wait another 10 years for him to wake up." Ganlian was completely broken at this moment, holding his head and screaming in his mind, "Why am I so useless? Can I even create weapons anymore?" He humiliated himself for being a blacksmith who couldn't forge weapons. After a moment of insanity, Ganlian regained some composure and bowed his head to apologize. "Please forgive me for this impolite behavior in front of you." Zek calmly replied, "Don't worry, I want to see some of your failed products." Hearing him talk about failed products as casually as ordering milk tea with less ice, guys, that's the real demeanor of a young master. Ganlian hurriedly led the way. "Let me guide you to the back." Zek silently followed, secretly determined to guide him on the right path himself. Stepping out into the back garden, Ganlian embarrassedly apologized for the mess, but Zek just stared at the swords planted all over the ground and commented, "You could say it's very attractive." Ganlian hurriedly warned when he saw Zek stepping into the middle of the sword graveyard, "Sir, please be careful. Even though they are failed products, they are still very sharp."
However, looking closely at each sword, Zek was shocked to realize the truth. This one and this one, no, all of these, they weren't failures. In the eyes of an experienced person like Zek, these were of equal quality to the masterpieces Ganlian forged at the peak of his fame. To verify, Zek immediately activated his power. Dragonkin skill, Dragon Eye activated. His dragon eyes glowed, seeing through every fiber of the steel. Zek smirked. Just as I thought. It'll be hard to stay poor this time. Zek looked straight at Ganlian, dropping a question that made the blacksmith freeze. There's a problem with your furnace, right? Ganlian stammered in shock. How did you... Not giving him time to recover, Zek brushed it off. I'm asking you. You've optimized your own metallurgy style, right? Looking at the sword stuck in the ground, Zek continued his analysis. It seems you mixed several types of metals to create lighter and more exquisite materials, but the durability is terrible. Ganlian stood frozen, screaming in admiration in his head. How accurate. Not only did he immediately recognize my metallurgy method, but he even analyzed the main flaw and its cause. Zek picked up a piece of metal, pointing out the weakness. It's because the impurities weren't properly removed during the heat treatment process. Witnessing the profound knowledge of the young master, Ganlian made up his mind. If it's this person, maybe. He shouted loudly. This is a bit, no, very random, but I have a favor to ask. Zek asked curiously. What is it? Ganlian led him inside, then decisively unrolled a giant blueprint on the table. Could you look at this first? Zek was stunned when he recognized the thing before his eyes. This was the secret that Ganlian only announced many years later, the blueprint of a magical furnace. Ganlian laughed loudly, full of pride. Ha ha, what is there to hide from the person who saved my life? A furnace whose temperature can be freely adjusted with magic. This is my secret. Zek silently evaluated. With this, Ganlian's metallurgy method will become perfect.
He asked curiously, You have the complete blueprint, so why don't you make it? Ganlian suddenly slumped, his face clearly showing helplessness. The most important part, the blueprint for the spiritual energy law, is still there, but the execution cost of the magic tower is 10,000 gold. The terrifying number shocked Jack. 10,000 gold? He calculated silently. A normal family only spent 10 gold a month, so this amount was 1,000 times greater. Oh my God, is this trying to turn me into a beggar? Jack clicked his tongue. That price is truly absurd. At this moment, Ganlian looked at him with hopeful eyes. Therefore, I want to ask you a favor. You are a Draker, and also possess a true blood awakening, so if you create this furnace for me, I will fulfill any of your requests for free and unconditionally until my last breath. Jack pondered deeply, calculating silently in his head. This is really difficult. It would be feasible if I were a guardian knight of the family, but it is impossible for me, even as a true blood, to receive 10,000 gold in support. However, his eyes suddenly sharpened with determination. But I also can't give up Graham, the aura sword. He looked deeply into the blueprint, realizing the crux of the problem. His trouble was the spiritual energy law. Wait, an idea suddenly flashed in Jack's mind. He decisively rolled up the blueprint and declared, All right, I accept.
Ganlian was stunned, unable to believe his ears, and exclaimed, Is that true, my lord? Zek casually adjusted his gloves. I can ask a mage I know, and if there's an answer, I will let you know. Oh, and stop drinking. Ganlian was moved to tears and stammered, Thank you, my lord. Sincerely thank you. This Ganlian will serve you for the rest of his life like a lifesaver. Seeing the blacksmith about to hug his legs, Zek backed away in horror. Hey, snot. There's snot. Don't be so gross even if you're happy. Even when Zek had boarded the carriage and left, Ganlian's shouts still echoed through the streets. Thank you, my lord. Zek stuck his head out the window and shouted, Good grief, I know, stop it. I'll let you know when it's done. Returning to Draker Academy at the professor's research building, Zek walked briskly, muttering in confusion. Why do the bastards at the magic tower charge such a high execution fee? Its structure looks simple enough. He recalled an important figure. Fannin's specialty was the design laws of spiritual energy, his research laboratory. Zek headed towards Fannin's area, but as he passed a corner of the building, he suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed warily as he heard strange noises coming from the dark alley. The dull thuds of impact rang out continuously. Zek quietly observed the cruel scene inside the alley. The beaten person lay curled up on the cold ground, trembling and begging in despair. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please. The leader, trampling on the victim, coldly asked back, What? The male student could only bow his head and whisper in tears, I apologize, Lord Conrad. The male student lying on the ground trembled, repeatedly kowtowing and begging. This lowly one dared to touch your body. Leon Conrad smirked wickedly, his feet still stomping hard on the victim's head. Good, very well said. He growled humiliatingly. As a reward, I will give you the chance to clean the ground you soiled.
Trampled to the point of humiliation, the poor guy could only whisper in response, "Thank you, Lord Conrad."
Bugs like you are only obstacles to the existence of others. In Conrad's mind right now, it was completely filled with images of Jack. That bastard Jack too, he was so shocked he couldn't react. The unprecedented golden light reaction, or a true blood awakening above all else, that Jack had achieved. He tried to find a way to excuse his humiliating defeat. The defeat to that lowly bastard was unavoidable because of his sudden attack before the match even started. He screamed frantically in his mind, but why could that lucky trash who took him down become a true blood awakener? The jealousy made him bite his lip until it bled, his face contorted with hatred. Conrad clearly couldn't accept the fact that Jack had far surpassed him. Right at that moment, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind. "Wow, hey, Pockmark." Jack stood there, crossing his arms and watching the scene before him with a contemptuous smile. "Already found someone to take my place?" Jack's eyes suddenly turned cold. A burst of purple killing intent exploded and engulfed the entire area. He growled a commanding order. "I'll give you all 3 seconds. If you know what's good for you, plant your heads on the ground for me." And you guys know it. The atmosphere suddenly became thick, signaling a fiery confrontation about to take place in the middle of the academy.
Leon stood facing Jack, his face showing extreme jealousy as he pointed his finger and shouted, "Your arrogance has gone through the roof since your true blood awakening, Jack Raker." Still refusing to accept reality, he continued to mock in a low voice. "Are you sure you really had a true blood awake—" "Shut up!" Jack coldly interrupted him. His eyes glowed with a murderous purple light in the darkness of the alley, emitting a suffocating pressure that made the space seem to freeze. Jack warned in a low voice, "If you don't bow down, don't blame me." Leon suddenly felt his whole body tremble. The pressure was worse than a month-end deadline. He panted heavily, his mind constantly screaming, What is this pressure? A primal sense of fear is invading his mind. To reassure himself, Leon tried to recall the memories from a few months ago, when Jack was still a coward humiliated by him who had to crawl through his legs. Yet now he was scared? The humiliation of seeing himself tremble before the one he used to despise drove Leon crazy. He gritted his teeth, roaring fiercely. "How dare you give me orders, you lowly piece of trash!" He turned and screamed at his frozen henchman. "What are you doing? Beat him!" Immediately, the entire gang of thugs from the special class rushed to attack Jack with an aggressive aura. Jack let out a soft sigh, full of boredom. "Don't blame me for this, you hear?" Without needing to use a sword, Jack threw a lightning-fast punch that sent one guy flying instantly. The buzz-cut male student next to him only had time to utter a gasp of surprise before Jack grabbed his head and smashed it straight into the ground with terrifying force. The battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Jack moved as fast as lightning, delivering ruthless and precise strikes to the weakest points on the opponent's bodies. He took down one guy, spun around to kick the next one away, and then continuously threw powerful uppercuts that made him bite the dust immediately. One by one, they fell in a split second, having absolutely no chance to fight back against Jack's overwhelming strength. Amidst the wreckage, the survivors could only widen their eyes in terror and exclaim, "Impossible!"
Jack's footsteps echoed steadily, as heavy as the knocking of the Grim Reaper. He strolled through the scattered corpses, his cold eyes piercing into the trembling Leon. In Leon's mind right now, there was only utter shock. "You son of a bitch, is this really the Jack Raker I know?" Jack stepped closer, his voice low but full of pressure. "No need to be afraid. I believe you already know. It will only hurt for a moment." Witnessing Jack's ruthlessness, Leon completely broke down, screaming, "Stay away! If you come closer, I will slash you!" In a state of panic, Leon swiftly drew the sword at his side to defend himself. Jack paused, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Did you really draw your sword outside the training ground? You know what that means, right?" A close-up on Jack's sharp gaze made Leon sweat profusely, his entire body trembling. Jack began to channel his internal energy, a surge of killing intent exploding as he declared, "To counter the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who has drawn his sword outside the sacred training ground, I, Jack Raker, shall respond in the name of honor." Despite Leon stammering and begging, "Wait!" Jack decisively drew his heavy sword, glowing with a radiant purple light, from his sheath. He declared the rules of death. "This following battle will end when one of us dies. All responsibility falls upon ourselves, and the opponent shall bear no responsibility for its outcome." Listening to these terms, it feels like signing a non-refundable premium life and death contract, bros. Liam Stone, you are the witness.
Leon was completely broken now. He fell to his knees, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Zek coldly raised his sword. "Now then, let's continue." Facing imminent death, all of Leon's arrogance vanished. He slammed his head to the ground, crying pitifully, "I'm sorry, Lord Zek Draker. Please let me live. Please spare me. Zek continued to look at him as coldly as the Grim Reaper. Leon trembled on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. In absolute panic, he recalled the begging words of the weak he used to trample on. "I'm sorry, please spare my life." Yet now, he was the very one who had to utter those humiliating words, "Please spare my life." Zek looked at the pathetic figure prostrating at his feet with cold eyes, cursing inwardly. Fucking idiot. Without a hint of hesitation, Zek swung his sword, creating a purple slash that tore through space as he boldly declared the punishment. "I'll take your ear as the price." A crisp slicing sound rang out. He had paid the price. Zek grabbed him by the hair and threatened through gritted teeth. "If your ear is reattached the next time we meet, the next thing I take won't be your ear, but your head." Zek stomped hard on Leon's head one last time before letting out an exhausted sigh. Whew. He quietly turned and walked away, leaving the mess behind. The male student who had just been saved from the severe beating staggered to a sitting position, looking at Zek's back with a bewildered gaze. "Zek, why did you help me?" Zek paused for a moment but didn't look back. He replied coldly, "Don't overthink it. I wasn't helping you. I was helping myself." Zek strolled away amidst the morning sunlight of the academy, leaving the bewildered student behind. As he walked, he scratched his head awkwardly, silently blaming himself. Am I being influenced by Ganlian? I almost blurted out something embarrassing.
He quickly left. Standing in front of Fanon's Academy Research Laboratory, Jack anxiously asked, "Is it feasible, Professor?" Fanon pondered for a long time and then led him inside. Looking at the blueprint spread out on the table, the professor affirmed, "Let me be straight with you. You could say it is feasible." Jack exclaimed joyfully, "Really? Then I want to entrust it to you." But Fanon immediately stopped him. "Wait, I think it would be better if you listened to my explanation first." He adjusted his glasses and explained in detail. "As you said, the overall structure is simple. However, the problem lies in the core responsible for the energy output." Fanon pointed to the complex energy circuit diagram, emphasizing, "The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the accompanying circuits have extremely troublesome limitations. Although it may be small, it requires sufficient energy, and we will also need a way to adjust the output without delay, which is something unprecedented." Jack persistently asked again, "But it is feasible?" Fanon nodded. "Yes, there are two options. The first option was for Fanon to personally adjust the design based on the core's conditions, but he finalized a number that made Jack freeze. However, it will take at least a decade to revise the design for the core. No, it will take 15 years. Jack, stunned, repeated, 15 years sounds like it would shorten my lifespan. Fanon confirmed, yes, it will consume a significant amount of time. Then he proposed the second method. We can bypass the core design and use similar materials, but although doing so can save a lot of time, the required material is a high-level compressed spiritual energy stone. Jack stood up from his chair in shock, shouting, "What? Isn't that an ancient artifact that cannot be created with modern technology?" Fanon nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. Ancient artifacts are already rare. However, searching for artifacts in ruins is even harder. To find a spiritual energy stone that can withstand our design, it will cost more than 3,000 gold.
The massive number made Jack sweat profusely. He stood silently in a desperate dilemma. He could be kicked out if anyone discovered he couldn't use aura, but 15 years was far too long. He held his head bitterly, unable to believe it. He couldn't give up on Graham, the Sword of Glory. Jack understood his situation better than anyone else. Most people thought he was an aura user due to what happened during the blessing ceremony, but in reality, that was just a reaction created by the combination of self-healing and ether. The truth was, he still couldn't use aura. Ether was considered an extremely powerful force, highly difficult for humans to control. Except for the spiritual awareness skill of the original spirit taught by his master, Jack couldn't use any sword skills that utilized aura. Even with that skill, he could only strengthen and swing his entire body to fight. Compared to others, aura was much easier to use and far more versatile. That was why he needed Graham, the Sword of Glory. But damn it, how was he supposed to find a high-level compressed spiritual energy stone? Jack stared at the blueprint, silently marveling. By the way, the person who created these blueprints was extraordinary. Even considering the complex core, it was a superior design. Just as Jack was stuck due to the difficulty of crafting, Professor Fanon's words startled him. It will be hard to create, even among the treasures of the Golden Age. Jack woke up, his eyes shining with excitement. Treasures of the Golden Age? Why didn't I think of that before? Jack stood up and said decisively to Professor Fanon, "Please keep the design safe until I return, Professor." Seeing Fanon's bewildered face, Jack laughed loudly. "Haha, of course I don't want you to spend 15 years perfecting it. I will bring one. I mean, a high-level compressed spiritual energy stone. Going back in time to the Liberation War, where humanity fought to escape the domination of dragons. The war ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut at the hands of Tarek and Draker, bringing humanity a century of peace.
During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered in the Dragon's Lair, which were relics from the era of the Hero King, the peak era of magic. All these treasures possessed techniques and magic far beyond modern standards. Among them was the high-level compressed spiritual energy stone, containing enough essential spiritual energy to sustain an entire village, a true treasure from the era of the Hero King.
Zack headed towards the central library of Draker Academy. Although rarely used, this place was always meticulously maintained because it was personally established by Tarakan. Zack knew a secret. In the upcoming expansion phase of the archives room, treasures from the Golden Age would be discovered. This would lead to the involvement of the Magic Tower and the Great Mage Nirvana, a member of the three great families, in the excavation work. During those months, countless Golden Age treasures would be revealed, and news of it would spread across the continent's newspapers. Or at least, that is what would happen 10 years from now. This deal was incredibly sweet. At present, in the archives room of the central library, no one had discovered the treasures or was even aware of them. Zack walked silently among the towering bookshelves, the sound of his shoes hitting the stone floor echoing steadily in the quiet space. Standing in the middle of the Academy's vast library, Zack looked around at the towering bookshelves with a look of extreme frustration, and he sighed softly. I could grope around all day and still wouldn't be able to find it. Looking at this mountain-high pile of books, searching bare-handed would definitely take until next year, guys. Realizing that manual searching was hopeless, Zack immediately focused his mind and activated his power. The Dragonkin skill, Dragon Eye, had been activated.
His eyes suddenly glowed with a powerful golden light, sweeping through every corner of the room. Under the dragon's vision, all hidden structures were clearly revealed. Zack strode along the bookshelves, his gaze stopping at a hidden corner. He slipped through slightly, gently pushed a bookshelf to the side, and exclaimed in excitement, "Here it is!" Without any hesitation, Zack utilized the radiant purple ether to envelop his palm. The system displayed, Spiritual Sense of the Primal Spirit. Cut. This was the only ether application for the spiritual sense skill of the primal spirit that Zack had learned from his master. He channeled power into his fingertips, executing a clean slash that tore through the stone wall. Zack silently analyzed, because ether materializes the user's will, applying certain attributes like cutting and using it in various situations is feasible. However, this strike also came at a significant cost. Zack paused, grabbing his head, which was splitting with pain. The system signaled exhaustion. However, it had a limitation. The user had to consume a painfully large amount of ether. It seemed that using it right now was still too much for him. The secret door behind the wall slowly opened, revealing a dark, bottomless passage. Zack lit a torch and quietly stepped down. Zack silently lamented. The reports didn't say it was this deep. The deeper he went, the colder and gloomier the air became. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the quiet space, startling him. He immediately used his fastest speed to hide behind a stone wall. He narrowed his eyes and observed. It should take at least another decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Could someone have found them first? However, the sight before him left Zack astounded. Dry bones in the dark corridor, skeletons moving mechanically, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Zack squinted to observe more closely. They were holding picks and shovels. Looking at how they operated, he quickly realized the anomaly. All right, it seems they weren't created by a lich.
He decisively stepped out of the shadows. If so, the system immediately responded. The critical hit skill had been activated. Zack dashed forward like a phantom. With 100% critical rate, what monster could withstand it? A loud explosion rang out as Zack's slash completely crushed the target in the blink of an eye. Zack swung the shovel forcefully. The burst of radiant purple energy crushed the heads of the dry skeletons in an instant. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. For defeating 2 dry skeletons, you have received 2 karma points. Zack exclaimed in surprise. Oh! Looking at the screen displaying the number of defeated dry skeletons as 2 and the current karma points as 22, he suddenly remembered. Ah, right, I can get points from killing monsters that I completely forgot about because I was focused on the treasure. Zack's eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous look. He lightly licked his lips, a bold idea popping into his head. Wait, isn't this a good opportunity to farm points? It would be a waste not to take it. Without hesitation, Zack dashed into the darkness, shouting excitedly, "I'm coming right now, my precious points."
In just a moment, the system notified him again. Because you defeated a dry bone, you have received 1 karma point. Dry bones defeated, 20. Jack stood among the pile of stark white bones, thinking it was so easy. Farming points like this, gamers watching would definitely nod and call it a sweet deal. He opened the status window to check all the parameters. Jack Raker, unique immortal class, with the current karma points reaching 40. Jack pondered and calculated, needing to look closer in case he found something to use his points to unlock. Beginner quest book was 45, and minimap was 20. He noticed that other high-level skills like Devour or Dragonkin skill level 2 all required up to 50 points, so he told himself that it seemed he could only buy the minimap for now. As soon as Jack touched the screen, the system announced that the minimap function had been activated. A blue 2D map appeared before his eyes, surprising him. Jack rubbed his chin, observed, and inwardly evaluated. It is similar to a magic map. Suddenly, he noticed an anomaly on the map and curiously touched it.
What is this? Immediately, the system responded. The minimap has been switched from 2D to 3D. A realistic three-dimensional space model of the entire area appeared brilliantly. Jack exclaimed in excitement, "Awesome! This is exactly what I wanted! With this, I can freely loot treasures." However, he quickly discovered a strange detail. But wait, why is that the only room with a different color? When Jack touched the red room, a notification appeared. Do you want to get directions to the selected location, one of the Dragon Slayer, the storage room? Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. The storage room that the search team took many days to find, yet I found its location so easily? He decisively pressed yes, and the system immediately responded. We will now provide the fastest route to your designated location. A brilliant blue light appeared right under Jack's feet, forming a guiding path through the deep darkness. Looking at the 3D map displaying the target location, Jack couldn't help but feel smug. Ha! Unbelievable. With this thing, how could I ever get lost?
He walked briskly, following the system's instructions, and quickly stopped in front of a giant stone door, exquisitely and majestically carved. The system immediately announced, "You have arrived at the designated location." Jack stood in silence, observing the massive structure in front of him, muttering to himself, "I guess I'm here, but how do I get inside this place?" He approached, reaching out to touch the cold surface of the door. It seemed that simply pushing wouldn't open it. As soon as Jack touched a protruding point, a flaming security magic circle appeared, knocking his hand away. Jack exclaimed in astonishment, "Security spell." He looked at his still smoking hand, analyzing inwardly. The reason the magic tower and the great mage Nirvana are connected must be because of this door. If it weren't for the glove, I would have become a fellow disciple of Yang Guo. Realizing he couldn't use normal physical strength or magic to break through, Jack looked up at the door and sighed. I won't be able to bypass the spell. He suddenly had an idea, and tentatively asked the system, "System, can't you open it for me?" Immediately, a blue screen appeared, responding, "We have received the administrator's request. Accordingly, we will connect to the security device." In an instant, the system continuously announced, "The security spell has been disabled. The activation of the automatic device was unsuccessful. We will now switch to activating the manual device." Witnessing the system's direct intervention in reality, Jack's eyes widened in horror. "What?" He stammered in shock. "Wait, are you responding to what I just said?" The system coldly replied, "Yes, I did. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Jack Draker?" Jack froze for a few seconds. This system is even smarter than AI. I can talk to it. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to uncover the mystery about himself, he immediately asked the most important question. If so, why force me to reincarnate? However, the only response he got was a soulless line of text. "I cannot answer the stated question." Jack was like, "Hello? I ask an important question and the system answers like a busy hotline, guys?" Not giving up, Jack continued to press. "What is this administrator system? Who created you?" The system firmly repeated, "I cannot answer the stated question. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Jack Draker?" Jack sighed in disappointment, giving up. "Damn it, I didn't get any answers to the important questions."
He clicked his tongue, giving a brief command. "Just open the door." The system immediately confirmed. "We have confirmed the administrator's request. The tomb of the Dragon Slayer, the storage room, has been opened." Right after that, a massive tremor shook the entire area. The stone doors weighing tons began to move, emitting whirring sounds and the ear-piercing screech of metal grinding against metal. Dust fell from the dungeon ceiling as the two doors slowly widened to reveal an immensely vast space inside. Zack walked in, his eyes widening in amazement at the sight before him. Everywhere in the storage room were towering shelves, piled high with radiant, golden-glowing treasures, weapons, and ancient books. Zack exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, all this! Imagine, guys, if I took this stash to livestream and sell, I'd probably be as rich as the server." Stepping further inside, Zack was stunned by countless large and small chests. Are they treasure chests? True to the name, this was a place containing priceless treasures and valuables. For a normal person, just finding a single treasure here would be a miracle. Zack burst into excited laughter as he threw a chest wide open. "Ha! So there are actually 100 of these things?" The brilliant golden light from the pile of gold, silver, and jewels inside dazzled his eyes. Zack started collecting. "I'll take this." He rummaged through the pile of antiques, tossing aside unnecessary items. "Oh, this one looks pretty good." He carefully put an item into the inventory. "I will give this to Fanon." Finally, Zack's eyes shone with a sinister gleam as he stopped in front of a special chest. Finally found it. Inside were glowing blue vials of high-level compressed spiritual energy stones.
He nodded in satisfaction. Having exactly 4 of them was even better, truly the aura of a main character. To store all these treasures, Jack immediately operated the system. "I will use 1 point to expand 4 more slots for the inventory." Looking at the remaining treasures, he secretly felt regretful. he still didn't have enough space to store everything. It seemed like he would have to come back frequently until he graduated. Jack sat down on a chest, swiped through the system screen one more time, and then stood up, ready to leave. Coming here today was probably enough. However, right as he was about to step out, a sudden chilling draft hit him, making Jack break into a cold sweat. A creepy screech echoed from deep within the darkness. Jack froze, his eyes starting around warily. What is this creepy feeling? Suddenly, bright red magic circles appeared, enveloping Jack's body with a suffocating pressure. A giant red pillar of light unexpectedly erupted, followed by an earth-shattering energy explosion. When the light faded, Jack realized he had been teleported to a completely unfamiliar space with massive ancient architectures. He looked around in astonishment and asked, "System, where is this?" Immediately, a notification panel popped up. The administrator is currently in the Dragonslayer Sanctuary. The Dragonslayer Sanctuary. The report didn't mention anything about a room full of chests. Jack looked in amazement at the vast space filled with ancient chests. He immediately activated the minimap to pinpoint his location. Just as expected, this place wasn't too far from his previous position, but there was absolutely no pathway leading to the sanctuary. Jack realized with excitement, if that was the case, then this must be an undiscovered location in his previous life. He couldn't let this slip by.
He rushed through the ruined remnants amidst the violent shaking of the dungeon. At the end of the dark corridor, a looming figure appeared, making Jack stop in his tracks. Immediately, the system notified, exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer has been detected. Jack approached and touched the cold metal, silently evaluating it. Exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer? It definitely doesn't look like the armors from the Golden Age that I know. Upon closer inspection, Jack noticed an anomaly. What is this? A hole to plug something in? A bold idea flashed in his mind. He pulled out the glowing spiritual energy battery and smiled. Could it be? But I can't just leave it like this, can I? Jack decisively plugged the battery into the slot. The system immediately responded. Spiritual energy battery has been installed into the exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer, activating the equipment. A burst of blue energy exploded, running along the magic circuits on the armor, causing the eyes of the helmet to glow fiercely. Jack waited excitedly, but the armor began to shake violently, accompanied by strange noises. He was dumbfounded. Huh? What's going on?
A deep blue energy explosion suddenly erupted, blowing everything away. The system notified urgently. The equipment malfunctioned due to overload. Activation failed. A small explosion is expected to follow. Please evacuate quickly. The dust and smoke gradually cleared, leaving a grime-covered and thoroughly unamused Jack. It had already exploded, and the system only left a blunt apology. Looking at the armor that was still smoking heavily, Jack pondered. So a high-level compressed spiritual energy stone is merely the power source for this armor? Just what kind of functions does it have to require such massive energy? He decided to save this question for Phantom later, then casually strolled further into the deep darkness of the dungeon. Might as well explore first. Jack casually walked through the dark tunnel. He realized the other rooms were completely empty, and this was already the final room. Stepping inside, Jack couldn't help but be surprised to see an entire massive room housing only a single glass display case. The moment he looked at the information displayed on the system screen, his eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "What?" Jack looked toward the statue of Turan Draker, beads of sweat rolling down his face, laughing while exclaiming in sheer disbelief, "He's truly insane." Immediately, the system rang out with a shocking notification. "You have discovered the legacy of Turan Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Jack muttered to himself in astonishment. Leaving behind the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy? That's unreal. Is this meant to be a flex? But right now, that feeling had become entirely different. A pitch-black plume of smoke began to envelop Jack's body, causing him to groan in pain. The system continuously warned. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. Jack seemingly lost his consciousness, his eyes going pitch black. A deep, raspy voice echoed with murderous intent. "All right, I hear you. It seems there is no other choice. Fine, I will slaughter them all."
Just at the moment his mind was about to be swallowed up, the system immediately intervened, activating the indomitable mental defense skill. A flash of blue light erupted, pushing back the darkness in Zek's eyes. He jolted awake, panting in sheer terror. Kill them all. Why am I? Zek clutched his head, trying to shake off the crazy thoughts from just now, but the black smoke continued to relentlessly surround him. Zek looked around in panic. What is this? What's going on? A giant energy vortex suddenly erupted, sweeping everything around into its glowing epicenter. Amidst the energy storm, an urgent quest appeared before Zek's eyes. Sudden quest, the trial of Turan Draker. Overcome the powerful curse engraved on Bahamut's heart. Quest reward, ownership of Turan's legacy. Zek stared at the glowing text with a tense expression. A ting sounded, signaling the official start of the life or death trial. The system immediately announced, activating indomitable mental defense skill. However, right after that, a desperate glowing red text appeared. Error, skill activation failed. Even the system was helpless against the curse level of this evil dragon.
The pitch-black streams of smoke, carrying the 1,000-year resentment of the evil dragon, began to flood into his brain, directly attacking Zek's soul. The bone-piercing pain made Zek fall to his knees. In the dense fog of the curse, the glowing red eyes of Bahamut appeared, along with crazy, ghostly whispers pouring into his ears, cursing humanity. Zek seemed about to fade into the darkness, his eyes gradually losing focus, glowing with the bloodthirsty red light of a dragon.
However, amidst a mind besieged by countless distracting thoughts, Jack angrily roared, "Incessant rambling! How annoying!" He smirked arrogantly. "You call this freedom?" In the fury of his soul, Jack gritted his teeth and affirmed his own truth. "Freedom is something you must seize, you fool." As he finished speaking, a fierce will erupted. Crack, crack, cracks began to appear in the illusory space of the curse. A radiant red light exploded, tearing through the darkness enveloping him. Could this be the main character's aura? The system continuously sounded a barrage of notifications. "You have overcome the curse of the cursed heart of evil dragon Bahamut. Unexpected quest completed. Quest reward. Ownership of Tarakan's legacy has been acquired." Jack staggered to his feet, breathing heavily, and clicked his tongue in exhaustion. "Damn it, I almost died. I can't believe my skill failed to activate. This system is really garbage sometimes." Before he could rest, the light from the evil dragon's heart suddenly erupted violently. The system announced, "Activating class skills self-healing, activating class skill endless stamina, beginning to absorb the cursed heart of evil dragon Bahamut." Jack exclaimed in bewilderment as a giant pillar of light descended from above, piercing straight into his body. Jack was shocked to realize his dire situation. What is this? Pure, condensed spiritual energy is flying straight into me. He gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling under the suffocating pressure. But I don't have magic circuits to receive it. This vast amount of spiritual energy, with nowhere to go, is destroying my body. I have to do something. The blazing red spiritual energy tore through Jack's body like frantic lightning, causing him to scream in agony. On the boundary between life and death, Jack gritted his teeth and utilized all of his remaining ER to envelop the rampaging power. The system immediately announced the activation. Soul, body, ultimate art, seal. Jack focused all his strength, wrapping the spiritual energy in ER, and then sealed it in his inventory. Every blood vessel on his face grew taut, his eyes glowing brightly in a desperate attempt to compress the pitch-black energy sphere into his personal space. A shocking explosion erupted, blinding light covering the entire room, punctuated by red sparks. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Jack stumbled and collapsed to his knees, panting tiredly. "Phew, I'm alive now." He was stunned to realize that the evil dragon's giant heart had completely disappeared from the glass cage, leaving only an empty stone box. Jack thought to himself, the heart has vanished, so that pile of spiritual energy belongs to Bahamut.
Suddenly, he noticed a glowing red mark in the shape of a dragon's head clearly appearing right on his chest. Jack touched the mark in bewilderment, asking himself, "What is this? I'm a good boy. How did I end up getting tattooed?" Immediately, a ding sounded along with a shocking system notification. "You have absorbed the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut." Jack stood frozen, his eyes widening in astonishment at the fact that he had swallowed the power of the evil dragon Bahamut. The spiritual energy absorbed from the heart of the evil dragon Bahamut began to refine Jack's entire body. The system continuously notified him of earth-shattering changes as his physical constitution officially transformed into the heavenly bone physique. However, due to the immense power received, the system was forced to compress and seal up to 95% of the power to ensure his safety. At the same time, as the heir of Tarakan Draker, Jack gained access to the secure archive and activated the beginner-level quest set for a low-level administrator. Jack looked at the floating notifications and couldn't help but exclaim, "Heavenly Bone Physique, Tarakan Draker's Secure Archive, Tutorial, another pile of weird things as usual. It's really tempting, but I'll look at it later. For now, let's clear everything." But then he paused. Wait, hold on. Jack reached out to touch a brightly glowing, inviting icon, the corner of his lips curling up slightly. My ancestor is quite generous, becoming a millionaire overnight. Immediately, the system confirmed the request to unlock Tarakan Draker's second legacy. The ancient chest slowly opened, emitting an aura of pressure that made Jack freeze in amazement. This is? After cleaning up what was left in the dungeon, the scene returned to the Platinum Tower late at night. Jack told himself while rearranging the items in his room, "Looks like the cleanup is almost complete." He decided to spend more time taking a closer look at what he had just received.
The administrator's status window appeared in detail, showing the name Zek Draker with the unique immortal class, bearing the title of the one blessed by the ancient dragon and the heir of Tarakan Draker. Most notably was the Dragonkin Dominant's sovereignty, allowing him to summon and command the captured Dragonkin.
Besides, the heavenly bone physique helped optimize physical abilities, accelerate martial arts learning speed, and enhance ether conductivity. Even so, Zack was not truly satisfied. Just the description alone did not tell him much. He walked down the corridor while pondering deeply, what he had seen earlier still lingering in his mind. And just before that, he had caught a glimpse that there was not only Terrakin's second legacy, but also a system window related to Terrakin. Zack decisively commanded, "System, show me the notifications related to Terrakin again."
The system screen immediately responded. To access Terrakin's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Jack narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Terrakin's secure archive? The system required him to move to a synchronization point and asked whether he wanted to display the coordinates on the minimap. Jack was stunned when he looked at the marked location. What? So I have to go to the designated location to access it? He stared intently at the 3D map appearing before his eyes, where a magnificent structure was glowing brilliantly. Jack exclaimed in astonishment, "This is Valhalla." That was indeed Valhalla, the premier night training academy of the entire continent, the starting point for the most illustrious legends. Guys, the moment you hear Valhalla, you immediately understand that this is practically the Harvard of the nightly world in this universe. No one other than authorized individuals can even approach it, let alone enter it. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Going to Valhalla wasn't originally in his plans. However, if something like Terrakin's legacy truly existed there, it would be completely worth it for him to change all his plans. Jack gently touched the system screen, muttering to himself, "Looks like I have to stay in this cursed family a little longer." This means that from here on, Jack's plan starts to diverge, all because of the secret related to Terrakin. Immediately, a new notification panel appeared. Beginner Questbook has been activated. Beginner Questbook? The system began providing the first guidelines for the low-level administrator, explaining that after this tutorial, quests would become available to support Jack's growth, and completing them would yield worthy rewards. He nodded slightly. So I just accept the quest and then complete it. The structure is similar to an adventurer's guild or mercenary quests. But while Jack was still wondering, what is this tutorial? A notification sound rang out. Commencing tutorial for the low-level administrator. And you guys know what that means? The system's novice tutorial chain is about to begin. Before Jack could even gather his senses, a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted right under his feet.
Upon landing, Jack found himself standing in a strange space, the ground consisting of electronic grid lines floating in endless darkness. He looked around in bewilderment. What is this? Where is this? Did I teleport again like last time? But then he quickly realized the anomaly. No, this feeling is very different, as if the entire space has changed. Suddenly, a giant dark shadow appeared ahead. It was a ferocious orc with glowing red eyes, menacingly wielding a spiked mace. Jack exclaimed in astonishment. "Orc?" The system immediately displayed a tutorial quest. Defeat the appearing monster within 60 minutes by using at least 2 skills. The reward will be points and access to the system shop. Jack quickly grasped the situation. An orc suddenly appeared, and a corresponding quest was arranged. So this tutorial is about creating situations where I can actively use the system. The monster roared, and then swung its giant mace to attack. Jack smirked slightly. This should have been provided earlier. He dodged the orc's 1,000-pound smash at a hair's breadth, causing the ground to shake violently. The system continuously announced, activating high-speed movement, activating continuous slash. Jack turned into a blue phantom gliding at terrifying speed, unleashing continuous sword slashes that tore through the air, aiming straight at the monster's massive body. Jack dashed forward, the sword slashes touring through space, leaving the monster no time to react. He realized the shocking changes in his body. The two-handed sword felt as light as a feather. The system screen popped up a notification about the heavenly bone physique, which helps optimize physical abilities, increase martial arts learning speed, and the transmission intensity of ether. Jack stood proudly over the enemy's corpse, thinking to himself, so this is the effect of the heavenly bone physique. With this level, I can easily defeat a commander-tier enemy. As soon as the tutorial quest was completed, Jack was teleported back to his room. He looked around in bewilderment. Oh, I am back. So was it all just an illusion? The lingering feeling of the battle is still there, he exclaimed. The realism is no joke. The system continuously rewarded extra critical points, time, and unlocked the shop categories. Jack was extremely excited. I can buy items through the system? What is this? It's too convenient.
Before his eyes were a series of rare treasures, such as giant skin or strong giant's breath, things worth hundreds of gold. He tested the item selling function, but the training sword was rejected. For the elf dagger, the system only offered 4 points, making Zack click his tongue. 4 points for this dagger? That's an absurd price. I could earn at least 100 gold in an auction. But selling items seems to only apply to ancient artifacts. Selling items won't be useful unless I desperately need points. Ending a long, tiring day, Zack told himself, "Whew, what a tiring day. I will probably sleep for a long time tonight." The next morning, the scene shifted to the professor's research building at Draker Academy.
Professor Fannin was stunned when he saw the spiritual energy stone on the table. You actually managed to bring back a high-level compressed spiritual energy stone in just one day? How did you manage that? Zack calmly took a sip of tea. When Fannin asked when the operating device could be completed, Zack replied briefly, "It's already completed." Fannin silently admired, "You are truly extraordinary, and the fact that Zack brought this here is even more extraordinary." Zack glanced at the professor, thinking to himself, "How suspicious." Fannin explained that whenever a high-level compressed spiritual energy stone is discovered, major powers on the continent register ancient characters in the form of a serial number to manage ownership. He carefully examined the stone through the glass layer, and by checking the serial number, one could determine the time of excavation, location, and current owner. Zek smirked slightly because he knew a certain truth, but the thing I brought will never be registered in that book. It's my own entirely new discovery. Setting aside doubts about the stone's origin, Professor Fannin couldn't help but marvel at Zek's evaluation abilities and skills. After verifying the serial number, Fannin turned to ask Zek, "The serial number verification is done. Can we begin?" Zek smiled slightly, not forgetting to compliment the professor. "Ah, you know what, Professor? You are too talented for this place." Receiving his trust, Fannin decisively declared, "All right, I will activate it." Immediately, he utilized magic, and radiant blue magic circles began to appear on his arms and spread throughout the laboratory space. The energy flow from the high-level compressed spiritual energy stone began to be channeled into the system, causing the entire magical furnace to burst into a powerful deep blue light.
Witnessing the machine operating smoothly, Fannin could not hide his pride and excitement. Upon finishing, Fannin clapped his hands to signal and hurriedly left. "I must go teach now. Thank you, Professor." Deep down, Fannin was still in shock, mentally exclaiming, "I never imagined in my life that I would see a fully functional magical furnace. Truly thank you, sir." Jack, at this moment, was like, "You just go teach. Leave the rest to me." Jack led Gonli and Hanbeck into the forge where the magical furnace had just been activated. "You haven't forgotten the conditions we agreed upon, have you?" Gonlian immediately composed himself and answered confidently, "Of course, please make your request." Jack took out a luxurious wooden box and ordered, "Make me a sword with this." As soon as the box lid opened, Gonlian was stunned in amazement. "Sir, this is—" Before his eyes was a giant pure white fang radiating a suffocating pressure.
Ganlian screamed in sheer terror, "A dragon's fang! That was the hardest fang of Bahamut, the cursed evil dragon." Ganlian trembled as he touched the treasure, his mouth constantly exclaiming, "Wow, the size and condition, I have never seen anything like it." He looked up at Zek with eyes full of questions. "Where on earth did you find it?" Zek looked at the second legacy of Terrakin Draker and calmly replied, "That's it, from the heart to the teeth. It feels like tomb raiding." Seeing the blacksmith's curious expression, he just slightly curled his lips. "It's very complicated to explain." Witnessing Zek's kindness and absolute trust, Ganlian couldn't hold back his tears of happiness. He knelt down, sobbing, "You didn't just make me a magical furnace, but also gave me the opportunity to forge a dragon's fang. I will definitely repay your trust." Right after that, a burst of enthusiasm burning like fire enveloped Ganlian. He stood up abruptly, roaring with determination. "I, Ganlian Hanback, will risk my life for your sword." That oath of honor echoed throughout the forge, exactly like the promise of his ancestors in the past. Seeing the exaggerated enthusiasm from the blacksmith, Zach could only sweat drop, thinking to himself, "That kind of talk is stressful. At least keep your life to use it." Looking at Gamely and sniffling from emotion, Zach secretly evaluated, "He is really weird." He slightly curled his lips into a satisfied smile and firmly declared, "All right, I will trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you will make." With that said, Zach slowly walked out of the Breath of Fafnir forge, leaving Gamelian still somewhat dazed. He slightly turned his head back, dropping a message full of expectations. "I'm really looking forward to it." Behind him, the renowned blacksmith immediately got to work, his eyes burning with determination amidst the sparks flying from the anvil.
A week later at the Platinum Tower, in Zek's luxurious bedroom, he was organizing his belongings while sighing tiredly. Making a sword really drains a lot of energy. Hopefully the result will be worth it. Zek sat deep in thought on the bed, recalling what had happened. It had been a week since he received the message, telling him to return after the bet with Duke ended. He stared at the piece of paper with scribbled handwriting, calculating inwardly. It's about time something happened. Suddenly, a chilling aura ran down his spine, causing Zek to shudder in cold. Right behind his back, a mysterious dark figure with a fluttering cloak suddenly appeared amidst a faint blue smoke. Zek jumped in surprise and turned around, beads of sweat streaming down his face filled with astonishment. A deep voice rang out full of reproach. "Why didn't you come this time, kid?" The one who just appeared was none other than the gardener, Duke. Zek froze. Duke emitted a suffocating glowing red pressure, his voice growling a command. "Answer honestly." Faced with that terrifying pressure, Zek couldn't help but tremble, screaming in his head, "He looks like he wants to kill me." Trying to hold on to his last bit of calm, Zek stammered to explain. "Well, you said to come back if I wanted to challenge. Naturally, since I have no intention of doing that, I didn't come."
This somewhat evasive answer seemed to have touched Dexter's limit. He rushed forward as fast as the wind, grabbed Jack's collar tightly, and pinned him hard onto the bed. His eyes glowed dangerously. "I told you to be honest." Jack could only exclaim in shock, "What?" Jack was stunned when he found himself thrown off the balcony of the high-rise building. Free falling in midair, he only had time to cry out in horror, "Ah, it's too high! At this altitude, I'll die immediately without a chance for self-healing. Is the game going to end right here?" Luckily, Jack managed to reach out and firmly grasp the railing. A dry, clacking sound echoed as he temporarily kept his life. However, before he could even gather his wits, a hand tightly gripped his shoulder, accompanied by a voice full of pressure. "You don't want to challenge me again." It was the old man Dexter standing tall behind him, growling sarcastically. "I didn't think you were clueless enough not to understand what I meant. Anyway, it's the other way around. You didn't come after losing, not even to the infirmary, almost as if you were deliberately trying to provoke me." Looking down from the dizzying height of Platinum Tower, Jack sweated profusely and muttered to himself, "What?" He knew, but still played along. See, guys, this old man looks ordinary, but his psychological warfare is intensely tight. Dexter didn't give him time to think. He squeezed Jack's neck and issued an ultimatum. "I'll give you 5 seconds. This time, answer honestly." 5. Dexter started counting down. Jack, despite being restrained and having blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, still smiled defiantly. How absurd. 4. Dexter's hand tightened its grip on his collar. 3. Jack calmly looked straight into the opponent's eyes, dropping words that shattered the charade. "You haven't even revealed your true identity." See, guys, Jack just turned on his exposing mode. 2. Jack smirked slightly. "Am I wrong, Dexter the gardener?"
Both looked at each other with eerie smiles. Zek was thrown through the glass window by a terrifying surge of power, flying straight into the room. He slammed hard into the wall, rubble crumbling and falling around him, only having time to groan in pain. "Ouch! Oh!" Dexter casually walked into the middle of the ruins. He coldly admitted, "Fine, you're right, kid. I used to be a black-tier knight of the Draker family." He approached and placed his hand on Zek's head. Zek weakly repeated in doubt, "Used to?" The old man narrowed his eyes, resoundingly declaring his true identity. "I am Duke Draker." Zek immediately knelt on one knee, doing a 180-degree turn to respectfully say, "Respected elder of the family and former member of the Black Tier Knight Order." He bowed his head very low, his voice full of remorse. "I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I have shown as a knight." This rapid change in attitude left Duke stunned. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously at the kid's feigned innocent expression. What's with that "I knew it all along" look? Zek could only give a wry smile in response. "Not at all, sir." As Duke strolled through the grand hall, Zek curiously asked, "But Duke, what do you mean when you said you used to be a black tier knight?" Duke stopped and calmly explained, "It's simple. I was a black tier before, but now I am a red tier." This answer left Zek dumbfounded. How is that even possible? He analyzed it according to normal logic. A knight's tier could increase, but the idea of it dropping was unheard of. Suddenly, Duke growled, interrupting, "Kid?" He stood with his back turned, the atmosphere instantly becoming solemn and heavy. "Let's not talk about that anymore." Zek astutely noticed that Duke's hand was trembling violently, a sign showing that he was enduring some kind of pain or psychological trauma, which is why he hid his skills and lived a chill life of self-healing. He bowed his head slightly. "Understood." Zek placed his hand on his chest, his eyes becoming resolute. "Since you have been honest with me, Duke, I will be honest in return."
So, from the very beginning, you guessed my identity and deliberately provoked me to become an official disciple. Zek sat calmly cross-legged on the floor, firmly admitting, "Yes, exactly." Duke stroked his chin, a faint, amused smile on his lips. "You've got quite the nerve." He decisively clapped his hands loudly. "All right, I will take you in as my disciple." You see, guys, our main character is the type who has to boast a little to get the master's attention when wanting to become an apprentice. Faced with the old man's sudden enthusiasm, Zek just asked back blankly, "Huh? Is that it?" Wasting no more time, Zek immediately knelt down to perform the ancient master-apprentice ceremony. "I, Zek Draker, offer the disciple's oath to the great Duke Draker, the knight among knights. I swear to follow my master's teachings with dedication, cultivate the virtues of learning, and strive to preserve and elevate my master's honor." Duke couldn't help but be surprised by this thorough preparation. "Oh, you even know the disciple's oath. That is rarely used nowadays." Zek smiled confidently in reply. "Cultural knowledge is a virtue of a knight, isn't it?" Duke silently cursed in his head. Sly brat. But Zek casually took it as a compliment. Right after that, his face suddenly turned unusually serious. "But master, may I ask a question?" Duke looked at him, thinking to himself, "Calling me master so quickly, huh? Then ask away." With his master's permission, Zek did not hesitate to raise his long-standing doubt.
What did you find attractive about me that made you decide to take me as a disciple? Is it because I am handsome, talented, or rich? Zek knew well that Duke was famous for never taking in disciples. Even a genius of the century like Andre had to spend years begging to become his only disciple. So why did he accept him so easily? In his mind, Zek silently made a guess. He must have seen my potential during the bet, something far beyond Andre's talent. He clearly has a good eye.
So he confidently asked, "Why do you think that is?" Duke smirked with amusement. "Take a guess, disciple." Zek, without any modesty, boldly affirmed, "Of course, because I am an absolute prodigy." The arrogant answer made Duke unable to hold back his laughter. This kid is too full of himself. Whew, haha. If that were the reason, I would have already accepted Raina as my disciple. Seeing Zek's deflated expression, he then became serious again. "Because you have determination." Duke explained in a low voice that not everyone called a prodigy can reach the level of a red-tier knight or black-tier knight. Those who grow up without facing hardships will easily collapse before the smallest challenge. Zek silently agreed. He was right. In his memories, many prodigies who were expected to at least reach the red-tier level ended up stuck at the purple tier or blue tier. The image of knights falling on the battlefield was the clearest proof of this teaching. Enough chatting. Duke stood up, interrupting his disciple's train of thought. "Follow me. The first lesson begins right now." Zek excitedly replied, "Yes, master." The two moved to the west greenhouse of the training ground. Zek couldn't help but be amazed when he stepped into a massive arena hidden underneath. Who would have thought there was such a place under the greenhouse? He curiously wondered what he was going to make him do, but the first lesson was unbelievably simple. The master told him to run. And so Zek ran headlong for 3 straight hours. This was tough for him, guys. Amidst the dripping sweat, Duke's shout rang out, "Stop." Zek stopped, panting, and asked, "So I can stop running now?" Duke casually replied, "Yes, but I want to ask this." Zek respectfully waited. "Yes, master, what do you want to know?" Duke slowly walked over, casually dropping a sentence. "Not much." At that very moment, a terrifying aura of pressure suddenly erupted from behind Zek's back.
Just as Jack finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed by as quick as a cut, and a dry smack echoed out. Jack was sent flying, crashing through the wooden door and rolling on the ground in shock. He struggled to get up, blurting out in astonishment, "Huh?" Master Duke was already standing right behind him at some point. Checking your energy doesn't seem to be easy, does it? Jack broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, all right, something was off from the very beginning. He recalled all the times he had intentionally avoided inspections at the infirmary, during the talent test, or at the greenhouse, and just now after 500 laps around the training ground. "I can't feel any aura from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you avoided it. Kid, don't try to tell me you can't use aura." The question struck like a bolt of lightning, freezing Jack in his tracks. The atmosphere in the middle of the training ground became suffocatingly silent. Duke strolled leisurely, his eyes never leaving his student. The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? An unprecedented golden light caused an uproar and brought you here. He stepped closer, smirking with a hidden meaning. "Then why did you stop me from checking your pulse?" "It's curiosity, not suspicion." Duke pondered. "A Draker who cannot use aura is a serious situation. You would be called a cripple." Jack remained silent, his mind calculating rapidly. Luckily for him, the person he was dealing with was Duke. If he had encountered those strict elders, he would probably be on the online altar by now, guys. Once he had Graham, he would no longer be suspected of lacking aura. Until then, he had to be cautious and on guard. He told himself there was no need to tell long-winded lies like in his previous life, when he was the family's first failed awakener. "You are right, master." He lightly touched his gloves, and the system immediately announced, "Skill Spiritual Energy Reversal activated." A radiant purple electrical current erupted from Jack's hands.
I even have the ability to affect spiritual energy, a milestone of true blood. Yet for some reason, I cannot use aura. Seeing Duke's contemplative look, Zeke secretly calculated. Knowing this truth would be the perfect shield to hide the secret of his system. Zeke started acting, bowing his head in remorse. "I apologize for earlier. I was terrified because if it were revealed that a Draker couldn't use aura, I would be expelled." Fake tears began to fall on his pitiful face, as Zeke appeared extremely weak to gain his master's trust. He softly asked, "So what do you think?" Master Duke looked at the kid in front of him, unable to help but sigh inwardly that kids his age were still just playing marbles. But he still couldn't stop wondering why he couldn't feel any aura, despite the fact that the boy had awakened after the blessing ceremony. Zeke knew very well that even if Duke checked his pulse, he couldn't be certain of anything, because the blessing ceremony was of paramount importance to the Draker family, and its results were indisputable.
Just as Jack predicted, Duke began to find a reason to explain this absurd truth. He muttered in a deep voice, "A mutant genius." Jack secretly felt triumphant. This was exactly the direction he wanted. If his master didn't understand the concept of a class, concluding that he was a mutant was completely reasonable. Jack pretended to be innocent and asked,
What is a mutant, Master? Duke looked at the weapons hanging on the wall and explained. It refers to people with abnormal abilities. For example, someone who uses both aura and spiritual energy, or someone of the future, things that defy common sense. He warned sternly. Because of that, mutants are often treated poorly. Don't go around blabbering that you might be a mutant. Jack curiously asked further, Then why do you think I am a mutant, Master? Duke walked and analyzed. Your abnormal stamina and self-healing. No matter how light it is, internal injuries need time to heal, but you recovered instantly. I'm certain a massive amount of energy was consumed. What do you think that energy is? Jack interjected. Aura? Duke nodded in confirmation. Exactly. My hypothesis is that any aura you create is immediately consumed by your stamina and self-healing, leaving no trace for you to feel. Jack thought to himself, Oh, that sounds pretty convincing. He looked up at his master, asking worriedly, Does that mean I will never be able to use aura, Master? Duke laughed heartily at his disciple's worry. Haha, don't worry. My hurricane technique doesn't require aura. It is a special technique.
He explained that special techniques are unique skills developed by high-level knights. Normally, they would involve the application or enhancement of Dragon Slayer techniques, which require aura, but his hurricane technique relies entirely on physical training. Duke stood up, commanding with majesty. I will demonstrate. Observe carefully. Instantly, he dashed forward like the Flash. Jack sat on the floor, his eyes widening in amazement as he saw his master's figure turn into a chain of magical afterimages. Is this Lingbo Weibo? After finishing the demonstration, Duke stood tall and asked, Did you see that? Jack thoughtfully observed the remaining footprints on the floor and realized the secret. I just need to follow your footsteps, right? Duke was extremely impressed by his student's vision. Well, if that's all you think, then I don't need to explain further. You've seen enough. Duke laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, your confidence matches that of a black-tier knight. He stomped hard on the floor, dashing off to exactly simulate his master's footwork. In Jack's mind, by following Duke's footsteps, previously unseen pathways appeared clearly. He realized that every step had a purpose, whether to attack, dodge, close the distance, or create space. Not a single step was wasted. Truly a hidden master. Witnessing Jack's perfect recreation, Duke froze. Unbelievable. It had only been a week. He had that talent too, but this level? He couldn't help but shudder when he saw Jack moving as fast as a real hurricane, his mind screaming a question. What on earth happened in just 1 week? Did he actually turn on a hack? Jack finished the footwork with a sharp, determined look in his eyes. The spacing of Jack's footsteps was now somewhat different, leaving even a legend like Duke stunned. In his mind, the image of a peerless prodigy appeared, and Duke couldn't help but exclaim, Absolutely perfect. He looked at his disciple with eyes full of admiration. You truly deserve the confidence of a black-tier knight level, huh? In response to that praise, Zack simply and nonchalantly brushed the dust off his shoulder with a highly arrogant expression. That shoulder-brushing posture seemed to say, Yeah, I'm really that good. This action made Duke scream furiously in his head. If only he could get rid of that unlikable trait. He couldn't believe that this brat was crying just a minute ago, and now he was already acting so smug. Duke rushed forward, tightly grabbing and kneading Zack's cheeks, causing the kid to struggle and blurt out, You aren't planning to go around showing off about me, are you? Duke replied sulkily, That depends entirely on your attitude, you insolent disciple. Zack could only remain silent, wondering to himself how a former black-tier knight could be so indiscreet. A month passed since Zack began training under Duke's guidance. At the Academy's dining hall, Zack was devouring his massive portion of food. He noticed that his food intake kept increasing along with the training intensity. While engrossed in a sandwich, Zack suddenly paused when he noticed someone's presence. Andre Dracker stood towering next to the dining table, speaking coldly. Can you spare some time, Zack Dracker? Zack continued chewing nonchalantly and replied indifferently. Andre, if it's here, then fine, because I'm very busy. Andre suppressed his anger, sat down and got straight to the point. Fine then, how did you convince Dexter? Zack secretly mocked Andre's panic upon seeing him become Duke's disciple. He ate while nonchalantly replying. Convincing him wasn't even necessary. Dexter chose me himself. The arrogant answer made Andre's face turn purple. He gritted his teeth maliciously. In the end, it's all just because you are true blood. A dry clack echoed as Zack slammed his fork hard onto the table. He looked straight into Andre's eyes and asked back, What was that? Is your inferiority complex really that severe?
Even if he was initially attracted by lineage, do you think someone like Dexter would take a disciple for such a simple reason? Jack hardened his face, firmly declaring, The reason I could become his disciple, setting aside his interest, is thanks to my talent. So instead of wasting time venting your jealousy to boost your inferiority complex, why don't you make an effort to become someone worthy of being chosen? A cold question echoed in the subconscious, piercing deeply into the mind of the one kneeling at his feet with resignation.
At the western greenhouse of the training ground, the sound of rushing footsteps shattered the quiet atmosphere of the early morning. Jack stood next to Master Duke, looking towards the vast arena, and wondered, "What is this about, Master?" In response to his astonishment, Duke could only cross his arms and sigh. "I am wondering the exact same thing. I don't know what is wrong with that brat." In the distance, Andre was staggering, his body trembling from exhaustion, but his legs never stopped moving. Duke recounted the incident with a completely fed-up expression. He begged to stay close, even offering to be an attendant if necessary. I told him to run 300 laps without using aura if he wanted to stay, and now he is doing exactly that. Jack repeated in stunned disbelief. 300 laps without aura? Duke clicked his tongue in frustration. That guy is an absolute madman. Have you guys imagined running 300 laps yet? Just hearing it makes me want to drop out of school. Looking at Andre's silhouette, exhausted to the point of bloodshot eyes and broken breaths, Jack silently reevaluated his opponent. I thought he was just an arrogant person, but it seems he has that determination too. At the same time, the atmosphere at the academy suddenly became extremely tense. Shouts echoed from above. "You idiot, did you forget what day it is today? The patriarch is coming to visit today." The rushing sound of horse hooves blending with the sound of wheels grinding on the road signaled the appearance of a luxurious convoy bearing the symbol of a sword and dragon wings of the Draker family. A soldier hurriedly shouted to announce, "The patriarch of the family is arriving. Everyone, please prepare." The guards immediately stood at attention, responding in unison. "Yes, Principal." The carriage stopped. A man with silver hair and an imposing aura stepped down, his voice deep and low. "It has been a long time, Howard." Howard immediately bowed respectfully, not daring to lift his head. "I offer my respectful greetings to the master of the Draker family."
Thousands of soldiers formed a majestic array, shouting in unison and shaking the sky. "We respectfully greet the master of the Draker family." At exactly 12 noon, the hands of the clock ticked slightly, and the ringing bell resounded to signal that the momentous occasion had arrived. A powerful black-gloved hand reached out through the mysterious, blurry purple smoke. Arthur Draker stepped in front of Howard and calmly said, "You have been through a lot, I can imagine." Howard immediately bowed his head and respectfully replied, "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, my lord." Arthur looked at the principal with profound eyes. "I will continue to count on you." He is Arthur Draker, the patriarch of the Draker family, one of the 3 most illustrious dragon slayer families on the continent. Arthur patted Howard on the shoulder lightly and softly ordered, "The sun is a bit harsh today. Let's go inside." The presence of the powerful patriarch made the surrounding crowd whisper in shock. That is the family patriarch. Standing in front of all the students, Arthur raised his hand to signal, the wind whistling through his fingers as he boldly declared, "Young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family." His eyes swept over the vast academy, his firm words pouring into the ears of the family's young seedlings. "Focus on your training, more and more. Your development is the development of Draker." Arthur's blazing yellow eyes exuded a suffocating, majestic pressure. Before the overwhelming aura of the patriarch, all the students shouted in unison with absolute loyalty, "We will keep this in mind." Arthur decisively turned around. "All right, let's go." He walked slowly amidst the reverence of his subordinates. Immediately after, in the solemn main hall, Arthur Draker, the honorary guardian of the Dragon Slayers, officially had a private meeting with Jack. Bowing his head to perform a highly standard greeting ritual. "I, Jack Draker, a member of this family, respectfully offer my respect and greetings."
Arthur laughed heartily at the solemnity of his youngest son. Even the people at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that anymore. He leisurely held his teacup, signaling, "Skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea. I brought something excellent. Hopefully it suits your taste." Looking at the delicate pastries on the table, Zek slightly raised his teacup, took a sip, and replied, "Thank you, father." However, he couldn't help but be amazed inwardly. Even his tea-drinking preferences had been reported back to the family. As if reading his son's mind, Arthur casually dropped a powerful sentence. There is a saying that even if the emperor might not know, there is nothing the Draker family doesn't know. He put the teacup down and got straight to the point. "The reason I called for you is because I heard an unexpected piece of news. Duke has accepted a disciple." Zek paused for a moment, thinking to himself, straight to the point, no ambiguity. He calmly answered, "Sir Duke simply showed his generosity towards me." Arthur smirked slightly. "Is that so? If you say so, then it seems that's how it is." His eyes suddenly turned sharp and full of expectation as he looked at Zek's reflection in the teacup.
I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings, you will become the strongest person on the continent, stronger than anyone, so that you can live more freely than anyone else. A dry clinking sound echoed as Zek slammed the teacup down on the table. He looked straight at the powerful family head without flinching. That is exactly my goal.
Arthur looked straight into Jack's eyes, and the pressure suddenly skyrocketed. So that includes surpassing me, right? Instantly, a deep blue aura exploded, engulfing the entire room. Jack was so overwhelmed that he gasped for air, sweating profusely. He was shocked to realize the transformation of the surrounding space. Could this be? A giant blue pillar of light erupted. Arthur officially activated his ultimate technique, Celestial Sword. Within this range, the power of life and death over all existences would be completely controlled. This is what you call a real aura, right? Jack gritted his teeth, resisting the crushing pressure. He fully understood that this was the pinnacle of aura manipulation, the kind of power that only true black-tier knights could touch. However, instead of being afraid, Jack smirked proudly and replied, "Of course." Witnessing his son's bravery, Arthur smiled softly in satisfaction. He leisurely took a sip of tea amidst the surging wave of energy. Of all the things I've heard recently, this is the most interesting. Jack looked at the man in front of him, secretly marveling in awe. This is the current head of the Draker family, a true black-tier knight. I thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is completely different. Anyway, with such a strong backing, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone. Arthur put down his teacup, took out a small object, and pushed it toward Jack. I came to visit the academy to encourage you, but now that I see you, just encouragement is not enough. He continued, think of it as a gift for becoming Duke's disciple. Jack was stunned when he saw the item on the table. This is a black card? He stammered in shock. Are you giving this to me, father? Arthur calmly replied, looking at your reaction, it seems you know what it is. Jack tremblingly took the legendary card. Shocking information flashed through his mind. A card only issued to a very few VIPs. It is known to bring tremendous benefits and has no spending limit. He didn't expect to see this legendary card with his own eyes. Imagine, guys, it's the kind of card you can swipe for any amount. The true definition of spending without looking at the price tag.
Arthur slowly pushed the black card toward his son and said, I will add you as a co-user. Feel free to use it. Zek immediately stood up, bowed respectfully, and replied, Thank you, father. I will definitely use it wisely. Despite appearing grateful on the outside, deep down, Zek was extremely vigilant. He stared at the card, silently evaluating. The words are considerate, but the intention is too clear. Zek fully understood that this card was a double-edged sword. Because the card would record information, it meant it would be easier to track his actions. However, he also noticed a weakness in this move by his father. Even so, the fact that he used a superficial method instead of forceful coercion meant that he was not paying too much attention to him yet. Arthur curled his lips into a meaningful smile. He didn't want to waste any more time on the son whom he believed would dominate the world. He waved his hand to signal, You may leave now. Zek bowed one last time, understood, and quietly turned around to walk out of the room.
Jack's footsteps gradually faded away, leaving Arthur alone in the quiet room. He let out a soft sigh, seemingly shedding his mask of authority. At that moment, a figure stepped out from a dark corner, throwing out a sarcastic remark. What an annoying guy. The person who just appeared was none other than Duke, the alcoholic gardener, who was also Jack's master. Duke looked at Arthur with eyes full of contempt. He was neglected in the cradle, and yet now you are playing the role of a caring father? Arthur was not at all surprised by Duke's presence. He calmly replied, As the patriarch, I have no choice. You know that. His eyes looked sharply at his old friend, and those words of yours just now are slandering the patriarch. Duke was not afraid at all. He plopped down on the chair, challenging. Fine then, arrest me. Arthur smiled slightly, and the tense atmosphere suddenly dissipated. He brought out a bottle of precious wine and said, This is why you are the only one I can comfortably chat with. Let's talk while we drink. Upon seeing the bottle's label, Duke's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Dragon's breath, and a red one at that. See, you finally have good taste. Once you're addicted, there's no turning back. Arthur slowly poured the wine into the glasses, then abruptly shifted his tone to a serious one. You've heard about the strange situation on the continent, haven't you? Duke took a sip of wine and calmly replied, I'm holed up in the academy. How would I know? Arthur smirked slightly. You already knew. Then why bother asking, you old fox?
He revealed shocking information. The Emperor, obsessed with immortality, was searching across the entire continent like a madman. Hearing this, Duke's face also hardened. He asked, Right, do you think it's possible? Duke firmly shook his head and affirmed, "Of course not. Eternal youth might be achievable through magic, but immortality is absolutely impossible." However, he suddenly lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. But what if? What if it's related to an ancient dragon artifact? Arthur's dangling question left Duke stunned. He widened his eyes in astonishment and blurted out, "What?" The voice he heard in his head before he died, and the system message he saw right after his reincarnation. Now everything made sense. He had stolen the artifact the Emperor coveted, causing him to even send hounds to hunt him down to the end. At that time, he didn't care what it was, but now he had found a clue. The administrator system that sent him back in time was a function of the ancient dragon artifact. But who exactly created it, and why? Zek leaned against the wall, letting out an exhausted sigh. In the end, he had dozens of new unanswered questions. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Duke exclaimed cheerfully, "That's great. I will take action right away, Arthur." Arthur nodded slightly. "I'm counting on you." Duke's footsteps faded down the quiet corridor. Arthur stood silently in front of the large door, his glowing golden eyes reflecting a deep, thoughtful look. He remained silent for a long time before decisively pushing the door open and stepping inside. Inside the room, Zek was intently examining the artifact, inwardly analyzing. If this is indeed the artifact the Emperor is looking for, then what does reincarnation have to do with eternal life? Clearly, that was still an unanswered question. Suddenly, in the quiet training room, he snapped, "Didn't I say not to disturb me in the training room, Decker?" Decker bowed respectfully and explained, "Please forgive me, young master. A classmate came looking for you. Shall I tell them to leave?" The butler's words left Zek stunned. He wondered inwardly, "Classmate? Do I have any friends at the academy?" A name suddenly flashed in his mind. Was it Raina? Zek sighed softly and agreed. "All right."
He slowly walked out of the training room, his heart full of doubt. Of all people, it was Liam Stone. "Why would I be your friend?" Right in front of Jack's eyes, Liam was kneeling on the ground with a desperate expression. He shouted, "Please, please take me in." Witnessing the scene, Jack could only sigh in frustration, secretly regretting that he should have left back then. He asked back with suspicion, "Take you in? You mean as a subordinate?" Liam didn't hesitate at all, bowing his head to the ground and loudly vowing, "Yes, master, I swear my loyalty to you." Mentioning the person behind Liam previously, Jack asked, "Then what about Jakin?" Liam's hands gripped the ground so tightly they bled, and he growled decisively, "I have abandoned him." Liam's eyes flared with determination mixed with despair as he screamed, "I need to get into Valhalla." Jack looked at the person kneeling at his feet, thinking to himself, "Even in my past life, why is he so obsessed with Valhalla?" Liam continued to plead earnestly, "Please, please take me in." Jack looked down coldly and asked bluntly, "Are you stupid? You should have chosen Zmen or Turan." Liam lowered his head and replied with a trembling voice, "I don't have family backing." Jack turned to walk away, dropping harsh words, "Which means I am useless in helping you get into Valhalla." He stopped, turned around, and challenged, "And why should I trust you? Frankly speaking, you could be a spy sent by Jakin." Liam trembled, his whole body shaking under the pressure. Suddenly, he reached behind his back and decisively pulled a dagger from its sheath. Liam looked up at Jack with eyes blazing with madness and extreme determination. He roared, "Of course you doubt me, I will prove it in every way possible." Then, without hesitation, Liam swung the knife and cut off one of his own ears. Looking straight at Jack, he declared, "If you ask me to shut up, I will cut it." This guy is playing too hardcore. Liam growled with determination, "If you ask me to commit suicide, I will cut my Achilles heel. I will entrust my life to you, master." Faced with such extreme loyalty, Jack just quietly observed with his cold purple eyes. He dropped bitter words, "Your trash life has no value, but I will accept your ear in its place."
Deep within Liam's mind, memories of his childhood desire for power resurfaced. "I want to become stronger than anyone else. Please teach me, master." Returning to reality, Liam kowtowed and pleaded in despair, "I beg of you." Jack didn't say a word. He decisively swung his arm and threw the sword forward with force. The sword spun in the air before stabbing firmly into the ground right in front of Liam. Jack coldly declared, "One move. If you can withstand just one move from me, I will accept you." Hearing the only chance to change his life, he immediately showed determination. "Thank you, sir." Jack strolled over and asked again to confirm the opponent's condition. "You've been treated, right?" Liam immediately and confidently replied, "Yes, I have." Liam braced himself, secretly thinking, "I actually thought withstanding one move wouldn't be too hard. After all, I am a user of the Draker aura." However, the moment Jack released his pressure, Liam instantly became completely terrified. But is this really someone my age? Looks like I won't be coming home this spring. The nightmare began when a giant, radiant, golden dragon eye full of power appeared in Liam's mind, suffocating all his will to resist. He fell to his knees, his chest heaving violently, struggling just to breathe. Not giving the opponent time to recover, Jack dashed forward like a purple flash of lightning. Liam only had time to raise his sword in a desperate, futile defense.
A deafening clash echoed throughout the training room as two forces of power collided fiercely, sending sparks flying everywhere. The terrifying speed and force of Jack's sword swing sent the sword in Liam's hand flying out of control. The weapon spun wildly in the air before plunging into the ground with a dull thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jack stood tall, his cold, purple eyes looking down at the trembling and heavily injured figure at his feet. He smirked slightly, dropping a sarcastic question. "So is that all you've got?" Looking at Liam's terrified and helpless state, Jack coldly delivered his final verdict. How pathetic. "But if it's Valhalla, it's best to give up," Jack coldly advised, seeing Liam still kneeling on the ground. Liam screamed in despair. "Lord Jack!" Jack silently assessed the situation. The fact that Liam was abandoned by Jaken was probably true. If he wasn't Jaken's subordinate, someone with a lowly background like him wouldn't have been able to step in here. Jack bitterly recalled that even someone with an orthodox background like himself had once been expelled. So it was no surprise that Liam was being expelled right now. It was completely understandable for him to be so anxious. Looking at Liam's trembling back, Jack wondered if it was worth it for him to cling on this desperately. In his memories of his past life, Liam had been expelled and his Knight Legion had collapsed, but he still rose to become a red-tier knight and earned the title of Mercenary King. Liam kept begging in tears, "Please, please give me one more chance, Lord Jack." Seeing that determination, Jack realized that he had absolutely no intention of giving up. Jack finally compromised. "All right, I will give you one more chance, but on one condition." Jack stood tall, radiating a suffocating pressure, and growled out cruel trials. "If I wanted you to become mute, you would cut off your tongue. If I wanted you to become a cripple, you would chop off your leg, right?" He stepped closer, placed his hand on Liam's shoulder, and delivered the final, icy verdict. "Then cut off your right arm. This guy is really wicked." Liam was stunned, his face turning pale with horror at Jack's cruel demand. What's wrong? Any regrets? Jack knew full well that this was a demand forcing Liam to throw away his entire life as a swordsman, something a normal person would definitely never accept.
He calmly turned his back, picking up his sword while coldly stating, "I still have countless training exercises to do. If you can't do it, then get out of here." Liam just silently bowed his head, darkness enveloping his face. Jack thought to himself, even though I don't know why Liam is so desperate, don't be discouraged, because even if you can't reach Valhalla, you can still achieve the red tier realm. Suddenly, Liam didn't give up. He grabbed the sword with eyes blazing with absolute madness. Jack gritted his teeth. This madman. Liam rushed forward like a wild beast, unleashing a lightning strike from above. A deafening clang echoed. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying everywhere. Liam continuously attacked frantically, his sword strikes tearing through the air, creating a series of powerful shockwaves that shook the entire training room.
Liam stood panting exhaustedly, his heavy breath misting in the air. Zek thought this guy must be high on something. What a madman. What if I changed my mind, swinging your sword before anything else? Facing Zek's sarcasm, Liam lowered his head, his voice trembling but full of determination. That is because there is something even more precious than my arm that I cannot lose. He would rather risk his life fighting than cripple the hands of a swordsman himself. Zek watched in silence, his eyes becoming sharper and more stern than ever. Zek issued a firm warning. If you do stupid things like that again, no matter how loyal you are, I will kick you out. Remember that. After speaking, Zek decisively turned his back and walked away. Liam froze for a few seconds, his eyes wide with astonishment. Upon realizing Zek's true intentions, he was moved to tears of joy, stammering, "Lord Zek, does that mean—" Zek continued to stroll along, casually urging, "Hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one arm, what would others think of me?" Liam brightened up, shouting with excitement, "Yes, I understand, Lord Zek." The scene shifted to a luxurious dining room in the academy. Liam sat opposite Zek. He gently touched the carefully bandaged wound on his arm and asked timidly, "Can I really use such good medicine?" Zek unhurriedly took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "This is an investment in your value. Besides, I have no shortage of money." A dry clack echoed as Zek slammed his teacup onto the table. Resting his chin on his hand, his sharp purple eyes stared straight at Liam, getting straight to the question he had always wondered about. "So what exactly is it?" Reaching this part, I'm also super eager to know, guys. Looks like the drama is about to explode. Zek looked straight into Liam's eyes, waiting for an honest answer.
Liam fell silent for a long while before softly uttering, "The thing that is more important than my right arm in my life is my mother." He bitterly began to recount his family tragedy. Just a few days after being abandoned by Jaken, Liam received news that his mother had collapsed from a high fever. Although the fever quickly subsided, the real nightmare had only just begun.
Strange red spots resembling roses suddenly appeared on her body, and her health deteriorated severely day by day. The village doctors were all helpless because they didn't even know what disease it was. Jack listened and asked to confirm. "So that's why you want to go to Valhalla?" Liam nodded, firmly affirming, "That's right, because the medical benefits for students and their families at Valhalla are the best on this continent." While Liam was engrossed in his explanation, Jack quietly picked up a pen and wrote down all the symptoms on a piece of paper: rose-like red spots, periodic high fever, and rose-shaped red spots all over the body. This was because he realized these were the symptoms of the disease that would engulf the Central Land in the next 5 years, the rose disease. With its terrifying infection rate and extremely high mortality rate, this disease had claimed the lives of countless people in his previous life. Images of victims with rose-colored glowing eyes and ulcerated bodies appeared clearly in Jack's mind. However, he also knew an important secret. A timely cure had been successfully developed to extinguish this pandemic.
Jack casually pushed a piece of paper toward Liam and said, "This is the method to make the cure for the illness your mother is suffering from. This is not too difficult, so even the village doctor can easily prepare it." Liam held the paper in shock, his hands trembling in disbelief. He stammered, choked with emotion. "Thank you, sir. How did you know the treatment for a disease that even the doctors don't know the name of?" Jack stayed silent, thinking to himself, "That's why I'm the main character." But in his mind, the memories of the genius alchemist brothers Anne and Jeff came back vividly. They were the ones who invented the cure to save the declining Central Land. However, the greedy Alchemy Association took advantage of desperate people's lives for profit. Upon learning this truth, the two brothers publicized the medicine's formula to the world, making it known even to mercenaries like Jack in his previous life, and it spread across the continent. Returning to reality, Jack gave a mysterious slight smirk and instructed, "Just say you know an alchemist." He took a leisurely sip of tea and continued, "So now you have the cure. You don't need to go to Valhalla or stay under my command anymore." Hearing this, Liam suddenly stood up abruptly, his voice firm. "No way!" He roared with determination. "I have sworn to dedicate my life to Lord Jack." Liam clenched his fists until they trembled, then unexpectedly dropped to his knees and loudly declared, "I swear to be loyal to my master for the rest of my life." Jack looked at the person kneeling at his feet, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. An oath of loyalty. Having the mercenary king from his previous life as a subordinate, this lackey is pretty solid. "If you fall behind, I will abandon you immediately, so follow me well." In response to his master's warning, Liam firmly replied, "Yes, I understand, master." Have you guys heard this? Totally the type of master who doesn't offer tutoring. If you fall behind, you're on your own. The sunset fell, enveloping the entire magnificent Draker Academy, signaling the start of new variables. Inside the luxurious office, Principal Howard softly asked, "What is it, Owen?" Owen's Lehman stepped forward, bowed in greeting. "Yes, Principal." He didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. "I have a proposal. Is it possible to increase the difficulty of the exam this semester?"
Howard narrowed his eyes at the calculating student. "What is the reason?" Owen confidently explained. "You might think I am arrogant, sir, but the first-year students this year have a very high skill level. The descendants of noble families are all present, and there are even 2 pure-blood awakeners. If the exam is held with the same difficulty as last year, we certainly won't be able to distinguish their true capabilities." The old principal pondered for a moment before softly saying, "That makes sense. Truly a descendant of the Zeman family. I will consider it positively." Owen smiled triumphantly, bowed, "Thank you, Principal," and quietly left the room. When the door closed, Howard let out a sigh. "Ha!" He spun his chair to look out the window, his mind filled with dark schemes. Indeed, bloodlines cannot be mistaken. I never thought I would have the same idea as him. His gaze stopped at the training ground, where Zek was diligently practicing his sword. If we consider the future consequences, it is best to cut off the roots beforehand. The day of the dungeon exploration midterm exam had arrived. This was an important test at the Draker Academy, where each 2-person team had to cooperate to escape the dungeon within a specified time limit. The special feature was that the difficulty of each dungeon was assigned completely randomly to each group, resulting in each team facing completely different challenges. Standing before the massive dungeon entrance, Zek briefly glanced at his partner and asked, "Are you scared, Liam?" Liam could not hide his anxiety and honestly replied, "Yes, I am a bit tense." Zek calmly offered advice. "That's to be expected. Excessive tension will cause mistakes, while lacking it will lead to complacency.
but having just enough will prevent both of those things, so just go all out. I've got your back. Just then, the loudspeaker boomed clearly. Next, Zek Draker, Liam Stone. Zek decisively signaled, "Let's go." Liam respectfully followed right behind. "Yes, master." However, just as the two were about to step into the designated pathway, a hand suddenly reached out to stop them, accompanied by a shout, "Wait a minute." Zek turned around with a face full of suspicion. The proctor pointed toward a much darker, gloomier entrance and ordered, "You boys go that way." Zek narrowed his eyes following the pointing finger, clearly sensing the anomaly in this sudden change of route.
Jack still stood still, and the proctor snapped at him with a sense of urgency. "Aren't you going in quickly? What are you standing there for?" Facing that attitude, Jack did not flinch, but just smirked with a hidden meaning, as if he had understood the ongoing scheme. Liam quickly replied to avoid drawing further attention, "Yes, yes, we will follow the instructions." The two of them quietly stepped into the pitch-black void of the dungeon, beginning a journey full of prearranged variables. Although the difficulty of the dungeon this time was different, because this was an experimental dungeon controlled by the Draker family, in reality there were no extremely dangerous elements. It was just like playing a virtual reality game. The core objective for the candidates was to escape from here within the specified time. Each group was given a countdown timer, and the 96-hour period would start running as soon as they set foot in the dungeon. Besides, combat ability was also an important part of the evaluation criteria. If they could bring back the heads of the killed monsters, the candidates would receive bonus points. However, the most important thing was still to escape, because if they couldn't escape within the specified time, the result would be an official failure of the exam.
In the quiet night of the dungeon, Zek and Liam stopped to set up camp by the warm fire. Zek spoke up, "You've eaten your fill, so get some rest, Liam." Seeing that his master had worked hard doing everything from pitching the tent to preparing the meal, Liam hesitantly replied, "You have done everything from setting up the camp to preparing the meal, so please rest first." Zek calmly reassured him, "I can stay awake without sleep for about 4 days, so don't worry." "Then I will ask for permission to rest first." Zek nodded. "All right, if anything happens, I will wake you up." Zek sat alone, taking out his pocket watch to check. 16 hours had passed since they entered the dungeon. Because he had trained for 3 days straight before the exam, calculating it, Zek had been awake continuously for nearly 90 hours. Using hacks like that, who could compete with him? He silently analyzed that although he possessed the infinite stamina skill, which helped recover physical fatigue, it could not help recover mental fatigue. Looking at the soundly sleeping Liam, Zek told himself that there are always unpredictable variables hidden in the dungeon, so it is best to minimize the risks as much as possible. He intended to switch shifts when Liam woke up so he could rest a bit himself. Right at that moment, a clanging bell sound suddenly rang out, shattering the quiet space. Amidst the fog and white snow, an ancient bell tower appeared solitary among the ruins. The howling wind blowing through the desolate ruins made the torn red flag bearing the golden dragon symbol flutter fiercely in the air. In the middle of the foggy, snowy peak, a figure lay collapsed in a pool of blood.
Zek woke up with a start, sweating profusely, breathing heavily, panting. He grabbed his face, gritting his teeth in sheer exhaustion. Damn it, that dream again. Give me a break. But immediately his eyes glowed with a vigilant golden light upon hearing a familiar sound. Wait, that was definitely the sound of a bell. Without hesitation, Zek put out the campfire and shook Liam awake. "Wake up, Liam. The enemy is here," he ordered decisively. "I will observe the situation first. Don't turn on the light." Liam sprang up like a spring, respectfully replying, "Yes, master." Zek quietly advanced into the darkness, calculating inwardly. Using Dragon Eye in a test that lasts for 4 whole days like this is a huge risk. It's best to get used to the darkness. Suddenly, a strange scent hit his nose, making him stop in his tracks. Zek narrowed his eyes to analyze it. This was the smell of sulfur. Impossible. He instantly identified the threat. A monster that smells like sulfur and hunts in packs, a level 3 dangerous monster, the Hellhound. Zek decisively drew his sword from his sheath, secretly apazed. Even though in the test in his previous life, Raina hunted an orc, I didn't think there would be a Hellhound here too. If I'm not careful, I'm totally screwed. Zek suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing in doubt. Wait a minute, something isn't right. He quickly analyzed the situation. Even an alpha Hellhound only weighs a few 100 kilograms. With such a loud noise, it must weigh tens of tons. Could it be a mutation? Getting closer and closer, rapid and full of intimidating power. Zek gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down. Holy crap, are you messing with me? Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion went off with a boom, sending Zek flying far away. He struggled to twist his body in midair.
Liam rushed over in a panic, shouting loudly, "Master, are you all right?" Jack struggled to get up, stabbing his sword into the ground to keep his balance. His eyes flared with an angry purple light. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Those Z-Men bastards! What kind of trick are they playing behind my back now? Right behind Jack, a fiery beast with burning orange eyes appeared threateningly, accompanied by a heavy roar. However, the next scene was truly terrifying. A giant, grayish hand was tightly gripping the bloody head of the Hellhound from earlier like a toy.
A resounding scream tore through the space as a green monster, massive as a mountain, jumped down from above. Jack tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes hardening with killing intent as he realized the enemy's sinister plot, definitely wanting to eliminate him. Looking at this scene, everyone understands immediately. The real boss has just appeared, and the hellhound earlier was just an appetizer. Liam exclaimed in horror. In front of the two of them right now was a giant monster with bloodthirsty, glowing red eyes. This was exactly a troll, a level 1 dangerous monster, one that could easily destroy even a hellhound or an orc in the blink of an eye. Especially, its blood is the main ingredient for recovery potions. Therefore, it possesses an incredibly astonishing regeneration ability, making any opponent terrified. Realizing the massive disparity in strength, Liam gritted his teeth and made a reckless decision. He stood shielding Jack, firmly declaring, "I will act as bait, use that opportunity to escape." However, in response to that sacrifice, Jack merely gave a slight smirk. He placed his hand on his subordinate's shoulder, casually asking back, "What are you saying? How could I abandon my subordinate? This small fry is nothing." Jack stepped forward, a radiant purple pressure erupting from the heavy sword, leaving Liam stunned in amazement.
He turned his head to look at Liam with eyes full of trust and encouragement. "Believe in your own efforts, not me, Liam. You are not weak." Jack smiled arrogantly and ordered, "I will support you. Just do whatever you want." The master's words seemed to add peerless strength. Liam brightened up and shouted excitedly, "Thank you, master!" Without any hesitation, Liam leaped into the air, swinging his sword straight at the giant monster. A series of lightning-fast attacks rained down, and purple slashes tore through the troll's thick flesh, creating energy explosions that shook the entire dungeon. Standing from behind, observing his subordinate's eye-catching performance, Jack's eyes glowed with purple light and satisfaction as he muttered softly, "This guy is pretty good, worthy of being the future mercenary king." Inflicting wounds on the troll's thick skin is already commendable, but accurately targeting the joints is even more impressive. Could it be that he researched monsters in his free time? But the monster swung its giant fist straight at Liam. The extremely strong impact shattered the ground, knocking Liam far away into the blinding dust. Liam struggled to step back, panting and bowing his head. "I'm sorry, master." Jack calmly replied, "It's fine. For your first actual combat, it's not too bad." Jack looked at the growling monster and continued to instruct. "Aiming at the weaker joints is a good choice, but you underestimated the troll's regeneration ability. Remember this, small wounds on a troll's body will heal immediately. Ordinary attacks cannot keep up with its regeneration ability."
Contra roared ferociously, the radiating pressure making the space tremble. Jack looked at his exhausted subordinate and softly remarked, "Looks like you're still struggling." He stepped forward, his eyes shining with killing intent, tightly gripped the hilt of his blue glowing sword and declared, "Just leave it all to me." Contra was officially subjugated under Jack's overwhelming power. Immediately, the system screen popped up a notification. Contra eliminated, 30 karma points received. Jack looked at the points he just received and inwardly evaluated. This species will probably bring quite a few bonus points. That's a sweet deal, guys. He nonchalantly sheathed his sword and ordered his subordinate, "Clean it up quickly, Liam." Liam immediately approached the corpse and respectfully replied, "Yes, master." However, just as Jack was about to leave, a strange notification popped up, making him pause. A sudden quest named 2 Birds 1 Stone abruptly appeared, requiring him to hunt exactly 100 monsters of 10 different types in this dungeon within a 72-hour time limit. The reward for completion was 2 karma points, along with 2 random gift boxes. Jack couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. What? Receiving 2 karma points? For him right now, karma points were extremely precious for upgrading the system. The current progress board displayed 2 types out of 14 monsters, along with a note that non-aggressive monsters would not be counted. Jack looked at his pocket watch, calculating inwardly. There are 79 hours left until the exam ends. The 100 monster condition is not a problem, but getting exactly 10 types is indeed very difficult. But if this is a trap prepared by the Zenman bastards, if I search carefully, there should be enough 10 types. Anyway, they are just bonus points for me. He realized that his enemy's plot to harm him inadvertently became a golden opportunity to complete the system quest. Jack told himself, having to both complete the quest and escape the dungeon, I'll probably be in a rush. By this time, Liam had finished cleaning up and reported, "Everything is done, master." Liam carried a giant bag on his shoulder full of spoils, which were the heads of the monsters. This was the recovery bag distributed along with the exam's countdown watch. Jack inwardly evaluated. Compared to a spatial bag, the efficiency is far inferior, but it's enough to carry the spoils. Seeing that everything was ready, Jack decisively ordered, "Let's go hunting. If you're weak, stay out of the wind." Liam loudly replied, "Understood." The real hunt began as the countdown watch continuously ticked down.
At the 64-hour mark, Jack and Liam fought fiercely amidst a pack of firewolves, the Hellhound. Continuous purple slashes reaped many more monster lives.
Reaching the 39-hour mark, the two had to face a giant flying monster emitting earth-shattering sound waves. The battle became increasingly fierce as time ticked down to the 27-hour and the 12-hour mark. Liam began to clearly show signs of exhaustion, but his eyes were still filled with determination under his master's guidance. The two rushed through the fiery ruins of the dungeon, relentlessly hunting to complete the final objective before time ran out. Zek looked at his partner, who was carrying a giant bag, and softly asked, "How is it, Liam? Having hunted quite a few monsters like this, it seems you're gradually getting used to real combat, aren't you?" Liam, still a bit timid, replied, "I'm still not entirely sure." Zek encouraged him. That makes sense. Taking a lot of time to adapt is completely normal. However, Zek's eyes suddenly became solemn when looking at the system notification panel. The remaining time was barely over 50 minutes, yet the quest progress was stuck at 9 species and 99 monsters. He clicked his tongue in deep regret. We even caught blood-sucking leeches as small as a finger, yet there are still only 9 species. This is so frustrating. The system is trolling me again. Honestly, those ZN guys are truly useless. Why didn't they prepare one more species? Right at that moment, an extremely strong tremor shook the entire dungeon, accompanied by mysterious rumbling sounds. Zek's expression changed. He shouted loudly, sensing the imminent danger, and roared an order to Liam. "Liam, throw that bag away!" Liam was still dazed and hadn't understood what was going on when suddenly the cliff collapsed. A giant monster with sharp teeth unexpectedly burst out from under the ground, creating a terrifying impact. Liam stood frozen in shock at the horrifying sight. Amidst the rubble and blinding dust, Zek had quickly closed in to protect his subordinate. Seeing Liam anxiously ask, "Are you okay, sir?" Zek nonchalantly brushed off the bloodstain on his gloves and calmly replied, "Don't worry, it's just monster blood." Zek stood blocking the front, his hand tightly gripping the sword hilt, and coldly ordered Liam, "This time, you just need to stand still and observe, Liam." Facing the giant monster emerging from the ground, he added a pressure-filled sentence, "I'm afraid I won't be able to look after you."
Looking at the hideous creature before his eyes, Jack immediately recognized it as a dungeon worm. This was a high-level dangerous monster, usually requiring dozens of experienced purple-tier knights to destroy. His eyes hardened with resentment. Those damn Zemans, they really prepared thoroughly. In front of him was a giant mouth with thousands of sharp teeth, waiting to swallow everything whole. If this guy went to the dentist, it would cost a fortune. Witnessing the terrifying scene, Liam only had time to scream in despair. His master stood frozen, his face pale, sweating profusely as he felt the breath of death from the monster.
While Liam was panicking, rummaging through his bag for items, Zek dashed forward like a flash of lightning. Deafening sounds of impact echoed continuously as his sword slashed directly into the thick skin of the giant worm. A radiant energy explosion burst out right at the point of impact, kicking up dirt and debris throughout the dungeon. Even a blue knight would be wary of encountering a dungeon worm in a place like this. Because of its characteristic of moving by burrowing underground, if the time taken to kill it drags on for too long, we would be buried alive instantly. The giant monster charged with terrifying power, but Zek quickly dodged by a hair's breadth. Despite the bleeding wound on his arm, he gathered momentum and leaped into the air, channeling all of his ether into the heavy sword. A concussive explosion rang out as the purple slash embedded straight into the beast's rough skin, generating electric sparks that illuminated the dark dungeon. Zek gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with purple killing intent, and roared furiously. "This time, I will slice you in half." The dungeon worm thrashed wildly, its massive tail whipping hard enough to collapse an entire corner of the stone cave. Not giving the opponent a chance to recover, Zek lunged forward like a phantom, using his sword to pierce firmly into the monster's body for leverage, then continued to unleash ruthless attacks. The monster only had time to let out a shriek before biting the dust immediately. Taking advantage of his forward momentum, Zek slid along the monster's rough skin, creating sparks that flew everywhere along its colossal body. As soon as Zek stood firmly back on the beast's back, Liam ran over in a panic, asking, "Are you okay, master?" Zek didn't answer immediately, but looked at the worm's wound, which was leaking purple blood, and asked doubtfully, "What did you do, Liam?" "Spit it out. The brothers in the audience are also waiting." Liam brought out a small brown vial of medicine and calmly explained, "I applied anesthetic to the sword."
Jack was slightly surprised, but immediately realized the problem. Understood. The main ingredient of the anesthetic is belladonna. He quickly analyzed in his mind. This drug originally only has a mild paralyzing effect on humans, but for the worm species, it acts like a deadly toxin. In the critical situation just now, Liam was extremely sharp to remember belladonna, which is naturally opposed to the worms, and used it in a timely manner. The reaction was indeed very agile. Jack looked at his subordinate with eyes full of admiration, silently confirming that his judgment and adaptability were truly worthy of his title, Liam. He then directed, "Liam, when I give the signal, skewer it." Then he rushed forward to attack at max speed. In a blink of an eye, he had gotten on top of its head. Right at this moment, Liam thrust his sword straight into its belly. The monster screamed in pain, a slash as smooth as sunsilk. At this time, the system also announced, "Congratulations on successfully receiving the hidden quest. Rewards doubled, rewarding 2 additional random gift boxes. Current karma points are 780. At the Academy's gathering hall, the supervisor's voice rang out loudly. "Students who have escaped, please come here to receive your scores. Those who have finished may leave." The atmosphere became extremely tense as the examiner held the list and announced, "Now the grading will begin." First was Raina Turan's performance. The examiner began to list the spoils. Basic score for completing the exam 30 points, 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins. Her final total score reached an impressive 180. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but murmur a discussion. "It's almost touching the highest record of 200 points that Sir Abel once set. Pure bloods are different indeed. The level is completely different." Facing the praises, Raina just bowed her head slightly and humbly replied, "You flatter me." Next, it was Owen's men's turn to step up. The examiner nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I will begin grading." With a total score of 120, Owen received praise for exceeding the passing score by 70 points. Excellent. However, despite being praised, Owen's eyes darkened with jealousy. Seeing Raina resting on a log, he approached and threw a provocative, sarcastic remark. "Raina Turan, you can't be arrogant like this all the time."
Deep down, Owen was brewing a dark scheme. He flashed a malicious smile and thought to himself, "Whatever, if anything happens, I'll just deal with it the same way I did with Jack." He firmly believed that with the dungeon worm trap he had set, Jack and Liam had definitely perished or failed miserably in the dungeon. This guy probably thought he had won this bet, sitting there waiting for the result like he had just gone all in, you know? However, right at the moment Owen was most triumphant, a nonchalant voice echoed from the exit. "Oh man, how long has it been since I last saw the sunlight?" Owen startled, beads of sweat rolling down his increasingly pale face. This voice. He turned around in shock, unable to believe his eyes when he saw Jack and Liam casually strolling out from the darkness of the dungeon. A heavy thud resounded as Liam threw the massive monster corpse onto the ground. The surrounding crowd immediately fell into a state of shock, with astonished whispers echoing everywhere. "How was that guy? Don't tell me that's a dungeon worm." People couldn't help but be stunned upon seeing the hideous head. Did those two actually hunt down a dungeon worm? The giant horn and the rough skin of the monster towering in the middle of the courtyard acted like a bucket of cold water poured straight onto the faces of those who looked down on them. Jack casually walked towards Owen, who was standing frozen like a statue. He smirked sarcastically upon seeing his opponent's expression. "You seem quite shocked, Owen." Facing Owen's suffocating silence, Jack brought his challenging face right up to his, dropping a deeply mocking remark. "Are you happy to see me like this?" Anger and fear exploded in his eyes. Owen could only gnash his teeth and roar in helplessness. "You insolent bastard." Looking at Owen's face right now is exactly like planning all night, only for the boss to remain perfectly alive and even carry the corpse back to show off right in front of him. Jack leaned his defiant face close to Owen, dropping bitter, sarcastic words. "Where did that cold face from before go? Why are you frozen like a disconnected Wi-Fi now, my friend?" Owen trembled with anger, only able to stand and watch Jack and Liam casually turn their backs and walk away. Jack added another indifferent sentence. "Leaving so early." Behind them, Owen gritted his teeth and roared in his mind full of hatred. "Damn purebloods, you will definitely pay for daring to look down on me." Liam looked around the atmosphere thick with jealousy, softly exclaiming, "So tense, huh?" Right at that moment, a strict voice rang out. "Is the competition over, student?" It was Teacher Andre. Jack politely replied, Yes, long time no see, Teacher Andre." Andre, holding the scoreboard, stepped forward and coldly declared, "I will start grading right now." Jack pointed at the giant monster head on the ground, casually asking, "There's nothing else besides this one. Do you need to grade it separately? Because this one is so big, it's probably enough for a whole month's KPI, teacher." Andre squinted his eyes to remind him, "I am the judge, so don't expect to get away with doing things perfunctorily." Andre observed the hideous head and wondered, wasn't the head collection bag swallowed? Jack nodded in admission. That's right. In his heart, he muttered to himself, "So lucky. Otherwise, dragging out each head right now would probably make the brothers down there think I'm opening a monster seafood shop." The truth was, because of being attacked by the damn dungeon worm, all the heads he had collected over the past 3 days were completely lost. Jack had calculated very carefully. He couldn't let himself fail, so he hurriedly took the head of the dungeon worm as a replacement. He knew for sure that, apart from Teacher Andre, there wouldn't be anyone careful enough to check every piece of flesh stuck between the teeth of this monster.
Andre meticulously examined the minced meat stuck to the teeth of the dungeon worm to confirm the prey it had swallowed. He loudly read out the list of confirmed monsters, including gremlins, goblins, and hobgoblins. Andre paused for a beat before announcing, "Finally, troll." This news erupted like an earthquake, causing the surrounding students to scream in terror. Troll? There's even a troll? Andre looked at the amount of blood on the cloth, thoughtfully commenting, "Judging by the amount of blood spilled, there seems to be dozens of them. But if I acknowledge them all, it would be unfair to the others, so I will consider there to be only one of each monster type." He continued his analysis. Although the troll and dungeon worm were not on the initial scoring list, based on their strength being on par with orc groups, they will be calculated as 90 and 180 points respectively. The final result was loudly announced, leaving the whole school stunned. Total points, 368. Pass. Whispers began to spread among the terrified students. Back when we were cadets, how many points did we get? In our time, they didn't even count the Hellhound. The score of 368 was truly a massive shock, making many disbelieve their own eyes. 368 points? Is he a monster? Amidst the crowd, someone yelled out in dissatisfaction, "Cheating! In the end, there's only the corpse of the dungeon worm here." Immediately, someone retorted, "Hey, the dungeon worm alone is already worth 180 points." But faced with that unimaginable result, a student could only mutter in bitterness. But what does that even mean? Just like those guys standing outside looking at the scoreboard, whose brains haven't even had time to load what just happened. Think carefully. For these ordinary people, whether it is a dungeon worm or a troll, if they truly face them, could anyone survive and return? The images of the ferocious monsters appeared as an affirmation of Zek Draker's terrifying strength. Standing amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Zek's calm demeanor made everyone ask themselves, is he already that strong? Zek casually observed the chaotic crowd, telling himself, so noisy. The feeling now was completely different compared to the days when they mocked him. Not too bad, but he had just done something outstanding again. Zek was like he just wanted to take the exam peacefully, but accidentally destroyed the entire academy scoreboard. However, his eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold as he looked towards the mastermind. He knew for sure that the Zeman family had intentionally adjusted the trial dungeon to eliminate him. Looking at Owen's darkened face, Zek secretly raised a big question. Was this really just Owen's arbitrary action? No, even if it were him, he wouldn't dare to interfere with the Academy's exam. Perhaps the problem lay within the Zeman family itself. Zek silently observed the mysterious back of the person behind everything, his mind constantly raising questions about the true conspiracy of this family. He narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing his current situation. It seemed he was being watched much more than he had imagined. Zek understood that he was standing in the center of attention, and every action now had to be extremely careful. He told himself, if I hide my strength too obviously, it'll backfire. I'll just keep playing the role of a frail, average guy, brothers. Suddenly, a voice rang out, shattering the silence. Zek Draker. He turned his head and caught sight of Raina approaching him with a group of students. Raina walked past Zek with a proud demeanor. She softly dropped an unexpectedly acknowledging remark. You won this time. Watching Raina's fading silhouette, Zek could only scratch his head in bewilderment, his mind full of confusion. I won? What the hell? Does anyone understand what's going on here, brothers? Returning after the exam, Zek sat alone in the middle of the spacious training hall. He slightly smirked. Well, I guess I have to start from here. He immediately opened the system window to check his dragonkin skills. Zek's eyes stopped at the level 1 Devour skill, with its initial description being eating a lot and digesting quickly. He silently evaluated. A useless skill that I previously ignored. The type of skill that looks like a buff for buffet lovers, but seems completely useless in combat. However, with his karma points currently at 780, Zek decided, but now I can comfortably invest about 50 points into it. As soon as Zek pressed the yes button to confirm the activation of the Devour Dragonkin skill, a green light burst forth, covering the system screen. Zek was stunned when he saw the words changing right before his eyes. The skill description has changed? The new description for the Devour skill appeared, bringing a shocking revelation. In the Devour state, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Furthermore, if you digest a monster with a bloodline skill, you can absorb their abilities. He flashed a sinister smile upon realizing he had just grasped an unimaginable power. Absorbing monster abilities, huh? I should have activated this before the exam. Holding a piece of dried meat in his hand, Zek muttered, converting energy. I have to try it to know. Immediately, the system screen displayed a notification, activating the Devour Dragonkin skill. A pitch-black cloud of smoke suddenly erupted and engulfed Zek, terrifying him. He felt as if he were being sucked into a swamp. The dried meat in his hand gradually disappeared into the darkness, and a new notification appeared. Absorbed energy helps restore depleted energy.
The new surge of energy made Zek feel unusually refreshed, as if he had just taken a short nap. His headache had also subsided. He realized that, although it was just a little, the mental fatigue in his brain seemed to have decreased. Not only that, his entire body seemed to be brimming with vitality once again. Looking at the status board, Zek thought smugly, these 50 points were definitely worth it. With this skill, he could mitigate all the risks of the skills he currently possessed. Zek analyzed, mental fatigue can be solved by Devour, while infinite stamina helps me solve physical fatigue. His eyes gleamed with a crazed light. For 24 hours, without needing to eat, drink, or sleep, I can still focus on training. I'll start right now.
While engrossed in his plans, a knock on the door, thump, 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 interrupted Zek, ruining his mood. He snapped at the butler. Decker, I told you last time, when I'm in the training room, do not disturb me unless it's absolutely necessary. Decker replied timidly, I apologize, young master. There is urgent news to inform you. Zek frowned. Urgent news? Decker's answer, the young master's sword has been completed. Zek smirked, smiling with immense excitement. Zek immediately went to the smithy and called out inside, Ganlion, the sword is finished, right? Ganlion's voice replied hastily, That's right, please wait a moment. While waiting, Zek reminisced about his past life. What Ganlion had forged for him in his previous life was a sword crafted from mithril and pure steel, the Sun Sword Graham. It was a sword that anyone could immediately recognize as a magnificent blade. Zek told himself, I think it will definitely be just like Graham. However, when the wooden box was opened, he was completely stunned. In front of Zek was not a radiant holy sword, but a pitch black sword, emitting a creepy purple killing intent. Zek exclaimed in shock, What on earth is this? Just looking at its aura, it totally gives off final boss vibes ties. Zek grasped the hilt, looking at the rough, pitch-black sword before his eyes, and couldn't help but wonder. On the outside, it just looks like an ordinary sword. He slightly rotated the thick blade and asked Ganlion, Did you intentionally not sharpen the blade? Ganlion, with his weathered appearance, slowly explained, It was originally meant to be a sword like this.
He narrowed his eyes, carefully observing its rough outlines, and asked further, So this is the most suitable shape for me that you could think of? Ganlion replied somewhat hesitantly, That's right. Deep down, the blacksmith secretly marveled, because an ordinary person would probably find it hard to understand, but unexpectedly, Zek was able to see through his intentions immediately. Zek pondered, bringing hand to his chin and thought, If it's this guy, it definitely isn't trash. It might look rough, but the uglier it is, the more overpowered it is. Watch out, guys. Once this sword is unsealed, the compact will blow up the map. Ganlion pointed at the sword still resting in its scabbard and said, Actually, this sword still doesn't have a name. I tried to name it, but I just couldn't come up with one. He looked at Zek with eyes full of expectation and suggested, Could you name it, sir? Zek exclaimed in extreme astonishment, Me? In his memories, Sun Sword Graham was the name that Ganlion himself had given to his masterpiece in his previous life. Zek looked at the image of a radiant Ganlion beside the brilliant sword Graham in his memory, then wondered why Ganlion couldn't name it now. He had once thought this was still Graham, but just with a changed appearance, since both used dragon fangs as materials. But now he realized this was a completely different sword from Graham. Zek reached out and touched the pitch-black blade, and a deep blue spiritual energy began to violently erupt. Its name? Let's see. Ganlion shouted in panic, What are you doing, sir? Before the blacksmith's utter amazement, Zek nonchalantly used the pitch-black blade to slash a long cut on his own arm, leaving the dark red drops of blood to begin dripping down.
Seeing Ganlion anxious, Jack just urged softly, hurry up. In his mind, he calculated that although the self-healing skill always operates automatically, to accomplish this he had to control and stop it. Immediately, the system responded, Administrator's request confirmed, temporarily halting the continuous activation of the class skill self-healing. After temporarily sealing his self-healing ability, Jack focused energy into his glowing palm and softly cheered, All right, done. He raised his bleeding arm over the sword, murmuring to himself, Now then. Drops of blood carrying dense spiritual energy began to fall, marking the beginning of a mysterious process. Witnessing this scene, Liam froze in astonishment, secretly wondering to himself, Could this be the sword naming ceremony, a legendary ritual that not everyone has the chance to witness with their own eyes? It is a traditional ritual of the dwarfs, in which the master drips blood containing their energies, such as aura or magic power, onto the sword. When that happens, the ritual is activated, plunging the practitioner into their deepest subconscious. They will have to wander endlessly within their own mind until they find the true name of the sword. Because of its extremely dangerous nature, this ancient ritual has almost been forgotten over time. Liam couldn't help but wonder, does he know about the ancient dwarven ritual? How on earth did he do it? In the dark space of his subconscious, Jack found himself free-falling amidst countless names rushing towards him like a crimson storm. He gritted his teeth, his cold, sharp eyes shining with determination. He had to choose a single name that would move forward with him, a new name for a new sword.
In the gloomy mental space, a vortex of energy violently erupted. The phantom of the evil dragon Bahamut loomed imposingly, radiating a pitch-black killing intent that enveloped Jack's entire soul. Instantly, a resolute name rang out. Black Sword Bahamut sounded like top-server gear right away. The system immediately announced, Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Right in front of Jack now was a giant greatsword with powerful, deep blue crystalline cuts, standing out among thousands of light swords floating in the infinite space. He looked at his new weapon, unable to help but feel confused. Was the name he chose really the name of that evil dragon? Jack gave a wry smile, silently questioning himself. Is my subconscious doing okay? Returning to reality in the smithy, Ganlian could not hide his astonishment. He exclaimed in admiration, "You are truly extraordinary. Even among dwarves, very few know about the sword naming ceremony." Jack calmly wrapped the bandages around his bleeding arm himself, humbly replying, "I just happened to know it while studying dwarven history." In his mind, he sighed. It had been a long time since he last had to bandage himself. Ganlian was still full of excitement, hurriedly asking, "Do you want to rest for a bit?" Then, as if suddenly remembering something important, the blacksmith hurriedly continued, "I have something I absolutely must give you." Seeing Ganlian frantically running around looking for things, Jack could only calmly gesture. "All right, don't rush. Take your time looking." Ganlian, rummaging through things, shouted back with full gratitude, "Thank you, sir."
Zek sat quietly, looking at his bandaged arm. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Administrator request confirmed, temporarily stopping the continuous activation of the self-healing class skill. Being able to completely control his energy, even when it was always in a passive state, meant a great deal to him. Zek said to himself, "Like the time with Duke, I was able to hide my energy, no need to show off everything I have." He glanced at Ganlian and thought, "Sorry, Ganlian, but I'll take the bandages off when I get back." But right now, the most important thing was to check this new weapon. Before Zek's eyes, his status window of the sword appeared impressively, Black Sword Bahamut. The sword was forged by a master blacksmith using azure flame magic, utilizing the hardest dragon fang of the cursed evil dragon Bahamut. Its unique skills include indestructibility and aura conversion. However, a note caused Zek to pause. Currently sealed will be unsealed depending on the user's growth. He exclaimed in astonishment, "The seal will be lifted based on the user's growth. I've never heard of a sword like this."
Moreover, the indestructible property is truly absurd. Even if the material is made from dragonfang, the stats are simply overpowered. But setting everything aside, the most important thing is the ability to convert aura. Jack looked at his reflection on the sharp, cold blade, his eyes glowing with high expectations. The reason he tried his best to create a spiritual energy battery for Ganlian and asked him to forge the sword was because of Ganlian's outstanding talent, and most importantly, the core function of Gram, aura conversion. This is a special ability that allows converting spiritual energy, ether, or any Takum energy into aura. A radiant purple energy erupted and surrounded Jack as he tightened his grip on the hilt, feeling the endless power beginning to circulate through every fiber of the steel. It was this exact ability that helped me, someone born unable to use aura, reach the realm of a red-tier knight. Jack stood tall in the middle of the training room, the deep blue energy from the Black Sword Bahamut enveloping his entire body with overwhelming presence. Right at that moment, Ganlian walked in with a completely exhausted expression, scratching his head and laughing. "Ha! I finally found it. I'm so sorry. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ganlian suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing Jack casually holding the sword that radiated a suffocating pressure. He asked softly, "You're here?" Ganlian stammered in bewilderment. Aura, a sharp aura surrounds the sword. Has he already surpassed the boundary of a purple-tier knight?" Jack smirked confidently. "It truly is an extraordinary sword. You've worked hard, Ganlian." Ganlian scratched his head and replied with a smile. "Compared to the forge, this is nothing. But could you take a look at this?" He pulled out a long, flat item and held it forward. Jack watched curiously. A scabbard. Ganlian respectfully handed the glossy black wooden item to his master. "This is a scabbard crafted by my master himself." Jack took it to examine, muttering inwardly, In my past life, I've never heard of Ganlian's master." He narrowed his eyes, observing the intricately carved ancient characters on the scabbard, spelling out each word. "Gold in your bur." Suddenly, Jack's expression changed, his eyes widening in absolute shock. What? Golan Robert? The information about this legend clearly surfaced in his mind. Golan Robert was an outstanding blacksmith among the dwarves, renowned as the greatest blacksmith on the continent today. His works all reached the level of perfection and possessed special features. To collectors, these masterpieces could cost tens of thousands of gold coins.
Zack looked at Ganlian with a gaze full of astonishment, not expecting him to be a disciple of the legendary Golan. Ganlian scratched his head and smiled brightly. As expected, it turns out you can also read the writing of the dwarves. Zack tightened his grip on the scabbard in his hand, saying to himself, if it's Golan, then it definitely can't be an ordinary scabbard. I've hit the jackpot again this time. Ganlian boldly affirmed, of course. Ganlian excitedly introduced the secret mechanism. If you turn the roller next to the mouth of the scabbard, it will turn into a shield like this, truly a 2-in-1 style. Before Zack's eyes, the scabbard suddenly transformed into a sturdy shield. Ganlian firmly asserted, because it is made of mithril and wyvern bone, no matter how much it is attacked, it won't be affected. If you turn the roller on the shield's handle downwards, it will revert back to a scabbard. Compared to the favor you have bestowed upon me, this gift still falls far short, but please accept it. This is the gift I want to offer. He handed Ganlian a precious item, along with a suggestion. If you sell this, you could build a smithy, couldn't you? Ganlian laughed out loud and flatly refused. Haha, I can't casually sell my master's work to just anyone. Zack calmly added, it's worth tens of thousands of gold. Moreover, the indestructible property is truly too absurd, even if the material is made from a dragon fang. But putting everything aside, the most important thing is the peak aura conversion ability.
His utmost effort to create a spiritual energy battery for Ganlian and ask him to forge the sword was due to Ganlian's outstanding talent, and most importantly, the core function of Gram, aura conversion. Zack held the black sword Bahamut, testing it in the new scabbard, and muttered softly, compared to the sword, the scabbard seems a bit small, but if it is the work of Ganlian Handbeck, then surely. The moment the blade touched the scabbard, a radiant burst of energy erupted. The scabbard automatically expanded and transformed its shape to tightly fit the greatsword. Zack could not help but marvel. It really exceeds my imagination. I have received an incredibly precious gift. Thank you, Ganlian. Ganlian replied brightly, I'm glad you like it. I must admit, guys, a self-expanding scabbard like this is truly standard futuristic technology. Returning to his room, Zack began to check the other rewards. He picked up a glove and exclaimed in astonishment, Cloud Iron, this is an extremely rare material. The system immediately displayed the information. Gloves forged from Cloud Iron, both sturdy and lightweight. Special ability? None. Characteristics. When a full set of Cloud Iron is equipped, the special ability will be activated. Zack pondered thoughtfully. The random gift box I received from the sudden quest reward, I thought it was just like a treasure chest, but it contains things much more valuable inside. He took a deep breath, his eyes full of curiosity looking at the remaining chest. All right, let's check the second box. A click sounded. The lid slowly opened, emitting a strange light. Zack looked inside, his eyes widened in bewilderment. What is this? Zack curiously reached in to check. Among the pile of old items, he pulled out a torn and yellowed piece of goatskin, exclaiming with doubt, What is this? A map? Immediately, Zack's eyes widened in shock as a system notification appeared. You have found a map containing the traces of the great sword saint, Kaiser.
Zack muttered in shock. If it's Kaiser, don't tell me it's the hero King Kaiser? In Zack's mind, old historical pages about the hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower surfaced. This was originally the most famous book on the continent, recording the journey of Kaiser and his knights since the founding of the Kingdom of Kronos, a once glorious civilization. However, because the content was too absurd and there were no documents to prove its authenticity, it was merely considered a work of fiction. Zack tightly gripped the map in his hands, his heart filled with shock. Did the hero King Kaiser actually exist? What kind of buff is the old author planning to give this time? Right at that moment, the system unexpectedly intervened, proceeding to restore and decode the damaged part of the item. Decoding complete. The exact location had been marked on the minimap. A brilliant blue screen appeared before Zack's eyes, and he exclaimed, This is... Looking at the 3D map, Zack quickly identified the location, the giant mountains, the territory of the barbarians. What else? He smirked confidently. It seems this might be easier than I thought. This is going to be a good haul. Zack carefully observed the floating virtual map, but then a new notification popped up, making him pause. Depending on the user's level, the tutorial will conclude. Zack asked in bewilderment, And the tutorial? Zack touched the glowing system screen. An unexpected notification appeared. You have found an item that can be linked to a quest. Immediately, a new achievement quest panel appeared, titled The Vision of the Hero King Kaiser. The requirement was to search for Kaiser's vision at the ruins that still retained his traces, with no time limit. Zack realized that the reward this time was extremely valuable, upgrading the system administration authority from beginner to intermediate level. He softly exclaimed, So that's how it is. The tutorial is just a system to help me upgrade to a certain level. The system announced the start of the final tutorial for the low-level administrator, and after that, the truly advanced quests would really begin. Zack smirked with excitement. Everything was just the beginning, meaning the real game started now. He looked at the authority upgrade reward and silently evaluated it. The reward was also on a completely different level compared to the tutorial. A burst of energy enveloped Zack's body. He clenched his fists with determination. All right then, so that's how it is.
Daddy is going to sweep through everything, leaving nothing behind. To prepare for the upcoming journey, Zek decided, first, let's try using the accumulated points. He spent 50 points to unlock the Tier 2 Dragonkin skill list.
The skill panel revealed 2 powerful new skills. The first was Dragon Scale Armor, which formed a layer of dragon scales crystallized into sturdy armor, greatly enhancing magic resistance. The second was Dragon Claw, allowing the summoning of a mighty dragon claw to destroy enemies with just a single swing. Both required 80 points to unlock. Jack thoughtfully looked at his accumulated points. For now, he still had a fair amount of points left over. However, he didn't know when he would have the chance to earn such a large amount again. The system was way too stingy. He decided to only invest in a few potions and these 2 skills, keeping 400 points in reserve. Jack quickly tapped the screen to confirm the activation of both Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw, muttering, "First of all, let's start with the Dragon Claw first and see." Immediately, a giant glowing dragon claw appeared above. Zack forcefully swung his arm, which was blazing with golden flames, executing a powerful sweep toward the ground. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the entire training room. The sturdy stone floor shattered, creating deep craters and cracks extending for dozens of meters. Witnessing the terrifying destructive power of the new skill, Zack couldn't help but smile arrogantly in excitement. "Ha-ha, this!" The entire training area was now nothing but a desolate ruin under the power of the Dragon Claw. Zack couldn't hide his excitement after witnessing the destructive power of the Dragon Claw. He immediately prepared for the next test. All right, next is Dragon Scale Armor. The system instantly responded, activating the Dragonkin skill, Dragon Scale Armor. A brilliant golden light enveloped Zack's arm, revealing incredibly hard, crystallized dragon scales. A piercing metallic clang rang out as a sword blade slashed directly at the scales, but was completely deflected. Zack thought to himself in amazement, "Even without using aura, my slash is enough to tear everything apart, yet the blade bounced right back." He looked at his hands glowing with a metallic golden light, silently marveling that even though it was just his bare body, it felt no different from wearing a full suit of heavy armor. To put it simply for everyone to understand, Zack now has Dragon Claws to scratch and Dragon Armor to tank. Encountering this combo on the battlefield, anyone would have to dodge immediately. Zack realized the effectiveness of his new skill set. Dragon Claw for offense, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple but incredibly effective. He strolled away, preparing for more grueling challenges. My body is warmed up enough. Let's keep going.
The scene shifts to the central arena of the Draker Academy, where the highly stressful semester evaluation exam is taking place. The instructor, standing before a long line of anxious students, declared loudly, "Before we begin the test, I will briefly explain the rules." He pointed to the objects behind him and said, "Do you see the dummies behind me? They are specially crafted. If you only use ordinary strength, it will be difficult to leave even a single scratch." To illustrate, he continued to explain the core requirement of the exam, such as, if aura is channeled into the strike, it can destroy them easily. A sword radiating aura pierced through the dummy in the blink of an eye, proving the absolute power when using energy. The instructor also did not forget to drop a cruel warning. However, if even a crack cannot be created, you will be immediately disqualified. This declaration made the faces of the students below turn pale with fear. The instructor extinguished all hopes of the weaklings with a cold, concluding sentence. "All previous evaluations will be canceled, and you will have to start over from the beginning." "Holy crap, we have to start over from the beginning?" Jack muttered softly when he heard about the cruel punishment of the test. The surrounding students began to murmur in fear. "Then doesn't that mean we can't level up?" The whispers were immediately silenced by the instructor's stern shout. "Silence! Those whose names are called, step forward. Next, Aaron." The teenager named Aaron replied tremblingly, "Yes." Watching Aaron struggle to draw his sword, Owen Zeman, standing from afar, smirked in disdain. For those taking the test for the first time, being anxious was a normal thing. But for him, his eyes blazed with extreme arrogance. The training method at this academy is basically no different from the family's aura training system. The aura training system of this academy was originally established by my Zeman family as well. Owen gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, secretly affirming his exclusive position. Whether it is a low-level awakener or a pureblood, when it comes to aura control, no one can compare to me.
The instructor's call rang out, interrupting his train of thought. "Next, Owen, if you are ready, begin." Owen stepped up with full confidence. A deep blue light suddenly erupted, covering the entire blade with suffocating pressure. Looking at this, you guys can tell right away that this guy is no joke. The observing crowd couldn't help but gasp in shock. Sword resonance!
Witnessing that masterful technique, the dignitaries in the stands did not spare their praises. He's only 13 years old and can already execute sword resonance? Truly extraordinary. Another nodded in agreement. Indeed, the bloodline of the Zemen family is truly different. Owen did not waste a single second. He darted forward like a blue flash of lightning. Deafening kyat sounds rang out as the dummy's tough outer shell was completely torn apart and crushed under the power of the aura. The students stood frozen in shock, their faces drained of blood before the terrifying destructive power. Cheers rang out again. Absolutely incredible, as expected of this men. Owen looked down at his hand, silently harboring a greater ambition. At this rate, surpassing Sir Abel is only a matter of time. Zek quietly observed the entire performance from behind with profound, enigmatic eyes. Right after Owen's performance, the instructor shouted, "Next!" The test continued in a rapid succession. He noticed that the atmosphere in the class was extremely tense and silently evaluated. It seems like everyone is struggling. Being overwhelmed by Owen has shaken their spirits. However, the prestige of the special class is still proven, as no one has been eliminated yet. Even if it is just a very small amount, all the students can infuse aura into their swords. As expected, the special class is different, but even in a place full of geniuses like this, the incompetent ones will eventually be weeded out. Just then, Raina Turan stepped up majestically, surrounded by a deep blue stream of spiritual energy. She approached the instructor and spoke with a booming voice. "Sir, I have a request." Andre coldly replied, "Speak."
Raina looked straight at the instructor, her eyes burning with determination. "I want to be evaluated using the Dragon Slayer arts." This crazy proposal left everyone completely shocked. Andre reminded her, "That is the evaluation standard for senior students." But Raina only replied briefly, "I know." Behind her, the crowd of students began to mock. "Huh, becoming a pure-blood awakener and you already start being arrogant to the sky, huh? Let's just wait and see." They knew full well that channeling aura into the sword and executing the Dragon Slayer arts were two completely different levels. Just maintaining the aura on the weapon alone required intense concentration. But the Dragon Slayer arts were different. Besides controlling the aura, one also needed to regulate the amount of aura consumed with each movement. The person standing behind smirked maliciously. "At most, you'll just swing a few times and your aura will completely dissipate. It seems your own competitiveness has pushed you to your death. If you have chosen the Dragon Slayer arts, the failing standard for the evaluation will also be much stricter. Are you sure?" Raina did not flinch. She firmly confirmed, "I am sure." "Ha, as you wish." Raina bowed slightly. "Thank you, sir." Immediately, the sword in her hand erupted with a deep blue radiance, so brilliant that it made everyone present hold their breath. A resounding boom echoed. The powerful aura tore through space, enveloping the entire arena. Raina swung her sword. Slashes carrying destructive power continuously descended. The dummies, originally considered extremely sturdy, were now no different from pieces of tofu, torn to shreds under the terrifying power of the Dragon Slayer arts. Every sword path left behind sparkling blue streaks of light, proving her ultimate mastery in controlling her aura.
Witnessing that scene, the students below were completely silenced, and terrified whispers began to spread. Wow, there's not even a will to compete anymore. I thought Owen was #1 when it came to aura control, but it turns out they can't be compared at all. Owen stood stunned, his face distorted with humiliation. He gritted his teeth and roared in resentment. Damn it! He realized that his long-standing arrogance was just a joke in the face of Raina's true power. He looked at Raina's back and bitterly admitted, "No, from the very beginning, she didn't even care about me." Next was Zek's turn. To answer the crowd's curiosity, Zek smirked with full confidence. He raised his hand and boldly declared to the instructor, "Well then, I'll answer your expectations a bit. Instructor, I also want to be evaluated using the Dragon Slayer arts." Zek's request left the entire arena stunned. A nearby student immediately started talking trash. "You're Zek, right? Did you see Cadet Raina easily execute the Dragon Slayer arts and think it was ordinary? What are you smoking to be this delusional?" Cadet Raina is a pure-blood awakener. He thought Zek was just trying to show off without knowing his limits. Instructor Andre stared intensely at Zek, asking sternly to confirm. "The conditions are exactly the same as Cadet Raina's. Is that not a problem?" Zek did not flinch at all, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. "Of course."
The instructor easily approved it. Another lecturer couldn't help but wonder, "Why did you approve it, sir? Even though his name is on the attendance list, I have never seen him appear in class once." Andre calmly explained to his colleague that it was the result of a bet between him and instructor Andre. "Well, you haven't been in your position for long, so it makes sense that you don't know." In everyone's mind right now, Zek's reputation was bigger than ever, an unprecedented golden pure-blood awakener, the new cadet who broke Sir Abel's record in the recent dungeon exploration exam. That person was none other than him, Zek Draker. Zek stood silently, taking a deep breath to focus his mind.
Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared. Black Sword Bahamut has sensed ether. Activating Black Sword Bahamut's unique aura conversion ability, converting the sensed ether into aura. A brilliant deep blue energy suddenly erupted from the sword, enveloping Zek's entire body with a suffocating pressure. Sparks of electricity illuminated the entire area. Zek gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his tense face due to the extreme effort. He muttered to himself, "Tss, holding back the power is even harder than unleashing it all." Zek softly muttered, "All right, this should be enough, right?" Instantly, he tightened his grip on the hilt, and the radiant purple ether from the Black Sword Bahamut began to erupt violently, transforming into a deep blue aura that enveloped his entire body. Raina, standing nearby, couldn't help but be astounded, her eyes widening in horror as she exclaimed, Wait a minute, what kind of aura looks like turning on the final boss mode?" In the middle of the arena, Zek channeled all his strength into the heavy sword and boldly declared, "The first move of the Dragon Slayer arts, the starting stance of Heavenly Slash." The aura surged fiercely, as if it wanted to tear apart the surrounding space. Witnessing this scene, Raina was completely overwhelmed, secretly comparing in her mind. Compared to me, no, even compared to Instructor Andre, he is not inferior at all. Zek swung his sword, delivering a slash carrying earth-shattering power. A giant pillar of light pierced through a series of training dummies, slicing them in half as easily as cutting tofu. Zek calmly analyzed in his mind that he had used the Dragon Slayer arts over and over again for 2 years before his regression. Every detail, from the trajectory of the sword and the footwork to the flow of the aura, was executed perfectly. He told himself that his body still reacted automatically even without conscious thought.
Zek's footsteps echoed steadily as he strolled through the rubble. He leisurely sheathed his sword, silently marveling, a sword technique that once made me sick of it, but it seems reviewing it from the basics isn't too bad. Around him, the students had fallen into a state of complete shock, with amazed whispers echoing everywhere. Did he really coat his sword in aura just now? That's right, I saw the entire greatsword too. Does that mean Zek has reached the realm of a purple tier knight? Hearing the discussions, Zek broke out in a cold sweat, his face showing clear guilt. Perhaps he was too focused. He looked around the devastated scene and realized his mistake. His aura had unconsciously leaked out. Zek scratched his head awkwardly, secretly blaming himself. He only intended to adjust his strength to be on par with Raina. Damn it, he did something to make himself stand out again. It's exactly the trope of a main character wanting to live low-key, but his power keeps leaking out. A first-year student reaching the purple tier knight realm? Amazed whispers echoed throughout the arena upon witnessing Zek's unimaginable power. The crowd kept gossiping, unable to believe their eyes at the crazy outcome that had just unfolded.
Rumors of his performance quickly reached the ears of the Academy's higher-ups. In a luxurious office, the high-ranking official slowly took a sip of tea and spoke. "I have heard about your performance in the semester evaluation. It is truly an astonishing result." Facing the praise, Jack calmly replied, "It was just luck." The overly modest answer made the official laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, reaching the purple tier knight realm at the age of 13 and you call it luck?" The official looked deep into Jack's eyes, making a surprising proposal. "So Jack, what do you think about participating in the grade-skipping exam?" Jack secretly analyzed in his mind. A grade-skipping exam? Meaning skipping a school year? He continued to explain this privilege. It could be 1 year or even more. This is a system for outstanding students like you. Jack realized things were moving faster than expected, but he also understood that he had done too many things to make himself stand out, so this was inevitable. Without hesitation, Jack looked straight at the other person and declared boldly, "I will participate. If I play big, sir. It's boring to enter a game and just stand in the lobby." He gave a meaningful smile and quietly walked out of the room. As the door closed, Jack walked briskly down the corridor, his eyes glowing with a calculating purple light. It seems he is scheming something. Very well, I am also willing to join the game. In a luxurious office, a powerful man with a distinctive mustache was looking thoughtfully out the window. He muttered, "Raina Draker and Jack Draker, 2 pure-blood awakeners, will both participate in the exam." Immediately, from behind, a subordinate respectfully replied, "Understood, I got it. I will proceed according to the instructions." A calculating smile appeared on the official's lips. This is getting more and more interesting. At the Aura training room for high-level students of Draker Academy, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Raina stood formally, her face clearly showing intense concentration. Jack stood next to her, at least pretending to glance over, standing stiff as a statue, making people think they were AFK in real life. Suddenly, Jack noticed the presence of strangers who had been waiting for a while. He smirked. "So you guys have been waiting here." An official stepped forward, boldly introducing the person who would supervise today's grade-skipping exam, the high-tier knight of the main family, Sir An Draker. The appearance of the white-haired man with a long scar on his nose and a katana at his side made Jack so shocked that his eyes widened. In his mind, he screamed in astonishment. That person is
the wooden flowing sword. Horrifying memories of a ruined, desolate battlefield flooded back into Jack's mind, where On walked quietly amidst the rubble, carrying a cold corpse in his arms before silently walking away.
Memories of his past life vividly returned. Amidst a desolate battlefield filled with corpses, it was this very man who sat silently beside the bodies of his comrades. At that time, Zek, under the identity of Zek Moreda from the Alliance of the North, asked directly, "You are a member of the Draker family, right?" But Owen merely replied coldly, "No, I have discarded the Draker meme." When asked what he should be called, he nonchalantly dropped a single sentence. "Well, just call me Wooden Flowing Sword." Returning to reality, Zek looked at the cold man in front of him and silently assessed. Owen, a name perfectly suited for someone like the Wooden Flowing Sword. He quickly regained his composure and bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Sir Owen Draker." Zek couldn't help but wonder why a high-ranking knight was personally proctoring a first-year academy advancement exam. It should be known that this is a noble title reserved only for the true pillars who support the Draker family, those possessing overwhelming strength and prestige. In other words, Owen's appearance here was clearly no coincidence. The proctor boldly announced the rules. The format of the competition is sword fighting, which anyone hailing from the cradle is familiar with. As long as you have not fainted or forfeited, you can continue to challenge. Put forth all the strength you possess. Immediately, Raina Turan stepped forward with full confidence. "Then I will start first."
However, the opponent looked at Zek and Raina with a disdainful gaze. "Both of you brats, all of you come at me at once." Seeing Raina about to rashly charge forward immediately, Zek quickly reached out and grabbed her shoulder tightly. Zek reminded her in a deep voice, "Don't be too hasty. You already know the gap in our skill levels." He calmly analyzed the current situation. "Besides, the test has already started beforehand. If we can't control our emotions right now and rush in, we might have already had our points deducted." Hearing Zek's sharp analysis, Raina let out a heavy sigh full of contemplation. She looked straight into his eyes, asking, "So what should I do, Zek Draker?" Zek curled his lips into a confident smile, inwardly assessing. As expected of Raina, the one known as a genius, "I have a perfect plan for this situation. Later, let's coordinate neatly and give him a critical combo." The battle officially erupted in the vast space of the arena. Facing the two young geniuses, Owen Draker quietly drew a strange sword with a blade on only one side from the Eastern Empire, called the Huandao. Zek narrowed his eyes to observe, inwardly concluding, from the very beginning he has always used it. Looking over at Raina, who was tightly gripping her sword hilt with a serious expression, Zek said to himself, "Raina seems to consider this a matter of honor. But what meaning do honor and pride have for the weak? Put aside personal matters and focus on the plan." Zek and Raina coordinated smoothly, simultaneously launching attacks from both sides. Owen maintained a calm expression, skillfully twirling the Huandao to deflect all the attacks. Zek and Raina constantly changed positions, creating a dense attack network aimed straight at the high-ranking knight. The harsh sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the arena as Zek and Raina attacked simultaneously, but On remained calm, effortlessly neutralizing every sword strike. Zek exclaimed in astonishment in his mind, "Is this the power of a high-level knight? How terrifying!" On the other side, Raina was struggling just as much. Despite giving it her all, she couldn't help but be shocked. Even though she followed Zek's instructions perfectly, constantly targeting his blind spots, let alone landing a blow, she couldn't even leave a single scratch. The power of the high-ranking knight was like a solid, unshakable fortress wall. A deafening explosion resounded, and Zek was blown far away, with thick dust and smoke covering the entire arena after the terrifying collision. Raina, standing nearby, was also dazed by the aftershock. The people around shouted in worry, "Miss, are you okay, Raina Draker?" Raina leaned against the rubble, replying with broken breath, "I'm fine." She fell to her knees, using her sword to support her trembling body, warning the others, "It's dangerous, step back." In her heart, the shock still lingered. In just the blink of an eye, her consciousness had been knocked away.
Amidst the ruins, Zek once again faced On. Looking at the knight closing in with overwhelming power, he muttered to himself, "Create an opening? With my current strength, there's absolutely no chance." However, Zek's eyes suddenly burned with an indomitable spirit and he roared in his mind, "But can you really do it? I cannot agree with such a despicable tactic. Are you planning to taint an honorable duel, Zek Draker?" In response to that criticism came a sarcastic question from Zek, "Can honor feed you?" He looked straight at his opponent with sharp, cold eyes and firmly declared, "This is not a knight's duel, but a test. It evaluates the ability to kill the opponent." Raina slightly lowered her head, sweat rolling down her forehead. "All right, since I was the one who asked for your opinion first anyway." She looked anxiously at the opponent standing tall in the distance, then turned to Zek and pressed, "But do you really think this tactic will work? The opponent is a high-ranking knight." Zek just gave a confident smirk. "Then we just need to create a situation where it can work. Don't worry, Raina, I've calculated this carefully." He recalled the memory of their previous encounter. "When you fought me at the cradle, why couldn't you dodge the stone?" Raina fell silent in reminiscence, admitting, Because I didn't expect you to resort to such tricks. Zek chuckled triumphantly. Exactly. A high-ranking knight is no different. Just wait for my signal. It will definitely work. For Zek, a tiny opening was more than enough to turn the tide. Immediately, he executed the applied form of the Dragon Slayer arts. Hurricane step, shadowless footwork. The purple after-images swept across the arena at terrifying speed, making An exclaim in astonishment. This is Duke's technique. Zek closed the distance, his sword clashing fiercely with the high-ranking knight, and he growled provocatively. From now on, you'd better brace yourself.
Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered, and the entire space plunged into darkness. Owen was stunned. Lights out? He quickly realized his opponent's intention. I see, exploiting the magical interference properties of a pure-blood awakener. Raina was currently using all her power to disrupt the surrounding magical space. In the pitch-black darkness, the harsh sound of clashing metal rang out. Owen calmly swung his sword, neutralizing every attack. He secretly scoffed. What a childish thought. Did they think that merely obscuring vision could create an opening in a high-ranking knight? To put it bluntly, Owen was like, "Do you kids turning on night mode think I'm blind?" However, right at the moment Owen's confidence peaked, Zek appeared right behind him like a ghost. Owen's eyes widened in horror. An unusually uncomfortable feeling arose in his heart. What was this uncomfortable feeling? In a darkness so thick that even I can only dimly make out the surrounding shapes, yet he moves as if he can see everything clearly. On the opposite side, Zek was ready for a bold move. He thought to himself, "It just so happens I want to try a new Dragonkin skill, and it seems this is the most suitable opportunity." Anyway, Owen isn't the type of person to go blabbering about everywhere. Immediately, the system notification sounded, activating the Dragonkin skill, Dragonclaw. A massive, radiant beam of energy erupted, forming a majestic dragon claw that tore through the night. Is this really the swordplay of a first-year student? He held his breath, observing the highly pressurized attack, and silently concluded, no, calling it swordplay isn't accurate either. It's too different. After all, Zek Draker has already far surpassed the level of a student. Owen stepped back to defend, quickly analyzing the situation in his mind. Raina Draker seems to also be able to move in the dark just like Zek Draker. Could it be that she eliminated unnecessary energy sources and placed a limit on me?
However, the high-ranking knight quickly regained his confident demeanor. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword and coldly declared, "That tactic only works when the opponent is of equal strength." The battle erupted at terrifying speed, generating electric sparks that illuminated the dark space. An was astonished by his opponent's agility. His movements were almost no different than before the lights went out. Had he adapted to the darkness so quickly? Zek sidestepped to dodge a sharp sword strike, but An's silhouette suddenly blurred and vanished completely. He narrowed his eyes vigilantly, sighing inwardly. He disappeared. I can only vaguely see his shape. It feels like fighting a shadow. Right at this moment, the surrounding magic lights suddenly flared fiercely. Zek glided swiftly like a phantom, silently realizing the plan was going in the right direction. Magic lights. The continuously flashing electric sparks created deafening sounds, completely masking his aura from the high-ranking knight's acute senses. An Draker stopped in bewilderment, his eyes widening in sheer shock. Before he could regain his composure, a dark shadow closed in, and the harsh clashing sound of swords rang out. Zek appeared with his sinister smile, his eyes glowing with golden light, like a fierce beast that had found its prey's opening. He roared loudly, "Now is the time." Immediately, a small magical device was thrown into the air, aimed straight at the knight. An broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the strange object flying toward him with an anxious expression.
Memories of the conversation with Professor Fanon suddenly flooded back into Jack's mind. Looking at the blueprint, Fanon had asked, "The structure and materials are quite simple, but if left as is, it can only be used once. What kind of magic do you intend to put inside it?" Jack just smiled confidently and replied, "No need, just a flash of light and an explosion magic will be enough." Back to reality, Jack shouted, "Perfect timing, Raina!" An earth-shattering explosion of blinding white light erupted, engulfing the entire arena. The intense glare made everything completely obscured. Jack narrowed his eyes, smiling arrogantly as he saw the opponent fall right into the trap. In the darkness of his blinded retinas, the man gritted his teeth and bitterly admitted, "Damn it, I was tricked. It seems I made a mistake thinking it was just excess energy." Taking advantage of the moment the opponent was temporarily blinded, Raina launched herself into the air while Jack lunged forward like an arrow with soaring killing intent. Jack poured all his ether into the heavy sword. The radiant purple energy exploded more powerfully than ever. He boldly executed the technique, Dragon Slayer Arts, Chapter 4, First Form, Full Moon Slash. A giant energy circle tore through space, bringing heaven-destroying power crashing down. A resounding explosion echoed, the deep blue light of the aura and surging lightning enveloped the high-ranking knight. Owen Draker stood tall in the center of the energy storm, his face clearly showing fatigue and exhaustion after taking the powerful blow from his student head-on. The injured students lying scattered on stretchers were carried away one by one after the intense match. A staff member approached Owen and said softly, "You've worked hard." At this moment, Owen remained silent, watching the unconscious figure of Jack being carried away, while the roar of that master still echoed in his mind. "You bastard, Owen! Did you beat up my disciple this badly?" Right after that, a man with fiery red hair stepped up and greeted, "Greetings, Hurricane Knight. Still as stiff as ever, huh?" He affectionately slung an arm around Owen's shoulder and asked with a beaming smile, "All right, how is my disciple?" Faced with that question, Owen thoughtfully recalled the moments during the battle. He realized that the instant Jack Draker's sword made contact, he had intentionally dropped his sword and maintained a defensive stance. Why didn't he counterattack when he had the chance? Could it be that his goal wasn't to win, but to level up? Did he only reveal the necessary amount of strength? Looking at his own hand, Owen silently affirmed, "Jack Draker has already far exceeded the scope of my Ufesnet."
At the Academy's promotion review meeting, the dean sat at the presiding seat and boldly announced, "So, let's consider that everyone agrees with this resolution. Let's seal the deal, guys. Raise your hand if you object." The council members replied in unison, "Yes, Dean, there are no objections." In the end, Raina and I were promoted to 5-5 and 5-3, respectively. From then on, I tried to live as quietly as possible. After receiving the complete hurricane technique from Duke, Andre inherited his position. I still maintained a good relationship with Professor Fannin, but we gradually drifted apart when he was selected for the Delphi Royal Magic Research Institute and left the academy. Since then, I was no longer entangled with the descendants of powerful families. Interestingly, however, Owen still came to find me every quarter to request sparring. Then, as if he had enlightened to something, he took a leave of absence and locked himself in a martial arts dojo to cultivate. Time passed just like that, and 2 years later, I graduated from the academy. At the mansion, the old butler Decker bowed respectfully. "Congratulations, young master."
The youngest student to be admitted to Valhalla. Surely the family head must be very proud. At the age of 15, Zek Draker has now become much more mature and calm. Old Decker added, "The director personally wrote a letter of recommendation for admission. This matter is inherently not common." Zek sighed softly, thinking to himself, "Yes, it is indeed a precious privilege, but this title of the youngest student..." He asked the old butler, "There are still about 3 months until the entrance ceremony, right, Decker? You go ahead to Atlas first." Seeing him hesitate a bit, Zek turned his back coldly. "I will rest alone in peace. I do not want to be disturbed by anyone. Do you understand?" His sharp gaze made Decker not dare to disobey. "Yes, young master." In fact, Zek's goal is the giant mountains, where Kaiser's ruins are located. He planned to use the excuse of taking a vacation to go through the Adventurers Guild. Zek told himself, "There is no reason to reveal my destination to suspicious people." Right after that, a man named Liam entered the room, knelt down and paid his respects. "I beg to see my master, Zek Draker." Zek smiled and reminded him, "Liam, didn't I tell you that this greeting is too cumbersome?" After dismissing old Decker, Zek gave further instructions on using the black card to handle the admission to Valhalla, then turned to Liam. "I heard you were transferred to the special class this time, right? As your master, how could I just stand by and watch?" He handed Liam a thick pile of documents and instructed, "I have compiled everything you need during your time at the academy, from predicted exam questions for the semester assessment, training curriculum, to the necessary items for the exams." Hearing this, you guys can already smell a vibe of someone else's master, right? Not stopping there, Zek also pointed his finger and reminded, "Furthermore, when you reach your 4th year, you will definitely need a sword that suits you. Go to the Breath of Fafnir to place an order. I have already paid in full, don't worry." Looking straight into his subordinate's eyes, Zek smiled with full of expectations. "I believe you will not disappoint me, Liam." Faced with his master's thoughtful care and meticulous preparation, Liam was so moved that he trembled, his eyes welling up with tears, unable to utter a word.
Liam was so moved that he trembled, immediately kneeling down and swearing, "Master's expectations, I will absolutely not disappoint you." Witnessing this excessive loyalty, Zek could only sigh in frustration. He had just told him not to overdo it a minute ago. Liam hurriedly bowed his head. "I will correct it right away." Leaving the mansion, Zek's destination was the Kingdom of Agos, located in the northernmost part of the central continent. Along with Delbois, Tebe, and Valencia, this place was known as one of the 4 central kingdoms. The most prominent feature of this land was the Giant Mountains, a natural boundary between the land of beasts and the continent. This place contained countless dungeons, both large and small, attracting innumerable adventurers yearning to change their lives. The founding king of the Kingdom of Agos turned dungeon exploration into a key industry. With the support of the royal family, they divided the mountains into hundreds of zones, establishing transportation routes and transit points. That was the predecessor of the Agos Adventurers Guild, an organization that is now spread across the continent. At the guild headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely bustling. The dispatcher's voice rang out rapidly. "Next, number 546. Is number 546 not present? Next person, number 547. Right after that, Zek received his certificate in hand. The staff smiled. "Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Zek Moreda. You are officially in the profession from now on." Zek softly replied, "Thank you."
To conceal his true identity, he used a wig and magic glasses to change his appearance. Zack told himself, if I want to operate freely, it's best to have an adventurer's identity. I can't be walking around blatantly with the name Draker. After completing the procedures, Zack blended into the crowded stream of people on the street. Good, now then. He decided to catch a shared carriage to travel.
Deep in thought, a strange man approached and struck up a conversation. Hey buddy, are you an adventurer too? He stared at Zack and sneered. Looking that tense, this must be your first time entering a dungeon, right? He casually sat down next to him and continued his invitation. So, do you want to join our team? We might not look it, but we are all veterans. His teammates chimed in, putting on fake, welcoming faces. The leader added, the dungeon has been very dangerous lately. Going alone makes you an easy prey for monsters. Zack looked coldly at the people in front of him, thinking to himself, no matter where I go, trash like this always shows up. The man, completely oblivious, continued reciting his textbook speech. People often say that the first party you travel with when entering a dungeon will determine half of your fate in the adventurer's world. I wonder if you've ever heard of that. Zack knew all too well that this was a common trick used by those who lured newbies to use as monster bait or sell as slaves. Without holding back, he cut the man off with an icy voice. Shut your mouth. The words left the man stunned, stammering in surprise. What's wrong, buddy? Did I say something wrong? To the left, 500 meters, there are monsters. The guide's warning shattered the quiet atmosphere. A middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. It looks like orcs, so this area is a monster spawn zone? He started to panic. What are you saying? This is supposed to be a safe route. Seeing this, another man in the group laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, you must be too tense because you're a newbie. Buddy, don't you know that the route of the Adventurers Guild headquarters is directly managed by the kingdom? Even wild beasts can't get in, let alone monsters. Zack, who was quietly observing through the crack of the door, had his eyes flash with a cold glint. He spoke softly. Then, what is that thing right behind you?
The question left the man stunned. What? Before he could even turn his head, a giant dark silhouette with glowing red eyes loomed right behind him. A terrifying explosion rang out as the giant orc swung a 1,000-pound punch, completely shattering the carriage. Splinters of wood flew everywhere, the panicked horses neighed loudly and scattered, and the entire convoy plunged into utter chaos as the orcs swarmed out in a frenzied attack. The arrogant man from earlier now tumbled to the ground, his face pale without a drop of blood, trembling as he blurted out, "What is happening?" As the shadow of death engulfed him, he only had time to widen his eyes and beg in despair, "Please spare my life." However, a giant spiked mace coldly crashed down, crushing everything. The lesson here for you guys, boasting loudly before checking the map will get you wiped out real fast. Standing on a high tree branch observing the entire event, Zack pondered. The fact that orcs could rampage in a safe zone meant that the outpost was no longer functioning properly. He immediately moved to the nearby outpost to confirm the situation. What appeared before Zack's eyes was a scene of ruin and devastation, with the wooden gates smashed to pieces. He silently assessed, just as expected, what an unimaginable mess. Zack approached the corpse of a soldier, a suspicion arising in his mind. Even the soldiers of Argos were taken down, but for a force like this to be wiped out so cleanly? He bent down to inspect the wound on the chest of a corpse. The clean cut piercing through the iron armor left Zack stunned. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he realized a horrifying truth. It wasn't monsters. This was done by humans. He approached, carefully observing the heavily mangled corpses. It was clear that the perpetrator had deliberately staged the scene to look like a monster attack, but if it were truly monsters, the cuts would never be this clean and precise. Furthermore, the majority of the victims died instantly with any signs of resistance. Zack silently concluded that it must have been done by a group consisting entirely of purple tier knights or above. However, he knew he couldn't linger here too long, as it would only complicate matters. The top priority right now was still to find Kaiser's ruins. Continuing deeper into the forest, Zack encountered human skulls suspended in nets, a trademark sign marking the territory of the barbarians. He opened the minimap to check and realized he was very close to Kaiser's ruins. But right at that moment, Zack halted upon noticing the presence of uninvited guests. Why were the Empire's hounds here? It was a secret unit directly under the Emperor, recruiting only the most elite talents among the apprentice knights to train in tracking and assassination skills. At the present time, the Hound Squad remained a mystery that few within the Empire even knew about, but they would soon become a core force when the Continental War broke out. Closely observing the red dots moving on the map, Zack shivered as he recalled this trademark tracking technique, because before his regression, it was these very people who had murdered him. Zack remembered Duke's words about the Emperor frantically ransacking the entire continent in search of immortality. Even in his previous life, he was obsessed with ancient artifacts possessing mystical powers.
His ambition to unify the continent was crazy enough, yet he greedily pursued the illusory dream of immortality. He looked toward the gloomy canopy filled with human skulls, a doubt arising in his mind. If so, could it be that the Empire had already found Kaiser's ruins here too? He pondered. The only way was to confirm it himself. Suddenly, Zek sensed the presence of a stalker, a figure in black hiding behind a tree. Without giving the opponent time to react, Zek dashed forward at terrifying speed. Zek bent down to pick up the item that had just fallen from his hand, a flare gun. He immediately recognized it as a yellow flare, a type of signal used to sound the alarm when an unexpected situation occurs. Looking at the guy dying on the ground, he affirmed, "As expected, you are the captain." Zek looked around and thought to himself, just 3 of them won't be enough, so is this an outer patrol team? Usually, a team would have 12 people, right?
The captain screamed in pain. "Who are you? Who sent you to do this?" Seeing the commotion, 2 accomplices from afar tried to rush in for backup, but Jack just lightly dashed forward, knocking out the remaining 2 in the blink of an eye. He turned back to look at the still trembling captain and coldly replied, "Still don't understand the situation? The one asking questions here is me." Jack's eyes flashed with a sharp, oppressive glare as he continued his threat. "Think carefully. You still have 2 mouths. If one stays silent forever, the other won't be able to speak anytime soon either. Make a wise choice." After gathering information, Jack headed toward the location of their base. Looking at the magic map displaying dense red dots, he silently evaluated. Is this their temporary base? It's so crowded, which saves me the trouble of hunting them down individually. He pulled up his face covering, his eyes turning piercingly cold. Are they the ones who turned the base into a place filled with those mangled corpses, daring to touch even the kingdom's soldiers? Could they have really found the ruins?
"Well, I'll just go in and see," Jack muttered, walking past a tree carved with the emblem of the Messine organization, where an arrogant warning hung. "Anyone who dares to draw a sword against Messine will never know peace." He silently took down the additional guards hiding in the bushes. Following the endlessly long, steep wooden staircase built along the cliff, Jack began to infiltrate deep into the base. Below the entrance, a guard was still carelessly letting out a huge yawn, completely unaware that danger was imminent. On the cliff balcony, a guard looked out anxiously and muttered to himself, "No way! What kind of madman would dare barge into the territory of the barbarian tribe and still post guards like this?" Before he could compose himself to see where the strange noise came from, a sharp blade plunged into his neck, causing him to collapse onto the wooden floor without uttering a single word. A purple sword aura tore through space, taking down more guards standing along the corridor. It happened so fast that those on the upper floor began to grow suspicious. One guy yelled down loudly, "Why are you still standing there instead of coming in?" He looked down the pitch-black walkway, his heart full of unease. Wait a minute, wasn't there some kind of noise from the gate just now? The guy standing next to him replied absent-mindedly, "Didn't hear anything." But in the very next second, Jack appeared like a ghost, his blade piercing straight through the guard's chest, to the absolute shock of his comrades.
Another soldier panicked and shouted, "Intruder!" But that scream was quickly silenced when Jack rushed over and choked him, effortlessly disposing of him right after. Memories of his past life flooded back when he received orders from the boss, who was exhausted from a 5-year-long faction war to launch a solo attack on the Pavelka cartel. The feeling back then was exactly the same as now. From above, a man with slicked-back hair and a commanding presence observed the entire situation. He quietly commented, "The dagger technique of a southern assassin? Once you've sneaked in here, you won't be able to leave alive. If you surrender right now, I will kill you painlessly." Jack glanced slightly at the opponent, silently assessing his strength. Is he the commanding captain here? At most, he has only just touched the threshold of a blue knight. Compared to the hunting dogs I faced in my past life, these guys are significantly weaker. He smirked sarcastically. "Kill me painlessly?" Hearing this, the commander gritted his teeth in anger. Are those the words someone who just killed our comrades should say? You should be tearing me apart and exterminating 3 generations of my family to avenge your fallen comrades, the commander coldly ordered. Let his wish be granted. Tear him apart while he's still alive. Immediately, the guards rushed in for a relentless attack, but Jack simply dodged slightly. His sword slashes tore through the air, sending the enemies flying like dry leaves in a storm. Facing the siege, Jack maintained a strangely calm demeanor. He asked himself, something's not right. Are the hunting dogs really just at this level? Are they too weak, or have I become too strong? You're starting to brag again. As soon as he finished speaking, he easily deflected all the attacks directed at him. Jack decided not to waste any more time observing. Well, at this point, there's no need to observe anymore. Let's finish this quickly and go sleep. Immediately, a system notification popped up. Magic reflection skill activated. In an instant, the entire lighting system went out.
Purple electric sparks crackled and then vanished into the void. The commander exclaimed in shock. A power outage right at this moment? He tried to stay calm to analyze the situation. Could it be magic interference from a dragon slayer? But then he remembered a terrifying detail. Wait a minute, he has been fighting bare-handed from the start and hasn't used aura at all. The sword technique he used is also the southern short sword technique. He must be an assassin. So is it merely a technical glitch? He roared to reassure his subordinates. Don't panic, it will be restored soon, so focus on defending until then.
However, when the lights suddenly flickered back on, the sight before him left him completely stunned. All the guards under his command were now nothing but corpses scattered across the ground. Who knows since when? The commander trembled, unable to believe what the hell was going on. Jack calmly stepped forward, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, and exclaimed, "The Emperor is quite bold, daring to target the ruins of the hero King Kaiser." Hearing that name, the commander stammered in fear. The ruins of Kaiser? What the hell are you talking about? In response to that panic, Jack simply dropped a cold sentence. Don't worry, even if you don't confess yourself, I will find out on my own. Facing the sharp blade pressed against his neck, the commander cried out in panic. Wait, we really don't know anything. But the only response to that pleading was a cold look and a decisive slash. Jack calmly sheathed his sword. As he walked away, Jack carefully calculated his next step, telling himself, everything that happened here will be forged into the actions of Mekhian.
The Mekhian cartel was a criminal organization in the southern continent that Zek once belonged to in his previous life, a gang willing to do anything for money. After the kingdom of Gusco collapsed due to civil war, this land became a lawless zone divided between the Mekhian and Papella cartel. Zek knew well that he could use his dragonkin skill to hide his identity, but he deliberately used the southern short sword technique and even left behind the signature warning of Mekhian, because for him, providing a clear target for the enemy to investigate was the safest choice of all. Zek stood by the wooden railing, gazing thoughtfully down into the abyss, certain that the Empire would think this was the doing of the southern gang. Even if the Empire took action because of this, it would only help him eliminate Mekhian, which would be even more beneficial for him. He took out the letter found inside the base and realized that the Emperor of the Empire was much crazier than he thought. His instructions were essentially just to search for ancient ruins, but what was shocking was the accompanying campaign map, not only in the central continent, but also in the eastern continent, which was in a ceasefire phase, or even the mysterious Black Sea region. He had sent out his hounds wherever ancient ruins were suspected to be. This meant that their forces had now reached a scale equivalent to his previous life. Even so, it seemed they still hadn't found Kaiser's ruins, so Zek reminded himself that it was best to act quickly. Right at that moment, a screech tore through space. A radiant red light shot up into the sky and exploded into a flare. Zek stared in stun. A red flare. Could it be... Guys, just looking at this color, you know the situation is super intense. A second flare continued to explode, illuminating a distant patch of the sky. He was shocked to realize the severity of the problem. Was that the opening signal of the inescapable net?
Startled birds passively scattered from the canopy. Jack was dashing swiftly through the forest, his sharp eyes constantly observing his surroundings. He realized the situation was taking a turn for the worse. Had they already caught up to him? Right above, a blinding light exploded as a red flare split into 5 radiant branches in the sky. Jack perfectly understood its meaning. It was the summon order for the heavenly net. With the sole objective of eliminating the threat at all costs, they would use the flare as a center point, spreading out to search the surroundings to pinpoint the target, and then gradually tighten the encirclement. This Jill order representing these hunters would last indefinitely until the one who issued it withdrew it. It was no different from a death sentence. Last time, even after stealing the item the Emperor was targeting at the Northern University, Jack had still lost his life under this very heavenly net formation. But this time was different, he told himself. But now, I have the system, as a blue skill panel appeared. Jack spun around, swinging his sword to block a surprise attack from a hunter. Piercing metallic clashes rang out continuously in the deep forest as he vanished and reappeared, unleashing precise slashes upon the encroaching crowd. Among the hunters, a man with a long scar on his face emerged with an overwhelming killing intent. He unleashed powerful sword strikes, creating streaks of light that tore through space. As Jack defended, he silently assessed, "This is worth a fight." The tremendous collisions made the ground tremble, forcing Jack to brace himself against the power of his opponent's sword. After a brief clash, Jack dashed away and landed on a tree branch, breathing a soft sigh. As expected. The scarred commander also stopped, raised a hand to wipe the blood from his face, his eyes clearly showing excitement. "You really are completely different from the trash in the cave."
Jack tightly gripped his sword hilt, facing the commander and the squad of hunters forming up under the sunlight filtering through the leaves. Trapped deep in the forest, Jack clicked his tongue. This is really troublesome. In front of him was an elite army forming a battle array, blocking all escape routes. He looked at the system map, calculating inwardly. If I use my true strength, I can still escape.
but that would be no different from throwing away the mecha-kind disguise that I have painstakingly created with my own hands. Jack wondered to himself, is there no other way? He had to pull out a small horn, sighing reluctantly. I didn't intend to use this for this situation. Jack brought the horn to his lips and blew hard. A deep, muffled sound echoed throughout the mountains and forests, stretching from the top of the cliff down to the deep valley. This strange noise made the hunters start to panic. One of them blurted out, "What? What's that?" The guy next to him also suspected. Could it be his accomplices? Even the scar-faced commander had to change his expression in astonishment at this unexpected event. While the enemy troops were distracted, Jack immediately pulled out cloth spheres. A hunter recognized them and shouted loudly, "Smoke grenades!" Another realized in shock that he had fallen into a trap. The sound was just a decoy. Deafening explosions rang out, and thick gray smoke immediately enveloped the entire area. The commander roared in order, "Catch him immediately!" Amidst the blinding smoke, Jack flickered in and out of sight like a ghost, gliding through the canopy at terrifying speed. A female hunter tried to reassure her teammates to maintain the formation. "Don't panic. Once the inescapable net has been cast, no one can escape. Hold your positions and look for abnormal movements in the smoke and silhouettes." But no matter how hard he strained his eyes to observe, the commander completely lost his sense of direction. He gritted his teeth and speculated, does he think that just obstructing our vision will make us retreat, or is there something related to the horn sound just now? Suddenly, a dark shadow tore through the smoke and charged in for a frontal attack. The commander looked around in shock, not understanding what was happening. What on earth is this? He gritted his teeth and roared, "These madmen!" From the high cliffs, sky-shaking screams echoed down. "Barbarian tribe!" A whole horde of ferocious barbarian warriors rushed down like a waterfall, relentlessly attacking the formation of the hunting dogs. A panicked soldier said, "What is happening?" The commander also couldn't hide his astonishment. We clearly didn't do anything to provoke the barbarian tribe. If it was just a few isolated warmongers, it would be understandable. Someone must have poked the bear. A female imperial hunter drew her sword and rushed up to block the attack of a giant, screaming, "You lowly savages dare?"
However, the strength of the jungle warriors far exceeded their expectations. The female hunter's blade trembled under the terrifying pressure. Immediately, the warrior from the barbarian tribe threw a devastating punch, sending her flying away. Witnessing that scene, the commander realized the situation had escalated beyond control. This is bad. This is the first time I have seen them this agitated. With our current forces, this is simply too dangerous. Left with no other choice, he pulled out his flare gun and pulled the trigger. A brilliant light exploded in the sky, accompanied by an emergency retreat order, recalling the inescapable net. The agonizing screams of those who were too slow echoed through the deep forest as the commander shouted, "Retreat! Retreat now!" The pack of hounds fled in panic, leaving behind a desolate battlefield filled with blinding dust.
When the space returned to its quiet state, Zek slowly crawled out of his hiding spot, dusted himself off, and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! He looked in the direction the enemy had just retreated, the corners of his lips curving up in a smug smile. More effective than I thought. Using the brain is indeed different. Ha! He held the small horn in his hand. The item just now was the barbarian horn. This is a type of tactical tool created to quickly transmit commands on a chaotic battlefield. In his previous life, Zek had accidentally established a friendly relationship with the Mohican tribe of the barbarian tribe, from which he learned how to craft the war horn as well as fully grasp their signal system. The signal he just sent out was the most serious message. Outsiders have invaded the ancestor sanctuary. That is the reason why the barbarian tribe became so frenzied and launched such suicidal attacks. Although often considered rude savages, the barbarian tribe actually has its own distinct traditions, culture, and civilization, especially an absolute reverence for their ancestors. Zek looked at the horn that was beginning to crack and nonchalantly threw it on the ground. With shoppy-like quality like this, it's probably only good for one use. Zek strode through the sparse forest, muttering softly, "All right, now it's time to find the real ruins." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed from afar, startling a flock of birds into flying away in panic, signaling that the chaos he had just left behind was not over yet. Advancing deep inside the ancient ruins, the space became gloomy and reeked of death energy. Zek looked around the rebel, sighing, one difficulty after another. Right in front of him, a giant creature with dozens of hideous snakeheads was slithering, its eyes glowing in the darkness. The system immediately displayed a warning, corrupted dragonkin infiltrated by foul demonic energy detected. Zek gripped his sword tightly, asking himself in astonishment, what the hell is a corrupted dragonkin? Instead of rushing into a meaningless battle, he calmly observed his surroundings and realized the target. According to the minimap, the door is up there. Looking towards the giant closed stone gate, Zek ordered the system. "System, can you open that door?"
Immediately, notification panels continuously appeared, confirming the administrator's request. proceeding to connect with the control system. Following that was the confirmation information, connected to the system management of the Hero King Kaiser's resting place, proceeding to open the gate to the Hero King Kaiser's resting place. The sounds of ancient stone mechanisms began to roar, and the heavy doors slowly moved. The violent shaking awakened the monster, and one of its giant eyes suddenly glared open. The corrupted dragonkin roared earth-shatteringly, frantically swinging its massive heads to smash the stone pillars, creating fiery collisions in an attempt to crush the intruder. Zek quickly hid behind a large rock, assessing the situation. Sneaking in quietly didn't seem feasible anymore. He decided to unleash his power, activating the Dragon Slayer arts. A radiant purple energy surrounded his body, and Zek dashed forward like the Flash. He executed the hurricane step, shadowless footwork, creating a series of illusions to deceive the monster's vision. Zek told himself, use shadowless footwork to obscure its vision and quickly enter the entrance. The snakeheads continuously bit into thin air, while Zek managed to close in on the edge of the door. He stretched his body and reached out his hand. Just a little bit more. A deafening crash echoed as the giant stone pillars collapsed, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust over the area. Amidst the rubble, Zek was bracing himself against the terrifying pressure from the monster. The ground beneath his feet cracked open under the 1,000-pound strikes. The corrupted dragonkin hissed, its snake-like heads lunging forward at a terrifying speed, smashing everything in their path. He realized the grim truth that in an era where dragons were extinct, the closest thing to a dragon could only be called a dragonkin monster. Against this kind of monster, using the Dragon Slayer arts was completely ineffective. No matter how many heads he slashed off with his sword, they quickly regenerated instantly, leaving Zek feeling incredibly frustrated. In other words, the main character brought a dragon countering skill, but the boss was only a distant relative of a dragon, rendering the skill practically useless.
His eyes narrowed as he saw through the situation. Indeed, with his current strength, eliminating them was an impossible task. He quickly glanced at the target, silently calculating that the distance to the door was about 30 meters. Without hesitation, Jack immediately called out, "System!" He reversed his sword, his sharp eyes giving the command, "Close the door." Instantly, a notification panel appeared. Administrator request confirmed, closing the gate leading to the resting place of the Hero King Kaiser. The sound of iron chains and ancient stone mechanisms began to screech dryly as the giant door slowly closed. To clear the way, Jack activated all his power, applying the Dragon Slayer arts, hurricane technique. A burst of blue energy exploded powerfully, swirling into a terrifying tornado. He swung his sword to execute the wind slash move, a massive slash that tore through space, knocking away the snakeheads surrounding him. Jack told himself, all right, taking advantage of this moment, ignore killing them, I must get through the door first. He dashed forward like an arrow, heading straight for the narrowing gap of the door. The monster roared frantically, trying to provoke the dog and then run away. A deafening crash echoed as the heavy stone door slammed shut right when Jack managed to slip through, leaving the monster howling in despair on the other side.
Just as he squeezed through the stone door, Zek breathed a sigh of relief. He made it in, but before he could gather his senses, a chilling sensation ran down his spine, startling him. What the? In a split second, a giant glowing eye appeared right next to him. A massive impact sent Zek flying, causing him to bleed. The giant snake still wouldn't let him go. It lunged forward with towering killing intent, severely injuring Zek. He gritted his teeth, glaring resentfully at the hideous creature in front of him. Damn snake, you dared to follow me all the way in here? Noticing that the monster was craving its prey, Zek made a reckless decision. He held out his arm as bait and roared, "If you crave my arm so much, then take it." Right as the monster snapped at him, Zek swung his sword, stabbing straight into its head. A burst of purple energy exploded violently, tearing through its tough flesh. Zek stepped back, breathing heavily in pain. The joints of his arm began to bulge with terrifying red and blue veins due to the effects of the demonic energy. Looking at the purple smoke rising from the wound, Zek was astonished. What the hell is this poisonous smoke? The system immediately popped up a warning, poisoned by the 9-headed dragon Hydra. Not letting the poison seep deeper into his body, Zek immediately channeled all his power to activate his ultimate technique, Divine Soul Skill, Slash. A giant purple sword aura cleaved down from above, tearing through space and slicing the roaring snakeheads in half. After a fierce battle, Zek stood firmly amidst the ruins, panting but still glaring with eyes full of killing intent at the final head. Only one left. This was the moment that decided life or death. Zek immediately activated his dragonkin skill, Majesty of the Dragon. A giant burst of purple pressure exploded, enveloping the entire space and making the giant Hydra scared to death. Zek's eyes glowed with purple lightning as he growled a threat.
Get lost if you don't want to be chopped to pieces. His sharp, murderous gaze made the monster tremble, its pupils contracted in extreme fear. He didn't expect the coercive pressure from the Dragonkin skill to be so strongly effective. The corrupted Dragonkin had now completely lost its morale. It hastily turned around and fled right away. Zek slumped to the ground, panting exhaustedly. He didn't expect Majesty of the Dragon to be effective against the Dragonkin species. Damn it, I should have tried it earlier. He started to feel that something was wrong. Even though infinite stamina was still activated, his body was abnormally exhausted. Looking at the flashing status board, Zek wondered, is it because of the toxin? Right at that moment, the system announced, you have caused the corrupted Dragonkin, eroded by foul demonic energy, to fear. Do you want to activate the Dragonkin dominance power to tame the target? Looking at the Hydra trembling and sweating profusely in terror, Zek pondered, whatever the reason is, can I really tame that absurd monster?
He decided to take a gamble. All right then, let's give it a try. However, the newly ignited hope was immediately extinguished by a cold notification bell. The power of the administrator was not enough to tame this Dragonkin. Failing to tame the Dragonkin, Jack clicked his tongue in disappointment. Insufficient power. Honestly, it made people expect so much. He realized that even peak skills had their limits. But a sudden pain struck, leaving Jack with no time to complain, as purple streaks of poison began to spread across his face. The system continuously issued red warnings. The venom of the nine-headed dragon Hydra had exceeded the danger level. Jack collapsed, both hands gripping the ground tightly. Damn it, this wretched poison. Even though he had tried using the self-healing skill, it was completely useless against this type of toxin. He gritted his teeth, enduring the heart-tearing pain. There definitely had to be some way. That's right, he had to absorb the bloodline ability of Devour. In this state, Jack could digest anything and convert them into energy, even absorbing the bloodline energy of monsters. Looking at the creature containing potent toxins in front of him, without further hesitation, Jack immediately activated the Dragonkin skill Devour. A dense stream of dark energy exploded, enveloping his entire body and devouring everything around him.
The system continuously displayed notifications. The head of the Hydra Dragonkin, corrupted by foul demonic energy, had been completely digested. Thanks to absorbing the defeated target, the Devour skill was upgraded from beginner to proficient. All of Jack's depleted energy was instantly restored using the absorbed energy. He had successfully absorbed the bloodline energy of the digested creature, acquiring the incomplete physique, poison immunity. The dark aura gradually dissipated, and Jack pushed himself up from the rubble. As soon as the system detected the remaining toxins of the nine-headed Hydra, the effect of the poison immunity physique was immediately activated to detoxify him. Jack's eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light, and he smirked triumphantly. Bingo! A game-hacking system is indeed built differently, so overpowered. The status board appeared in detail. Jack Raker, unique immortal class, descendant of Terrakin Draker. He now possessed the Holy Body and Poison Immunity physiques. His skills, from Wind Technique, Magic Reflection, to Dragonkin skill stages 1 and 2, had all reached the proficient level, with his total karma points currently reaching 465 points. Although the name Poison Immunity sounded a bit suspicious, Jack understood that with this power, he would no longer have to worry about any type of toxin. Furthermore, the Devour skill, which had been unable to level up for a long time, had now reached the proficient level thanks to absorbing the designated creature. The system also provided additional rewards and extremely useful information. Jack told himself, well then, I've been stuck here by the Hydra for a while now, I should keep moving. He turned and walked away, heading straight towards the light at the end of the corridor. Jack stared intently at the reward information that popped up. The reward was the Tears of the Fairy Royalty. This was the mother of the hero King Kaiser, a mysterious entity capable of fulfilling any human wish. Jack couldn't help but be amazed. Tears of the Fairy Royalty? Even though he still didn't know what it would be used for at the moment, he was certain this was an incredibly powerful artifact. He scored big again this time. Approaching the glowing blue crystal, Jack immediately commanded, "System, how do I obtain that progression?" The system quickly responded, checked the administrator's request, extracting information from the magic recording device. In just a split second, the system announced that it had found 546 magic recording videos of the hero King Kaiser. Among them, there was a total of 12 videos that matched Jack's request.
As soon as the first video started playing, the system announced that it had detected an ancient language of Kronos that was no longer in use and would automatically translate it into the common tongue so Jack could understand. On the magic screen, a man with romantic long hair, wearing a fur cloak and carrying a sword on his shoulder, asked arrogantly, "So, what is a sword?" Jack watched in astonishment. This person was the legendary hero King Kaiser. In the tape, Kaiser casually answered his own question in an indifferent tone. "A sword is just a sword. What else could it be? Those old fogies who don't know how to swing a sword just spout nonsense all day. It's utter bullshit." Suddenly, Kaiser shouted at the person filming, "Hey Satan, focus, the screen is shaking."
Zek silently analyzed that if this was Satan, then this was the most loyal soldier of the legendary Kaiser. Indeed, this person was a real historical figure. He watched intently and wondered how could one wield a sword so masterfully. As if hearing Zek's question, Kaiser in the video answered extremely simply. There is nothing grand about it, you just need to swing your sword diligently and frequently. Kaiser smirked slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through space and time to look straight at Zek. You must be wondering to what extent, right? I will give you a goal. Immediately, a brilliant red beam of light split the space, shooting straight from the magic screen and aiming directly at Zek's forehead. A terrifying pressure surged forward, leaving Zek shaken with cold sweat running down his face. Such an overwhelming aura suppressing an opponent through a mere screen. This was truly the majestic presence of the Hero King. Absolutely amazing. Instead of being afraid, Zek's eyes shone with excitement. He gave an arrogant smile. This is a great deal, guys. Without hesitating for another second, he ordered the system. System, replay the video I just watched from the beginning. The system immediately responded, confirmed the administrator's request. It had been about 4 days since Zek was confined and trained tirelessly in this place. Observing his surroundings, he noticed 3 large doors facing the entrance, each room serving a distinct purpose. The first room was a food storage filled with enough provisions to last for several months. The second room was a resting space, fully equipped with the necessary amenities to recover his physical condition. And the last room was a storage area containing a wide variety of books and military equipment. It turned out that this was a specially designed training room dedicated exclusively to Kaiser's successor. Thanks to this thoughtful preparation, Zek could completely focus on his training, swinging his sword tens of thousands of times without any distractions.
However, he soon realized a major problem. Although he could imitate the external form of the moves, the feeling at that time could not be recreated. Right then, a notification from the system sounded. Learned the progress of Hero King Kaiser, Elemental Sword, Basic. Zek couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Elemental Sword? Before he could regain his composure, the system continued to announce the end of the basic stage and the transition to the application stage. Zek was still wondering in confusion. Application stage? Then a massive burst of blue energy began to erupt, and the system commanded, summoning the soul of Hero King Kaiser. From the blinding light, the ancient king of the kingdom of Kronos, Hero King Kaiser, appeared majestically. Zek exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, Hero King Kaiser is standing right before my eyes." However, without any polite greetings, Kaiser immediately drew his sword and charged to attack. Zek only had time to raise his sword in terror to defend himself. I really messed up this time. Pushed back by a terrifying force, Zek panicked. What? What is this all of a sudden? From above, Kaiser launched a powerful dive attack, making the ground shake violently. Zek was knocked down to the floor, and Kaiser coldly commanded, "Stand up right now." Zek struggled to get up, thinking to himself, is he trying to push me away with his sword? This oppressive feeling reminded him of his master in his previous life. Kaiser swung his sword and pondered. Back then, my master forced me to grind my swordsmanship with actual combat. Looking at the weakness of a successor, the ancient king couldn't hide his disappointment. If the ancient knights saw this, they would definitely be heartbroken. Zek clearly felt an overwhelming power surrounding him. He asked himself, but why attack like this? Is it to test my strength? Not giving Zek time to think, Kaiser continued to charge at terrifying speed, delivering a lightning-fast slash that shattered the ground right under his feet. Zek stumbled back in shock before the intense killing intent of the ancient king, unable to stop himself from shivering. What the heck? This will send me straight to the altar. Cold sweat ran down his tense face. Zek's mind was in turmoil. Damn it, can I even handle this? Looking at Kaiser's manic smile and wide, excited eyes, Zek could only silently marvel. He truly is an unbelievable monster. He closed his eyes, letting out a long breath to force himself to calm down. No, there's no need to overcomplicate things. Zek tightly gripped the sword that was vibrating on the ground, his eyes more resolute than ever. Whatever, let's just go for it. Since I'm already in this, I'll go all in. If I lose, then a brilliant blue lightning erupted and covered the blade. Zek stomped hard and lunged forward. Bring it on, Hero King! Witnessing the unfamiliar surge of power, Kaiser let out a surprised gasp. Are you a disciple of Saturn? The ancient king silently evaluated his young opponent, his eyes showing clear interest. Finally succeeded. What is that power called again? Aura. A colossal slash carrying a blue light tore through space and aimed straight at Kaiser, creating a blinding explosion of energy right in the middle of the training room.
Even though he had prepared himself mentally, upon direct clash, Jack still couldn't help but be terrified by the suffocating pressure. Compared to the movements, the strikes were too heavy. When will he be able to dance like Florentino?
Kaiser maintained a calm expression as if he were taking a stroll. He smirked arrogantly. It doesn't matter. Having fun is enough. The battle immediately erupted at a dizzying speed. Streaks of sword aura tearing through space continuously collided, creating deafening explosions. Jack was swept into a crazy vortex of attacks. He could only brace himself to withstand the 1,000-pound slashes of the Hero King. After a tremendously powerful clash, Jack was pushed back, his feet sliding across the ground, leaving deep trenches. He stood firm, breathing heavily with exhaustion, but his eyes never left his opponent. Even though he had anticipated it somewhat, he didn't expect the gap to be this huge. Looking into the blazing, authoritative eyes of Kaiser reflecting his own image, Jack smiled excitedly. So this is the power of the Hero King. But on this side, Jack is also most confident in his ability to struggle. A series of system notifications popped up continuously, activating Dragonkin's skill Fatal Strike, Sprint, Continuous Slash, and Dragon Claw. A brilliant burst of firepower erupted, and Jack dashed forward with earth-shattering power. A giant Dragon Claw slammed down from above, crushing the ground and blowing everything around away into ruins.
Witnessing that scene, Hero King Kaiser could not help but be astonished, thinking to himself, not a Dragonkin, yet he possesses the power of the Dragonkin skill? Before he could collect his thoughts, Jack continued to erupt with radiant purple energy, making Kaiser even more amazed. He even has elemental power. Jack dashed forward like a flash of lightning, activating his ultimate move, Divine Soul Skill. Dense purple illusions appeared, attacking simultaneously and making the space seem to shatter. Facing this full-force strike, Kaiser did not flinch. He slightly curled his lips into a smile full of excitement and satisfaction. A massive magic explosion erupted, engulfing the entire training room in radiant purple light. Jack groggily woke up amidst the rubble, bewilderedly blurting out a few words. Immediately, an authoritative voice from above echoed back, "Weakling, you finally woke up." In front of him was a man with long silver hair, exuding an ethereal aura, sitting calmly on a stone pedestal. He looked at Jack and commented, "Anyway, you do have a lot of talents. The talent of a dragon slayer, the power of the Dragonkin, and even elemental power."
He approached, leaned close to Jack's face to observe, and asked suspiciously, is a part of your soul intersecting with the spirit realm?" Jack was completely bewildered, only stammering in reply, "What spirit realm? I don't know anything about that, man." The mysterious man continued to make his assessment based on what he saw. "You have crossed the boundary of death many times in a human body, haven't you? If so, the use of elemental power is understandable." Jack sat slumped on the ground, scratching his head in frustration. "From earlier until now, I've only heard you talk about Sotin, the spirit realm, and elemental power." In response to that, he just smiled faintly with a hidden meaning. Don't you have a more important goal than those trivial things?" Jack was stunned. "Huh? What do you mean?" He raised a finger in front of Jack, confirming the power the boy was approaching. "My true advancement, the thing you are learning, is the elemental sword." In his hand, the elements of fire, water, and earth began to dance and swirl magically. Elemental power is the pure force of nature that constitutes all things. Kaiser began to explain the nature of power, from water, fire, and earth to wind. He affirmed that the elemental sword was created based on those 4 basic elements. Immediately, the ancient king demonstrated an earth-shattering technique called the Elemental Sword, Wind Chapter. A giant tornado named Hurricane Sword was unleashed, tearing through space with terrifying destructive power. So strong. Kaiser sheathed his sword, casually explaining, "This is the Hurricane Sword, Wind Chapter, belonging to the wind attribute among the 4 great elements. The root of elemental power, the necessary thing to execute the elemental sword, is the ether that you mentioned." Jack looked at the ruins in front of him, sweating profusely in amazement, and thought to himself, "This thing is more like magic than swordsmanship." Kaiser looked at him and commanded, "Now it's your turn."
Zek pondered deeply, but was the origin of elemental power really ether? He realized something strange. He couldn't feel any ether from Kaiser at all. Could the secret lie in the process of converting ether into elemental power? Zek took a risk and asked directly, "If so, can you tell me how to convert ether into elemental power?" In response to his seriousness, Kaiser looked clueless. "Huh. Oh, that." As soon as Kaiser finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly burst into fierce flames. He nonchalantly replied, "You just execute it like this. What more is there to explain?" Looking at this master's capricious teaching style, Zek was stunned, secretly complaining, "If you're going to be a teacher, act like one. Are you trying to be someone's grandfather?" Suddenly, Kaiser realized the issue and became serious again. "It's not that you don't feel it, but that you cannot feel it. You must focus your entire spirit just to feel a tiny bit." He pointed out Zek's fatal weakness. "Your manipulation of ether is restricted to an extreme degree." "Why wouldn't I be able to do it?" Zek gripped his sword tightly and replied with a resolute voice, "Yes, I will try it myself." Kaiser smirked slightly. "Your way of speaking seems a bit arrogant."
Zek closed his eyes and focused, reminding himself not to pay too much attention to what his eyes saw. He suddenly realized the crucial point. Kaiser had clearly called his divine soul skill elemental power. That meant the divine soul skill was also a power that utilized elemental power. A radiant purple energy erupted around Zek's body. Not wasting another second, Zek gathered all his strength and executed. Divine soul skill, wind. A piercing clang rang out as Zek received a knock on the head. Kaiser stood there, loudly scolding. I told you to use elemental power, yet you clumsily used that shoddy, dark magic, spirit speech. Zek struggled to sit on the ground, asking in bewilderment. Spirit speech? Kaiser slowly explained. Yes, spirit speech is originally a secret art belonging exclusively to the dragonkin. If you were a dragon slayer, it might be acceptable, but humans absolutely cannot use it. He pointed directly at the boy's weakness. Every time you use that power, your body must suffer significant damage, right?
Zek was stunned as he recalled the times he was exhausted and in pain in the past. Kaiser continued to explain. The souls of humans and dragons are fundamentally worlds apart. One can imitate it superficially, but the effectiveness absolutely cannot compare. His face clearly showed contempt. I don't know who created that dark magic, but it is truly laughable. Kaiser stood up, commanding decisively. All right, if you understand, then do it again. While struggling to get up, Zek silently recalled. I've seen the spirit speech magic before, when absorbing Bahamut's heart at the resting place of the Dragon Slayer. Memories of his past life returned when he saw the system notification about the Dragonkin skill's spirit speech magic, but it was locked because the administrator's maturity level was insufficient. Zek thought to himself, if the divine soul skill was originally created based on the foundation of the spirit speech magic, then when I mature and unlock the spirit speech magic, wouldn't I also be able to control the divine soul skill freely? By then, don't ask why I'm so overpowered. Immediately, Kaiser shouted, Do you need to taste another blow to wake up? Get up right now. Zek hastily replied, Yes, yes. The applied training began, and it took significantly more time than the basic training. Thanks to the power of the Holy Body, along with Kaiser's demonstrations and countless sparring sessions, Zek finally grasped the principles of the elemental sword.
He realized it was like magic activated by a magic array channeling magical energy. The principle of the elemental sword was to use ether as a medium to summon elemental power, the power of spirits. Once the principle and method of use were understood, executing the elemental sword was no longer a difficult task. Zek swung his sword, and a massive wave of water exploded, tearing through space with terrifying power. Witnessing his disciple's progress, Kaiser softly remarked, Now it looks somewhat acceptable. The advanced stage will be even harsher, so take a rest today. He leisurely turned and walked away, acting exactly like a teacher who had just finished grading a test and gave a mediocre comment. Zek bowed his head and replied, Understood, master. While resting on the stone floor, Zek asked, During this break, may I ask you a few things? Kaiser comfortably replied, Yeah, go ahead and ask. Zek let out an awkward laugh. Haha, now that I've learned it, I finally understand. So those things floating around are also elemental power. He looked straight at Kaiser, his eyes turning serious. When you and I first met, you saw me use aura and called me a disciple of the Dragon Slayer, right? What does that mean? Aura, right, that is indeed the name. The meaning is exactly as it sounds. Kaiser pondered and confirmed. He further explained that the reason he recognized it was because Zek was using the very technique created by that Dragon Slayer, while the guy himself always insisted that humans couldn't use the elemental sword. Kaiser's expression suddenly turned fierce. He actually dared to skip my part and only pass down his own technique, that bastard Dragon Slayer Draker. The name that was just uttered left Jack stunned. Satan Draker. Historical information immediately flashed in his mind. Wasn't Satan the noble knight, the most trusted retainer of the Hero King, the one considered the founder of the aura cultivation method, yet he bore the surname Draker? Jack wondered in shock. Could it be that the true ancestor of the Draker family wasn't Tarakan, but an ancient figure named Satan? Why had this truth never been revealed? Setting aside his astonishment, Jack returned to the topic of power. I understand now. So this place called the Spirit Realm, where spirits reside, what kind of place is it exactly? In response, Kaiser just lightly snapped his fingers with a click. Instantly, a terrifying burst of power exploded. The wind chapter within the elemental sword could actually be utilized in such a way. Jack was amazed as he found himself pushed back by the immense wind pressure. Kaiser leisurely explained, To exact, it is different, but roughly speaking, the spirit realm is the underworld, while the current realm is the living world. He stated that once the physical body leaves the current realm to enter the spirit realm, it could never return, like being trapped behind an impassable wall.
Jack questioned. But didn't you, Master, say that a person's soul still lingers in the spirit realm? Yet right now, you yourself are present right before my eyes in the form of a spirit sword. Kaiser snapped his fingers again, admitting that Jack's case was the first he had encountered, but there were also a few loopholes to bypass the boundary. He said nonchalantly. For example, in my case, it was thanks to a dragon lending a helping hand. A dragon? Jack panicked upon hearing this. Kaiser raised an eyebrow. Yes, so? Is there a problem? Did you think dragons are always busy destroying villages? Sometimes they also do charity and help people. Jack was utterly bewildered, because from what he knew, dragons would never help humans. Kaiser looked at him as if looking at a strange creature. What the hell are you talking about? What race values humans more than the dragon tribe? Jack could only hold his head and exclaim, Huh, what the hell is this now? Dragons actually value humans? In his memory, weren't those demonic beasts led by the evil dragon Bahamut the ones who nearly destroyed the entire world? Jack wondered how different the relationship between humans and dragons had been in ancient times, and what was truly going on.
Kaiser clicked his tongue. I don't even need to explain in detail, because you are the living proof. He pointed at Zek's chest and continued. This heart and the tooth used as material to forge your sword, weren't they both personally given to you by Bahamut? Kaiser smiled as he recalled. Even though his temperament is truly grumpy, he is also someone who cannot refuse a sincere plea. He is actually quite adorable in a way. Realizing that Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut once had a friendly relationship, Zek thought to himself that it would be best to keep the subjugation a secret. He smiled awkwardly and hurriedly played along. Yes, that's right. Our family has served Lord Bahamut for generations, so we were rewarded by him for our loyalty. He scratched his head and muttered to himself. It seems I have misunderstood. Kaiser laughed heartily. Ha ha, he is still the same, always caring deeply for his people. You must have suffered a lot cleaning up the messes caused by his eccentric temper. It was also because of that fiery temper that he argued with Kronos quite a few times. Zach was stunned when he heard the familiar name. He thought to himself, wait, hold on, Kronos is also the name of a dragon. Isn't Kronos the name of a kingdom? He recalled what he knew and continued to ask. I have heard many stories about him from Lord Bahamut. So that means the kingdom was named after Kronos? Right, because I am his contractor. He recounted the old memory with a mischievous look on his face. When everyone was scratching their heads trying to think of a name for the kingdom, he was just sitting there leisurely drinking tea. So on a whim, I named the kingdom after him.
Jack couldn't help but be amazed. An absurd image of a dragon sitting and drinking tea popping into his mind. A dragon knowing how to chill and drink tea? That's too much enjoyment. The master continued to reminisce, yet Kronos was not too surprised, as if he had predicted it. Actually, I just want his name to be passed down to future generations, after all. The story took Jack back thousands of years to the era when that dragon existed. It was a golden age when dragons and humans lived in harmony and consensus. However, the laws of nature are extremely harsh. If a dragon possessing excessively immense power were to help humans without restriction, the balance of the world would collapse, and the current world itself could fall into peril. Therefore, the dragonkin restrained their own power. They took human form through transformation magic, and then formed contracts with humans to secretly assist them. People like Kaiser, those chosen by the dragonkin to sign contracts, were called contractors. Jack pondered deeply on this new knowledge. No wonder ancient artifacts are so powerful. It turns out they were created with the help of the dragonkin. However, another question popped into his mind. If that was the case, why did the relationship between dragons and humans gradually become distant?
Zach was deep in thought while his master lay sprawled on the floor, sluggishly complaining that he had been waiting until his neck was about to fall off. Zach ignored that attitude. He turned his back and walked away, telling himself that whenever he had the time, he should probably read through the entire chronicle once. He added a sarcastic remark that infuriated his master. You have waited for a successor for 2,000 years. A little more like this is nothing. Calm down, master. Watching the back of his insolent disciple, the master gritted his teeth and thought to himself, let's see how long you can keep up that arrogant attitude. The final stage of the advanced training process was a direct duel with the master. Standing before Kaiser, who was holding his sword with full majesty, Zach was initially quite confident, thinking that if it was only at this level, it wouldn't be any different from the previous times. However, he immediately realized that the surrounding atmosphere had completely changed, becoming heavier and more oppressive than ever. Kaiser coldly declared, "Therefore, I will add another rule to the training." The master laid out rules so harsh they were cruel. From now on, you are not allowed to sleep or eat. The duel will continue until I say enough. Furthermore, the most important thing was that Zek was only allowed to use the elemental sword of the same element as his during the entire battle. Zek wondered, what if he violated the rule?
Answering that question was a fiery gaze full of killing intent from the ancient king. Without giving his disciple time to recover, Kaiser immediately activated the elemental sword, Fire Chapter, Fire Rain. Terrifying showers of fire poured down, incinerating everything and engulfing the entire training room. Kaiser lunged forward at a terrifying speed, swinging a powerful slash that forced Zek to brace himself in absolute astonishment. He looked straight into his eyes and growled, "You asked what if you violate the rule? If you have more than one life, go ahead and try." Why so tense? The elemental sword is divided into 4 chapters, corresponding to each element. First is based on the fire element, the Fire Chapter. It burns everything with its heat and terrifying flames, possessing overwhelming destructive power.
Right after that came the appearance of the Earth element, the Metal Chapter, a massive stream of energy striking down from above, creating a deep crater and shaking the very ground. This chapter specializes in suppression and deterrence, with the power to control hardness and mass at will. Zek gritted his teeth, gathering all his lifelong strength to withstand the heavy attack, his eyes shining with the firm resolve to go all out. Then came the one based on the Wind element, the Wind Chapter. Bleeding cuts had already begun to appear on Zek's face. The opponent moved at a terrifying speed, creating sharp slashes of sword aura that intertwined into a deadly net surrounding him. Zek spun around and swung his sword, creating a powerful energy tornado to shatter the siege of crisscrossing light trails around him. Although it does not carry the destructive power of the Fire Chapter, this final element has extremely high applicability in speed combat, swift movement, and emitting sword aura. That is the Water Chapter, based on the Water element. With its unpredictable variations, it allows the user to attack, defend, suppress, or even fully support. This is a flexible, harmonious, and versatile power, just like the flowing water itself. However, when directly facing the technique from the hands of the hero King Kaiser himself, Zek truly felt the terror. He was swept away in a giant column of water, his body plummeting into the abyss in sheer helplessness. Zek gritted his teeth in horror, wondering what the hell was going on. Looking up at where Kaiser was calmly observing, he realized the bitter truth that both the power and the scale of the opponent's attack were far beyond his reach. Standing under the crushing pressure of the waterfall crashing down on his head, Zek had to brace himself, using both hands to tightly grip his sword hilt so as not to be crushed. In his head, he screamed in frustration, wondering why there was such a massive disparity. Troll my ass. As the fierce water gradually dissipated, Zek stood there amidst the ruins, his breathing heavy, his face smeared with dirt, but his eyes gleamed with a mix of astonishment and excitement.
"Oh!" he yelled out in deep frustration. "What is it now?" The master, standing on the water with a composed demeanor, Kaiser shouted back, "You fool! That is the power of a waterfall, not the power of water." Zek still couldn't comprehend. He defended himself while questioning, "Don't I just need to deploy the attribute?" Kaiser began to explain the difference between the elements. "The other chapters only require you to unleash the attribute and swing forcefully to generate power. But how many times have I told you? The Water Chapter is all about softness." He emphasized the core element, using softness to overcome hardness. "Do you not understand?" He coldly ordered again. "Again, do it again." Zek gritted his teeth, his heart full of dissatisfaction. Damn it, what kind of ridiculous logic is using softness to overcome hardness? With this kind of thinking, if I took a philosophy exam, I'd definitely fail right at the preliminary round, guys. In his mind, the dark memories of his past life came rushing back. It was the pain of having to submit because he lacked the strength to resist, the regret of losing important things because he lacked the power to protect them. To survive, to uphold his beliefs, and to protect what was precious, Zek's entire life had been nothing but a mad pursuit of absolute power. He questioned himself, and yet, using softness to overcome hardness, how could those words possibly convince me? However, despite his rational resistance, Zek's body began to move to a new rhythm. A powerful stream of water started to swirl around his blade, creating wind-piercing screeches. Zek's gaze suddenly changed, becoming razor-sharp and intensely focused. The two swords clashed loudly once more, sending water splashing everywhere. Seeing Zek slightly distracted, Kaiser smirked and mocked. "Are you daydreaming during a duel, old man?" Immediately, an explosion knocked Zek far away. He quickly regained his balance, stood firmly on the water surface, and muttered to himself, "That's right."
This hellish training continued relentlessly. After passing the 15th day, Jack also decided to completely give up counting the days to immerse himself entirely in sword practice. Getting addicted is bad, but that's how you become overpowered. As of now, more than a month has passed since this crazy training began. Jack seemed to have forgotten the concept of time. He didn't eat, didn't rest, only plunging into endless sword fights with the ancient king.
It was in this adversity that Jack bitterly realized that infinite stamina was not absolutely omnipotent. Facing a monster with such overwhelming abilities like Kaiser, no matter how abundant his stamina was, he was still suffocatingly suppressed. Kaiser swung his sword, and a massive burst of water pressure exploded, tearing through space. Jack could only widen his eyes in terror at that terrifying power. An explosion of deep blue energy submerged everything, blowing Jack far away. He gritted his teeth, struggling. Damn it. Jack's arms were now exhausted, with no strength left to hold on, while the ground beneath his feet was slippery, making him unable to stand firm. A giant pillar of water crashed down from above, as if to crush him instantly. However, right in that hair-raising moment, Jack suddenly felt a miraculous change. Instead of using strength to face it head-on, he lightly glided away, letting Kaiser's heavy blows slip past gently. Jack smiled confidently and muttered to himself, using softness to overcome hardness. From the strength to hold the sword to the strength to stand firm on the ground, everything was not about bearing the burden, but about letting go.
Letting go of everything, Jack finally began to deeply understand Kaiser's teachings. A powerful stream of water swirled around his body, radiant and full of might. Jack realized that he had been heading in the wrong direction all this time. According to what he had learned, trying to control the path of the sword tip and forcing combinations was actually the shackle that bound the freedom of the sword. Jack focused his mind, determined to break those unnecessary shackles. His energy exploded powerfully, pouring down from above like a rushing torrent, unstoppable. He closed his eyes to feel it, letting the sword find its own path. That's right, clearly in my previous life I had also felt this. It was the moment the boundary between myself and the sword completely vanished, a strange feeling as if I were blending into one with everything around me. In the vortex of the battle, the water current sometimes flared up fiercely as if it wanted to swallow everything, but at other times it became extremely soft and graceful. Seeing the outstanding change in every move of Jack's, the hero King Kaiser gave an excited and sinister smile, giving a look of, "You've got it, kid." Unfazed, Jack also responded with a confident smile, his eyes shining with determination. He dropped to one knee on the ground, his power still pouring out endlessly. Both of them simultaneously unleashed the elemental sword, Water Chapter, creating a resounding crash that shook the entire tower. Jack was still the ultimate loser, but his talent was recognized. He acknowledged him as his true successor. Jack faintly woke up in the silent space, a question popping into his mind. Did I pass out? A sudden feeling washed over him, making him raise his hand to hold his forehead, secretly realizing this was the second time he had fallen into this state. The first time was during the intense match against Duke. Back then, due to using a skill beyond his endurance limit, the system had forced his consciousness to shut down to ensure the user's safety. But this time was different. This was the first time since his regression that Jack had passed out simply because his physical limits had been entirely exhausted. He looked around the empty training room, softly calling out, "Kaiser." Not seeing the shadow of the ancient king anywhere, Jack told himself that he must have returned to the spirit realm.
Immediately, he worried about the results of the training. What about the mission? Recalling the final moments before passing out, Zek believed that he had applied the power of the water element quite well. As soon as he finished his thought, a blue light flared up from his arm, followed by a series of system notifications. Linked mission completed. Bonus time has been added to the reward. Seeing those words, Zek couldn't help but feel smug. See that, guys? Taking a beating for over a month finally bore sweet fruit. Truly a case of suffering first and enjoying later while leveling up. The rewards that appeared were extremely generous, including tiers of the fairy royalty, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. Not stopping there, Zek also achieved the milestone of upgrading to a mid-level system administrator, receiving an additional 500 karma points along with 3 random treasure chests. The system continuously upgraded new features, unlocking the equipment panel, enabling the minimap feature, and the administrator's soul had also matured, helping to unlock another portion of the power from Bahamut's heart. The current seal level had decreased to 90.
He decided to temporarily put that matter aside, temporarily keeping an eye on it. Jack's next goal was the rewards waiting for him. Next, the random chests. The system immediately displayed the rewards for the System Administrator rank upgrade quest, consisting of 500 karma points and 3 random chests. The 3 chests burst open amidst a blue light. The first item to appear was a pair of shoes made from meteoric iron, which, although extremely sturdy, were very light. Next was a set of leg armor, also crafted from meteoric iron, with similar characteristics. Both of these pieces of equipment had a special note, a set enhancement activated when wearing the full meteoric iron equipment set. The final item was a pair of earrings, delicately carved from glass, possessing a unique ability that increased the wearer's spiritual energy recovery speed by 15%.
Holding the sparkling earrings in his hand, Jack smiled smugly. If I sell these to a mage, I could probably exchange them for a fortune, guys. He also couldn't hide his satisfaction when rechecking the items he just received. Furthermore, now I have shoes and greaves to match the gloves, a complete set. But the biggest curiosity still lay in the sparkling gold cards behind. Jack picked them up and told himself, and then random skill cards. As the name implies, there must be skills in here. As soon as the command to open the random skill cards was executed, the 3 cards spun amidst a radiant starry halo. The system continuously announced that new skills had been recorded in the status board. First was C-rank static electricity, which helps generate electricity to shock touch targets. Next was C-rank flash bomb, allowing compressed energy to be shot upwards to create an explosion of light that blinds and blocks the opponent's vision. Finally, C-rank sonic break, capable of emitting annoying sounds to disrupt the enemy's hearing. Looking at the results, Jack's face suddenly went blank, and he exclaimed in disappointment, "Wait a minute, opening gold cards, and there are all C-rank. How is this different from rolling blue items in a gacha?" Jack clicked his tongue to console himself. Well, if they gave out high-level skills for free, all my suffering would be meaningless. Jack started to test the new power and activated the static electricity skill. Immediately, blue electrical sparks crackled, enveloping the dagger blade in his hand. A powerful burst of energy erupted in the space, causing Jack to slightly curl his lips in a smile. Is this C-rank? He secretly evaluated this power as quite good compared to its level and could be utilized in many different ways. If combining Flash Bomb and Sonic Break, I can expect a better effect than the artifact I used in the grade-skipping exam. Jack continued to explore the system and realized that upgrading his authority had unlocked a new system feature called Quick Equipment Slot. This feature allowed him to use the equipment placed in the slot like a normal skill. Looking at the 3 empty slots appearing on the magic screen, Jack pondered, using equipment like a skill? Like pressing once and it activates immediately?
Initially, he intended to use these slots for something other than elixirs, because he already possessed endless stamina and self-healing. No, wait a minute. Even a so-called perfect skill has its weaknesses. He recalled formidable opponents like Kaiser, whom even with endless stamina, he wasn't sure he could handle. Furthermore, Zek still didn't know the true limits of his self-healing ability, telling himself that life is unpredictable, and in case he encountered a boss that could one-hit him, he decided to be cautious. Zek used karma points to buy an A-rank healing elixir, a salvation. After completing the transaction, his current karma points were down to 1465. He immediately assigned this high-grade elixir to a quick equip slot. This was a masterpiece by Zaberi Basan, capable of instantly treating severe wounds and restoring vitality, although its drawback was that it couldn't be used a second time on the same target and contained unidentified effects. Zek was satisfied. It cost quite a few points, but he considered it as buying a premium life insurance policy. Finally, Zek took out the most important reward, the Tears of the Fairy King. He gently held the brilliant blue crystal vial that radiated a shimmering light, containing the teardrop that fell when the hero King Kaiser fell into the evil warlock scheme. By merely using this teardrop as a medium, Zek could summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm a single time. Staring at the newly acquired item, Zek couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Summon the Fairy King directly? You guys listening up to this point must smell a VIP wish, right? According to legend, the Fairy King is an entity that can grant wishes to humanity. If all the legends about Kaiser were true, he wondered if he could summon the Fairy King and receive a wish. However, he knew clearly that this opportunity only came once. The Tears of the Fairy King were indeed the teardrop that fell when the hero King Kaiser fell into the evil warlock scheme, allowing the summoning of the Fairy King from the spirit realm by using it as a medium. Zek told himself, I can't just test it casually. He thoughtfully observed the small vial in his hand and decided, I'll keep it for now. Zek carefully stored the artifact into his subspatial storage, secretly affirming, it would be a waste to use a wish ticket recklessly. I have to wait for the most critical moment to play this card, guys. He turned his back and walked out of the sanctuary's radiant gate, leaving the resting place of the ancient king behind to step into the blinding light ahead.
Right after that, Zek appeared in the middle of an unfamiliar area through a glowing magic circle. He looked around in astonishment. This place, the adventurer's outpost, I actually teleported. This is the new feature, the system teleportation portal. Witnessing this miracle, Zek could not help but marvel. It is really convenient. The system immediately displayed a notification panel. Do you want to use the system teleportation portal feature? Please select a destination. His current location was identified as the Kingdom of Agos, the 8th adventurer's outpost. Zek realized that he only needed to select a location on the minimap to instantly arrive there. In the list, Kaiser's Sanctuary required 150 points, while the current location cost no points. He silently evaluated that apart from long distances requiring extra points, there were no restrictions. If he accumulated enough points, Zek could even teleport between continents easily. He told himself, this portal is exactly the type where you teleport and vanish instantly. Those guys who love to hunt me down will probably cry tears of despair. Leaning against a tree trunk, Zek looked into the distance with calculating eyes. This will be helpful for future plans. Zek looked up at the tree canopy and was stunned. Right in the middle of the freezing cold weather, yellow flowers were blooming brightly. He exclaimed in shock, flowers in the middle of winter? Looking towards the distant mountain range, Zek realized a horrifying truth. Do not tell me. It cannot be. So instead of the planned 3 months, he had been stuck in Kaiser's ruin for a whole 4 months.
His next destination was Valhalla, the top knight training academy in the central continent. Here, in a luxurious room, the clicking sound of pruning shears echoed steadily. The academy's principal sighed while taking care of a bonsai tree. Good heavens, having been a principal for 10 years, this case is truly like a system bug. I've never seen a student go missing and then return a whole month after enrollment like you. Jack could only tearfully explain. I didn't expect to be stuck in there for 4 months, sir. He recalled the warning from the recommendation letter courier. Failing to attend the enrollment ceremony could lead to admission rejection at the principal's discretion. In Jack's mind, intense calculations began. He knew he could not wait until next year because it would be too late. The most important goal right now was to access the secure archive of Tarakhan Draker. Jack said to himself, "It's over. If I get rejected from enrolling now, I will probably become a reluctant gap year student." He stood up straight and respectfully presented. "Principal, the truth is I fell into a state of trance while training myself to make up for my shortcomings and lost consciousness for a long time." Hearing that reason, the principal placed his glasses on the table, his sharp eyes looking straight at Jack. "A state of trance is the excuse you came up with after missing the enrollment ceremony?" In front of him right now was the principal of Valhalla, Frobert Boger, who was radiating an incredibly terrifying pressure with glowing eyes.
Robert Boer, the longest-serving former captain of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Tebe, a knight respected by the entire continent. The story of Arthur Draker, the current family head, personally visiting him 3 times to invite him to take the position of principal is still very famous. This is a man who always respects honor and principles. Facing the strict principal, Jack bowed his head in apology, as showing emotion would cause resentment. "I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, even if I had 100 mouths, but it is the truth, principal." Boer observed thoughtfully, then cleared his throat slightly. "Achieving a trance is no easy feat. If it were another student, I would have accused them of insolence for talking nonsense, but you are a student recommended by the Academy's master." Boer stared at Jack and made his decision. "I will arrange a place for you. If I judge that your training is worth more than a month at Valhalla, I will allow you to enroll." Jack immediately bowed. "Thank you, principal." Although in his heart he secretly thought, he didn't expect to have to rely on that Howard guy's recommendation ticket today. Boer decisively pressed the bell to call his assistant. The door immediately swung open. He ordered, "I will prepare an empty training room right away. Notify the professors of all departments to gather for a supplementary entrance evaluation immediately." Jack was led to the private training room of Valhalla Academy. Looking at the grand scale of the arena, he couldn't help but exclaim, if this arena were used to host a tournament, the audience would definitely pack it all day. Valhalla is truly on another level. Every professor here was a renowned knight he had seen at least once in the Continental newspaper. Standing from above and observing below, Principal Boer announced, "Everyone is present." He clasped his hands tightly, piercing Jack with a sharp, pressure-filled gaze. "Show us the results of the training you claim to have done. Don't tell me those 4 months were just spent camping in the ruins."
Facing the pressure from the principal, Zek silently assessed the situation. He knew he couldn't casually show off the elemental sword here. Feeling a terrifying pressure weighing down on him, Zek said to himself, "All right, guys, at this point, if I keep hiding my skills, I'll probably really get expelled. I have to turn on serious mode. After all, they're the ones who train the strongest knights on the continent. They probably wouldn't even react to half-baked techniques. If so, I should get a bit serious too, right?" Immediately, Zek focused his mind, and a profound blue power began to erupt fiercely around his body. Streaks of electricity and a magical halo covered the sword, exuding an oppressive aura that made the witnesses exclaim in shock. "That's impossible. Isn't that a sword aura?" The sight of Zek holding a sword blazing with aura made the 2 judges shudder in amazement. Reaching the realm of a blue-tier knight at only 15 years old? If this is posted on the Genius rankings, the Academy's server will definitely crash. Previously, the youngest person to hold the record was Sir Aben at 19 years old, right? Another person also couldn't hide their admiration, as expected of a Golden Awakener. However, seeing everyone's overreaction, Zek suddenly realized his mistake. I completely forgot to restrain my aura." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw they still hadn't realized his true strength. Luckily, they still think I'm only at the blue-tier knight level. He knew clearly that before meeting Kaiser, his aura had indeed only reached the blue-tier knight level. But since comprehending the water chapter along with the elemental sword, he had completely broken his limits to reach the next realm, the red-tier knight.
The most distinct difference between a blue-tier knight and a red-tier knight is the ability to wield a sword aura. Sword aura is a technique that uses aura to sharpen a sword to its absolute peak, thereby amplifying power beyond imagination. While a blue-tier knight can only struggle to maintain its initial shape, a red-tier knight is far superior, able to freely sustain and transform its shape according to their own will and visualization. Zack breathed a sigh of relief as he retracted the explosive power, telling himself, "It's a good thing I stopped at the sword aura, otherwise I would be far more exhausted than I am now." Immediately, a loud shout echoed through the room. "Excellent!" The excited yell made Zack jump, cold sweat running down his face in surprise. In front of him, Principal Bojer laughed heartily, spreading his arms in triumph. Compared to a month at Valhalla, this result is truly incomparable. Such a precious enlightenment. Even if it's a few months, no, a few years late, it's still worth it. Witnessing the principal's 180-degree change in attitude, Zack stood frozen, secretly lamenting. It's like he turned into a completely different person. He quickly regained his composure, bowing politely to apologize. "Not at all, Principal. I apologize once again for not being able to attend the entrance ceremony due to an unexpected matter in my family." Principal Bojer kept smiling, waving his hand generously. "Ha, I told you it's perfectly fine." He turned to ask the council members sitting along the long table, "What about the rest of you? Does anyone object to Zek's admission? Or does anyone want to go up and test a few more moves for fun, gentlemen?" Faced with the outstanding talent of a 15-year-old boy who had reached the realm of sword aura, the judges could only sweat profusely. No one dared to utter a word of objection. A knight on the council spoke up in praise. "No objections. A sword aura so sharp and clear is probably rare even among current knights." Another member nodded in agreement. "Exactly. There's no need for further testing." Principal Bojer smiled in satisfaction, finalizing the matter. "Then it's decided. Congratulations on your admission, Zack Draker." The next destination Zack set foot in was Midland Atlas. This was a metropolis on the scale of a kingdom, located right in the center of the Midland continent. This place was not only the headquarters of Valhalla, the continent's top knight academy, but also the location of the Four Seasons Fortress belonging to the Draker family. Among them, the Four Seasons Fortress was the residence of the patriarch and the main pillars, considered the true headquarters of this family. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, Zack stood before an incredibly massive and magnificent architectural structure. He looked up at the majestic villa, softly exclaiming in impression, "It really is magnificent." This was Zack's private residence in Atlas, where he would begin his turbulent school life. However, as soon as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, a popping sound rang out, followed by the deafening explosions of confetti cannons. "Congratulations on enrolling in Valhalla!" Jack stood frozen amidst the rain of colorful confetti, staring blankly at the two figures wearing clown suits and ridiculous party hats in front of him. He inwardly exclaimed, "Master, even Instructor Andre is here?" Duke rushed over, patting his disciple on the shoulder and laughing boisterously. "Disciple, you truly are an extraordinary kid. Since I was born, this is the first time I've seen someone dare to be absent from the Valhalla entrance ceremony." Duke put on a wicked face, giving an excited thumbs up. "All right, the main character has arrived. Shall we begin?" Jack could only stammer in astonishment. "Huh? Begin what?" It turned out that as soon as he set foot in the mansion in Atlas, Jack was ambushed by Duke and Instructor Andre with a surprise enrollment celebration party.
Sitting in the middle of a banquet table fully loaded with food, Jack still couldn't stop wondering why people who were supposed to be at the academy were present here. It turned out that Duke had received a summon order from the family head to return to Four Seasons City, and then casually moved into Jack's mansion, stubbornly staying for over a month. As for Andre, the guy wiped his mouth and awkwardly announced, "I've decided to join Valhalla as a teaching assistant. Sorry, but I'll probably be bothering you for a while too." Hearing this, you guys can probably guess. These two were the type to couch surf but stay permanently, with max-level thick skin. Looking at their drunken and smug appearances, Jack gritted his teeth, realizing that these two bastards had definitely colluded beforehand. He screamed in his heart, "This is my house. What right do you have to decide on your own?" The enthusiastic celebration party went on in chaos. By the time it ended, all that was left in the magnificent mansion was a scene of devastation, with empty liquor bottles rolling on the floor and half-eaten plates of food lying everywhere. Amidst that wreckage, both Duke and Andre were dead drunk, rolling on the floor and the tabletop, sleeping soundly, leaving Jack standing dumbfounded in the middle of the battlefield they had created. Under the bright full moon, Jack put on a mysterious purple cloak and went to a bustling and lively tavern. He slowly approached the bar counter, placed a gold coin on the table, and said in a deep voice, "A glass of dark beer, and while you're at it, let me meet Kai. Do it quickly before the night gets long." When the bartender was still stunned, Jack added another sentence that instantly froze the surrounding atmosphere. "And I want to see Kai for a bit." Immediately, the atmosphere became suffocatingly tense. The surrounding diners, who had been happily laughing and talking just a moment ago, suddenly revealed their true identities as dangerous guards. The clattering sounds of drawing swords and unsheathing knives echoed throughout the tavern. Facing dozens of sword points aimed at him, Jack maintained an arrogant attitude, his lips slightly curving to reveal a sharp gaze under the hood. "What?"
Seeing the glowing symbol on his glove, a trembling soldier blurted out, "Draco!" Realizing the true identity of the person standing before them, the attitude of the surrounding crowd instantly did a 180-degree turn. The waiter from earlier, whose face was now completely drained of color, frantically bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, I should have stopped it." He obsequiously led the way. "I will take you to see the branch manager." Jack walked silently through the secret tunnel hidden behind the tavern, observing the dense layers of magic defenses. He silently evaluated. The secret door is sealed with layers upon layers of security magic, exactly like the formidable families in Jack's memories. Before the regression, whenever the continent's strongest intelligence organizations were mentioned, everyone would immediately think of two names, the Black Feather Pavilion of the Draco family and the Intelligence Bureau of the Rom Empire. However, apart from those two illustrious names, there was another organization operating in the shadows that few knew about, which was the Syndicate. Initially, the Syndicate was just a motley, nameless smuggling group. To be blunt, it was just a mediocre smuggling group back then. But thanks to the hands of a lowly lackey named Kai, he used the smuggling transportation network itself to develop it into a massive intelligence industry. Jack reminisced about the past, when he had just been expelled from the academy and wandered into the criminal organization Moke Cartel. After a long time trying to survive among wolves, he finally climbed up to the position of an assassin in the organization. Right at that moment, Kai, who was the branch manager at the time, proactively approached and assigned Jack the mission of clearing out the crucial transportation routes. Taking advantage of the routes Jack had cleared of enemy forces, Kai began expanding her network at lightning speed, turning the Syndicate into a powerful intelligence organization no less formidable than the Black Feather Pavilion or the Empire's intelligence agency. With an iron will and innate talent, Kai completely took over the Syndicate, making it her own power. And then, when I lost absolutely everything at the hands of the Empire, in the darkness, a mysterious figure handed Jack a file and warned, "This is information about the artifact the Emperor is targeting. Be careful, it won't be easy." Looking at the dossier in his hands, Jack silently reminisced that the person who actively helped me on my journey of revenge was Kai. Although it was said to be the price for contributing to the Syndicate's growth, if it weren't for Kai, I fear I would never have gotten my hands on that artifact, let alone be standing right here. Entering the dark room, Jack struck a match brightly and spoke up. "Your hobbies haven't changed at all, have they?" He brought the flame closer for Kai to light her cigarette. The flickering firelight illuminated the sharp face of the most powerful woman in the Syndicate. Jack slowly lowered his hood to reveal his true face. Kai slightly curled her lips, her eyes full of allure and amusement looking straight at him. "What brings this newly risen genius of the Draker family to see me?" Facing Jack, the powerful red-haired woman of the Syndicate was not the least bit polite. She leaned back in her chair and spoke coldly. "Don't beat around the bush. Get straight to the point." Unfazed, Jack calmly made a shocking proposal. "I want to do business with the Syndicate." The woman slightly curled her lips, taking a drag of her cigarette with a sarcastic expression. She accurately listed his background. A promising and noble pure-blood awakener of the Draker family, who reached the blue-tier night realm at just 15 years old. Why would you want to do business with criminals like the Syndicate? Jack silently assessed. It seems she already knows what happened at Valhalla today. Her information gathering is truly fast. He casually replied, "Looking at the way you keep trying to bicker pointlessly like this, you must not be interested, but you should at least take a look at the goods first."
As soon as he finished speaking, Jack placed a small object on the wooden table. It was a pair of earrings studded with green gemstones, radiating a mesmerizing light. The woman raised an eyebrow in doubt. "Earrings," Jack affirmed firmly. "They are not ordinary earrings. They are artifacts. Try wearing them. You will be surprised." The woman maintained a highly suspicious silence, but then curiously picked up the earrings and put them on. As soon as the artifact touched her body, a radiant red energy began to surround her. Initially, she just gave a soft, cold snort. Increasing mana recovery efficiency. What a cheap item. However, in just a split second, the cigarette on her lips fell to the ground as the burst of power spiraled out of control. She screamed in horror. "What? What is this?" Do you see it, guys? Just a moment ago, she criticized it as a cheap item, and now she is so shocked that she wants to reset her life. Extreme astonishment was clearly visible on the woman's face. The recovery efficiency increased not by 10%, but by a whole 15%. In her mind, a violent tremor was taking place. Current artifacts only increase it by about 1%. The highest is only 3%, meaning this is 5 times more. If this type had ever appeared, how could I not know about it? She stared intently at Jack, her eyes now filled with wariness and calculation. He must have his own connections, or excavated it himself. This kid. Seeing that the prey had completely taken the bait, Jack, under his hood, gave a confident smile and asked back, "Starting to have an interest in trading yet?" Guess what, guys? Who could refuse a deal like this? Jack calmly made his request. He stated that he had registered as a representative, and Kai only needed to go to the bank in the north of Atlas to receive the goods. In the end, it was still a consignment to sell artifacts of unknown origin. To put it bluntly, items picked up outside the dungeon. She laid out the conditions. The commission fee is 10% per item, and if the total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, an additional bonus will be paid. This is exactly the ceiling price that Kai usually sets for a lucrative transaction. However, what bothered her the most was the identity of the person opposite her. Kai thought to herself, "But this guy, he even knows that I am a mage. He definitely has an intelligence network that is not ordinary at all."
When the contract was established and the agreement was settled, Kai smiled professionally, tightly holding the file. "I'll be counting on you from now on, young master." Jack replied softly, "You too." But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. "There's something I'm a bit curious about. Is your ghost ship still safe?" As soon as the question was asked, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Jack's eyes flashed with a sharp, meaningful look from under his hood. Kai's face completely changed, becoming absolutely cold and utterly vigilant. Around her, dark shadows began to fluctuate violently, as if dozens of assassins were hiding in the darkness. She asked through gritted teeth, "Where did you hear about that?" Jack just laughed casually, raising both hands as if to diffuse the situation. "I was just asking. Why so tense? I only asked one question, and you've already switched to combat mode." However, Kai had no intention of letting off someone who dared to touch her secret. A surge of dark magical power, accompanied by blazing flames, erupted around her body, emitting a suffocating pressure. Her eyes glowed threateningly. "Intimidation is nice, but do you think doing that is enough to drag me down?" A fierce, magical explosion burst out, incinerating everything around as Kai began to reveal her true strength. Kai trembled, cold sweat pouring down in the face of the terrifying pressure radiating from Jack. She gritted her teeth bitterly. Damn it, a lack of information. Is Jack Raker the youngest blue-tier knight? Absolutely not. In her mind right now, only sheer terror remained. Even if the entire Atlas branch, no, even if the entire syndicate rushed in, they couldn't defeat this guy. Jack saw through that panic, and he calmly suggested, "Should we change seats, partner?"
In the branch manager's room of the syndicate branch in Atlas, Zek picked up a piece of paper to examine it. An oath. This thing truly has a strong mage vibe to it. This is a form of contract that mages often use to ensure mutual safety. One only needs to use blood as ink and sign their name. Simple, yet its power is limitless. When the contract is activated, the other party's signature will be engraved on one's arm. If one side harms the other, both will lose their lives. As for indirect betrayal, such as hiring an assassin, the signature will disappear from the traitor's arm, and a terrifying curse will descend, putting them at a disadvantage. Kai looked at Zach warily. "If you've understood it clearly, that's good. Sign it quickly. I also need something to ensure my safety. Who knows if one day you might want to kill me?" Zach smirked slightly. Well said. He decisively used a pen to prick his finger for blood and signed his name on the contract. A brilliant magic circle erupted, confirming the deal had been made. Zach smiled. "As long as I can gain your trust, I'll sign however many copies you ask me to."
A magic circle glowed brightly on Zek's arm. The contract had been established. He walked leisurely across the room and spoke, "Now I have officially become your partner." Zek sat down on the sofa facing Kai and continued the unfinished topic. "So let's pick up where we left off. The thing you are transporting with your ghost ship is Merkin's Soma, right?" Kai clearly looked tired. She rubbed her forehead lightly. "I don't know where you got the information about my ship, but yes, I am distributing Merkin's Soma. Soma was originally a magic drug banned from cultivation and use in most kingdoms. However, in the southern continent, which had become a lawless land after the kingdom collapsed due to civil war, it was a massive source of income." Zek added, "It's because of the 100-guest execution order recently issued by the Transcendent Ista family, isn't it?" Kai lit a cigarette and smirked slightly. "That's right, even Merkin wouldn't be foolish enough to mess with the Transcendent family. The only land route connecting the central continent and the southern continent is the desert area under the control of the Ista family. But a few years ago, Ista suddenly closed the entire border, forbidding all outsiders from entering or leaving, completely cutting off communication with the south." Kai continued to explain, "The land route is blocked and the sea route is already in the hands of Papella. So that's why you had to borrow the transportation route of the syndicate." She took a drag of her cigarette and looked at Zeg. "Anyway, you pay a high price, so to us you are a valuable customer." Merkin and Papella were the two major criminal organizations dividing the rule over the lawless south. Using the dense forest of the central continent as a boundary, the north belonged to Merkin and the south belonged to Papella.
Merkin originally had the advantage of transporting Soma by land, but because they monopolized the path, Papella had no choice but to switch to the sea route. Then when Ista closed the border, Merkin lost the land route and hurriedly sought the sea route, but by then Papella had already taken it. By the way, how did you know about my ghost ship? The Syndicate's ghost ship was originally Kai's idea, covering the entire ship with invisibility magic. Thanks to this, they could escape both pirates and the Navy, becoming the most important financial source for the Syndicate, and so top secret that it had never been exposed to the outside world.
Zek smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Of course I can't say that you were the one who revealed it in my previous life." He calmly replied, "Is an intelligence dealer asking about the source of information? Now is not the time to ask about that. Shouldn't you focus on Papella's offer first?" His words left Kai stunned, cold sweat running down her astonished face. Zek took the folder from Kai's hands as she instructed in a low voice. "This is the information about the artifact that the Emperor is targeting. Be careful, it won't be easy." Looking at the pages, Zek silently recalled his past life. The person who actively helped him in his journey of revenge was Kai. Even though the price to pay was contributing to the growth of the Syndicate, without her, Zek would never have been able to get his hands on that artifact, let alone be here right now to carry out his plan. Thinking about Zek, she silently evaluated him as a person with outstanding abilities. If this transaction went smoothly and both sides maintained a good relationship, he would definitely be a powerful asset for the Syndicate's ambitions in the future. The scene shifted to the next morning.
Zek sat relaxedly on a wooden bench at the Valhalla night training facility, flipping through a book in the fresh air. He softly sighed, "The atmosphere here is truly much freer compared to places like internal training grounds or academies." According to the principal, he just needed to wait a moment and a guide would come to meet him. While looking around, a calling voice interrupted Zek's train of thought. A young man with tan skin and curly hair approached, speaking cheerfully. "Could it be that you were the one named Zek the principal mentioned?" He excitedly struck a pose, throwing a punch as a stylish greeting. Looking at Zek's serious demeanor, he burst out laughing and teased, "Our buddy Zek here probably won't lose that academy vibe anytime soon, huh?" In response to that eagerness, Zek just silently looked at the other party with caution. He suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed the young man's hand, asking coldly, "Are you the guide the principal sent?" Faced with the harsh reaction, the guy still chuckled, babbling nonstop. "Hey, why is your tone so tense? Don't raise your quills like a hedgehog," he affirmed confidently. "As you said, bro, I am the one directly tasked by the principal to show you every corner of Valhalla. Yep." Witnessing this scene, Zek could only sigh inwardly. "Oh god, guys, I've met a total autoplay talking NPC." The young man suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot to introduce myself." He proudly declared himself a promoter of the New Age music genre, blending medieval melodies and traditional Southern rhythms. With an excited face, he stuck his tongue out and struck a pose. "That's me, Diego Vila. Looking forward to working with you, bro." Zek softly replied reluctantly. Looking forward to it, Diego." Seeing Zek's attitude somewhat loosen, Diego beamed. "Oh, the atmosphere has suddenly softened, Zek, bro." As they walked together, Zek just dropped a curt sentence. "That's just what you think. Rhythm Knight Diego Vila." Looking at the young man babbling endlessly in front of him, Zek thought to himself he never expected to have the chance to meet a talent, someone who would later be called one of the 5-star knights. This is the title for 5 legendary knights who made great contributions in the Continental War before Zek's regression. They include Silent Knight Bishop Castic, Arena Knight Jeffrick Sanma, Illusion Knight Aster Eladapo, Thunder Knight Raina Draker, and the last one being the Rhythm Knight Diego Vila with his colorful serrated sword. Diego still casually brought up the rumor that all 5-star knights originated from Valhalla. He wanted to verify that, and hoped if everything went smoothly, he could quickly expand his influence. While walking, Diego suddenly complained of hunger and invited, "Want to try some southern dishes, bro?" Zek softly replied with a thoughtful look, "I don't have very fond memories of that dish." But Diego still enthusiastically dragged him along, asserting that Zek just hadn't eaten at the right tasty spot yet.
Finally, Zek also sat at the table and tasted the southern food, inwardly praising, "It's really delicious." Diego boasted smugly, "Of course, bro, the dish made from shark dragon, a specialty only found in Valhalla. Even a native from the south like me has to admit it's top-notch." Hearing Zek comment that this dish is even better than the local food, Diego asked in surprise, "Study as a rhythm knight?" Diego, while stirring his glass of water, recounted, "Well, it's a long story to tell, but actually, my parents used to be the rulers of a small kingdom in the south." Hearing this, you guys can already smell a slight plot twist, right? Zek couldn't help but be surprised. A rhythm knight is actually southern royalty?
In reality, the southern continent was originally an alliance of small kingdoms revolving around the kingdom of Gusco. However, most of those kingdoms must have migrated to the center when Gusco collapsed due to civil war. In other words, I am a noble prince. Diego declared his identity loudly while twirling the spoon in his hand. Witnessing this smug appearance, Zack thought to himself that even though that background doesn't mean much anymore, he really didn't expect royalty to have someone who doesn't know how to save face to this extent. Diego continued to ramble on, because the conservative old men insisted on preserving the royal family's traditional dual sword technique. A natural genius in dual swords like him was sent all the way to Valhalla. He let out a long sigh and suddenly changed his tone with excitement. But instead of swinging swords, I just want to play music. Zack looked at the young man who was happily making hand signs and couldn't help but feel fed up. Then what about the people who placed their expectations on you?
Diego still refused to stop, excitedly inviting him. How about you join the club studying New Age music mixed with the Southern style, bro? The only response was Jack's ruthless refusal. I'm not joining. The two walked together through the academy's corridors, where Diego babbled on that Valhalla was an extremely free place. As long as it helped with studying, anything was allowed. He also hinted that today's class was not normal, and rumor had it that something incredibly grand was waiting ahead. Jack could only silently complain. Does this guy really not know what it means to have a tired mouth? At this moment, the whispering and murmuring of the surrounding students began to erupt. The person who just joined Valhalla as the youngest student, Zack Draker. Rumor has it he is of direct lineage, right? Also a genius who even defeated the instructor. Hearing those words, Diego suddenly stopped in a daze and shouted, "What, bro? You were a Draker?" Zack raised an eyebrow, looking at his new friend with a puzzled expression. What did you think this was all along? Zack raised his hand, wearing a glove with a distinct symbol, but Diego still asked blankly, "What is what?" Zack snapped irritably. "Idiot. This is a pure blood glove, the symbol of a pure blood awakener of the Draker family." Diego was so shocked he saw stars, stammering in fear. "What? You don't even take it off while eating? I thought it was just some cool concept. Oh my god, it turns out to be a pure blood glove? I had absolutely no idea." Zack looked at Diego's panicked state, sweating profusely, and smirked slightly in sarcasm. "You've made it all the way to Valhalla and still can't distinguish a pure blood glove?" He thought to himself. It was only natural to react like that in front of a pure blood awakener. Admittedly, anyone would be intimidated encountering someone from the Draker family face to face. After a moment of trembling and fear, Diego suddenly burst into laughter as if he had just realized the truth. He pointed at Zack and declared loudly, "Now you'll probably be a bit quieter. No wonder you were acting all high and mighty earlier. So this was the reason." Zack looked at the new friend next to him and could only sigh in frustration. This guy. Diego didn't pay the slightest attention to his annoyance. He still excitedly threw his arm around Zack's shoulder and laughed loudly. "If you were a Draker, then bro, you should be the one treating me to a meal." "Haha, just kidding, just kidding." Seeing that Diego showed no signs of stopping, Zack thought to himself, I thought he would tone it down, but who knew he'd be even more excited than before. Right at that moment, the clapping sound of Principal Boger echoed loudly, cutting through all the noise. "Attention, everyone." Zack glanced around the unexpectedly crowded room. He quietly assessed. No wonder there were so many people. It turned out today's special lecture was hosted by the principal himself. Just looking at the number of students was enough to see how much everyone was looking forward to this lecture. While Zack was trying to focus, Diego leaned close to his ear, holding out a notebook and excitedly asked, "Hey bro, how are the lyrics to this song? The rhyme is top-notch, right?" Zack glanced at his friend with a dark expression. "If you invited me to attend a lecture, at least pretend to pay attention." Up on the podium, Principal Boger declared decisively, "All right, skipping the tedious introduction, I will introduce him right away, a very special guest whom we had a hard time inviting." The heavy, clanking footsteps of armored boots echoed from the wings, making the atmosphere tense. The principal continued, "The Black Tier Knight of the Draker family has returned." Hearing this, cold sweat ran down Zack's face as he was inwardly shocked. He has already returned to Four Seasons City? Could he be starting to re-emerge in the martial world as well? Right after that, the name was called out, resounding throughout the hall. Duke Draker.
The legendary knight with vibrant red hair stepped out, raising his hand to greet the crowd amidst thunderous applause. The entire hall immediately erupted in excited whispers. Is that the Hurricane Knight, Duke Draker? Is he the Black Tier Knight who disappeared without a trace? A few other students also gossiped. There have been rumors lately that he was seen around Four Seasons City. It seems they were true. Standing on the podium with a very poised demeanor, Duke Draker spoke. "I have been away from the front lines for a long time, yet you all still remember me. It is truly an honor. I hope that today's lecture will be very beneficial to all of you." He looked down at the students and continued, "And now, I, Duke Draker, will tell you the journey of how I went from being a regular class student at the academy to becoming a Black Tier Knight.
Witnessing this serious and dignified appearance of his master, Jack couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself, what in the world? Below the stands, the atmosphere became extremely stifling and dull. Some students slumped their faces on their desks, dozing off, while others rested their chins on their hands with soulless faces, exhausted from listening to the endless rambling. Jack was no better. He looked up at the podium and sighed inwardly. It's been 2 hours, guys. On the podium, Duke was still talking endlessly with a smug expression, completely ignoring the suffering of the kids below.
Realizing the situation was not going well, Principal Boger, standing nearby with his face covered in sweat, hastily interrupted to diffuse the tension. Yes, although it's a bit of a pity for the students who are listening attentively, time is already up. Hearing this, Duke was not offended at all, but laughed happily and replied, "Very well, Principal." Boger breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "I told you to reconsider, yet Arthur's still—" Right after that, Principal Boger regained his solemn demeanor to introduce the next figure. The second speaker was someone everyone knew, so he wouldn't need a lengthy introduction. Despite being very busy with the position of Guardian Knight, that person still took the time to come here today. Hearing the words Guardian Knight, Zack couldn't help but be amazed. In the Draco family, the knight ranks were divided into 4 distinct levels: primary, intermediate, high level, and the highest was Guardian Knight. This was a rank that had a voice on par with the Elder Council in the family, and the current number of Guardian Knights was not even up to 10 people. Zek silently assessed that the second speaker seemed to be a prominent figure as well. Principal Boger looked quite tense at this moment, constantly looking at the watch on his wrist, sweat streaming down his forehead as time passed.
Suddenly, the clanking sound of metal clashing rang out steadily from the entrance. A figure with long, elaborately braided platinum hair, wearing a pure white full-body armor, slowly entered the hall. Zek observed intently, secretly remarking to himself that the platinum hair and pure white full-body armor were indeed striking, but he still couldn't guess who it was. Around him, the crowd of students began to stir with excitement, saying it was truly lucky to come to Valhalla, indeed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind that left Zek stunned. He never expected to have the chance to see a white knight in real life. He widened his eyes, staring at the person stepping onto the podium, his mind inevitably shaken upon realizing the true identity of the other party. So that person was the eldest child of the Draker family, the White Knight, Callie Draker. The port city of Eisen, the center of maritime trade, the heart of the entire continent. Currently, Eisen possesses such an outstanding geographical value that it controls the trade routes not only with the Dodo Republic, but also with the southern continent and the eastern continent. However, just over 10 years ago, the situation was completely different. At that time, Eisen was occupied by southern pirates, becoming a lawless land where all kinds of crimes ran rampant. Right after becoming an official knight of the family, Callie Draker began a campaign to exterminate the pirates, and by the 5th year since she started the sweep, not a single pirate appeared in Eisen anymore. Since then, under Callie Draker's protection, Eisen has revived and risen to become the largest port city in the region. The surviving pirates had to retreat to the south of Dota, hiding in the Dead Sea. Thanks to her military exploit of recapturing Eisen, Callie was appointed as the youngest Guardian Knight in history, a great achievement that even Abin, who once held everything in his hands before the regression, had never achieved. Zek looked at the back of the woman on the podium, thinking to himself that he had thought it was a prominent figure, but he didn't expect the person who arrived to be his eldest sister. Furthermore, she was a direct lineage member directly confronting Avon Draker in the battle for the right of inheritance. Zek told himself that it was understandable he didn't recognize her face, because before his regression, Callie Draker had—
On the high podium, Callie sighed softly, her face clearly showing signs of fatigue and pressure. She used her armor-clad hand to tap rhythmically on the table, creating dry, hollow sounds amidst the noisy space. Suddenly, Callie shouted loudly, making the entire hall tremble. "Silence!" The powerful scream tore through the atmosphere, making hundreds of students below, including that guy Diego, tremble and move aside. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became heavy. Whispers and discussions began to erupt among the students. Everyone had just been so excited a moment ago after all. This bunch messing with the big boss was a bad move. Standing on the podium, Callie Draker, with a face as cold as ice, swept her sharp gaze across the room, making everyone shudder. She growled, every word uttered full of authority. Even though the instructor had entered the class, the atmosphere and attitude didn't soften at all. The Valhalla where I graduated from was absolutely not this chaotic. If the seniors saw today's scene, they would certainly shake their heads in disappointment. Amidst the faces turning pale with fear, Zek just quietly observed with a thoroughly bored expression.
Callie continued her passionate lecture. Do you think today's peace came naturally? It was exchanged with the blood and tears of our ancestors, with countless lives that fell to protect this country. Only after going through bone-piercing hardship and rigorous training can one be worthy of being a true knight. Finally, the lecture ended. The students rushed out into the corridors as if escaping from hell, constantly complaining. It really was terrible. I told you so. Suddenly I missed Sir Duke's lectures. Jack strolled leisurely through the crowd, silently evaluating. Actually, her advice wasn't bad. It's just that these childish students wouldn't listen to it. While deep in thought about the name Diego, this new friend hurriedly ran over and waved goodbye. Sorry, bro. 5 hours of being immersed in creation has ignited the flame of art in my soul. I've also introduced you to quite a few things about Valhalla. I'll take my leave first. Watching Diego's fading figure, Jack shook his head. Did he really just leave like that? But thinking about it, maybe it's for the best. From now on, he would be busy recruiting talents and adapting to life at Valhalla. Taking advantage of this rare free time, he decided perhaps he should take the opportunity to check out Terracon's secure archive. Well then, let's go find it now. However, when Jack had only walked a few yards, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. Jack Draker. He stopped, his eyebrows furrowing slightly as he heard the next question. Can you spare some time? Turning around, Jack met the resolute gaze of Kali Draker waiting for him. Not long after, at the common training ground of Valhalla, Kali drew her sword from its sheath, a deeply radiant blue sword aura surrounding her body in a combat-ready stance. Jack stared at the sword radiating a gentle blue light in front of him, silently realizing, is that the mithril sword bestowed by the Holy Kingdom? According to the stories, the Holy Kingdom, located close to Eisen, used to suffer greatly due to rampant pirates, but after Kali's pirate eradication campaign, the place was liberated. To express their gratitude, they gifted her a set of armor and a 100% pure mithril sword. Kali's illustrious Silver Knight title also originated from this, based on the majestic appearance when she donned that battle armor.
Kali looked straight at Zek, coldly speaking. I hope you won't hide your true strength. Facing the direct challenge, Zek lightly closed his eyes, his black-gloved hands cracking his knuckles. He thought to himself, I wondered what it was to think she would challenge me so bluntly. Zek fully understood that this eldest sister must have heard the rumors of him reaching the blue-tier realm and being able to activate sword aura, which was why she was so eager to verify it. Zek stood firm, his hand tightly gripping the hilt of his giant heavy sword, ready to enter the battle. A series of calculations appeared in his head. You want me to show my true strength? A surge of blue magic power began to erupt around the blade. Zek slightly curled his lips. Well then, please forgive me, because I cannot accommodate you. He clearly understood that not only Kali, but definitely a bunch of others out there were curious about his true strength. Suddenly showing off all his trump cards to her would bring him no benefit. The foundation of the Draker family was always the rule of the strong devouring the weak. Reaching the blue-tier realm at the age of 15 was inherently an unprecedented achievement. Zek told himself, if I reveal that my true strength is actually red tier, it's over, and the Patriarch will find a way to tie me down under his control. He decided that if he had to reveal his cards, it must be after he had surpassed even the Patriarch. What he needed right now was simply the title of a descendant of the Transcendent family as a stepping stone. Don't expect me to obediently let the people in the family do whatever they want. In this life, I haven't signed up for the good, obedient child package.
Immediately, Zek stopped his foot heavily and dashed forward, the wooden floor splintering under his terrifying, explosive power. A deafening clank echoed throughout the training ground as the two swords violently clashed, creating streaks of fire and a powerful air pressure. The two engaged in a highly dramatic melee duel, their sword trajectories tearing through space at breakneck speed. In a moment of close quarters, Kali swung her sword incredibly fast, creating a slash that grazed Zek's face. Right at that moment, the system notification panel popped up, confirming the request from the administrator to temporarily halt the continuous activation of the class skill, self-healing. Zek gritted his teeth through the pain, glaring sharply at his opponent, an opponent who was not only a guardian knight, but also his own sister. On the opposite side, Kali couldn't help but be astonished seeing the wound on her younger brother's face. How could it heal so lightning fast? Zek gripped his sword tightly, his mindset full of vigilance. He would not repeat the same mistake he made with Duke. The ear-splitting sound of clashing metal resounded throughout the training ground as Zek and Kali lunged at each other at dizzying speeds. Blue sparks flew everywhere with every powerful slash, creating a breathtaking showdown between the two siblings of the Draker family. Pushed back by a terrifying force, Zek clicked his tongue softly as a cut began to bleed on his neck. He silently evaluated his opponent's true strength, as expected of the red-tier realm. Clearly, having to hold back his true power while simultaneously dealing with a seasoned guardian knight like Kali was an extremely tough challenge. Not giving Zek a chance to regain his senses, Kali immediately gathered momentum and leaped into the air. She launched herself downward with a slash carrying a massive surge of blue energy,
tearing through the atmosphere straight toward her younger brother's position. A blinding explosion of dust erupted the moment the two swords met, shaking the entire surrounding ground.
Zek gritted her teeth and braced himself, clearly feeling the 1,000-pound weight pressing heavily on his blade. He silently marveled at the durability of the weapon in his hands. An ordinary sword would have surely snapped in two by now. Thank goodness it was an SSR tier. Right in the middle of the encirclement of fiery battle aura, Kali gave a slight smirk, her eyes clearly showing appreciation. Your sword is excellent. Despite struggling to hold up under the 1,000-pound pressure, Zek did not flinch, his eyes shining brightly with excitement as he faced the knight head-on. A massive explosion shook the middle of the training ground, blasting everything away in a thick cloud of dust. Zek struggled to stand firm in the epicenter, sweat pouring down his tense face. He silently told himself, it is indeed reckless to face a red-tier knight head-on while still suppressing my aura at the cyan tier. Just as he managed to step back to create some distance, Zek suddenly froze when he realized that his opponent's killing intent hadn't diminished at all. He was stunned. Did I let my guard down so quickly just because I created this little distance? Instantly, a chilling sensation washed over him, leaving Zek in shock. Opposite him, a deep blue magical energy violently erupted around her body. Zek shockingly realized his mistake. He had forgotten that even before holding the title of White Knight, Kali Draker was known by another nickname, because when she swung the Aura Coda sword, it was no different from a giant's sword. A massive burst of sword aura is brilliant as a pillar of light descending from the sky, with earth-shattering power, giant's sword. Zek gritted his teeth, pouring all his life strength into the heavy sword to defend against the attack carrying a 1,000-pound force. The terrifying pressure caused the ground beneath his feet to crack open, and blood began to trickle from the corners of his mouth as he forced himself to endure. The explosion of intertwined blue and purple energy engulfed the entire training arena in ruins. Thick dust rose, completely obscuring the view. Kali stood silently in the middle of the battlefield, softly voicing her regret. I accidentally went too far. At this rate, I'll probably get my KPI deducted by the family head when I return. However, right after that, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. From within the thick dust cloud, a figure gradually emerged, walking unsteadily but still full of arrogance. He raised a hand to wipe the streak of blood from his lips and casually remarked, "Still, a performance like this is pretty good, isn't it?" Zek looked straight at his older sister with a sharp, arrogant gaze, smirking as he asked, "So are you somewhat satisfied, or do you still want to test a few more moves to complete the combo?"
The sound of crumbling debris gradually subsided amidst the thick cloud of dust. Kali stood silently, her eyes unable to hide her astonishment at seeing Zek still standing firm after the devastating blow. She softly exclaimed, "Truly extraordinary, Zek. You managed to block that sword strike? You far exceeded my expectations." Kali's face suddenly turned serious. She lowered her sword and approached. "Zek Draker, actually I have something to discuss with you." But before she could finish speaking, Zek's body suddenly collapsed like a log. Kali panicked and rushed over, shouting, "Zek, are you okay?" She hastily supported her younger brother's exhausted and wound-riddled body. Seeing Zek pass out with bloodstains on his lips, Kali worriedly thought to herself, the internal injuries are too severe. Could it be because he abused his aura too much? Without hesitation, she quickly rummaged through the equipment pouch on her hip and took out a small vial containing a red liquid.
Kali carefully poured the elixir into Zek's mouth, softly instructing, "This is a recovery elixir, a top-grade item of the family. Drink slowly, don't rush." As soon as the medicine seeped into his body, a radiant red light enveloped Zek. At the same time, the system notification panel silently appeared, confirmed request from the administrator, activating the class skill Self-Healing in a permanent state. Zek lay there, his eyes slightly closed, but his mind was extremely alert. He smugly told himself, "With this, I probably won't be exposed, right? Guys, it might just look like it, but this is actually an Oscar-worthy acting performance." While Kali was worried sick, Zek calmly analyzed his moves. The fact that he paused and then reactivated self-healing was all just an act, including restraining his power to a level just enough to look like he had just reached the blue-tier realm. And even when the greatsword rushed at him, instead of blocking it, he deliberately used minimal defense to get caught up in the slash. Zek was secretly proud of his play. For some reason, right before the attack landed, a strange gap appeared. Thanks to that, the rest went smoothly. His plan was extremely sophisticated. The next step was to receive Kali's aura into his body, which was unable to utilize its own aura, and thereby create internal injuries naturally. Everything went exactly as predicted. Kali completely believed that he knew how to use aura and deduced that the internal injuries were due to power overload. Zek groaned softly. Ugh. Seeing him wake up, Kali kindly asked, "Feeling better now?" Zek immediately flashed a bright smile, showing gratitude. "Yes, all thanks to you. Thank you so much, Kali." Faced with her younger brother's efforts, Kali's attitude suddenly softened. She said gently, "Just call me sister to be comfortable, Zek." The unexpected, intimate suggestion left Zek completely stunned.
In a secluded alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage was waiting. Stepping inside, Zek couldn't help but be amazed by the luxurious and elegant space. Kali personally poured tea and offered it to him. "I heard you like tea, so I prepared some. It's a type of tea transported from the eastern continent. I hope it suits your taste." Zek took the teacup, replying in confusion, "Ah, yes, thank you." He suddenly remembered the patriarch saying the exact same thing, silently wondering just how far the news of him liking tea had spread. Looking through the carriage window, rolling at the foot of towering spires, Zek asked in surprise, "Is this inside the carriage?" Looking from the outside, no one could imagine the inside being like this. Kali calmly explained, "It's disguise magic. A guardian knight's carriage easily attracts attention." Realizing this excessive secrecy, Zek bluntly asked, "You just forced me to go to the dojo, and now you are taking me out of the city in this carriage. Isn't this just like opening an S-rank secret quest for me?" The atmosphere inside the carriage suddenly became suffocatingly tense. Kali paused. The massacre knight, Aben Draker, the image of a red-haired man with eyes full of killing intent appeared. Kali looked straight at Zek, making a desperate request. "I need your help to stop him." Zek was stunned by his sister's shocking request. He asked back in disbelief, "What did you just say? Isn't Sir Aben the second young master of the Draker family?" Kali sighed softly, her face clearly showing a serious expression. "Sorry for being a bit abrupt. I will explain it slowly." She began to reveal a dark truth unfolding within the family. Currently, Aben is acting against the Oath of Neutrality, one of the most important conventions of the family. This oath originally forbids members from interfering in conflicts between nations to maintain the Draker's position. However, Aben has broken it, and right now he is taking the side of the Rome Empire and personally interfering in the conflict between the Rome Empire and Valencia.
Hearing this, Zek was secretly astonished. Had Aben taken action so early? He questioned the abnormal silence of the family. Was Four Seasons City still unaware of this matter? Kali looked deeply into her teacup, where Aben's blurred image was reflected, and replied bitterly, "No, they know, but they are turning a blind eye. The situation at Four Seasons City is currently extremely chaotic and deeply divided. Kali said that some members of the Senate have begun to publicly side with the Empire and support Aben." Zek quickly realized the severity of the situation. "Do you mean that the elders have all been manipulated? There are still a few who maintain a neutral stance." Zek smirked sarcastically. "Such a conservative Senate didn't object, but only remain neutral. Then it's only a matter of time before they are completely subjugated." Kali nodded in agreement. Yes, that assessment is correct. She affirmed that they could not continue to sit still and wait for clear evidence, because if Aben was allowed to act freely, the outbreak of war would be inevitable. In Zek's mind, terrifying memories of the future began to flood back. His prophecy was absolutely correct. He recalled the 3 years since his regression and the dark prospect of the 7 years after that. When the Draker family falls completely into Aben's hands and he joins forces with the Rome Empire, a brutal great war will swallow the entire continent. The image of the sky scorched black, the land dyed red with blood and ashes appeared vividly. Kali firmly declared, "Therefore, I have made up my mind. I must build a force strong enough to stop Aben." She realized that Aben was using power to manipulate the upper class, believing that just holding the leadership would gain the submission of the subordinates. But Kali believed in a different path. A true knight will never bow to power. They only bow to ideals and justice. With eyes burning with faith, Kali affirmed she would act according to her own ideals. She was determined to gather the commoner knights, who were originally the true core of Four Seasons City, but were always overlooked, to stand up together to protect the justice of the family.
Kali looked at Jack with full sincerity and spoke softly. "However, I will not force you to take my side." She further explained that because Jack was still young and a pure-blood awakener, he had a bright future with countless paths to choose from instead of getting involved in this risky war. Looking at the woman in front of him, Jack silently evaluated that he now somewhat understood the true nature of Kali Draker. In his eyes, she was a person carrying an iron will, yet soft enough to bow down for justice, an unusually righteous and pure individual. He suddenly realized that the opening in the slash of the giant sword earlier was not a mistake, but perhaps because she was worried about him, this older sister was still very okay. Kali had a tough exterior, true to the Draker bloodline, but deep down, she was unbelievably vulnerable. She pondered over her teacup. If things fall apart, we might be labeled as rebels. That's why I told you to think it through carefully. Jack gently replied, "Thank you for worrying about me." He decisively stood up from his chair and knelt on one knee in front of her. "But I have already made my decision," Jack boldly declared. "Even though I am still young and have many shortcomings, please let me stand by your side and fight alongside your knightly spirit. In short, for you guys to understand, I am going all in on this bet. Once I've entered Sister Kali's heart, there is no exit button." Witnessing the unexpected determination and loyalty from her younger brother, Kali smiled softly with great relief. "Thank you, Jack."
After that fateful encounter, Zek returned to the Valhalla research area. Walking while observing the magic information board, he silently calculated the family's situation. Even in his previous life, despite regularly gathering news through the trees, he never expected that the Dracker family's corruption had begun even before the Great War broke out. Previously, Zek had intended to leave the family early to avoid Abel's suppression, aiming to secretly build his own power to prepare for the Continental War. But now, having found a like-minded person like Kali, he realized he no longer had any reason to leave. On the contrary, this was the ideal opportunity. By staying in the family, he could observe all of Abel's movements more easily. Moreover, if he used Kali as a shield, the suspicious gazes directed at him would also ease somewhat. To execute that plan, the prerequisite was for Zek to become an official knight, thereby swaying public opinion in Kali's favor. He recalled his previous life. Although Kali was the eldest daughter and a guardian knight, because she was not a pure-blood awakener or a direct descendant of the ruling class, she was unable to fight against Abel's faction and failed to reform the family. But if he, a pure-blood awakener, became an official knight and declared his support for Kali, who knows, he might be able to reverse the balance of public opinion currently leaning towards Abel. Do you guys think this bet can be turned around, or will it be a disaster again? For that very reason, Zek had to accept participating in that ridiculous night test. He stood in the dark space, his eyes intently fixed on the magic map displayed on the blue screen. Before his eyes was the Central Grand Library belonging to the Valhalla research area, a massive and majestic structure. Zek's main goal in traveling all the way here was to find Tarakon's top-secret archive, the greatest secret buried here. Venturing deep inside, Zek was overwhelmed by the magnificent architecture, with towering bookshelves and walkways suspended in midair shining with golden light. The moment he stepped into the center of the room, the system immediately sounded a notification. You have arrived at the secure archive. Looking around the vast but somewhat silent space, Zek couldn't help but feel skeptical. This is the place? He strolled slowly among the tightly packed bookshelves, his heart filled with disappointment. How disappointing. It's nothing but a torn-up warehouse.
Zek reached out to touch the dust-covered book spines, softly complaining, just a bunch of useless ancient books, nothing of value at all. Although this was clearly the place marked by the system, the reality before his eyes left him extremely disappointed. Zek thought to himself he had assumed that something terrifying like the heart of Bahamut or a dragon fang would be hidden here. He narrowed his eyes in frustration. Damn it, you guys see that? Expected a mythic tier treasure, but it turned out to be like a high school library bookshelf. But just as he stomped his foot on the cracked stone floor, a bolt of magic electricity suddenly ran along his feet. The system immediately responded. Data update point detected. Suddenly, a brilliant blue pillar of light erupted from the bookshelf, tearing through space and causing Zek to startle and step back. The powerful energy enveloping the entire room made him exclaim in astonishment. What? At the same time, a shocking notification appeared on the magic screen, linking and synchronizing with the secure archive of another administrator, Tarakon Draker. Zek froze, his eyes widening in terror as he realized an unimaginable truth. Another administrator? Does that mean Tarakon also used the system like I do?
If this is a bookshelf that only reacts to the system's interference, then it is understandable why no one has discovered it until now, Jack muttered as he stood in front of the ancient bookshelf radiating a mystical blue light. Immediately, a series of system notifications popped up. Information from Tarakon Draker's secure archive had been linked and synchronized with Administrator Jack Draker's system. From now on, he could access all of Tarakon's secure data at any time through the system. For more convenient lookup, the system suggested to Jack a series of categories, ranging from organizational operation manuals, Dragon Slaying Guide version 5.21, to collections of proverbs supporting growth. I'll deal with those complicated categories later. Glancing at the titles, none of them seemed special. He decisively ordered, "System, find me the book that best helps with growth right now." After confirming the request, the system quickly responded. The most suitable document for the administrator's request has been found. A book on a high shelf suddenly glowed brightly, catching Jack's attention. Oh, there it is. He stepped forward to grab it. On the cover was a symbol of a sword and a pair of mighty dragons. Jack softly read the title, Secret Dragon Slayer Technique. He was extremely surprised because he had never heard of this technique before. Jack curiously turned to the next page. Let's see, the author is... Jack's eyes suddenly widened, cold sweat running down his face when he saw the identity of the writer. He explained in shock. The most trusted retainer of the Hero King Kaiser, Dragon Slayer Draker? Before passing down the Dragon Slayer sword technique, I, Dragon Slayer Draker, want to recount the reason why I set my mind to create this technique. In the quiet room, the back of the Hero King's most trusted retainer was seen working diligently on manuscript pages under the flickering oil lamp.
He silently reminisced about the fateful connection between dragons and humanity, which originally stemmed from the great hero king. Thanks to him, humans, despite being weak, could sign contracts with the supreme creatures that were dragons. However, the truth behind that kindness was not as noble as people thought. Dragons did not help humans for any noble reason. They simply pitied humanity, because compared to other races, humans were always the weak and deprived ones. From then on, the number of contractors increased rapidly, and around them, an independent civilization bloomed across the continent. But it was exactly that rapid development that made the Dragon Slayer feel endlessly uneasy.
He growled in his memory, "I fear dragons." He understood that if such a transcendent species helped humanity merely out of pity, they could turn on them at any moment and easily destroy mankind. And if that fear became a reality, humanity would undoubtedly be wiped out overnight without a chance to resist. Because of this, Satan began searching for a way to fight against dragons. The first thing he thought of was magic, but magic was the first gift that dragons bestowed upon humanity. Originally, the human heart could not generate magical power, but the dragons themselves engraved magic circles into the heart, allowing humans to use magic. The next thing Satan thought of was the elemental sword of the Hero King, a power that even dragons feared. However, that power was only granted to those carrying the bloodline of the Fairy King. Therefore, he poured all his effort into searching for a completely new source of power that belonged to humans. Satan tried everything to surpass human limits, from primitive northern swordsmanship to the mystical abilities of the East. Ironically, his most enthusiastic helper in this research journey was none other than Kronos, the contract dragon of the Hero King. The research dragged on, and finally Satan and Kronos discovered a new source of power known as aura. It was neither an element nor magical power, but a power that only humans could unlock and utilize.
Having found that clue, after the Hero King departed from this world, the Dragon Slayer continued to devote his entire mind to researching aura. Before long, that research bore fruit. He systematized all knowledge about aura, from its concepts and applications to the sword techniques utilizing it, and compiled it into the Dragon Slayer secret tradition, sending it across all kingdoms. However, in a world where people could easily become strong by using artifacts bestowed by dragons, the Dragon Slayer sword art, a sword technique requiring arduous training through one's own strength, was completely ignored by everyone. The Dragon Slayer thoughtfully wrote the final lines in solitude. Fortunately, up to the moment I write these lines, the fear of the Dragonkin betraying humanity has not yet become a reality, but I firmly believe that one day this sword technique will definitely become necessary. If anyone has found this secret manual, I hope they will clearly understand my wish and devote themselves to mastering it. Returning to the present, Zek was holding the ancient secret manual in his hand when the system suddenly rang out with an achievement crest notification. Successor of the Dragon Slayer. Content: comprehend the Dragon Slayer sword art of the Dragon Slayer sword Saint Draker. Time limit: 3 months. Reward: coordinates to the treasure of the Kingdom of Kronos. Zek smiled faintly. Another sweet deal. He looked at the book with eyes full of expectation. The treasure of the Kingdom of Kronos would surely be filled with artifacts far surpassing anything he had ever seen up until now.
However, looking at the time limit, Zek couldn't help but frown. The problem was that the time limit was only 3 months. Did this mean it was even harder to learn than the elemental sword? It seemed that for the near future he would have to completely focus on comprehending the Dragon Slayer sword art. He let out a soft sigh. Hearing about a 3-month deadline to learn a dragon-slaying technique was enough to feel the pressure breathing down his neck. Failing this would be disastrous. He closed the book, silently admitting that when all was said and done, Saturn was right after all. Although it was unclear how much time had passed since the era of the Hero King, everything had played out exactly as Saturn had feared, and the consequence of that was the Liberation War, along with the frantic rise of the Dragonkin. Zach looked at the system screen and ordered, "System, is there any useful information left in the top-secret library? For instance, Tarakon's diary?" He muttered further, "Who knows, there might be some massive secrets hidden in there." Immediately, a notification bell rang. Request from administrator confirmed. Discovered a document matching the request. The system began to play back the magical image data from Tarakon's diary. Zek was astonished to see the surrounding space suddenly distort. The bookshelves faded away and were replaced by eerie beams of light. He realized the space around him was changing along with him, exactly like when the beginner's tutorial started, when everything suddenly twisted. A blinding light engulfed his vision, and when he opened his eyes, Zek found himself standing amidst a vast snow-white mountain range. He dazedly asked himself, "Where is this?" Feeling the bone-chilling cold, Zek silently assessed. It seems like a space constructed by the system, but did it have to be this freezing cold? Suddenly, a brilliant golden pillar of light struck down from above, and from within it, a gigantic entity began to take shape.
Zek stumbled back under the terrifying pressure weighing down on him. Immediately, the system announced, "Activated class skill, Indomitable Will." Thanks to this, he regained his composure to observe the grotesque creature gradually revealing itself. Zek was amazed. It felt so real, as if he were living in reality itself. No wonder they were called the apex of all species in the past. Before his eyes was a massive dragon's head with fiery eyes and rough scales, roaring fiercely. A dragon! Zek was stunned as he realized the identity of this mythical creature. Bahamut, so that's it. He is the evil dragon Bahamut. However, what chilled him even more was its ability to conceal itself. Moreover, it was an enemy whose aura couldn't be felt at all, until it opened its mouth right behind his back.
Zek stared at the man in front of him, secretly concluding this guy was a monster in a completely different sense compared to Bahamut. Right at that moment, Tarakan's figure passed by, leaving Zek stunned. Did he just walk right through me? He realized the truth. Could it be that this time he had really just stepped into a recorded memory in the form of an image? The scene unfolding before Zek's eyes was recorded under the name Tarakan's Diary. Could this be the legendary decisive battle between the dragon slayer Tarakan Draker and Bahamut, the giant roaring dragon, with its terrifyingly overwhelming aura? A deafening explosion echoed as the giant dragon's claw slammed down. Zek was full of excitement. It's starting! A terrifying magic explosion erupted, tearing through space. Amidst the rebel, Tarakan still stood firm, but his eyes clearly showed wavering. From above, Bahamut roared, "What are you still hesitating for, Tarakan?" Tarakan remained silent, his lonely back standing before the great entity. Bahamut growled with full contempt. How truly disappointing, the one I once chose to become my contractor. The shocking revelation made Zek exclaim in bewilderment. What? His mind spun with a series of questions. Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor? Just like Kaiser and Kronos? Zek gritted his teeth in confusion. If so, then the so-called legend of the Dragon Slayer Tarakan destroying Bahamut? Could it be? Before he could continue deducing, a sudden magic earthquake struck, shattering the space, and Zek was blown away in a chaotic energy vortex. Zek stood bewildered in the middle of the crumbling space, with chaotic color bands like radio waves blanketing his vision. Zek exclaimed in panic, "Why did it suddenly become like this?" In front of him, the figure of the immortal appeared dimly amidst electronic flashes, but the sounds emitted were only broken, static noises that didn't form words. Zek gritted his teeth powerlessly, sweat pouring down his tense face. Damn it! The most important part is glitching like this? In desperation, he immediately shouted out, pleading for help from a familiar entity. "System, is there no way to fix this?" However, responding to Zek's urgency was only a cold notification appearing amidst the static noises, unable to confirm the administrator's request.
Zek stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror, as he realized that even the system was gradually losing control. He stared intently at the figure fading away in the glitching color bands, trying to hold on to the last bit of information. Suddenly, from the depths of the corrupted memory, the majestic voice of an ancient king echoed back. He laughed mockingly. What? A contracted dragon could actually harm a contractor? Ha! That is truly ridiculous beyond words. The king with the sparkling crown affirmed an ironclad truth. Dragons can absolutely never betray humans.
On the contrary, if there is a side capable of betrayal, it is exactly from the contractor's side. The firm assertions of the ancient king echoed through the distorted space, revealing a cruel truth about the relationship between humans and dragons. Jack held his breath and watched as the glitching color bands gradually faded, revealing the giant corpse of Bahamut turning to ash and slowly disappearing beneath Tarakan's feet. At that moment, he realized that the glowing objects amidst the ashes were the familiar items he currently possessed. They were the heart and fangs of Bahamut that he had obtained from the Dragon Slayer Sanctuary. Jack couldn't help but wonder, because normally, when a dragon dies, it would only leave behind a few remnants before completely vanishing into ash. He pondered and speculated that if the pure blood armor was made from dragon skin, then Bahamut might very well be a special case. However, the magic screen suddenly shook violently and turned off. Jack stood stunned in the middle of the quiet study. Did the video end here? He sighed wearily. Sigh, I really don't understand what's going on. Realizing that his mind was too stressed after a series of shocking revelations, Jack told himself, I should stop here for today. That's more than enough information. Ever since visiting the research area of Valhalla, Jack had successfully linked his system to Tarakan's secure archive, allowing him to check all records anywhere and anytime. Standing before the ancient bookshelves, Jack quietly activated the virtual screen. I just reopened Tarakan's diary. The diary entry was still glitched at the very end, just like before, making it impossible for Jack to know what the two of them said in their final moments. He sighed regretfully. Well, of course.
However, thanks to his persistent screening of the data in the secure archive, Jack discovered a new and extremely important piece of information. That was the Dragon True Sword Art, the original source of the Dragon Slayer arts.
Flipping through the ancient pages, Zack realized a shocking truth. Terrakin had simplified the true dragon sword art and reinvented it into the Dragon Slayer arts so that others could easily learn it. But precisely because of that simplicity, its power had been significantly reduced, to the point where that skill couldn't even severely injure the true dragonkin species, completely undeserving of the flashy name Dragon Slayer arts. However, if one knew how to coordinate it with personal traits to create applied moves, it could still unleash highly effective attacks. So even though it lost its original power, the Dragon Slayer arts could still be considered a huge success in terms of combat practicality. However, what bothered Zack more than anything else right now was that the contents of Terrakin's journal were completely different from the widely circulated legend of the Dragon Slayer. The legend that people had praised for so long was that Terrakin defeated Bahamut, ushering in an era of peace and prosperity. It was a classic heroic tale that could be seen in any era. On the surface, that story didn't look much different from Terrakin's journal, but one earth-shattering detail had been completely erased. The fact that Terrakin and Bahamut were actually contract partners did not appear anywhere. Zack looked thoughtfully at the journal pages, a terrifying speculation popping into his head. No, this definitely wasn't just an omission. Just then, a messenger bird flew in, bringing a response from his former colleague Kai. "Long time no see, old colleague. I don't understand why you're suddenly interested in ancient history, but as requested, I've investigated the entire legend of the Dragon Slayer inside and outside the continent." Kai stated that she had scoured every corner, including raw manuscripts that had never been translated into the common tongue. And as expected, the matter of humans and dragonkin forming contracts with each other, or the fact that legendary figures like Kaiser or Terrakin were actually contractors with dragons, was absolutely not mentioned in any book. The strangest thing was that when Kai tried to investigate further, she realized that all the information sources seemed to be speaking with the same tone, as if everything had been prearranged by someone. And right when she was about to look into it more thoroughly, the noble Draker family personally sent a warning letter to stop this investigation.
Jack was stunned when he received the response from the intelligence organization. For that reason, our guild has decided to withdraw from this investigation. Clashing with the Draker family was absolutely not part of our plan. Looking at the burnt notice in his hand, he silently confirmed a harsh truth. It was all too clear. The Draker family was censoring information about Terrakin. But this led to an extremely absurd contradiction. The prestige of the Draker family was originally built by honoring and bringing the name of the pioneer dragon slayer Terrakin to the public eye. That very fact had contributed to creating one of the transcendent three great families today. Yet that same family was now secretly controlling and erasing all information related to Terrakin and Bahamut. Hearing this, you can already smell the drama, guys. Jack walked thoughtfully down the quiet corridor. Whatever the reason, this matter was clearly deeper than he thought. Maybe he had missed something. He would definitely have to search the secure archive one more time. Just as he was about to call the system, Jack suddenly stopped, his sharp eyes glancing toward the darkness. Jack furrowed his brows. Wait a minute. Today was clearly a day off. Decker and the entire staff were not present, and Duke and Andre had also reported they would arrive late due to a mission. So who was sneaking in here? Jack's face hardened as he commanded, "System, open the minimap for me." Instantly, the administrator's request was confirmed, and a blue notification panel appeared, displaying the locations of the intruders. Jack scoffed lightly. "Oh look, 2 red dots at once. Who on earth was this reckless?" Jack assessed the situation, one inside and one outside. Temporarily, 2 targets have been detected. Cold sweat trickled down his tense face as he wondered, could he have been tracked here by those predators from the Great Mountain Range? But Jack quickly dismissed the thought. No, he hadn't even used a longsword there, let alone the Dragon Slayer arts. Even though they were indeed hounds, they couldn't have tracked him from there. Jack leisurely walked up the stairs, calculating in his mind. The most important thing right now was not them, but who had given the order to target him. He glanced toward the darkness, where a masked assassin was lurking in ambush, and Jack silently evaluated. Considering everything, the greatest possibility is still...
A soft clicking sound came from the door in the quiet space. The assassin hiding above suddenly widened his eyes when he saw Zek already standing by the window. Zek coldly asked, "Did Abel send you?" The assassin was completely stunned. Zek stood calmly, deducing, "Did he realize the alliance between me and Kali and then send an assassin? If you think about it, everything lines up perfectly." He began to approach, his hand gently drawing his glowing short sword. "It's fine if you don't want to answer, because you'll have to confess everything later anyway." Immediately, a blinding light erupted. Zek dashed forward at terrifying speed, closing in on the assassin in the blink of an eye, sparks flying wildly as the 2 weapons clashed.
Zek appeared right next to the enemy, his radiant purple eyes full of an eerie charm, along with a sinister smile. But I have plenty of ways to extract information.
The fierce battle erupted right inside the mansion, with the deafening sounds of clashing weapons echoing through the corridors. Jack moved like a ghost, leaving behind intertwined blue and purple streaks of light that tore through space. The assassin was completely overwhelmed, only able to brace himself to defend against the powerful, continuous slashes raining down. After engaging directly, he smirked triumphantly, having guessed his opponent's identity. Jack inwardly analyzed how they could possibly show off their meager skills before an expert. He stared intently at the weapon in his opponent's hand and concluded that this was the signature short-blade combat style of the Kingdom of Cusco, located in the northern part of the continent. Cusco's assassins were known as the strongest among the guard squats in the north, distinguished by their use of curved short swords known as kukri in combat. With their outstanding skills, they were often hired at high prices in the central continent for special missions. Jack told himself that regardless, if they were Cusco's assassins, they probably weren't hired by Abel because they didn't accept assassination missions that would cause lasting enmity. Furthermore, Jack noticed that this guy was defending way too much, unlike the usual style of a professional assassin. To verify the suspicion in his mind, he deliberately exposed a flaw during the fight. However, even though Jack had created a lethal opening, the assassin had no intention of stabbing him directly. He clearly could have reacted but deliberately held back. So their goal wasn't to eliminate him, but to capture him alive. Right at that moment, a piercing crash rang out as the glass window shattered into pieces. Jack looked back in astonishment towards the window, where a purple magic sphere was flying inside at extreme speed. His eyes narrowed in high alert as he muttered to himself that the person outside had finally made their move. This was a spell using sleeping gas to immediately neutralize any activity. A cloud of blue smoke exploded, engulfing the entire space around Jack. He coughed lightly, but his sharp brain quickly identified the poison. Just as he guessed, it was the signature earthy smell of the mandragora root, a type commonly used to make sleeping potions. Instead of trying to escape, Jack decided to execute a more reckless plan. He loosened his grip, letting the sword slip from his grasp and fall to the floor with a dry clank. In his mind, he challenged them. "All right then, let's see who wins." Instantly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Mandragora root components detected, activating poison immunity skill. Thanks to this skill, Jack was completely unaffected by the sleeping gas, but he still pretended to be unconscious, collapsing to the floor to see what kind of tricks they were up to. Two masked assassins quickly approached. Seeing that their prey had fallen into the trap, one of them casually hoisted Jack onto his shoulder and swiftly left the mansion.
While being carried away, Jack slightly opened one eye to observe the route and his captors. He began to raise questions. If it wasn't Aben, then who was it, and for what purpose did they kidnap him? Realizing that the situation was taking a completely new direction, Jack told himself, "I have to mentally prepare myself." At a secret location, the mastermind behind this entire kidnapping finally revealed himself. At an isolated farm on the outskirts of Atlas, in a dark wooden room, Jack was tightly bound to a chair with heavy iron chains. He sighed softly. Well, Despite being in a passive position, Jack's face remained completely unchanged. He looked straight at the mysterious figures and calmly said, "I didn't expect the client to be you." Stepping out from the opposite side was a middle-aged man with slicked-back blonde hair, wearing an eye patch that gave him a weather-beaten look. That was none other than Cliff Reinhardt, the head of the renowned Reinhardt Merchant Guild. He clasped his hands together and growled, "If you know who I am, things will go much faster." The Reinhardt Merchant Guild was originally one of the 10 largest merchant guilds operating in the Kingdom of Arancia. However, if everything continued exactly according to the historical timeline, the continental war caused by Aben and the Empire would lead to the destruction of the Kingdom of Arancia, along with that merchant guild.
In Zek's memory, Cliff Reinhardt was also someone who fiercely opposed the Empire, just like him. However, for some unknown reason, after providing highly classified information that could defeat the Empire, he voluntarily returned to the Kingdom of Arancian, which was on the verge of collapse, and ultimately died there, even though he had barely managed to escape. Zek secretly evaluated. Whether it was out of patriotism or something else, to me, that was just a foolish choice. Returning to reality, Cliff spoke apologetically. "Anyway, I apologize for having to use rough measures." He signaled his subordinates to untie Zek and promised that the Merchant Guild would definitely send a formal apology for this discourtesy. The sound of iron chains falling to the dry floor echoed. Zek stood up, leisurely adjusting his black gloves. He decisively interrupted. "Enough. Leave those things for later. Get straight to the main point." A faint purple pressure burst out around Zek's body, his eyes shining menacingly straight at Guildmaster Reinhardt. "What do you want?" Witnessing the overwhelming aura of the young man, Cliff slightly smirked in satisfaction, secretly marveling. As expected, even though he is still young, a child of the dragon family is still a dragon. Cliff Reinhardt silently observed the other party. He couldn't help but be amazed.
No matter how experienced a knight might be, encountering such a situation would inevitably cause tension and vigilance. Yet from the beginning until now, this person had not shown the slightest bit of confusion. Even though he had proactively set up the situation to seize the initiative in the conversation, Cliff realized that Zek's aura was completely overwhelming him.
He cleared his throat and got down to business. All right, before discussing the request, could you take a look at this document? Cliff pushed a folder toward Jack. As soon as he opened the document, he explained, "This is a list of people infected with the new infectious disease that has been spreading in the southern continent recently." Jack flipped through the pages skeptically. But why give this to me? However, his eyes suddenly widened when he saw a familiar name and picture on the list, Elena Stone. Memories immediately flashed in Jack's mind. The mother of Liam Stone, his first personal guard. Although she had contracted the red flower disease, thanks to the prescription he gave her, she had recovered. Jack slammed the folder on the table and asked in a low voice, "So what do you mean by this?" Cliff maintained his calm demeanor and began to analyze the severity of the situation. In that region, this disease is notoriously known as the red flower disease, a painful and terrifying illness with a 100% mortality rate. He pointed at Elena's file. However, Elena Stone is the only survivor and has even recovered. Asking the doctor in charge only resulted in silence. Cliff's gaze became sharp, staring directly at Jack probingly. "Do you happen to know anything about this?" Jack smirked slightly, secretly evaluating the old fox in front of him. To have sniffed out something unusual right from the start and still pretend to probe him, a merchant is truly on another level with that sharp sense. He quickly understood the real purpose of this meeting. If so, is the goal to monopolize the cure for the red flower disease? Jack pondered. Considering the mortality rate of this disease, this was indeed something worth thinking about, because its value was enough to rake in a mountain of money across the continent. Jack observed the other party thoughtfully, judging internally. From what I know, he is greedy for money but not brainless. He is not a madman who would be reckless enough to kidnap the bloodline of a pure-blood family just for profit. Jack's eyes turned sharp, and he decided to lay his cards on the table. In that case, of course I know. Right from the start, I was the one who gave out the formula for that cure.
The shocking answer left Cliff Reinhardt so stunned that he fell backward, causing the chair to crash onto the floor. He lunged forward, gripping the tabletop tightly with both hands, his breathing heavy with urgency. "I want to buy it, whatever the cost. How much do you want?" Looking at the merchant guildmaster's out-of-control demeanor, Zek sneered sarcastically. "Why are you so agitated? You don't act like a merchant at all." He saw through his opponent's mind through those burning eyes. This person's goal was not money. Zek retracted his smile and coldly made an offer. "Then let's make a deal like a merchant. After all, this is to save a life." Cliff paused, asking in a deep voice to confirm. "You want me to accept 3 conditions in exchange for the medicine formula?" Zek calmly replied, "That's right, it's simpler than you think." Cliff remained vigilant, pressing further. "What exactly are they? Can you tell me in advance?" Zek looked into the distance, answering vaguely, "I don't know yet. I will use them when the circumstances are right. Don't worry, I won't ask for anything beyond the Merchant Guild's capabilities." Cliff fell into deep thought, sweat rolling down his tense face. Zek added one more sentence to finalize. "As long as it is within an acceptable range, agreed upon by both parties and clearly documented, there will be no problem."
Finally, Cliff Reinhardt finalized the deal. Jack handed over a piece of paper and instructed, "Here, just do exactly what is written in this." Holding the precious formula in his hands, Cliff couldn't hide his amazement, his eyes fixed on the treasure that could turn the entire kingdom around. "Oh, is this really it?" Jack spoke softly. Before that, I have a private matter to ask." He reached into his glove, took out a small packet, and held it forward. "Who is the person that really needs this medicine?" Cliff Reinhardt sweated profusely, answering awkwardly, "What do you mean?" "The Reinhardt Merchant Guild is just trying to grab a highly valuable item, but you mobilized the Northern Rangers to kidnap a person from a pure-blood family. Moreover, you reacted in an extremely agitated manner, without a shred of calmness. That is not the image of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild that I know." Facing the fierce questioning, Cliff silently lowered his head, then suddenly collapsed onto the table in helplessness. Jack still didn't let him off, adding, "It's the royal family of the Kingdom of Arancia. Oh, specifically who among them?" Cliff looked up with a resolute but painful gaze. "I cannot tell you." Jack frowned in annoyance. "Huh? Do you know how many people are in the Arancia royal family, or are you telling me to wait?" In Jack's mind, memories of the future vividly resurfaced. He recalled the advice he gave Cliff when the kingdom was about to fall. "Are you planning to return to the Kingdom of Arancia? Don't be that foolish. Both the Kingdom of Arancia and the Reinhardt Merchant Guild have collapsed. Going back is a death sentence. Taking refuge in the northern continent is the wisest choice."
but back then, Cliff had refused. Thank you for the advice, but I'm tired. I want to end the rest of my life in Arancia. Returning to reality, Cliff Reinhardt clenched his fists, lowered his face decisively. I'm sorry. I cannot say anything more.
Looking at Cliff's expression, Jack inwardly assessed that his eyes now were completely different from the lifeless look he had before. It must be someone very important to him. He began to analyze the political situation more deeply. After all, the kingdom of Arancia was currently confronting the Empire. The conflict between the Rome Empire and Arancia was becoming increasingly tense, and the Empire was actively intervening. Not stopping there, the struggle for control over the residential area of the Joy tribe had also made the situation more chaotic. With a weak monarchy, it was certain that inside Arancia, things were also in turmoil due to power struggles. Jack told himself that there was still some time before the Continental War broke out. If he could establish a connection with the Arancia royal family now, it would definitely be useful later. He casually said, "All right, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't." Jack asserted decisively, "Good, then the contract has been established." Cliff froze, silently staring at the piece of paper in his hand, his hands beginning to tremble violently, clutching the piece of paper tightly. Cliff squeezed his eyes shut, his face showing an overwhelmingly emotional expression. Witnessing that scene, Jack interrupted. "Sorry for interrupting this emotional moment, but can I make my first request right now?" Cliff was startled, sweat lightly rolling down his face, and he awkwardly replied, "Of course, ask for anything, as long as it is within the capability of the Merchant Guild." Jack smirked slightly, revealing a meaningful and calculating smile. "Very well, then first of all, let me work in your Merchant Guild."
Zek calmly replied, "Exactly. I need a temporary fake identity to use. If that was all, there would be no need to go through these guys." Zek began to explain his plan. "I intend to use it in the southern continent. That place is full of experts in the criminal underworld. A half-hearted disguise won't cut it." He looked straight at Cliff, his eyes showing clear calculation. "The Reinhardt Merchant Guild is trusted and used even by the cartel, right?" Cliff sighed softly. Although not very pleased, he had to admit his guild's status. "Yes, even though it's not very pleasant. Fine, I understand what you're trying to say anyway." He offered a suggestion to solve the problem. "If that's all, just use my cousin's name. That group probably won't dare to suspect anything." Seeing that the other party had taken the bait, Zek smiled brightly. "Great. Furthermore, I need regular transportation back and forth to the south, along with a house." He didn't forget to add the details. "The house must be spacious enough because I will use it to store goods. That is my first request." Before leaving, Zek added a sentence that made Cliff see red. "By the way, you guys kidnapped me and brought me here, so you must have prepared a vehicle to take me back, right?" "Oh my god, do you guys see that? Getting kidnapped but talking as calmly as taking a ride-hailing app." Cliff gritted his teeth, green veins bulging on his forehead, silently cursing, this thick-skinned brat. However, he still suppressed his anger and let out a sigh. "All right, when everything is ready, we will contact you. Bringing you back will be handled by the ranger team." Zek walked away leisurely, evaluating in his mind. "I didn't expect the renowned Reinhardt Merchant Guild to accept the deal so easily. It seems that person is very important to them." The wooden door creaked dryly as Zek stepped outside. A ranger approached and signaled, "Hey, go this way." Zek quietly followed the two heavily armored soldiers through the wooden houses of the farm. In front of him was a valiant warhorse snorting and waiting. Zek stepped forward, his face showing clear satisfaction. "Oh, this ride looks absolutely stunning." He patted the soldier's shoulder arrogantly. "I will make good use of it." Zek decisively put his foot in the stirrup and swung himself onto the horse's back. The two rangers watched his figure, dropping only one sentence before leaving. "The matter is over. We will take our leave first." "So the contract with Reinhardt can be considered finished, right?" One of the two rangers spoke up to confirm the situation. Seeing Zek calmly replying in the native language, he couldn't help but be amazed. "You know how to speak Goka? Do you Draker people even learn that?" Zek smirked mysteriously. "Just consider it a hobby. Anyway, let's get back to the money matter. This time I have a job and want to hire you guys."
Hearing the new proposal, the ranger clearly showed hesitation. Rescuing a person held by Merkin? Both soldiers fell silent, slightly intimidated by the request. Zek sat leisurely on horseback, squinting as he asked, "What's wrong? Is the price I offered not attractive enough?" The ranger hurriedly explained, "No, the price is not an issue. On the contrary, if the conditions are similar to Reinhardt's, it's actually quite profitable." He continued in a deep voice about his real concern. "The problem is that person's identity. Our king doesn't like dealing with transcendent families." Zek was stunned for a moment. "What?" Then laughed sarcastically. "You're hesitating just because of that? I already have the fake identity that Reinhardt prepared. Just use that name to forge a letter of authorization and send it to Gusco, and it's done." Seeing that this plan was quite feasible, the ranger nodded in agreement. "All right, as long as we don't get caught." But just as the agreement was settled, Zek suddenly changed his tone to a dangerous one. "Wait a minute, before leaving, let's settle our accounts."
The ranger was dumbfounded, not yet understanding what was happening, before a terrifying killing intent surged forward. Slash! A crisp, wind-tearing sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, a gleaming kukri drew a deadly arc in the air. The speed of the strike was so fast that the two rangers could only widen their eyes in horror, cold sweat pouring down as they felt the sharp blade just graze past them. To the rangers of the Gorka region, the kukri was not simply a weapon. It was something granted only when an individual was recognized as a true warrior. It was a companion of the soul, as precious as the lives of the soldiers themselves. However, right before the eyes of the two battle-hardened rangers, Zek had easily taken that artifact without its owner even realizing it. He smirked slightly, his eyes revealing a clear sense of danger. The fact that I can take that thing without its owner knowing means I can absolutely take his life at any time. Zek leisurely spurred his horse to leave, leaving the two assassins rooted to the spot in absolute shock. He dropped a sarcastic remark. "Consider this a return gift. You guys kidnapped the wrong person." The ranger gritted his teeth in utter helplessness, cold sweat streaming down. What kind of monster is this? After the unexpected encounter with Reinhardt, Zek officially entered the most important phase of his plan, finding teammates. His targets were none other than the heroes who were once known as the Five-Star Knights, due to their brilliant exploits in the Great Continental War before his regression. Zek secretly calculated that if he could get close to them from now on and pull them to his side, they would undoubtedly become an incredibly high-quality force. Fortunately, thanks to the help of Principal Frobert Boger, who always showed Zek special favor, he had investigated an important piece of information. All of them originated from Valhalla Academy. However, the most difficult problem right now was the timing.
The Silent Knight Bishop Kastic has now graduated and become an official member of the Kingdom of Tebe's Knight Order. The Arena Knight Jeffrick Sanma is in his final year and busy with intense fieldwork. Meanwhile, Aster Alatapopo is still studying, but is suffering miserably from severe insomnia. As for the girl Raina, she won't officially enroll until next year. Even though she has pure blood lineage, Zek knew he still had plenty of opportunities to approach her later. Zek sat thoughtfully on the stone bench, sighing softly. So Diego is the only one left after all. However, the moment he stepped through the door, Zek froze at the sight before his eyes. Amidst the booming music and chaotic lights, Diego was frantically screaming into the microphone like a crowing rooster. Zek stood dumbfounded, his face clearly showing regret. Wait a minute, what the hell am I doing here? He stood dead in his tracks, watching the future knight dancing wildly, silently recalling his original purpose of coming here, to recruit him to his side. But this harsh reality made Zek start to doubt his own decision. As soon as he saw Zek peek into the room, Diego happily rushed over and threw an arm around his younger brother's neck. "Yo, bro, you arrived right on time. The drum seat is perfectly open for you." Before Zek could even gather his senses, he stuttered, "What? But Diego didn't let him explain, quickly cutting him off. "You were going to say you just want to play music, right? I totally get that feeling." Immediately, Zek was pushed onto the empty seat, amidst cheers congratulating him on becoming an official member of the Southern Continent's Fusion New Age Music Research Club. Zek was in complete shock, yet as soon as the music swelled, the whole room seemed to explode into a colorful, hallucinatory space. From being forced into it, Zek was suddenly swept up in Diego's frantic rhythm. Under the brilliant neon lights and powerful waves of sound, he swung the drumsticks as if dancing with swords, ignoring everything around him. The whole band seemed to float in a musical universe. Zek screamed in his mind, "Let's just go for it. Today, if I don't get drunk on music, I'll get drunk on life amidst the intoxication of the melody." He told himself, "Just enjoy it for now."
Ending the grueling research session, Jack stumbled out of the academy with a haggard face. Today's stuff was too intense, he cursed himself inwardly. Damn it, I got caught up in Diego's pace. As soon as he arrived at the mansion, he saw the figure of the butler waiting in the hall. "Are you back, young master?" Jack instantly retracted his exhausted appearance, regaining the solemn demeanor of a knight. He decisively ordered, "I will start training immediately. Tell the servants not to let anyone disturb me." Entering the closed training room, Jack sat cross-legged, focusing on studying the secret manual of the Dragon Slayer's sword art. He muttered according to the instructions. First is to guide the aura around the body to clear the bloodlines, then proceed from the microcosmic orbit to the macrocosmic orbit. However, the ancient terminology made him frown. What the hell is this? These are all terms I've never heard of. But as he delved deeper into the research, Jack's eyes shone with amazement. He began to understand why Terracon had to modify this technique into the Dragon Slayer arts, because all the moves in the Dragon Slayer's sword art use the compression of a massive amount of aura and releasing it outward as a prerequisite, something that ordinary techniques could never achieve.
This was a type of sword path not created to fight humans, but literally just to slay dragons. Jack tightened his grip on the pitch-black heavy sword, feeling the terrifying power comparable to the elemental sword vibrating in his hands.
In the swordsmanship of the Dragon Slayer arts, every movement was amplified to the extreme. Zek concentrated intensely, feeling the power surging violently through his veins. Zek exerted all his strength, compressing a massive amount of aura to its limit, and then swung his sword down. Every movement he made achieved absolute precision. The system immediately displayed a confirmation message. The heaven-bestowed physique was exerting its optimal ability, greatly accelerating the speed of technical comprehension, while the ether transmission capacity within his body was also significantly enhanced. Zek felt as if a map had appeared right before his eyes, clearly pointing out the steps to perfect the skill in the most flawless way. He tightly gripped the sword hilt, feeling the energy resonating with his will. I can feel it. Time to go all out. A glowing red electric current began to envelop Zek's black-gloved hands. He told himself that the more he repeated it, the faster he would master it. A pillar of deep blue light erupted powerfully, piercing through the night and reaching straight up into the soaring sky. Zek's eyes glowed with an enchanting light, focusing all his essence into a single slash. A fragile yet razor-sharp sword trajectory tore through the darkness, leaving a glowing trail piercing through space. Zek froze, his eyes widening in pure astonishment at the terrifying power he had just created. What is this? I clearly just surpassed the red wall and stepped into a new realm, yet have I already touched the black wall? Zek stood dumbfounded before a pitch-black stone wall, towering amidst a spiritual space filled with lightning. He silently recalled the warning that rushing his training would only make the wall blocking the path to the next realm even higher. However, Bahamut's heart residing within his ether core was resonating fiercely with the Dragon Slayer sword art, continuously pouring out power that made it impossible for Zek to stop.
Before I lose this feeling, I must swing my sword one more time. Zek plunged into frantic training. Brilliant blue sword paths tore through space with his every movement. Suddenly, a fiery red magic circle with a dragon skull emblem appeared right on his chest. Surrounded by ancient characters fluttering eerily, Zek was stunned to feel a strange energy invading his body, forcing him to halt in sheer amazement. His eyes glowed with an eerie golden light under the influence of the foul demonic energy. The system continuously issued shocking notifications. Bahamut's heart was reacting to the Dragon Slayer sword art of Dragon Slayer Draker. The memories deeply engraved in Bahamut's heart were being recreated. Zek exclaimed in astonishment. Bahamut's memories! His soul was pulled into a dark, blurry space, leaving Zek somewhat bewildered. It's too dark, I can't see clearly. Amidst the void, Zek sensed an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. Someone is coming. From the darkness, the figure of the ruler of Twiloft, Bahamut, gradually emerged in the form of a mysterious man wearing a black cloak. He looked deep into Zek's soul and said in a deep voice, "I have a favor to ask of you." Right after that, a giant, brightly glowing dragon eye appeared from the void, staring powerfully at Zek, making the space feel frozen. Bahamut slowly pulled an ancient book from his cloak, his eyes shining with firm determination. He looked at Zek and declared boldly, "I want to entrust the Dragon Slayer sword art, the ultimate technique I created myself, for you to safeguard." A bony hand reached out, handing over the legendary secret tome to the successor. The giant dragon Bahamut looked down at the tiny being in front of him and roared, "I knew you were obnoxious, but I didn't expect you to be this insane, Dragon Slayer Draker." Observing the scene unfolding in the memory, Zek silently confirmed. As expected, that person is the Dragon Slayer. Standing before the magnificent entity, the Dragon Slayer asked thoughtfully, "Are you really intending to entrust a dragon-slaying skill to a dragon?" Bahamut answered decisively, "Yes, even Kronos has agreed. As for the reason, you, Bahamut, must know better than anyone." A dense stream of foul demonic energy began to explode violently around them. Bahamut roared in absolute fury. Kronos has been bewitched by humanity and has lost his qualification to be a coordinator. Amidst a dense forest of sword aura floating in the air, the dragon screamed madly, "I do not believe the ridiculous prophecy of someone like that." A giant purple slash descended from the sky with the power to tear through space itself. Amidst that rain of death, the Dragon Slayer still braced himself to block, his tiny figure standing alone against a barrage of magic spears crazily raining down, as if wanting to crush the earth.
Each devastating attack exploded consecutively, creating deep craters and blowing debris everywhere. Dragon Slayer gritted his teeth and tightly gripped his sword, a radiant aura surrounding his body as he faced suffocating pressure. The purple spears continued to pierce the sky unceasingly, plunging into the surrounding ground at terrifying speeds. Cold sweat ran down Zek's astonished face as he felt the immense disparity in power levels. It was truly an unbelievable strength.
If it were him, he would probably only go home to visit twice a month, on the 1st and the 15th. His eyes were glued to the resilient figure of Dragonslayer, standing firm in the center of the magic storm. Yet Dragonslayer managed to block them all. That human was also a monster beyond all normal limits.
Bahamut roared furiously amidst the blazing battlefield. "Get out of my territory immediately, Dragonslayer Draker. Otherwise, the next spear will be aimed at the kingdom of Kronos." Dragonslayer strolled among the forest of magic spears planted all over the ground, his voice deepening with concern. "Are you sure you will be fine? Doing so, you will also have to suffer the punishment of karma?" Replying to that warning was an arrogant smile from the dragon in human form, his eyes glowing with killing intent. "The punishment of karma? Ridiculous! What do you humans understand to dare speak nonsense? Even if I slaughter you swarming bugs, there is no reason for me to be punished." He swung his hand, and a dense burst of foul demonic energy exploded, transforming into eerie and menacing claws. However, Dragonslayer maintained his calm demeanor. He gently opened the pocket watch in his hand and muttered, "In the end, everything still happens according to the prophecy of Kronos." Immediately, a giant glowing dragon eye opened wide in the void, staring fiercely. Bahamut unleashed his primordial power. His giant black wings swept across, tearing the sky and shaking the entire snowy mountain region. A giant purple greatsword descended from the sky, as if wanting to crush everything. Bahamut roared madly. "Do you think using the power of Kronos can control me?" The slash carrying destructive power smashed into the ground, creating a terrifying energy explosion. Right at that moment, the watch in Dragonslayer's hand let out a dry ticking sound. A giant glowing magic circle shaped like a watch face exploded, enveloping the entire space. Zek stood silently amidst the vortex of time and memories, his eyes glowing with a blue light full of amazement at the ancient secrets gradually revealing themselves. Did Bahamut stop his attack? Dragonslayer stood silently. The giant purple sword paused just an inch from his head. But no, Dragonslayer had used magic to stop Bahamut.
Clenching tightly the pocket watch that was emitting an extraordinary spiritual energy, this extraordinary magic likely came from that watch. Bahamut roared madly in the grip of the blazing golden magic circles. "Do you think the power of Kronos can do anything to me?" Looking at the fierce reaction of the evil dragon, Jack was shocked to realize that the watch was definitely an artifact containing the ultimate power of Kronos. The radiant golden aura exploded powerfully, engulfing the entire memory space. Suddenly, a terrifying tremor occurred, and Jack screamed in pain as the illusion began to shatter. Has the magic been broken? An earth-shattering crash echoed as the giant dragon claw slammed down, crushing the ground. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring the figure of the Dragonslayer who was holding the watch in his hand. Bahamut roared its enemy's name in pure hatred. Dragonslayer Draker. Jack was stunned as he realized the truth. The illusion just now, it was too real. The Dragonslayer quietly replied, "That's right, that is the prophecy of Kronos." The legendary knight explained in a deep voice, "Now you must understand the reason why I handed over the Dragonslayer sword art to you, right?" Bahamut gritted its teeth bitterly. Damn it, a dragon signing a contract with humans was a mistake from the very beginning. Standing before the magnificent creature that was roaring, the Dragonslayer firmly affirmed, "I agree. Humans should stand up on their own, using their own strength." The evil dragon's eyes burned with furious anger before everything vanished into nothingness. "All right, hand it over. Let me see. This so-called Dragonslayer sword art, your way of killing dragons." Looking at the pages containing deadly techniques aimed at its own kind, the giant dragon glared at the Dragonslayer with immense pressure. "You dare to create this?" The Dragonslayer remained calm, facing that piercing gaze, and replied, "It is to protect the world." Bahamut slightly sneered in contempt. "Nonsense. Not the world, but you humans, that is. Regardless, I will keep it, but unless the prophecy becomes a reality, this thing will not be brought out to the world." The Dragonslayer silently turned his back and walked away in the dark cave, calmly replying, "It does not matter. Even without the Dragonslayer sword art, humans will eventually awaken aura anyway." Hearing that, Bahamut snorted coldly with killing intent, its bloodshot eyes full of disdain. "When that time comes, I will personally wipe out all of you humans, because that is a power that a lowly creature does not deserve to hold." The Dragonslayer stopped, looked back at the magnificent entity for the last time, and repeated a prophecy full of hidden meaning. Kronos used to say this as a catchphrase, that one day you too will find a contractor who can share your heart. Bahamut's eyes suddenly wavered violently, its pupils shrinking upon hearing those words. It lowered its head, muttering in absolute denial,
find a contractor who can share a heart? Nonsense. That will never happen. The glowing eyes of the evil dragon slowly closed, letting the darkness swallow everything.
Zek sat quietly in the dark, his mind still unable to escape the fragments of memories he had just witnessed. He thought to himself that even though everything from beginning to end was nothing but confusing, there was one thing for sure: Bahamut's deep suspicion towards humanity. By absorbing Bahamut's heart, Zek had somewhat felt that profound resentment and suspicion. However, a major question still haunted him. Why did he sign a contract with Tarakan? It was truly surreal. After viewing Bahamut's memories, Zek began investigating in the library to answer the questions surrounding him. In a neat uniform, he realized a harsh truth, that all documents about Tarakan had been forged by Draker. In this era, people only knew of Bahamut, the one who signed a contract with Tarakan, as an evil dragon. There were absolutely no valuable documents left to uncover the truth behind that relationship.
While continuing to train in the Dragon Slayer sword art and searching for new clues, Jack received a message from the Reinhardt Merchant Guild that his first request had been prepared. A letter with a red wax seal was delivered directly to him. Even though he had requested an unsuspicious identity, looking at the new identity card, Jack couldn't help but laugh and cry. Vice Branch Manager of the Southern Continent branch of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild? Isn't this too much? Standing by the mansion's window, Jack smirked slightly when he saw a messenger pigeon perching on the balcony. Looking at the small bag on its back, he thought to himself, "It seems like Kato has finally made a decision, hasn't he?" The secret garden under the management of the Atlas branch of the Syndicate organization loomed majestically in the night. A dry click sounded as the magic circle on the VIP room door was dispelled. As soon as he stepped into the luxurious space of the bar, Jack was greeted by Kai. "Welcome, partner." Jack turned to look at her, smirking slightly. "You really call me partner now. That feels quite refreshing." He strolled toward the window, casting his gaze over the panoramic view of Atlas City shimmering with lights. Despite having been here for a while, seeing this magnificence with his own eyes still stirred strange emotions in Jack's heart, because a more familiar image for a regressor like him was the scene of devastating ruins engulfed in the sea of fire of the cruel Continental War.
Seeing Zek standing still, Kai poured wine and spoke up. "I didn't expect Atlas to have a place like this. What is it, mesmerized by the scenery?" She proudly introduced that this hotel was one of the side businesses of the Syndicate. Once they were both seated at the table, Kai offered a glass of wine to Zek, but he firmly refused. "Well, hold on, I'll have to decline the wine. It would be better if you prepare tea next time." Kai couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. "What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're still a minor? Didn't expect you to have such a cute side." Faced with her teasing, Zek simply explained coldly, "Goodness, it's just that I don't find drinking it particularly special, so I don't drink." He recalled the last time, during the celebration party for him becoming a new student, he got swept up in the atmosphere and tried drinking a little. But just as expected, his poison immunity physique treated the alcohol as poison and automatically detoxified it immediately, making drinking bring no feeling of intoxication whatsoever. He thought to himself, "Since I can't get drunk anymore, it's better to just drink the kind of tea I like." Kai clicked her tongue. All right. Long story short, you don't like wine, right? Anyway, let's stop the smoke." Seeing Zek still maintaining an indifferent expression, she grumbled, "You really don't bother listening at all, do you?" Kai threw a folder of documents along with some photos onto the table and revealed a shocking truth. That guy you're backing, Papella, actually has a background as a pirate. Kai continued to present solid evidence from her private investigation. "I did a little digging, and as a result, there is countless evidence. It's strange that no one has realized it until now." According to the information she gathered, the time when the Silver Knights purged the pirates and made them disappear perfectly coincided with the time Papella began to develop exponentially. Zek's eyes narrowed upon hearing the name Joaquin Fernandez, nicknamed El Mencho. Kai affirmed that he was the number 2 figure of the Merkin organization, yet he secretly traded with Papella, who was originally his rival. Due to the seriousness of the matter, Kai decided to keep it a secret. "This matter is quite shocking, so I haven't reported it to the higher-ups yet, because it will definitely cause chaos within the Syndicate. Sometimes not knowing is better." She was about to switch to asking about the antique that Zek asked her to sell on his behalf, but Zek cut her off with a scheming smile. His eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, Zek looked straight at his partner and declared, "You've done a great merit, Kai. From now on, I will explain the plan to turn you into the new leader of the Syndicate."
Heavy rain poured down on the port city, filled with steam from classic trains. In the middle of the quiet alley, the system notification panel appeared. "Activate teleportation gate at the designated location." Zek stood under his umbrella, looking at the glowing magic map in his hand, and muttered to himself, "Good, the preparations are complete."
Although he had burned quite a lot of karma points this time by using the teleportation gate function on the minimap, Zek still decided to do it to completely avoid falling under suspicion, even if it was just the slightest possibility. He understood clearly that among the 3 transcendent families proficient in magic, the number of people who could use teleportation magic was extremely rare. Traveling between cities usually required at least a large-scale teleportation gate from the magic tower. In other words, Zek's plan would be perfectly disguised as a normal accident. His footsteps glided over the puddles, his lips curving into a sinister smile. Just thinking of that damn old man's face made him unable to hold back his laughter. Looking toward the glowing target, Zek silently declared, "Tonight is going to burn fiercely, Zonzon."
Immediately, a terrifying fire broke out, scorching the night sky. Desperate screams echoed everywhere. "Fire!" The crowd scattered in panic before the horrific heat of the flames swallowing the building. People screamed helplessly, "Call the fire mages, quickly!" The ferocious flames rose high, threatening to burn down the surrounding areas. "Otherwise, the fire will spread to the building next door. Have you contacted the owner of that building yet? When will the fire mages arrive?" While the whole neighborhood sank into chaos, in a quiet room, Kai was contemplating next to an ashtray, chilling. She took a deep drag, looked at the faint smoke, and silently evaluated Zek. That guy, after all, truly has the essence of the Draker family, exactly a bold kid who is not someone to be trifled with. However, recalling what he had done, she couldn't help but shudder. It's not just simply bold, he's completely insane. The memory of the secret conversation between the two came back vividly. At that time, Kai slammed her hand on the table, yelling in astonishment, "You plan to burn down the entire Soma warehouse owned by Merkin in the Central Continent?" Facing that anger, Zek calmly leaned back in his chair and replied composedly, "That's right, so give me the locations of the warehouses." Kai tried to stop this crazy intention. "That is top secret information. Only Merkin, the high-ranking officials of the syndicate, and I know it. Doing that will definitely be discovered immediately." But Zek just smirked. "All the better. I never intended to hide anything anyway, because I will put all the blame on Makayan. The fewer people suspected, the easier it is to handle." Zek laid out his final trump card to force Kai into cooperating. "Besides, the syndicate still doesn't know that Papella is actually a pirate, right?" "Yes, because I haven't reported it yet."
Wait a minute, don't tell me you, Jack smirked triumphantly, leisurely placing his wineglass on the table. "I knew you'd catch on quickly. That's exactly it. We don't need to lift a finger much. We just need to drag all the executives of the syndicate, those who are hesitating between Merkin and Papella, into this chess game, and then report everything to Zonzon, and it's done." Hearing this, Kai broke out in a cold sweat, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. "Do you even know what you're saying?" Jack calmly replied, "Of course I do." Kai couldn't help but scream in terror. "This is pure madness. You know the fate of those who betray the organization." Immediately, Jack slammed his hand hard on the table, creating a deafening noise to drown out her fear. "When the whole group of executives is wiped out, who will be left to distinguish between betrayal and non-betrayal? Do you plan to just be a lackey for the organization your whole life? Didn't you already accept the offer to make you the leader?" Jack raised the wine bottle, as if betting his entire fortune on a life-or-death gamble. From now on, there is no more faux Dao. Now there is only cold high-rise. His sharp eyes locked onto her with a cold, final ultimatum. Choose. Faced with Jack's ruthless decisiveness, Kai fell silent. A strong emotion began to surge within her. Yes, he's right. I didn't join the organization just to be a lackey forever like this. She realized that Jack Draker was not only a wealthy young master, but also possessed extraordinary intelligence capabilities, able to uncover the true identity of Papella without anyone knowing. Furthermore, with that intelligence ability, he even discovered ancient ruins that had never been announced.
And even taking over a large amount of high-quality materials completely intact. After witnessing those absurd abilities with her own eyes, Kai told herself that she had already decided to be in the same boat with Jack. She picked up the wine bottle, blaming herself. How could she be terrified now after hearing the plan? Kai downed the bottle of wine under Jack's astonished gaze, slammed the bottle on the table, and growled with determination. "Is that it? If we fail, we are dead anyway. This is the biggest bet of my life. If I go all in and lose, I'll have nothing left." Seeing the bloodlust of his partner, Jack smirked proudly. "Starting to feel the bloodlust, huh? That bet, I will make sure you don't regret it." That night, under the moonlight, a trembling black-gloved hand held a half-burned cigarette next to an ashtray full of butts. Kai stood on the balcony looking off into the distance, having made up her mind. "Jack Draker, I will bet everything on you." On the table was a newspaper reporting on a series of fires that occurred in the Central Continent last night. Although multiple fires broke out simultaneously in many places, causing public suspicion of a deliberate act,
Due to the geographical distance and lack of traces, the incident was ultimately concluded to be an accident caused by human negligence. At a magnificent mansion, the atmosphere was thick with killing intent. A man sat brooding in the dark, his hand gripping a wineglass tightly as he looked at the newspaper reporting on the fires. He growled in resentment. "I don't care which bastard it is, but I swear I won't let you die peacefully." That was the leader of the Moat cartel, Zanzan. Another semester was coming to an end. Half a year had passed since everyone knew about my blue-tier realm. Jack Draker sat brooding in his neat military uniform, his black-gloved fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden table.
He looked at the luxurious box placed in front of him, which contained an important invitation card. Jack thought to himself, I figured it was about time, but actually receiving the invitation to the promotion banquet makes me really nervous. The promotion banquet was originally a celebration for the young members of the Draker family who had surpassed the yellow-tier swordsman realm and officially entered the knight realm. Normally, even for members of the Draker family, it would take until they were about 20 years old to reach the blue-tier or purple-tier knight realm, so this ceremony was also known as the Draker Knight Debut Ceremony. Thinking about having to meet the patriarch again after almost 3 years since the last time, Jack couldn't help but feel anxious, with sweat gently rolling down his forehead. He silently prayed, hoping that nothing bad would happen. Four Seasons City appeared towering and majestic under the sunlight. At the banquet hall, the central grand hall of the Spring Garden in Four Seasons City, the atmosphere was extremely bustling. Looking down from above through the large glass windows, the banquet hall appeared incredibly magnificent with a large crowd of guests. Amidst the crowd, the patriarch with his white hair and composed demeanor was smiling, chatting, and raising his glass with the guests. Suddenly, a pair of shiny black leather shoes stepped forward, and a respectful voice rang out, "Greetings to the master of the Draker family." The patriarch turned around, his face showing clear excitement. "Oh, you're here," the patriarch called out. Abin. Appearing before him was a young man with vibrant red hair and a delicate face, his eyes half closed in a polite smile. Abin bowed his head in greeting. "Have you been well lately, patriarch?" His appearance immediately became the center of everyone's attention. The whispering discussions of the guests echoed throughout the hall. "Hey, this is the first time I've seen a promotion banquet with so many important figures attending." Right. Well, after all, he is the youngest blue-tier knight on the continent, so it's completely understandable that all eyes are on him. Abin maintained his calm smile, accepting all the gazes of admiration and envy from the surrounding crowd. Abin looked at the patriarch's back, feeling an unavoidable annoyance in his heart as he thought, even though he knows clearly that I was the youngest blue-tier knight before Jack, he still deliberately brought it up.
The patriarch spoke softly, interrupting the atmosphere. "Well, it seems Jack is about to arrive. I must go prepare for the ceremony. It has been a long time since we met, and yet we couldn't talk much. I apologize." Abin maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing as he replied, "Please do not mind it too much, patriarch." The patriarch smiled and patted his shoulder, instructing, "As for you, take the time to enjoy this precious banquet." Abin bowed his head. "I understand, sir," then quietly turned and walked away, amidst the gazes of the guests. Observing the entire situation from afar, Jack slightly adjusted his collar, feeling the atmosphere in the banquet hall extremely uncomfortable. Ugh, it's so stuffy. He strolled along and then suddenly spoke up upon seeing a familiar figure. "It's been hard to see you lately, master." Duke, in a neat suit, but with a clearly exhausted face, complained bitterly as he walked. "Don't even mention it. I'm already retired but got dragged back, forced to work like a dog and can't even go home." The old knight kept muttering complaints. "On top of that, I'm busy to death having to take care of that damn Arthur, and today he even forced me to be your guide." Duke resentfully recalled the patriarch's imposing words, saying something about how a master guiding his disciple is a matter of course. What a shameless blockhead. Does he want to work me to death for capitalism? Looking at his master's haggard appearance, Jack sympathetically remarked, "No wonder your complexion looks so bad. It turns out you are being overworked." To soothe Duke's anger, Jack asked, "So are we going to the Spring Garden now?" Duke nodded, beginning to fulfill his guiding duties. "Yes, in the Four Seasons City. That is the only place where outsiders are allowed to enter. The main facilities of the Four Seasons City are divided into a total of 4 areas. The Spring Garden is the only place that allows outsiders in, so most major and minor events are held here. The next area is Summer Rock, the command center handling all affairs related to the Draker family, and also where the Patriarch's office is located. Deeper inside is Autumnfell, a solemn area dedicated to organizing internal ceremonies, such as the induction into the family's direct knight order. And finally, Winter Cup, the most heavily guarded place, used to store rare artifacts that the family has collected over thousands of years of history. Jack thoughtfully observed the grandeur of the family's headquarters, silently marveling. "I've only heard stories about it. This is my first time actually stepping foot in this place."
A fleeting thought of the past appeared in his eyes. Before the regression, around this time, he had already been expelled from the academy. Stopping before the giant doors leading into the banquet hall, Duke turned to Zek and said, "Well, here we are. From here on out, you have to go in by yourself. These doors are exclusively for the main character of the banquet." He placed a hand on his disciple's shoulder, warmly advising, "I have other duties, so I cannot attend the banquet. Don't be discouraged. Just go in with confidence." Watching his masters retreating back, Zek gave a warm smile, thinking to himself, "The feeling of having someone worry about me isn't bad at all. Master really worries about everything, doesn't he?" Hearing his disciple's inner thoughts, Duke laughed loudly from afar. "Anyway, as long as you don't cause trouble, it's fine." Right after that, the resounding brass horns echoed throughout the grand hall, signaling the important moment had arrived. The host announced loudly, "The main character of the banquet, Lord Zek Draker, is entering." Under Abel's calculating gaze, Zek leisurely walked down the red-carpeted steps with an extremely majestic and poised demeanor. His appearance immediately caused a stir among the crowd of guests. "Oh, is that Lord Zek? Reaching the blue-tier realm at just 15 years old? Truly living up to the title of a golden pure-blood awakener." Another person could not hide their admiration. "But I really didn't expect him to break Lord Abel's record for becoming the youngest blue-tier knight." The gossip about Zek's talent spread quickly throughout the hall. "It seems you haven't heard the news yet. Lord Zek has surpassed all the records in the academy that Lord Abel ever achieved." This information made everyone exclaim in astonishment. "Oh, truly amazing."
Zek stepped towards the high podium and kneeled on one knee before the family head, Arthur Draker. The leader of the Dragon Slayers drew his sword and solemnly declared to all the guests, "Arthur Draker formally declares that Zek Draker shall take his first steps on the path to becoming a knight." The blade slowly lowered, lightly touching Zek's shoulder in a solemn ceremony. Arthur continued with a commanding voice, "In the name of Draker, I bestow my blessing upon the bright future of Zek Draker, who will walk the path to becoming a glorious knight." The entire hall erupted in thunderous applause to congratulate the young knight. Arthur firmly announced, "Zek Draker will be appointed as an official knight of the Draker family, and at the same time be bestowed the knight title." This shocking decision immediately left all the guests in the hall stunned, and murmurs began to spread everywhere. "What? Only 15 years old and already an official knight of Draker?" Another person could not help but doubt, "Even for the youngest blue-tier knight, isn't this decision too hasty?" Amidst the conflicting opinions, Zek stood silently in his military uniform, his mind constantly analyzing the situation. In the Draker family, becoming an official knight is not just about having a cool aura, but requires actual achievements. This is because Draker is a family blessed by the power of aura, so awakening early and reaching the purple tier or blue tier realm is almost a given. Therefore, instead of evaluating based on the aura realm, they value achieved accomplishments more than anything else.
Zek recalled the precedent in the family. Even Abel, who held the record as the youngest blue knight before me, had to spend 3 months accumulating achievements to be knighted. That alone was enough to show the absolute importance of achievements within the Draker family. However, Arthur's recent announcement completely went against the previous rules. Looking at the blade reflecting his image, Zek couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although knighting is the exclusive privilege of the family head, so there was no opposition, it was still very perplexing, not knowing what he was scheming. Up on the high podium, Arthur continued his enthusiastic speech. "Today I am very honored to have the opportunity to introduce my son to everyone. Zek is not only the only person to achieve an unprecedented golden awakening, but also the youngest to reach the realm of a blue knight." He boldly affirmed in front of the crowd, "I believe that in the future he will become an even more outstanding knight than me." Arthur smiled, raising his wineglass with a look of deep satisfaction. "I don't want to become an overly boastful father, so please allow me to stop the bragging here. Now I would like to conclude the ceremony with a congratulation." He boldly addressed the guests. "Let us toast to the future of this talented young man and pray for peace and prosperity for the continent."
Hundreds of arms in the hall raised their glasses in unison, their resounding shouts tearing through the atmosphere. "For Draker! For Draker!" Amidst the luxurious space of the banquet, Arthur Draker leisurely took a sip of wine, his face clearly showing a look of triumph, while the surrounding guests also continuously raised their glasses, enjoying the lively atmosphere of the ceremony. Zek looked at the wine glass in his hand, his mind suddenly filling with complex thoughts. In his previous life, when Howard kicked him out of the house, he had simply stayed silent and didn't react at all. Yet now he was playing the role of a proud father over a son worth his weight in gold. This sudden change in the family head's attitude made him feel nothing but irony. Suddenly, Arthur put down his wineglass and called out, "Zek!" He
He startled and turned around, his eyes full of vigilance. Arthur stepped closer, proposing in a deep voice. "Yes, family head," Zek replied. Arthur continued. "Let's move to another place. I want to have a private conversation between the two of us, his father and son." His eyes flared with a calculating gaze, making Zek clearly feel that this was not merely a normal family heart-to-heart. At another corner of the balcony, Aben was standing silently, the killing intent radiating so heavily from him that the surrounding air felt as if it had frozen. A bespectacled man standing nearby gently spoke up to remind him, "Hey, Aben, don't you think you should control your facial expression a bit?" He looked at Aben's face, which was darkening with anger, and continued, "That is not the look an older brother should have when congratulating his youngest brother."
Abel slightly curled his lips, trying to regain his usual composure. He asked in a deep voice, "Where is the prince?" His companion replied, "Said he would come after these boring ceremonies are over, probably arriving soon." He stated decisively, "Then we must hurry." The other person nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Both quickly left the banquet hall to prepare for their next secret plans. Meanwhile, Jack strolled through the large doors, twirling a small object he had just been given. He stared at the item in his hand and thought to himself, "A token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why did the patriarch give this to me?" Jack scratched his head in confusion. "Do you guys smell a good deal? Awesome." But the issue giving Jack more of a headache right now was the tediousness of the nobility. He looked at the crowd of guests, laughing and talking hypocritically, and felt fed up. Jack walked while scratching his head, secretly admiring the endurance of the people around him. How can they keep their facial expressions completely unchanged and just participate for many days in a row? Truly, living in high society is not something anyone can do. Being as poor as a bear slurping instant noodles to get by, but still happy is good enough. While engrossed in his train of thought, a sweet feminine voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Sir Jack Raker." Jack paused, slightly raising his eyebrows in doubt. He turned around and caught sight of a beautiful young girl bowing slightly, performing a formal greeting. Her lips curled into a mesmerizing smile under the faint afternoon sunlight. The girl with long, flowing blue hair, wearing a magnificent outfit, boldly introduced her identity. "I am the first princess of the Kingdom of Valencia, Melissa Valencia."
Zek couldn't help but be shocked internally. Wasn't she the prime candidate for the next throne of the Kingdom of Valencia? In Zek's memory, Melissa was an incredibly outstanding figure. She was currently stepping in for the sickly and incompetent king, continuously rolling out breakthrough policies aimed at the commoners, thereby gaining overwhelming support from the people. Because of this, she frequently clashed with the nobles of Valencia, but everyone understood that if she officially succeeded to the throne, sooner or later the nobles would have to find a way to curry favor with her. However, before the regression, this once highly anticipated princess ceased all foreign activities and mysteriously disappeared when the conflict with the empire became more severe. Rumors had once spread across the continent that she was assassinated by the empire, but after the Kingdom of Valencia was destroyed in the war, the truth was buried forever. In this life, although she was also quite low-key, her appearance at an official event like this made Zek secretly think that perhaps everything was still fine. But then he suddenly paused. Wait a minute, the royal family of the Kingdom of Valencia? Could it be? Seeing Melissa's meaningful smile, Zek quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. "It is an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. I have heard of your reputation for a long time. It is truly an honor that you have come to my promotion banquet." Melissa tilted her head slightly, feigning surprise. "Oh, you know me?" Zek smiled and replied tactfully, "Of course, I have been interested in the princess's pro-people policies for a long time." Melissa remained silent, her deep blue eyes narrowing slightly as she assessed the young man of the Draker family in front of her. This guy is quite something. Zek looked straight at Melissa, calmly assessing her efforts. Many people might think those are just showy policies, simply handing out what one has. But in reality, everything from the budget to every minor detail must be carefully calculated, right? His insightful affirmation left Melissa stunned for a moment before she smiled faintly. "Just as the rumors say, you are indeed different from the other knights." Seeing the princess's strange reaction, Zek asked with some confusion, "Have I accidentally offended the princess in some way?"
Melissa chuckled softly. "No, it's just that I didn't expect someone to understand my difficulties. Actually, I'm a bit touched." Saying that, she slightly curtsied in a gesture of farewell. "Well then, I shall take my leave first. It was a pleasure to meet you, Sir Zek." Zek exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, are you leaving so soon?" Melissa walked away slowly, not forgetting to leave a delicate explanation. "I also want to chat more with Sir Zek, but I cannot monopolize the main character of the party."
Zek watched her back, secretly understanding the problem when he noticed the pryed eyes of the surrounding guests. It was true. Even though no one said anything, the way everyone looked clearly made her feel awkward. Suddenly, Melissa turned around and smiled brightly at him. Even so, you don't need to be too regretful. There will definitely be better occasions to meet again. When the princess's figure had faded into the distance, Zek breathed a sigh of relief, strolling through the banquet hall. So the greetings are almost all done. I can finally breathe a little, he said to himself with a haggard and tired face. Indeed, parties like this don't suit my personality at all. Bros, standing here socializing for 10 minutes feels like it drains more mana than fighting a boss for half an hour. The heavy sound of iron armor clashing rang out dryly on the red carpet, shattering the polite atmosphere of the ceremony. Zek immediately glanced warily, feeling a pressure approaching. All around, the guests began to murmur. The heavy clashing of iron armor. Who would wear armor to a banquet? Zek narrowed his eyes at the newcomer, his mind secretly cheering. Ah, that's right. I finally found him. A figure wearing a red cloak with a brilliant golden lion crest stopped right in front of him. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, exuding an unconcealable arrogant aura. That person was Kairos, the fourth crown prince of the Rome Empire. With bright blonde hair and a malicious smile, he asked, Zek Draker, the youngest person to be granted the title of Blue Knight, right? Zek stared at that face, the terrifying memories of his past life coming back vividly. This was the exact person who, along with Abel, caused a great war across the entire continent before his regression. Kairos slowly extended his gold-armored hand forward, loudly introducing himself. I am the fourth prince of the great Rome Empire. Facing his sworn enemy from his past life, Zek maintained his calm demeanor, bowing slightly in return. It is a great pleasure to meet you, Your Highness Kairos. Thank you for attending my promotion party.
Kairos gave a faint smirk, then unexpectedly threw his arm around Jack's shoulders in a highly intimate manner. Come now, don't be so overly formal. Let's have a drink together. He turned and yelled at the servants. Hey, someone quickly bring the wine here. As the sound of wine overflowing into the crystal glass was heard, Kairos laughed heartily. Come on, this is wine bestowed by the Prince of the Empire. Don't leave a single drop. Drink it all. Jack simply accepted it in silence, causing the surrounding guests to whisper among themselves. Accepting the fourth prince's words so simply like that? Even though he is a talented blue-tier knight, he is still too inexperienced. The gazes of Princess Melissa and the other nobles converged on them with apprehension. But that prince is also truly arrogant. Considering the influence of the Draker family, he should have been more careful with such rude behavior. Despite the gossiping, Kairos continued to carelessly put his arm around Jack's shoulders with a smug look. Excellent. Wonderful. I am quite fond of you. Today let's drink together until we can no longer stand. Right at that moment, a deep voice rang out, interrupting. Your Highness.
Abin Draker stepped forward with an elegant demeanor, bowing slightly. Congratulations to you, the rising sun of the Empire. Carlos excitedly welcomed him. Oh, Abin, will you join us for a drink? Abin smiled and tactfully declined. I am deeply honored by your invitation, but I have urgent matters to discuss privately with your Highness. When Carlos looked puzzled, Abin glanced around and spoke in a low voice. There are too many watching eyes here. I think it would be better if we moved to another place. Understanding his intention, Carlos nodded. All right, if you say so, I will listen to you. Before leaving, he did not forget to turn and tell Jack. I'm sorry, Jack. I was the one who invited you, yet I have to leave first. Next time we meet, let's raise our glasses all night under the beautiful moonlight and share our views on the epic praising the legendary Dragon Slayer. Does that sound too cheesy? Looking at the retreating backs of the two, the nobles began to mock. How can someone like that be a prince of the Empire? After all, the Rome Empire has always been a place lacking legitimacy. On the contrary, praises poured in for Abin. But it must be said that Sir Abin's way of handling the situation is truly impressive. It's not for nothing that he has such a high reputation. Jack stood silently. Only praises for Abin, right? It's true that if one didn't know the inside story, they would just think he was resolving the situation on behalf of the embarrassed prince. However, a sense of anxiety surged in Jack's heart. But the contact between the fourth prince and Abin happened much earlier than the time Kay provided before the regression. Observing their gestures, Jack realized a terrifying truth. Moreover, from the way they treat each other, it looks as if they have been close for a long time. In a sealed room, Abin and Carlos began their secret meeting with the escort guard.
Meanwhile, Zek strolled leisurely through the corridors of Four Seasons City, fondling the precious token in his hand. He thought to himself that one token could be exchanged for one of the Draker family's reports. Sitting opposite the patriarch Arthur, the atmosphere became serious. Arthur asked, Right, is your plan to become the strongest on the continent progressing well? Seeing you as the main character of today's party, it seems to be going smoothly. Zek bowed in response. Yes, it's all thanks to the head of the family. What head of the family? In private like this, just comfortably call me father, Zek. Those words left Zek stunned, his hand holding the teacup freezing in midair.
In his mind, the memory immediately flashed back to earlier, when Kali also reached out her hand and said, "Just comfortably call me sister, Zach." That sentence just now was exactly what Kali had said. Now I understand what that abnormal feeling was back then. He began to analyze the political situation within the family more deeply. Abin was acting so boldly as to drag the Council of Elders to his side. Kali had even noticed it and prepared to counter it. Yet it was completely absurd that Arthur, the head of the family, didn't realize it. Looking at the calm expression of the patriarch sipping tea, Zach was startled to realize a terrifying truth. That meant he was turning a blind eye despite knowing Abin's scheme clearly. He asked himself a series of questions. If so, was him repeating Kali's words also a way to pressure me, or just a coincidence? Zach quickly made a decision. No matter what it was, he would just act on the assumption that Arthur was on Abin's side and there would be no harm done. He bowed his head and replied in a deep voice, "Yes, Father." Hearing those two words, Arthur smiled with satisfaction. "Father, that sounds very pleasant to the ear." He put down his teacup and declared, "All right, I will give you a gift as an encouragement for you to continue striving for your goal." Arthur took out a brilliant gold coin and pushed it toward Zach. "This is a token that can be exchanged for a treasure kept in the winter cap." Zach was stunned as he received the gift, his mind shaken. The winter cap, the Draker reports had mentioned it. He thought to himself about the place famous throughout the continent for being filled with the rarest ancient artifacts. He didn't expect his father to spend so generously. However, Arthur did not forget to give a warning. Remember this carefully. There, besides truly priceless treasures, there is also a pile of trash that only has a flashy appearance. Zach answered decisively, "I will keep that in mind, Father."
Zek's footsteps moved quickly through the dark corridors, his mind constantly calculating. I don't know what he is plotting by giving this to me, but... Standing before the large doors of Wintercup, Zek opened the most important report, the report on the Dragon Slayer at Wintercup, Four Seasons City. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining with ambition. Whatever can be used, I will take full advantage of. I have been waiting for you, Lord Zek. Seeing Zek's figure approaching, the female guide bowed respectfully. Before leading him inside, she began to briefly explain the rules of this archive. Could you please come this way? According to Draco's report, this place stores about 17,000 rare artifacts, and the artifacts can be exchanged by quantity. Standing in the middle of a vast, mystical space, she did not forget to carefully remind him, there is no time limit for making your selection, but if you leave, you will not be able to return, so please keep this in mind. Zach looked around and wondered, a place storing rare artifacts, yet there is no one guarding it? Can I just sweep them all up? The woman calmly replied, because it is not necessary. The security magic here is in no way inferior to the Patriarch's office. She further explained that all artifacts are strictly inventoried and managed by magic, making stealing almost impossible. Looking at the floating magic seals, Zek said to himself, it's true that one shouldn't judge anything by its cover. Stopping in front of a control panel on the wall, the woman gestured. Now then, please insert the issued token into this spot. Zek pulled out a sparkling gold coin and gently pushed it into the narrow slot. Immediately, a click rang out, followed by violent tremors that made the entire room shake. The massive gate began to move, emitting faint white smoke, gradually revealing the breathtaking space inside.
In front of him was a magnificent architecture with towering shelves reaching the top of the tower containing countless priceless treasures. Then I shall take my leave. After the guide's farewell, Jack stood alone in the middle of the giant archive. Looking at the towering shelves, he muttered to himself, just checking the functions of this pile of artifacts will probably take a lifetime to finish. Not wanting to waste time in vain, Jack immediately asked the system for advice. System, can I categorize the ancient artifacts here according to my desired criteria?
Immediately, a notification popped up confirming the administrator's request and activating the connection feature with the Dragon Eye. Please use the Dragon Eye to record the items that need sorting. Zek was slightly taken aback. Record using the Dragon Eye? But then he quickly understood. Ah, I get it. Well then, let's warm up a bit. Dragonkin skill Dragon Eye was activated, allowing him to observe and check the detailed information of every target. To scan this entire treasure trove, Zek began to utilize his skills. Combining the wind slash technique with shadowless footwork, Zek moved like a ghost, gliding through every corner of the shells at a terrifying speed. After flying around for a while, he landed gently. This should be enough. The system announced that it was displaying the recorded items on the minimap. The number that appeared made even Zek startled. The number of recorded items, 17,138. Looking at the sparkling blue screen, he exclaimed, 17,000 items? If I live-streamed this warehouse, you guys would be watching until morning. To narrow down the scope, Zek started giving filtering commands. Exclude common items and single-use items, anything that is not an artifact. The system immediately processed it. The number of items remaining after sorting, 9,832. Even though it had decreased significantly, Zek was still not satisfied. Still too many. Remove all swords with performance lower than the black sword.
Right after the command, the list on the screen started jumping continuously and then became completely empty. Zek smirked confidently. Oh wow, one filter and it's wiped clean. This system is too overpowered. However, while browsing the remaining list, his eyes suddenly stopped. A notification line full of question marks mysteriously appeared right in the middle of the list. Zek frowned, reaching out to touch the screen with a puzzled look. Wait, what is this? Just question marks. Is the system glitching or is it messing with me, guys? It's somewhere around here, Zek muttered as he strode between the towering shelves of the archive. Right as he went deeper inside, a system notification popped up. Arrived at the coordinates specified by the administrator. Zek stopped in front of an antique shelf. His eyes were drawn to a strange item lying all alone. It was a bracelet with a simple appearance, but what caught his attention was that the information panel only showed mysterious question marks. Zek wondered, a bracelet? Holding the item in his hand, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. It looks too ordinary on the outside, yet it shows no information at all? However, right after Zek finished speaking, the bracelet suddenly emitted brilliant blue rays of light and vibrated violently, leaving him stunned. Zek's eyes rolled back in shock as a bright red notification appeared. This item reacts to the title of Tarakan Draker's heir. Realizing this special connection, Zek smirked smugly. It reacts to the heir title? That means this is Tarakan's artifact.
The bracelet began to emit a massive surge of energy, with magic lightning wrapping around Zek's arm, leaving him exclaiming in horror. At this moment, the true information of the artifact was officially revealed. Holy Guardian Stone. This is a bracelet inlaid with a Guardian Stone, capable of summoning a spirit beast attuned to the user's soul, and more specifically, it also contains the blessing of the Fairy King. Before Zek could regain his senses, the system automatically initiated a force procedure. The Holy Guardian Stone has been bound to the administrator. You can use the Holy Guardian Stone to summon a guardian beast compatible with your soul. Zek panicked and yelled, Hey, wait, what do you mean bound? Who gave permission? This damn system. He tried to use his strength to remove the bracelet from his arm, but it was completely hopeless. Can't it be unbound? The system immediately responded to his request ruthlessly. Administrator's request confirmed. This item is bound to the title of Heir of Tarakan Draker. Unbinding is not possible. Zek looked at his branded arm and couldn't help but be furious. Damn it, I haven't even checked all the artifacts yet. My plan is completely ruined now.
However, he quickly regained his composure and reassured himself to think positively. If it was Tarakan's artifact, it must surely be stronger than most other artifacts. After some consideration, Zek decided to accept the done deal. He let out a sigh. System, activate the inherent ability of the bracelet. Immediately, a notification panel confirmed the request. Administrator's request confirmed, activating the Guardian Holy Stone to search for a guardian beast compatible with the user's soul. The energy from the bracelet began to spread. Beneath Zek's feet, a giant magic circle suddenly appeared, shining brilliantly. The system announced, thanks to the blessing of the Fairy King, the search scope has been expanded to a level higher than a guardian beast, Spirit Beast. A giant pillar of blue light carrying immense pressure descended from the sky, engulfing the entire area. Amidst the interwoven magic lightning, the figure of a majestic creature gradually revealed itself. It was a divine horse with a flowing long mane and a proud horn on its head. The system confirmed, summoned Spirit Beast, Dragon Horse. Facing this majestic presence, Zek couldn't help but exclaim, is this a Spirit Beast? The power it radiates is truly terrifying. Looking at the mythical creature standing before him, Zek smirked in excitement. The heart and the fang of Bahamut, and now an artifact that can summon a spirit beast. Just how many crazy things did Tarakan possess? The dragon horse slowly approached, gently touching its nose to his head as an intimate greeting. Feeling the strong spiritual connection, Zek inwardly realized, so this is what being compatible with the soul means. He reached out and hugged the spirit beast's neck, a sense of familiarity surging within him. It was their first meeting, yet it felt like reuniting with an old friend. Zek smiled affectionately. All right, I have taken a liking to you too. The dragon horse neighed cheerfully as if to respond to its master's affection. At that moment, another system notification popped up, catching Zek's attention. If you name the spirit beast, you can summon it at any time through the Guardian Holy Stone.
A name? Jack pondered as he looked at the majestic spiritual beast in front of him. He gently reached out to stroke the bridge of its nose, and then an idea struck him. How about Bucephalus? Hearing this name, the divine horse appeared extremely delighted, snorting with sheer exhilaration. Jack smiled in satisfaction, glad that it seemed to like the name too. Immediately, a detailed information panel appeared. Bucephalus, a dragon horse carrying auspicious spiritual energy. Inherent ability can unleash the power of lightning from its two manes. Note, supreme spiritual beast, king of the dragon horses. Looking at the powerful introduction, Jack still couldn't help but wonder. King of the dragon horses sounds imposing,
But this is the first time I've seen a real dragon horse in real life. How would I know how strong it actually is? As if understanding its master's doubt, Bucephalus suddenly grabbed Jack by the shoulder of his shirt and lifted him up gently. Jack panicked and cried out, Hey, Bucephalus, what are you doing all of a sudden?" The divine horse quickly set him firmly on its back. Jack asked in surprise, "You mean you want me to ride you?" Seeing Bucephalus nod in affirmation, he inwardly marveled. It truly is a supreme spiritual beast. It read my thoughts, knew perfectly well that I wanted to test its abilities, and lowered its back for me to climb on. Jack gripped its mane tightly, excitedly commanding, "All right, Bucephalus, let's run at full speed." The horse neighed loudly, tearing through the sky, its whole body erupting with brilliant blue electric sparks before it shot forward like an arrow of light. The terrifying speed created deafening sonic booms, leaving blinding lightning trails behind.
Jack was utterly amazed to realize that despite riding so fast, not a single sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was truly surreal. Under the immense pressure of such terrifying speed, he had to squint his eyes, feeling the surging power beneath him. Bucephalus dashed across the magic circles on the ground at an unimaginable speed, making Jack unable to hold back his excited, loud laughter. "Haha, this is absolutely peaking, Bucephalus." The clatter of horse hooves echoed on the stone slabs as the carriage rolled away from the archive area. Sitting inside, Jack still vividly remembered the astonished face of the guide earlier. She had stammered, full of doubt, "Sir, are you sure you really want to choose this one?" The guide's attitude indeed lacked any enthusiasm, but Jack merely gave a smug little smile as he looked out the window. He fully understood that within that massive archive, alongside priceless treasures, there was no shortage of trash that only had a flashy exterior. Therefore, anyone had to be extremely careful when making a selection. In other words, this bracelet was exactly one of those pieces of trash that Arthur had mentioned before. It made sense. Before it reacted to his title, even the system couldn't display any information about it at all. It was not hard to understand why people failed to recognize the true value of this bracelet. Jack thought to himself that he had previously assumed Tarakan's artifact could only be obtained in the ruins guided by the system. He never expected to score this item so easily. It was purely good luck no matter what. This was undoubtedly a massive spoil of war.
Zek closed his eyes slightly, his mood brightening considerably. After all the exhaustion from the battle at the banquet, today he promised himself he would go home and get a proper rest. But you guys know it. When a main character plans to sleep early, a plot twist is guaranteed to be waiting right outside his door. However, right as he stepped into the luxurious room, a deep voice rang out. "Congratulations on officially becoming a knight of Draker, Lord Zek." Zek sighed softly, turning around to look at the uninvited guest. Seeing the other party using honorifics, he frowned and replied, "Talking so formally all of a sudden, it's really awkward." The man wearing an eye patch on one side, Cliff Reinhardt, smiled calmly. "You have become an official knight of Draker, so it is only natural for me to change how I address you." Zek tiredly threw himself onto the sofa. "All right then, but from now on don't show up like that randomly. If someone discovers the relationship between us, all our future plans could be ruined." Cliff bowed his head apologetically. "Regarding that, I sincerely apologize, but there was someone who insisted on meeting Lord Zek at all costs, so there was nothing else I could do." Right after Cliff's words, the figure cloaked in black standing nearby began to move. That person reached up and pulled down the hood, revealing radiant, deep blue hair. An elegant female voice rang out. "We meet again, Zach Draker. Allow me to greet you once more. I am the master of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild, Melissa." Under the dim light of the room, Melissa revealed herself with an aura of powerful beauty, and her true identity was officially exposed. Melissa Valencia, the first princess of the Kingdom of Valencia.
Upon Cliff's introduction, Zek maintained a calm demeanor, but deep down he already had the answer. As expected, the true master of the Reinhardt Guild was the princess. Seeing through his sharp intuition, Melissa smiled softly. "You must have known beforehand." In fact, everything had its traces. Recently, Princess Melissa rarely appeared in public, but suddenly showed up at his promotion party. Coincidentally, that was also the exact time when a patient was injected with the red flower disease medicine brought back by Cliff and recovered immediately. Zek smirked confidently. Anyone who isn't a fool would immediately realize this. Seeing that Zek had grasped the situation, Melissa nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. Then I will skip the introduction and get straight to the point." She didn't beat around the bush and went straight to her main purpose. "The reason I urgently sought you out, Sir Zek, is because I want to ask for your help." "What kind of help exactly?" Melissa didn't answer immediately, but pushed a file folder toward him. "First of all, could you take a look at the document I brought?" She began to explain while Zek turned the pages. "This is information about the recent developments of the red flower disease cases, mainly in the border area of Valencia, along with the analysis results of the red flower disease conducted by the Transcendent family Nirvana." Zek read attentively, but the more he looked, the more his eyes widened in astonishment. The information written on the paper made him shudder involuntarily. He looked up at Melissa with an extremely serious expression.
Are the things written here true? Zek exclaimed in shock at what he found hard to believe. The red flower disease is a pathogen created by magic.
This is the analysis result of the top transcendent family of the three great families, Nirvana, so it certainly cannot be wrong. The firm affirmation accompanied by the file with a bright red seal left Jack stunned. He gritted his teeth, staring at the lines of text as if wanting to pierce through the truth. The red flower disease is actually a man-made disease. This truth goes far beyond what Jack ever knew. He pondered deeply, anxiety rising in his heart. Even the spreading speed is faster than previous deadly outbreaks. Could it be that his regression has caused this to change? Noticing his tense expression, Melissa spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. That's not all. She pointed at the detailed map, where red pins were marking the epidemic areas. As you can see in the document, the red flower disease first broke out in the villages near the border between the Rome Empire and the Kingdom of Valencia, Melissa said while using her hand to emphasize the spreading points, her voice becoming stern. But it did not spread towards the Rome Empire, only spreading in the direction of the Kingdom of Valencia. Looking at the white arrows pointing straight towards her kingdom, Jack was stunned. He stammered. "Wait a minute, you mean?" Melissa nodded, confirming the most terrifying thing. "That's right. I have the same thought as you, Jack. It's highly likely that the Rome Empire created the red flower disease and intentionally spread it towards Valencia." Jack leaned back in his chair, his face darkening. This matter is truly serious. In his mind, memories from his previous life began to rush back, stringing all the events together. The reason the Kingdom of Valencia easily fell to the Rome Empire before his regression was also because of the red flower disease. So that's the reason why the princess needed his help.
Zek slammed the document down on the table, looked straight into Melissa's eyes and said, "What the princess desires must be the rights to mass produce and distribute the cure for the red flower disease, correct?" Melissa smiled faintly, her eyes showing satisfaction. "Yes, that's right. In the previous contract, our guild only obtained the manufacturing principle. To distribute the medicine on a national scale, a new supplementary contract is necessary." Standing behind her, Cliff also spoke up to affirm his stance. "Even so, I have no intention of breaking the contract." Melissa smiled confidently and affirmed, "Of course, I will do the same. As a merchant, whichever side reveals their intentions first will be at a disadvantage. But now that there is an opportunity to work with Sir Zek, it can't be said to be a disadvantage." Zek smirked slightly, silently evaluating the sharp woman in front of him. She was indeed the true master of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. It wasn't natural that the Reinhardt Guild had become such a powerful merchant association. Melissa continued to make promising commitments to persuade him. "The medicine will be distributed to the public as relief supplies, and you won't have to worry about the manufacturing formula being exposed. Of course, we will pay a worthy amount of money." But the most surprising thing was the offer that followed, as she boldly declared, "I will give you a 20% stake in our merchant guild." Wait, hello, does money just naturally fall into the hands of the rich? Hearing this, Zek couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes widening in amazement at the princess's willingness to spend. In Zek's mind, the gear started turning as he quickly analyzed the value of this bargain based on his regression memories. The Reinhardt Guild is currently still one of the top 10 most reputable merchant guilds. If it doesn't collapse along with Valencia in the Continental War like before his regression, the guild will develop even more robustly. The value of a 20% stake in this guild would equate to at least a few million gold. If the war is prevented so the guild can grow further, that value could rise to tens of millions of gold. Even though this piece of the pie was extremely tempting, Zek quickly regained his composure. He lowered his voice and questioned, "This is indeed an attractive offer, but first, I have a few questions I want to ask the princess. Who knows, I could also be someone from the Empire's faction, so for the princess to freely share information like this and use up to 20% of the guild shares just for relief goods. Guys, do you smell a rather intense all-in here? What if I were a spy? It would literally be like handing a gift right to my teeth." She calmly replied, I will answer your questions one by one. I am already certain that Sir Zek is not someone from the Empire. If one were to say what strength the princess had besides her status, then please be informed that it was the sharpness honed through many instances of suffering."
Melissa revealed a truth that surprised Jack. "Actually, after parting ways with Lord Jack at the banquet, I did not leave immediately, but observed from afar. Although it was very subtle and hard to notice, you treated those associated with the Rome Empire coldly. The crucial point is that you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince of the Rome Empire." Melissa calmly provided evidence for her trust. She analyzed that while everyone thought Jack was merely choosing a different way to greet, in her eyes it was an instinctive resistance, a disgust as if wanting to avoid physical contact. Precisely because of that clear rejection, she firmly asserted that Lord Jack was not someone from the Empire. Hearing these words, Jack was secretly amazed. The princess's observation skills were truly as sharp as a god's. Melissa then moved on to the second question regarding spending 20% of the Merchant Guild shares without needing a lengthy explanation. Her eyes became extremely resolute as she loudly declared that if it could save the people, then this was certainly a profitable deal. This statement was like a bolt of lightning striking his ears, making Jack's heart suddenly skip a beat as he stared blankly at the woman in front of him.
Immediately, traumatic memories from his previous life rushed back like a nightmare. Amidst the dark space of his memories, Jack's voice rang out in despair. "Alicia, please, don't push yourself anymore. We have to retreat."
Even if we can stop the Empire right now, what is the point if the one who serves as king dies? At that time, he had tried to convince her that retreating was the right decision for the long-term future. However, the girl named Alicia only softly replied, "But Jack!" Alicia's image appeared faintly amidst the pristine white snow. She smiled peacefully and spoke the fateful words, "As long as trading my life buys time for the people to escape, then it is definitely a profitable trade." Returning to reality, Jack lowered his head. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with bitterness. Damn it, I tried so hard to prevent this from happening, yet I ended up saying the exact same thing as Alicia back then. Jack panted, drenched in sweat after his intense calculations. Finally, he looked straight at Melissa and made his decision. "All right, we have a deal." Hearing the answer, Melissa was overjoyed, clapping her hands in sheer excitement. "Really? Good decision." However, Jack immediately laid down a prerequisite condition. "But be careful not to reveal my identity." Melissa smiled confidently, nodding in affirmation. "Rest assured, I can guarantee that." 2 weeks later, at the training room in the mansion's basement, behind the sturdy stone door was an isolated training space where Jack was frantically throwing himself into grueling exercises. The air in the room seemed to be torn apart by the brilliant blue mana emanating from the heavy sword. Jack moved at a terrifying speed, each of his sword swings carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, creating blinding flashes of light that enveloped the entire room.
He channeled all his strength into a single move. The sword violently erupted with energy, creating a massive magic tornado that crushed all surrounding obstacles. The power of the slash made the entire training room shake violently. As the light gradually faded, Jack stood tall amidst the rubble, the sword in his hand still radiating sparkling blue electricity. Immediately, a system notification panel popped up confirming, "Successfully comprehended Dragon Slayer's Sword Art, S rank, beginner level, but the online results are absolutely fire." Jack sighed softly, looked at the screen and secretly admired. It's finally done. Took about a month, huh? Fulfilled the conditions for the achievement quest, Successor of the Dragon Slayer. Right after Jack finished his training, a series of system notifications continuously popped up. Not only did he complete the quest, but the completion time was also added to the rewards, bringing him the treasure coordinates of the Kingdom of Kronos, the title Sword Art Transmitter, 500 karma points, and 2 random gift boxes. Now he possessed the unique Immortal class, along with a series of illustrious titles like Descendant of Terracon Drakkar or Successor of the Sword Saint. Looking at the current karma points, which had reached 1,095, Jack smiled smugly. "Oh, 2 random gift boxes. How suddenly sweet." He retracted the brightly glowing sword in his hand and told himself, "All right then, let's start by checking this first." The first item Jack took out was a sparkling golden circular disc, which was precisely the treasure coordinates of the Kingdom of Kronos. As soon as he submitted the inspection request, the system immediately responded. "The administrator's request has been confirmed."
However, instead of displaying the location, a bright red warning notification appeared, stating that the coordinates could not be read at present. Jack exclaimed in astonishment. The system quickly explained that he needed to find the seal to activate the coordinates. If he collected and reassembled the scattered seal fragments, the location of the treasure would officially be revealed. Shortly after, a green notification appeared. The positions of the seal fragments had been linked and displayed on the minimap. A map emerged with red dots marking the locations of the fragments. Jack observed intently and muttered his analysis. 2 fragments in the center, 1 in the south, and 1 in the north. The distance between the fragments was quite far, so it would probably take some time to gather them all. While engrossed in his calculations, his eyes suddenly stopped as he noticed something unusual on the map. Jack smirked with a hidden meaning. No wonder it hadn't appeared for so long. At the same time, a new linked quest was officially activated, Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom. The content required him to find the scattered seal fragments of the Kingdom of Kronos and restore them to their original state. With an unlimited time limit, the reward for Jack upon completion would be a noble title, Successor of the Kingdom of Kronos. What is this? The reward is just a title? Jack exclaimed in disappointment when looking at the new quest notification board that appeared. Before his eyes right now was a linked quest named Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom, requiring him to go find the scattered seal fragments of the Kingdom of Kronos and restore them to their original state. Jack scratched his head in confusion. Was restoring the seal and finding the treasure mentioned in the report also considered a reward? However, he suddenly recalled the previous times and began to grow suspicious. What if, just like before when the artifact reacted directly with the title, this time this title also had some special function? Holding the golden coordinate disc in his hand, Jack pondered for a moment and decided to put it aside for now. He quickly stored the item into his storage space. Magic light enveloped the disc before it vanished in an instant. Jack strode out of the training room, reassuring himself that there was no time limit, so he would handle urgent matters first, and taking his time to investigate later wouldn't be too late.
As he walked, he recalled an important piece of information. Fortunately, he had just received contact from Kay. A dangerous smile appeared on Jack's face, his eyes flashing with a sharp, cold light. The scene now shifted to Gopa Port, a port village located in the southern continent. Amidst the white sails and the murmuring sound of crashing waves, a man took a deep breath and frowned. The smell of the sea mixed with the stench of blood. The air in the south was still as terrible as ever. The moment he set foot on the ship's deck, a group of subordinates simultaneously bowed in an extremely formal greeting. Their voices echoed across the area. "It is an honor to serve you, Vice Branch Manager of the South of the Reinhardt Guild." Faced with such an overly enthusiastic reception, the man simply gave a slight nod. "You all have worked hard." Whether it was before his regression or now, it seemed not everything had changed. At least the smell of the sea remained exactly the same.
Moreda. A call from behind interrupted his train of thought. From now on, this was Zek's new identity. Moreda evaluated inwardly as he walked. Perfect timing for a mission. Approaching the two men waiting, he immediately recognized their identities, Northern Rangers. Seeing Moreda and his new guise, one of them teased, "Dressing up as a merchant suits you quite well." Moreda calmly replied, "Thanks." The disheveled man with a long scar on his face began to verify. "You've grasped the plan attached to the mission letter, haven't you?" Moreda nodded in confirmation. "Of course. The day of action will use the chaos to rescue the girl held captive by Merkin." Hearing this, the ranger instructed, "Good, it seems you understand very well. But remember, this mission isn't an easy game. One misstep and the whole team is doomed. But the mission also includes protecting and bringing the target to safety, so don't let your guard down until the very last second." "I remember, but I have a question." Moreda hesitated. The ranger asked, "What is it?" Moreda raised his doubt. Perhaps to avoid information leaks, but the letter doesn't explain what kind of chaos will happen on the day of action. His eyes suddenly shifted, becoming sharp and filled with killing intent that seemingly froze the surrounding air, because that will be the day Merkin disappears from this world. Right when the atmosphere reached peak tension, a voice rang out from behind. "So you're here, Vice Branch Master." Seeing Zek and his associates deeply engaged in discussion, the Merchant Guild's guide hurriedly spoke. Are you in the middle of a conversation? I'll come back when you are done." Zek watched the man's retreating back and muttered, "A guide from the Merchant Guild." Seeing this, Zek's companion quickly waved his hands to call him back. It's fine. We're done talking. Lead the way now."
"I will take you in the prepared carriage. Follow me." On the way, Jack couldn't help but ponder the murderous declarations from earlier. He secretly doubted. Are they planning to start a war with Merkin? On the other side, a cold voice rang out to confirm. "Agreed. Have you checked the place the guild prepared?" The inquiry echoed as they stood in front of the bustling port. The other party confidently affirmed, "Of course." The four-wheeled carriage quickly rolled into motion, taking them through dense forests toward their target. Sitting inside the secluded space, the briefing began again. By the way, to reiterate the plan, let's briefly summarize it one more time. Today is Zanzan's birthday. This is an occasion to congratulate him, and at the same time, it is also a meeting of all levels of leadership for upcoming transactions. Therefore, Kai, the key figure in the transaction, and her assistant, Jack Murray, will also attend the meeting, right? Jack looked out the window and calmly replied, "That's right." However, the quiet atmosphere was quickly shattered by the red-haired girl losing her temper. "How many times have we talked about this? I think this is the 5th time already. Keep saying it and I'll memorize the script." Jack let out a tired sigh. "So much that I know every single word by heart."
His words were like adding fuel to the fire. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it, partner. I am not as brave as you, so worrying is normal." She continued to scream in despair. "Did you lure me in here and now will not even listen to me complain a bit?" Seeing her panicked expression, Jack secretly understood the problem. He had thought there was something unusual compared to normal, but it turned out to be because of that. The girl was now so scared that she curled up, stammering, "If we get caught burning the Soma warehouse, what should we do? I heard the way Merkin deals with traders is to paralyze their whole body and then stuff them into a ship for the sharks." This is bad. We sprayed the smoke screen so carefully. Surely no one will find out, right?" Kai muttered while trembling with fear. Seeing her extremely worried like that, Jack had the urge to tease her a bit more for fun. He calmly reassured her, "Kai, you are a mage. You will be dealt with differently, so do not worry." The vague statement made Kai shudder. She stammered back, "Differently how?" Jack showed a sinister smile and began to tell a terrifying anecdote. In the South, legend has it that possessing the body of a mage can prevent curses. No one would do something as wasteful as using them for bait. Most likely, all 4 limbs will be dismantled and sold off as if to fulfill their duty. Hearing this, Kai's face completely changed color. She was so terrified that her soul seemed to leave her body. A horrifying truth flashed through her mind. So those rings that the Merkin members had been wearing all this time, were they not models but actual real fingers?
Imagining the scene where his own fingers would also be cut off, Kai screamed internally, I don't know what will be done to my fingers. So if that happens, partner, please collect my corpse and bury it in a warm, sunny place."
But how do you know about this? Jack mused, his eyes distant as if recalling a past filled with blood and tears. It's impossible not to know. I am the one who understands the southern continent better than anyone else, and also the one who led the prosperity and downfall of Merkin as a hired assassin. The grudges with Merkin actually started before his regression. At that time, Jack was expelled from the academy, captured by slave traders, and then sold to Merkin's Soma farm. That place was not simply a medicinal farm. Slaves like him were sometimes used as cannon fodder in battles over power and territory. Amidst the hail of bullets and bombs, Jack was the only one who repeatedly returned alive. At the time, he only felt relieved to keep his life without questioning anything. But thinking back now, perhaps his survival instinct unconsciously used the self-healing ability to help him overcome death's door. After miraculously surviving cannon fodder missions 5 or 6 times, Zanzuan began to take notice and train Jack to become a professional hired assassin. And indeed, the old man's discerning eye was right. The job of a hired assassin suited Jack's abilities perfectly. By luring opponents into dropping their guard and then using poison, taking down a purple-tier knight became easy.
However, confronting a blue knight was a completely different story. Even though Jack approached extremely carefully and hid all his tracks, he miraculously still noticed his presence. Even when poisoned, the blue knight could still adjust the aura in his body to burn or expel the toxins. But the blue knight was ultimately human, and humans could be defeated. He learned how to target those subtle weaknesses, and from then on, he officially could take down even blue knights. When the number of blue knights assassinated by Jack reached double digits, he completely solidified his position as the top hired assassin in the Merkin organization. Jack's reputation spread further and further after his glorious feats, especially the complete annihilation of the rival Papella organization. Eventually, he became the adopted son of the boss Zanzan and was promised to be the official successor to the entire enterprise. However, on the exact night when all the high-ranking leaders of the gang gathered to announce the successor, Jack made a bloody decision. He cold-bloodedly killed everyone present, including his adoptive father Zanzan, and decisively left the Merkin organization. The stream of memories was interrupted, and Jack sighed softly to himself. Oh well, it's all in the past. At this time in the carriage, Kai was looking at him with eyes full of suspicion. She pointed her finger straight at his face and shouted, "Hey partner, you've been avoiding the question this whole time. Are you a spy for Merkin?" Seeing Jack still silent, Kai became even more agitated, yelling, "Are you planning to use me to swallow up the syndicate?"
Faced with the relentless questioning, Jack only put on a nonchalant face that drove Kai crazy. She kept rambling, "Isn't that right? Say something, partner." Seeing her panicked expression at this moment, Jack found it extremely amusing. He thought to himself, Kai is different now compared to before the regression. Still a bit naive, so it's really fun to tease her. The carriage finally stopped in front of a massive and majestic architectural structure, which was Zanzan's mansion. Inside the magnificent banquet hall with its brightly colored stained glass windows, high-class guests had gathered in crowds. Right at that moment, a guide spoke up to introduce Zanzan. "This is Kai, the enforcer I mentioned." Kai stepped in wearing a glamorous black dress alongside Jack. She smiled faintly and greeted, "It is a great honor to meet you, Zanzan." Looking around at the luxury of the mansion, Jack inwardly marveled. Truly wealthy indeed. He discreetly observed the heavily guarded forces around, which included not only Merkin's assassins, but also famous outlaws and even rangers. What a diverse preparation. They entered the secret meeting room located right behind the mansion's hall. Here, a long row of powerful men in black suits was waiting with stern faces. Sitting in the presiding position was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a signature mustache, holding a smoking cigar in his hand. He was Zanzan, the boss of the Merkin organization. He looked at Kai and spoke. "Nice to meet you, Kai. I heard you were a mage, but I didn't expect a woman. A beautiful mage is more precious than gemstones. I am looking forward to hearing your words of wisdom. Please begin." Kai took a deep breath and got straight to the point. "A few months ago, do you remember the fire at the Soma warehouse?" As soon as the question ended, Zanzan's subordinates all changed their expressions, their faces clearly revealing a mix of shock and anger. He forcefully stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray. "Of course I remember. No, I should say it is impossible to forget." A pitch-black and cold killing intent suddenly enveloped Zanzan. He glared at Kai and growled, "But why are you bringing that up now?"
Cold sweat streamed down her face as Kai stuttered, but she regained her steely resolve, looking straight at all those sitting around the giant long table to declare that there was a traitor here who had colluded with Papella to burn the Soma warehouse. "Among us, there is someone who has colluded with Papella, and it was he who set fire to the warehouse."
Kai's steely declaration echoed through the meeting room, making the already tense atmosphere more suffocating than ever. The subordinates sitting around the table immediately flew into a rage. One guy slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and yelled, "What did that crazy bitch just say? Drag that hag out right now." Before the shouting could stop, a deafening crash rang out. Zon Zon coldly slammed his hand on the table, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light full of killing intent as he stared fixedly at Kai. "Do you dare to take responsibility for the words you just said?" Facing that suffocating pressure, Kai did not flinch. She gave a slight nod in confirmation. Zon Zon smirked, his voice lowering with a deep threat. "All right then, tell us, who would dare to betray Merkin?" The atmosphere at this moment was as taut as a bowstring. Just then, a painful cough rang out. The entire room was stunned to see that Jack Murray had appeared out of nowhere, holding a short sword right at the neck of a high-ranking leader. Jack smiled calmly, looking straight at the chairman. "A pleasure to meet you, Sir Zon Zon. I am Jack Murray, and as for the part Sir Zon Zon just mentioned, I think I can help." Zon Zon remained calmly leaning back in his chair. He slowly lit a cigar, and then looked at Jack with a hidden meaning. "Jack Murray, a pleasure to meet you. For my birthday, you didn't bring a gift, but brought a knife instead." Jack didn't flinch. He pressed the blade harder against the hostage's neck and replied confidently, "The gift is right here, isn't it? Are you saying my lovely brother, Joaquin, is the traitor?" Jack smirked, leaning close to the ear of the man trembling under his blade, and mocked, "Hey, Joaquin, also known as El Mencho, you should be the one who knows best. Why don't you say it yourself?" Joaquin broke into a heavy sweat at this moment. He widened his eyes in horror and thought to himself, "Something that even the boss hasn't figured out? How on earth did this guy know?" He roared furiously, "You useless trashes! What are you standing there for? Do it right now!" The guards drew their weapons and rushed up to surround Jack. "After eating so much of my food, at least do something useful."
A guard holding a knife stammered, trying to explain, "But even if you say that, sir, there's nothing we can do." He gripped his sword hilt tightly, but didn't dare advance because Zek Moreda was controlling the target too perfectly. That guy is a professional. He doesn't leave any openings to approach. If we attack from a distance, he'll use Sir Joaquin as a shield. Seeing the dead end, the guard turned to shift the blame. It's highly likely he's a spy sent by Papella. Hearing that, Zek smirked slightly, his eyes full of sarcasm as he looked straight at Joaquin, who was trembling under his blade. "Truly worthy of being Merkin's right-hand man. You're highly trusted, aren't you?" He leaned close to the man's ear and growled. "Meanwhile, you are the actual spy from Papella, yet you dare to turn around and suspect me? Now that your identity is exposed, you're starting to talk nonsense, huh?" Zon Zon narrowed his eyes, looking at Zek with scrutiny. "Quite confident, aren't you? Do you think I did all this without evidence?" Zek didn't bother to reply. He just softly called out, "Kai." Immediately, the female mage began casting magic, and a brilliant magic circle appeared in the middle of the meeting room. At this point, as you guys know, Zek didn't say much more and just opened the premium evidence file. Zon Zon looked in astonishment at the document pages summoned right onto the floor. The old man picked up the report, his eyes intently reading every line. After a moment of silence, Zon Zon said in a deep voice, "You really brought something interesting, Zek Moreda." He glared at Joaquin, his voice full of killing intent. Not only did Joaquin collude with the syndicate to betray us, but it turns out those Papella bastards are also pirates. As soon as the words ended, the whole room erupted in angry murmurs. Sure enough, just mentioning the word pirates instantly changed the atmosphere. No one in the South likes them, and the people of the South hate them even more because they are close to the pirates' base, suffering greater losses than any other continent.
Above all, Zonzoan lost his entire family to pirates, so his hatred for them was unappeasable. Even for someone like Zonzoan, he would absolutely never overlook an incident involving pirates. Zek looked at Joaquin, whose face had turned completely pale, and asked sarcastically, "Well, what are you going to do now?" Looking at the photographic evidence recording his secret transaction, Joaquin gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Damn it, bastard." He glared at Zek with wide eyes, screaming in despair, "Where on earth did you get that photo?" The report clearly stated that his past smuggling with Papella and the Soma warehouse fire a few months ago were directly related to each other.
Zonzoan looked thoughtfully at the half-smoked cigar, speaking coldly. "Just that alone is enough to cast suspicion on our own people." He looked straight at Jack Murray and firmly asserted, "I have looked closely, Jack Murray, but based solely on this little evidence, do you think I would doubt Joaquin, my own blood brother?" Jack still held the blade tightly against Joaquin's neck, while this henchman thought to himself, "It seems just this is not enough." Realizing the stalemate, Jack narrowed his eyes slightly, a bold decision flashing in his mind. Jack suddenly leaned in close to Joaquin's ear, softly calling out his real name, Mencho. Immediately, a mysterious blue light enveloped Joaquin's mind, making his eyes glaze over.
Zonzoan still hadn't noticed the anomaly, his voice menacing. If that is truly all there is, your crime of insulting my younger brother is unforgivable. However, Jack simply replied calmly, "Boss." The very next second, Joaquin suddenly spoke in a soulless tone. Jack Murray is right. The one who secretly colluded with Papella is me. This sudden confession left Zonzoan stunned, freezing for a few seconds in the face of the cruel truth. Zonzoan lowered his face, slamming both hands on the table in agony. So that's how it is. I didn't expect you to betray me. What a disgrace. Zonzoan slowly turned his back and walked away, his back showing clear loneliness, but also full of cruelty. Since you've confessed like that, you must also receive treatment commensurate with your sins, right? Suddenly, a flash of light tore through the space. Zonzoan moved with terrifying speed, leaving Joaquin only enough time to widen his eyes in terror. A sharp sword slash swung up, and Zonzoan directly executed his brother without any hesitation. Jack silently marveled. To think the right-hand man of Merkin would have such a miserable end. The people of the South really are strange. Jack's gaze shifted to the weapons hanging on the wall as memories of his secret conversation with Joaquin returned. Back then, Jack had threatened him. "El Mencho, admit that you are the traitor. If you do exactly as I say, I swear to God I will not touch your hidden family." Jack smirked slightly when recalling the man's fearful look back then, telling himself, "An oath to God is absolutely trustworthy, but actually, I never intended to touch your family in the first place." Jack reached up to wipe a splash of blood from his face, silently assessing the old man who just made his move. After all, he truly lived up to the title of a notorious crime syndicate boss. He understood that Zonzoan certainly didn't truly believe El Mencho was the traitor when he disposed of him. He was simply forced by circumstances to do so in order to maintain the organization's prestige.
Because a few months ago, the one who caused the fire at the Soma warehouse, resulting in heavy losses for Merkin, was also the one colluding with Papella. While Kai asserted that the traitor and the arsonist were the same person, Jack quickly took extreme action, pointing directly at El Mencho as the traitor and subduing him immediately, forcing Zanzan into a position where he had no choice but to order an execution. Added to this was the shocking news that the Papella organization was actually a group of pirates. In such a chaotic situation, Zanzan still seemed to maintain his composure, coldly analyzing the situation. But his subordinates did not, and then right in the midst of that chaos, El Mencho personally admitted to being the traitor. Even if El Mencho wasn't actually the traitor, if this was ignored, the discipline of the organization would likely collapse. As expected, Zanzan was still calculating as rationally as ever. His competence was indeed outstanding, as the axe in his hand swung down decisively. Jack stood watching quietly, silently evaluating the unchanging ruthlessness of the Merkin boss. Zanzan stood in a pool of blood, the pitch-black killing intent radiating from his body, making the air in the room thick and suffocating. However, if Kai's report was true that Joaquin was indeed the traitor, then those working in my dear syndicate must also be traitors. Zanzan suddenly swung his arm forcefully, his axe slamming into the table right in front of his trembling subordinates. He glared at each of them and growled, saying that the report clearly stated the burning of the Soma warehouse was merely a stepping stone for them to prepare to defect to Papella alongside Joaquin. Zanzan's eyes glowed with a deadly red light as he made his final offer. "If they confessed, just like my brother Joaquin, I will send you off without making you suffer." This declaration, like a death sentence, caused a panicked leader to scream out that this was entirely a false accusation and they had never plotted such a thing. To save his life, he frantically pointed at Kai and cursed, saying this was definitely a dirty trick by that damn mage. If you would just interrogate that mage, then... However, an axe slicing through the wind immediately cut his words short.
Amidst the thick atmosphere reeking of death, Zanzoan slowly turned around, his sharp, cold eyes glaring at Jack Murray as he spoke in a deep, raspy voice. "What are you doing, Jack Murray?" Facing the boss's interrogation, Jack maintained an unusually calm demeanor. He casually pointed and replied, "I am merely helping the boss dispose of a traitor." Jack continued to analyze the situation persuasively. Joaquin confessed himself, and you personally executed him. As for the syndicate, they were already in cahoots with him. Hearing Jack's words, I could only nod in agreement, guys. The argument was as smooth as a presentation slide. Even the boss would find it hard to refute after hearing it. He smirked, offering an undeniable excuse. Then that's enough of a legitimate reason to kill them, isn't it? Zanzoan narrowed his eyes in observation, a sense of extreme suspicion beginning to rise in his heart. He kept wondering what this brat was ultimately scheming. Looking at Jack's meaningful smile, the old man secretly understood the truth behind this charade. It turned out the ultimate goal was to use his hands to eliminate the syndicate.
Zanzan sneered slightly, in name only. Sounds good, but Jack Murray, are you an envoy of God sent to help me, or just a minion of the devil sent to destroy me? Facing that threatening question, Jack just smirked arrogantly. He placed his hand on his chest, loudly asserting, neither an envoy of God nor a minion of the devil. His eyes flashed sharply as he made his final declaration. I am just a business partner wanting to offer a new deal. A business partner? Zanzan narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Jack. He calmly replied, exactly. Jack continued to delve into the internal situation. You want to wipe out the syndicate's order and restore command, right? Honestly speaking, in this part, Jack read Zanzan perfectly. He began to analyze the difficulties the mob boss was facing. However, with Istan's exile order and Papella's control over the sea routes, currently Merkin's only Soma distribution network is through the organization. Jack affirmed that Zanzan was lucid enough to see all this clearly, and that was exactly why he still hesitated to punish the traitors, despite knowing their true faces. Zanzan pondered, you speak as if you have known me for a very long time. Jack didn't flinch. He revealed his trump card. Don't worry. Up until now, the Syndicate Soma distribution has been completely handled by Kai. From now on, Kai and I will take over from the Syndicate and handle Merkin's Soma distribution ourselves. Zanzan remained silent for a long time, then slowly sat down on the chair. He admitted, that is indeed an excellent offer, Jack Murray. If what you say is true, he stared at Jack with a probing look. Deals must be built on trust. But if there is no trust, how can I hand over this distribution to you when this is only our first meeting? Jack smirked slightly. You are absolutely right. He suddenly waved his hand, scattering a pile of papers all over the room, and asked back, then how about this? Jack twirled the dagger in his hand and slammed it into the list on the table.
Looking at the name pierced by the blade, Jack growled, Paulo Santos, I will eliminate the territory taken over by that coward. Paulo Santos, nicknamed Paulo the Coward, earned his moniker because he always prioritized safety above all else. That was the reason why, despite being made an executive, his reputation within the organization was extremely low. Zone sat back in his chair, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. And you even know such details as his existence and his nickname. Jack calmly replied, well, as long as it brings me benefits, I don't care. Zone slowly stood up, nodding in approval. All right, that can earn my trust. However, although I am impressed by your audacity and bravery, that place is still too dangerous to ambush alone. He made a decision as he walked. Therefore, I will send Merkin's elite assassination squad to assist you. Jack remained outwardly silent, but inwardly scoffed. Assist my ass. They will definitely just observe me. This guy is quite cunning. Zone added another meaningful sentence. And while you prove your courage, just as a precaution, this young lady here will be under my protection. Jack watched the scene, fully understanding the true intention. It was just a longer way of saying that she had been taken hostage. Jack looked straight into Zone's eyes, replying in a deep voice, I understand. He turned and walked out the door of the massive mansion, not forgetting to leave an instruction. Please take good care of Kai, boss.
Night fell, enveloping the base of the Papella cartel. In the middle of the dark forest, a group of people dressed in black was silently approaching. Suddenly, a hand was raised to signal, and the leader softly ordered, Stop. The whole squad immediately froze in the darkness. Manuel, the leader of the assassination squad, secretly marveled to himself. Even as the leader of the squad, I stopped at his command without even realizing it. Manuel hid behind a tree, intently observing Zek's figure flickering back and forth ahead. He silently admitted, well, after seeing his skills, only an idiot wouldn't follow his orders. Zek moved at an extremely fast speed, weaving through each bush skillfully. Manuel couldn't help but be amazed. He has more stamina than assassins like us, and he moves faster and more accurately, as if he knows this northern forest by heart. But what truly made Manuel shudder was Zek's combat ability. Amidst blinding flashes of magic, Zek swung his sword to decisively slash down ferocious monsters. Manuel observed in horror, but above all, he is incredibly skilled in battle, even when facing monsters, strong enough to easily defeat the most expensive mercenaries of the wolf tribe. In short, if he meets a monster, he slashes the monster. If he meets a mercenary, he slashes the mercenary. Zek's full damage character build is terrifying just to look at. He is truly a monster. Manuel hid behind a bush, unable to stop shivering as he observed every movement of Zek Merida. Approaching the enemy base, Manuel ordered his subordinates, All of you wait here. A soldier hesitated. But Manuel brushed it off. We are here as supervisors and must not help directly. This is the only place where the factory can be clearly seen. Zek, with his eyes flashing coldly, interrupted. Stop saying things you don't really mean and just focus on supervising. With those words, he threw an item forward and darted away as fast as lightning. Manuel panicked and called after him, Mr. Merida! Watching Zek's back gradually disappear behind the cliff, the subordinates asked anxiously, What should we do now, leader?
Manuel pondered for a while and then decided, we will do as he says and continue monitoring here. Just like he said, we are only here to monitor. There is no need to actually enter the battle.
He further instructed, "From now on, maintain your positions. Make sure to properly camouflage so we won't be discovered." Suddenly, flames blazed high from the factory, leaving Manuel astonished. He had already begun to charge in. The ferocious sea of fire swallowed everything, and continuous explosions turned the enemy base into a living hell. The guards panicked and screamed amidst the fire. "There is a mage among the attackers," the enemy commander yelled in despair. "We cannot handle this alone. Immediately request support from the magic weapon team right now." Amidst the dense smoke and fire, Zack appeared majestically with a blazing sword in his hand. He calmly observed the surrounding chaos. Those reactions are obvious when they see the elemental sword for the first time.
The intruder was spotted, and alarm shouts echoed everywhere as the enemy forces discovered Jack's silhouette. He maintained his calm demeanor, silently evaluating the opponents. But for an organization confronting Merkin in the north, I already anticipated this, that their reaction would be very agile. Immediately, a series of assassins swooped down from above, simultaneously swinging their swords to surround Jack. Without hesitation, Jack swung his blazing sword, activating the elemental sword. Giant fireballs rained down from the sky like a hellish shower, creating earth-shattering explosions. This was the fire field technique, combined with light fire magic, turning the entire enemy base into a sea of fire that incinerated all enemies blocking the way. Amidst the agonizing screams of the burning soldiers, Jack landed gently. He calmly looked around the ruins and uttered a disdainful remark. "Something like this isn't even enough for a warm-up. Too weak, far too weak." Jack glanced at the corpses lying scattered at his feet, unable to help but sigh inwardly. That coward Paulo, what an insane bastard. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. From within the smoke and fire, a giant magic tank slowly emerged with a pitch-black cannon barrel. Witnessing this state-of-the-art weapon, Jack narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He even exploited a magic pool? How much money is rotted away here? He silently mocked the opponent's wastefulness. Wouldn't hiring mages have been cheaper? Not giving Jack time to think, the magic tank fully charged its energy and spat out a giant magic shell, tearing through space and rushing straight toward him at a terrifying speed. Facing the heavy firepower, Jack stood firm. He swung his sword forcefully, creating a sharp slash that cut the magic shell in half right in midair.
Zek threw himself into the sea of fire, his sharp eyes looking down at the ruins as he thought to himself, "Well, unless you are a criminal, you wouldn't accept such an exchange convention." Immediately, Zek activated the elemental sword, executing the wind field technique. A giant tornado named Hurricane Sword surged forth, crushing the magical tank and all surrounding structures to the ground amidst deafening explosions. Looking at the devastated scene, Zek recalled that before the regression, he might have run away when he saw that magical tank. But now things were different. He decisively stepped into the underground tunnel, where the flames were still licking every corner. Inside the dark corridor, he silently finished off the last soldier and stopped. After taking care of this much, it's about time for him to appear. Suddenly, a poison-tipped arrow tore through the wind, aiming straight for the back of Zek's neck. Without turning around, he accurately caught the arrow between two fingers. The system immediately announced that Black Mamba's poison had been detected, but right after came the text, "Poison immunity," negating the effects of the poison. The arrow emitted purple smoke and then vanished. Following that, by the administrator's command, the continuous activation of the Recovery Knight's class skill was temporarily suspended. Zek narrowed his eyes, staring into the darkness. "Finally, you have revealed yourself." From behind the door, a deep, angry voice rang out. "What the hell is the underground army doing letting an intruder get all the way here?" A man with a long scar on his face, wearing a bright yellow shirt, stepped out, weapons in hand. He was Paulo Santos.
"What you just inhaled is poisonous gas," Paulo Santos said with a smug tone as he stepped forward. He confidently asserted that even an aura user could do nothing against this extremely lethal poison. "I will give you a chance to exchange information about your companions and the antidote. Why not accept the deal before it's too late?" But in Zek's mind, he only sneered inwardly. "You want to trade with something that doesn't even exist? Do you think I'm that easily fooled?" For the people of the South, the fact that Black Mamba poison has no antidote was basic knowledge. An ordinary person would die within minutes of being poisoned. Even a blue-tier knight would find it hard to filter out the toxins, and it would even leave after effects. It truly was an extremely lethal poison. Little did he know, Zek's system had immediately notified him. Black Mamba poison detected. Thanks to the effects of poison immunity, his body was unaffected by the poison. Zek calmly thought to himself, "Well, with poison immunity, it has no effect on me at all." Suddenly, a sharp, dry, shattering sound rang out as Zek swung his sword, smashing the antidote vial right in Paulo's hand to pieces, leaving him stunned. Paulo roared in fury. "Does this madman dare to destroy the antidote? Do you really want to die?" In response to that panic, he said in a deep voice, Rest assured, my physique is naturally immune to poison. Furthermore, the reason the ground is so quiet is that I've already wiped out all your accomplices. Paulo's eyes widened in terror. What? He frantically denied it. Don't talk nonsense. They are the elites of Papella, and they are even equipped with magic weapons. Zek replied coldly. If you are curious, go and check for yourself, assuming you still can, of course. Hearing this, Paulo probably wanted to open his minimap to check, but unfortunately, his teammates were permanently offline, guys. Cold sweat running down his face, Paulo trembled and asked, Who are you? Who on earth sent you to do this? Zek smirked. You must have guessed a little bit by now, haven't you?
Paulo gritted his teeth and deduced. Could it be Merkin? Jack calmly replied, Oh, you're quite sharp. Paulo became even more certain, as the only one capable of stirring up Papella to this extent was Merkin. He shouted in frustration. But I thought both sides still respected each other's boundaries. Why do this out of nowhere? You really don't know the meaning of shame. Jack spoke coldly, making Paulo startle in confusion. What? Jack continued to expose his opponent's true face. Papella's so-called respect is nothing but sneaking into the opponent's distribution network, waiting for a chance to smuggle in counterfeit goods. The words hit the nail on the head, making Paulo break out in a cold sweat, only able to stand frozen in silence under the suffocating pressure. Jack growled, his killing intent radiating intensely. Papella has crossed the line. That alone is enough reason to start a war. The boss has declared that he won't stop until the Papella organization is turned to ashes. He even swore to wipe you filthy pirates off the southern continent, knowing full well that your roots are originally pirates. Cornered and with his identity exposed, Paulo shouted in panic, Damn it! Then turned and ran for his life through the dark stone corridors. Jack immediately sprinted after him, the hurried footsteps echoing throughout the space. He yelled, Do you think you can escape from here? After a deep chase inside, Jack stopped in the middle of a massive hall with mysterious giant pillars. He muttered softly, The hunt should be enough here. But where is this place? It seems completely different from the underground mine earlier. Gripping the dagger tightly in his hand, Jack looked around vigilantly. Moreover, there were countless traps on the way here. I had to pretend to fall for them to avoid suspicion. How annoying.
He noticed an anomaly in the structure of this place. Those traps were not the original ones in the ruin, but looked like someone had recently placed them here. Jack's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Those damn Papella bastards, what the hell are they doing here? Suddenly, a chilling killing intent surged forth. From the shadows, a dark figure with glowing eyes unexpectedly lunged out, tearing through space, and swung a great sword down with terrifying power. Jack reacted extremely fast, leaning his body to dodge by a hair's breadth as the blade grazed past his face. Immediately, Jack spun around to take a defensive stance, swinging his dagger that was radiating a brilliant blue energy to counter the stranger's attack. Who the hell are you? The clinging assassin roared in terror when facing Jack's overwhelming strength. He frantically swung his weapon to fight back, but all his efforts became hopeless against Jack's unpredictable footwork. The howling wind tore through space. Jack tightly gripped the handle of his dagger, and the brilliant blue energy began to swirl fiercely around the blade. In just a blink of an eye, a giant magic circle erupted, and sharp crescent-shaped slashes besieged the target from all sides. He casually let out a disdainful remark. Everywhere I go, I bump into these bastards. However, right after taking down the opponent, Jack fell into a new, even more terrifying encirclement. From the darkness of the ruin, dozens of dark figures wearing hooded cloaks suddenly appeared, emitting a chilling killing intent that made one shudder. Recognizing their background, Jack gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, the hounds of the Empire. Leading this group of troops was a blond man with a highly arrogant face. He looked at the corpses of the Papella gang lying all over the place and clicked his tongue in pure contempt. That's why I never wanted to cooperate with those southern bastards. Shouldn't they have resolved this within their own borders? Bringing a bunch of rats all the way here? What are they trying to pull? He coldly ordered his subordinates to surround Jack. His voice sounded like a death sentence. Anyway, since you've come this far, don't even dream of leaving here alive. The leader began to explain his presence here. It turned out that on the tactical map of the hounds they had encountered in the giant mountains, there were clear markings of the ruins on this southern continent. Hearing this, Jack secretly marveled and deduced, so this place is one of the ruins containing the artifacts that the Emperor is looking for.
The blond leader's gaze suddenly paused as he observed the weapon in Jack's hand. He narrowed his eyes warily and warned his subordinates behind him. That dagger, it looks ordinary on the outside, but clearly, before it is even swung, a gust of wind swirls around it. Treat it as an ancient artifact and handle it with utmost caution. The soldier standing nearby immediately bowed his head in obedience. Understood. But suddenly, he noticed the magic scroll resting in Jack's hand. Realizing the danger, the leader of the hound mercenaries yelled out in panic, "That is a magic scroll! Get into a combat-ready stance immediately!" However, Jack casually reassured them.
"No, there's no need to be so scared. Calm down, brothers." The light from the scroll began to spread, enveloping the entire surrounding space. Jack calmly explained, "This is just soundproof magic and a protective barrier. It doesn't have any destructive power. Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, whatever happens here won't leak outside." He drew a sword hilt, radiating a mystical blue light, and smirked challengingly. "No need to worry about being discovered. And besides, an opportunity to test a new technique doesn't come around often, so let's just enjoy it to the fullest, right?"
Witnessing Zek's confidence, the blonde leader started sweating bullets. He stared intently at the artifact and silently analyzed it. A spatial bag? Something seemed a bit off. It didn't look like a medium connecting to another space, but rather like it was created directly out of thin air. He became even more bewildered upon realizing the contradictions in the person before him, and that strange weapon from earlier as well. Clearly a mage, but able to use a sword too. At this point, the boss's brain started lagging, guys. Like, what kind of mage wields a sword and slashes like a god of war? A perfectly glitched character built. Suddenly, the leader's eyes rolled back in terror as he saw the brilliant blue mana from Zek's hand begin to condense into a shape. A giant greatsword made of pure energy appeared, emitting a suffocating pressure that made him scream in despair. A sword aura? The terrifying power from the sword made the leader tremble, leaving only a single thought in his mind. Could that guy be a blue knight? Not giving the opponent a chance to escape, Zek forcefully swung the energy sword down, delivering a critical hit that tore through space. A giant pillar of blue light blasted down from above, crushing all the enemies below. Zek launched himself into midair, pouring all his mana into the finishing move, Heavenly Slash. The enemies collapsed in agony before the brutal attack. The brilliant blue magic barrier began to crack, shattering into fragments of light, before gradually fading into the air. The vast space of the Grand Hall with its giant pillars returned to its original silence, leaving only the crackling sound of fire from the burning corpses. Zack stood quietly amidst the ruins, watching the flames lick at everything and calculating in his head. If the bodies were burned by fire, it would be very difficult to find any traces. The flickering firelight reflected on the sharp dagger as Zack smirked viciously. Moreover, it would make people think that Merkin had hired not only knights but also mages for the raid. Zek looked around the ruins, a series of questions forming in his mind. Come to think of it, why were Papella and the Rome Empire appearing here together? If I had to guess, it must be a collaboration to search for ancient ruins in the south. He recalled the memories from his previous life. Before his regression, when he came to this place, there were absolutely no signs like this. It made sense. Back then, it was about 3 years later compared to the present, so perhaps they had already found the artifact and retreated.
Zek decisively stepped on the pile of rubble, a dry crack echoing under his feet. He told himself, well, as long as the result is good, even though I just accidentally intervened, I still ruined that Emperor's plan. Zek turned around, ready to leave. I really should head back now, or else a new boss will spawn if I stay any longer. Suddenly, a loud metallic clank tore through the quiet space. Zek paused, his eyes narrowing in vigilance as he sensed a strange killing intent approaching. A bright red armored boot stepped out from the smoke, heavy footsteps echoing throughout the stone corridor. Zek clicked his tongue in frustration. Oh well, what a pain. From the darkness, an imposing knight wearing a dark red suit of armor gradually revealed himself, his long red hair fluttering behind. The stranger spoke in a deep, raspy voice. I sensed a mighty and ferocious aura, but then it vanished like magic, so I came to take a look. Zek turned his head back, facing a warrior in full armor, whose eyes glowed a menacing green behind the mask. The person stared intently at Zek and coldly declared, So there is an uninvited guest.
This armor seems to be Herzen, the magic armor bestowed upon the red-tier knights of the Roman Empire. Herzen is originally a renowned artifact engraved with countless supporting magic ranging from weight reduction to self-recovery. However, Zek quickly noticed something unusual. His Herzen seemed different from the Empire's Herzen. Who are you? The armor you're wearing looks a lot like Herzen. Could you be a red-tier knight of the Empire? The only response was a deadly silence. The Red Knight suddenly launched an attack, swinging a greatsword down with terrifying speed. A sky-shattering explosion rang out as the two energy streams collided. The terrifying power blasted Zek through a series of stone pillars, creating a long trench on the ground. Zek somersaulted in midair and firmly stabbed his sword into the floor to steady himself. Not giving the opponent time to breathe, the Red Knight lunged forward again like a phantom, delivering a heavy blow from above. Zek swung his sword to create a brilliant blue shockwave to counterattack, raising blinding smoke and dust that obscured all vision. The two blades clashed again, sparking wildly as Zek gritted his teeth, feeling the crushing weight of 1,000 pounds. Damn it, this strength is no different from a monster. He began to doubt the enemy's true strength. Could Hertzen have been enhanced with strength-boosting magic? Zek's legs strained, sliding across the stone floor under the immense pressure. The Red Knight suddenly roared, unleashing a slash carrying a massive blue-white pillar of light, completely swallowing Zek's figure in an earth-shattering magic explosion. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, the red-armored knight stood tall. He cautiously looked around, trying to search for traces of his opponent in the terrifyingly quiet space. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a loud explosion rang out, startling him in terror.
Immediately, a notification panel appeared, activating the Elemental Sword Metal Chapter skill. From underground, sharp stone pillars like giant spikes suddenly thrust upward, surrounding the knight. Brilliant red energy streams tightly wrapped around the central stone block, creating a deadly trap. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, blowing everything around into a flat wasteland. However, the enemy had not fallen yet. Through his glowing blue mask, the knight glared at the incoming beam of light. A stone was shattered right in front of him, making him gasp in astonishment. The system continued to announce, activating the flash bomb skill. If you guys didn't close your eyes at this part, you'd probably be temporarily blinded by the flash too. A blinding light erupted, blinding the opponent in an instant. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zek suddenly swooped down from above like a ghost. The brilliant blue sword aura tore through the wind, creating a long trail of light in the air aimed straight at the knight's hair. A deafening clang echoed as the two weapons violently clashed, creating flying sparks. Zek widened his eyes in horror, seeing his full-force attack easily blocked. He couldn't believe his eyes, muttering in astonishment. He even blocked the sword aura? The knight stood tall from afar, asking in a deep voice, "You just asked who I am, right? With your skills, you should at least tell me your name." He slowly revealed himself with absolute authority and boldly declared, "I am Cain, Cainman Constantinus."
This name left Zek stunned. His mind began to piece together terrifying truths. His name wasn't just Zen, but it also carried Constantinus? Constantinus was a surname passed down only to the royal family of the Rome Empire. Furthermore, the royal middle name could only originate from the elector families, meaning the nobles who had the right to elect the emperor in the Rome Empire. Zach realized in shock that this meant the Zen family, a great family of the Drakers. Right at that moment, the system notification panel rang out. Demonic energy detected. Eliminating the bearer of demonic energy will grant reward points. Zek was astonished. Demonic energy. It was unclear exactly what it was, but it was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Cain also showed no mercy. He began to compress a massive blue-white energy around himself. To think I would meet a knight of equal caliber in this desolate place. Then I shall observe formalities and use all my strength to grant you an honorable death. Massive magical pillars of light erupted, sweeping away everything in the surroundings. Unable to resist with ordinary techniques anymore, Zach gritted his teeth, realizing the massive disparity. Even after utilizing the elemental sword to cope, he still had to bitterly admit, my level is still far inferior. In a life-or-death situation, as the pressure from the opponent bore down like it wanted to crush the ground, Zek made a resolute decision. If so, there is only one way. Cain's defensive capabilities and power enhancements were so superior that they even repelled Zek's sword aura. Facing a nearly invincible opponent, Zek realized that as long as Herzen was still there, he couldn't inflict any fatal wounds on him. To turn the tide, he made a bold decision. The most important thing is to drag him down to my level. Immediately, a system notification panel popped up, activating the magic reflection skill. Sparks of electricity began dancing chaotically on the magic armor, causing Ken to exclaim in astonishment. What? Herzen suddenly stopped functioning to the bewilderment of its owner. Noticing the anomaly, Ken growled, "What did you just do?" Facing the inquiry, Jack only casually replied with full sarcasm, "What? I don't understand what you're talking about." Seeing that attitude, Ken suddenly burst into loud, excited laughter. "Ha ha! How interesting! If you don't want to answer, then forget it." He swung his sword and rushed forward with a blazing red killing intent, declaring boldly, "Figuring out the enemy's strength by oneself is also a joy in battle." The two opponents clashed at terrifying speeds, their deafening collisions creating electrical sparks that scattered throughout the space. This part of the fight was exactly like an alter-speed combat. Normal eyes looking at it would probably only see light rays flying erratically. Jack channeled all his power into a brilliant blue attack, facing off directly against Ken's powerful dark red demonic energy. The battle reached its climax when two giant energy spirit beasts materialized, tearing through the night. A majestic blue dragon roared loudly, confronting head-on the utterly evil dark red beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. An earth-shattering explosion occurred right in the middle of the grand hall, completely destroying the massive stone pillars, leaving behind a pile of rubble submerged in intertwined magic lightning strikes. Debris from the ruined ceiling fell sparsely amidst the dusty, smog-filled space.
Jack fell to his knees on the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing bitterly. Damn it! Jack tried to force himself up, but his breathing had become heavy. He murmured to himself in despair. The situation is truly too dangerous. Standing imposingly in front of him, Ken's men retracted his sword, his eyes behind the mask glowing with admiration. Truly living up to the well-deserved reputation of the Draker bloodline, highly admirable, Ken calmly explained. Even if only for a moment, being able to neutralize the function of Herzen can surely only be the sealing magic of the Draker family. Furthermore, the sword technique you just used in the final strike is very similar to the Dragonslayer arts. Ken's words left Jack stunned, his eyes rolling back in terror. Jack's mind began to race constantly. The Dragonslayer sword art is originally the source of the Dragonslayer arts, so obviously the two share many similarities. But the Dragon Scale thrust move I just executed only appears in the latter part of the Dragonslayer arts, a forbidden ultimate technique not to be passed outside the family. The fact that a knight of the Empire like Ken knows about it proves that the Zmen family has already offered the entire Dragonslayer arts to the Empire.
Kane slowly approached, the dry clanking of his iron armor echoing throughout the Grand Hall. He looked down at his defeated opponent and remarked in a deep voice, "It seems your body has been heavily invaded by demonic energy. It must be very painful. To leave you in this state would be nothing short of disrespectful to an opponent who has faced me honorably." Kane looked straight at his opponent one last time and coldly declared, "May you rest in peace. I pray for your eternal rest." A decisive sword strike was swung, and then Kane coldly turned his back and walked away, his red hair fluttering in the wind. He softly sighed. "Although we are enemies, it has been a very long time since I encountered someone so evenly matched." However, just as Kane took a step, a sense of unease washed over him, startling him in terror. A wind-tearing sword strike suddenly slashed past Kane's neck from behind. It turned out that right at the brink of death, Jack had acted just in time. After a frenzied series of attacks, Jack stepped back, his breath ragged. Cough, cough. His legs trembled, barely able to stand firm on the stone floor. Jack thought to himself, "Fortunately, I had equipped a recovery potion in the quick equipment slot. The thing that had just saved his life was Salvation, a masterpiece by Jabir ibn Hayyan. This was a supreme miraculous elixir that could heal fatal wounds and restore stamina instantly. However, the system also issued a warning. Because the medicinal properties were too potent, the potion would be ineffective for someone who had used it before, and accompanied by some unidentified side effects. Jack firmly planted his sword into the ground to use as a support. He collapsed to his knees, sweating profusely, and muttered, "I almost met my maker." Although he had managed to keep his life, his condition was still extremely dire. Jack could clearly feel the devastation inside his body, but it seemed that the internal injuries caused by the aura had yet to subside.
Right at that moment, a series of glowing red notifications appeared menacingly, warning that you have abused your skills beyond the limit. Due to the excessive use of skills, the feeling of exhaustion had surpassed the red alert threshold. Zek's vision began to blur, darkness enveloping everything around him as he gradually faded into unconsciousness from sheer exhaustion. If I pass out now in the middle of this tiger's den, Zek gritted his teeth, fighting against the dizziness closing in on him as his body reached its limit. The system continuously issued cold warnings. In order to preserve his life, the administrator's conscious connection would be severed. Zek refused to let himself fall into a coma at this moment. He roared inwardly in his mind. No way! His eyes blurred, but he still tried to assess the surrounding situation, telling himself he needed to recover more. Zek's gaze shifted towards the empty medicine bottle on the floor, then looked at the lifeless body of Cain lying motionless in his red armor. And at that exact moment, our main character came up with an idea that, to be honest, was both crazy and truly fitting for a ruthless main character. He made up his mind at all costs. Zek's eyes suddenly shot wide open amidst the dust and smoke, and a terrifying killing intent erupted. Devour! A resounding roar tore through space, accompanied by a radiant golden light that enveloped the entire ruin area. Golden energy threads shot out from Zek's body like tentacles of death, frantically wrapping tightly around the corpse of the fallen demonic human lying there. System notifications continuously popped up.
The Dragonkin skill Devour is activating. It completely swallowed the fallen demon corrupted by demonic energy. Streams of bright red pure blood from the enemy began to be purified and flowed back into Zek's body through energy chains. A warm sensation spread through his limbs. The system confirmed the absorption process. His stamina, mental power, and depleted mana were being fully recharged. Assimilating the bloodline energy of the devoured demon, not only fully recovered, his power also advanced tremendously when the active C-rank skill Static Electricity officially upgraded to A-rank Electric Shock. Zek stood amidst a radiant golden aura, feeling the new vitality surging fiercely within every blood vessel. He suddenly woke up, his eyes widening as he took a deep breath of astonishment. Gasp! I thought I was really going to die.
Zek fell to his knees, his breath catching after just escaping the scythe of death. Fortunately, in that life and death moment, he managed to remember the Devour skill. Right at this moment, Zek's gaze suddenly stopped at an item radiating a mysterious bright red light. What is this? Could it be Kane's battle armor? As soon as he touched it, the system notification panel immediately popped up. Kane's armor obtained. Do you want to register ownership of this armor? He reached out and pressed the yes button. The system confirmed. Armor user registration confirmed. Bright red energy enveloped Zek, transforming him into a majestic warrior in a powerful dark red armor. The system notified that the form of the armor could be customized based on the owner's will, and currently 3 out of 28 great magic circles had been activated. Zek moved slightly, unable to hide his amazement. This item was incredibly light, such a top-tier armor. However, Zek quickly regained his composure. He understood that if he left like this, he would definitely be identified by the Empire's army immediately. If I wear it now, I will definitely be recognized by the Empire, so I should just store it away for now. I'll use it later after changing its appearance. After retrieving the armor, Zek intended to find a way to escape, but suddenly stopped. The smell. The stench of blood and corpses. Following the pungent scent, Zek stepped into a massive room and was shocked by the scene before him. This place was conducting live human experiments. Seeing the poor people trapped in glass tubes filled with pipes, anger erupted in Zek's heart. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You imperial bastards!" Zek's presence was immediately discovered, and a black-robed maid shouted, "Intruder, grab him!" Zek coldly advanced, his killing intent radiating intensely. "You dare to use human lives as test subjects?" Suddenly, a purple smoke surrounded Zek. The system continuously issued a red alert. Magic synthesized toxin detected. This poison exceeds the resistance capacity of the poison immunity physique. Entered poison state. Zek did not flinch. He quickly pulled out a potion and downed it. Used high-grade antidote. His eyes turned as sharp as razors, staring straight at the butchers in front of him. "Then you should prepare yourselves to pay with your lives, shouldn't you?" Amidst the burning ruins, Zek quickly gathered the papers scattered on the ground. He muttered to himself, "I have to scavenge all the research documents of this place. Since this is an Empire laboratory, there might be clues about the red flower disease. Our main character is as fiery as a final boss during combat, but once the combat is over, he turns to loot items as fast as gamers picking up gear after a raid, guys." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from within the smoke. "Is it you?" Jack was startled and turned around, facing an old man in a hooded cloak, his face fierce with eyes glowing with killing intent. The old man growled, "The one who destroyed my laboratory." The old man's hands began to gather glowing red magic power, ready to destroy the saboteur. Not giving the opponent time to act, Jack immediately charged forward like a flash of lightning, his sword bursting with a brilliant blue aura. The old man exclaimed in astonishment, "Sword aura!" He quickly cast a red magic circle with a scorpion symbol to block Jack's attack. Deafening explosions rang out consecutively as Jack swung his sword to tear through space, creating slashes with the weight of 1,000 pounds, forcing the old man to continuously teleport to dodge. Looking at the bizarre patterns appearing on the magic circle, Jack immediately recognized his opponent. Judging by those patterns in magic, it was definitely the Desert Scorpion tribe that specialized in cultivating forbidden arts. A Sixth Circle executive? This guy seems like a tough nut to crack. To think the Empire would join hands with this bunch. Hearing Sixth Circle meant this was no longer an ordinary combat, so Jack decided to use his trump card to end the battle. The system immediately announced, "Mana separation skill has been activated." A purple lightning stream surrounded the blade and struck directly at the barrier, shattering the old man's magic circle. The old man cried out in terror, "Damn it! Could you be a pure-blood drinker?" In desperation, he roared, "If that's the case," and frantically channeled all his remaining magic power into a final attack aimed straight at Jack.
Right in front of Zek was a hideous, giant creature that had just been summoned. He exclaimed in astonishment, "A synthesized hybrid chimera monster?" The old man standing from afar laughed smugly. "Ha ha ha! Behold my greatest masterpiece!" He confidently asserted that even a Draker wouldn't be able to resist its power. The monster roared and lunged forward, swinging its razor-sharp claws in a relentless attack. Zek quickly swung his sword to block the 1,000-pound pounce, the sound of metal clashing, ringing out deafeningly. The chimera's strength was so immense that he had to brace himself to withstand it. The attacks from its hairy arms and claws continuously rained down, making the ground shake. To escape his passive state, Zek immediately executed the hurricane footwork combined with the shadowless footwork. He moved like a ghost, gliding past the scorpion tail sweeps and the monster's pounces. His terrifying speed helped Zek narrowly dodge the deadly attacks by a hair's breadth. However, this chimera was not simple at all.
Zek realized a terrifying truth. It had no blind spots. All of his movements were predicted by it. He understood that if he kept dragging this out, their reinforcements would arrive, and the situation would become even worse. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a system notification suddenly appeared. Ancient power, Dragonkin dominance, has met the conditions to activate. Zek was stunned when he received a question from the system. Do you want to tame the Dragonkin target? It turned out that the body of this hybrid monster contained dragon blood. Not missing this once-in-a-millennium opportunity, Zek immediately activated the Dragonkin dominance skill. A terrifying pressure burst forth. The giant chimera suddenly stopped, roaring in agony with its glowing eyes, before the absolute authority of the one possessing the Draker bloodline.
Submit immediately! A commanding shout rang out, and instantly the golden pupils of the dragon eye lit up. System notification, Dragonkin skill activated, Dragon Aura. Under the terrifying pressure radiating from Zek, the once ferocious chimera monster suddenly froze, its eyes revealing utter terror. The massive beast now trembled, completely prostrating itself on the stone floor and letting out whimpers of fear. System confirmed. Fear has been instilled in the mind of the lower-tier Dragonkin. The effect of Dragonkin dominance has been enhanced. Both Dragon Aura and Dragonkin dominance are taking effect. Zek observed the monster slowly losing its will and inwardly realized, it seems that when fusing into a chimera, a portion of dragon essence was mixed in. Faced with the opportunity to tame a powerful creature, a system notification panel appeared. Activate Dragonkin dominance to tame the dragon target. Confirm. Zek replied without hesitation, all right, tame it. Immediately, chains of radiant orange energy materialized, tightly wrapping around the monster's entire body. System notification, taming successful, lower-tier Dragonkin. Zek approached, gently reached out to pet the chimera's masked face, and smiled. Now you're as obedient as a little puppy. Witnessing this unimaginable scene, the old mage of the Scorpion tribe was so terrified that he sweated profusely, screaming in despair. What the hell? Why isn't the chimera following my orders? Zek turned to look at him with a cold stare full of killing intent, then growled, shut up. Shortly after, the old mage collapsed in a pool of blood, his soul escaping his body with a face full of resentment. This scene perfectly defined, actions speak louder than words. Zek casually searched the old man's corpse for clues. Let's see, what is this guy carrying? He pulled out a stack of documents with a picture of the old man and muttered, Gulabin Almani, huh? It seems he's the second in command of the Scorpion tribe. While Zek was absorbed in reading the documents, the newly tamed chimera kept affectionately rubbing its head against his hand. Suddenly, a system notification panel popped up, leaving him stunned. Do you want to name the recently tamed Dragonkin? A named dragon can be summoned at any time upon its master's call. You want me to grant you a name? Zek looked at the chimera monster prostrating at his feet. Without any hesitation, he touched his head and declared, From now on, your name will be Grap. Immediately, a system notification panel appeared, confirming the completion of the summon registration for the beast named Grap. Seeing the monster's somewhat bewildered expression, Zek merely smirked. What's wrong? Not satisfied? But I've already decided.
The scene shifts to a magnificent hall where dry applause rang out, and a deep, admiring voice spoke. Truly impressive, unbelievable. It was Zanzan, the boss, sitting imposingly on a luxurious armchair. He looked at Zek standing tall before him and admitted, I didn't expect you to be able to deal with cowardly Paolo. Zek maintained a cold expression, replying briefly, I am a man who always keeps his word. Zanzan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you have proven your ability. I cannot help to believe it. The boss continued using flowery words to entice him. A brave warrior deserves respect. I always love and cherish strong people like my own children, and I want to treat you the same way. Hearing the word children, Zek's eyes suddenly darkened. In his mind appeared the image of a warrior pierced with arrows, a victim of ruthless exploitation. Zek gritted his teeth and retorted with a voice full of sarcasm. Children? Yes, children. Do you mean the kind of children you can freely exploit as tools?
The spot-on remark made Zanzwan fly into a rage. He roared, How dare you say that to me, you bastard! However, Zanzwan quickly regained his terrifying calmness. This is a gift I have prepared for you. Didn't you say you wanted to do business with me? He looked at Zek with a scrutinizing gaze. Then there must be worthy proof to build trust. Zek silently looked down at the gift box in his hands, remaining completely silent. Of course, Zek calmly replied as he took the gift box from Zanzwan. Holding the item, he inwardly assessed this size and weight. As soon as the lid was opened, a deadly atmosphere enveloped the room. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the surrounding subordinates screamed in terror. It was the leadership of the syndicate.
Zanzuan took a drag from his cigar and asked smugly, "Are you satisfied?" Zek smirked slightly, bowing his head in respectful response. "Of course, boss." A sinister smile clearly appeared on his face. Very good. Everything was going according to plan. This operation had wiped out the entire headquarters of the syndicate. Now all that was left was to put Kai on the boss's seat. The mob boss stood up, slowly walked toward the window and spoke in a deep voice. "By the way, a little trouble just came up." Zek wondered, what kind of trouble? Zanzuan exhaled smoke, his face turning serious. "It seems the Papella have sniffed out that we were the attackers. They even mistakenly believed that we mobilized both knights and mages." Hearing this, Zek smiled subtly. "Well, looking at the scene, it's completely understandable." Zanzuan nodded, growling with authority. "Therefore, on this occasion, I want to send a definitive warning to those filthy thugs that the true master of this southern continent is Merkin." Zek looked straight into the old man's eyes and asked back, "So you mean you want me to attack Papella one more time?" Without making the other party wait long, he decisively declared, "I will take this job." Zanzuan was slightly stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?"
Zek clenched his fists, his eyes showing clear determination. "I will go to Papella and clearly convey the boss's will. In return, I have a request. Please grant more authority to Kai so she can become the core of the new syndicate." After pondering for a while with his cigar, Zanzuan finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I will stand as her sponsor, and for your sake, I will send the most elite assassin and an army from the cartel to accompany you." A dry snap of fingers echoed, and Zanzuan immediately made a weighty proposition. Right after that, flashes of magic lit up continuously as a squad of elite assassins appeared in unison, surrounding Zek. Zanzuan pointed at the blond man wearing an eye patch and affirmed, "He will be of great help." Zek narrowed his eyes, observing the stranger, and softly questioned, "Who is that?" Meanwhile, in Palo Santos's territory within the Papella cartel, the space was immersed in a terrifying silence. Amidst the gloomy stone corridors, William approached the red-haired man and reported, "Abel, the investigation is complete." Abel walked slowly, his face showing obvious dissatisfaction. "The Empire's intelligence agency already finished their examination before leaving. There is nothing left to dig up. We have already received the shared results, haven't we?" Abel knelt at the scene, reaching out to activate detection magic. Radiant purple rays began to scan every tiny trace. He muttered, "The combatants here consisted of at least a squad of knights and mages. They fought very fiercely." But a second later, Abel noticed something unusual. He affirmed firmly, "Wrong. There was only one person at this place."
William exclaimed in astonishment. What? What are you saying? How could there be only one person who possesses both sword cuts and traces of magic? Abin stood up. Someone with a level of at least a red tier knight or higher. It was that person who wiped out everyone here. In Abin's mind appeared the image of a warrior bearing the power of lightning and fire, someone who single-handedly destroyed the entire base. Abin thoughtfully observed the scene and concluded, there are signs showing that the Intelligence Bureau hurriedly cleaned up the scene, which means there's some secret that even we are not allowed to know. He decisively turned away. I must find out what the Empire is hiding. William panicked and tried to stop him. Wait, are you planning to investigate the Intelligence Bureau? What will the consequences be? Abin stopped, his voice filled with obsession. William, there must have been something here that I absolutely cannot miss. He turned his head back, his face distorted with excitement, his eyes glaring madly. My instincts tell me that it was right here. You know very well, I have longed for. This port area was under the control of the Papella gang. Standing from above and observing the sea gradually sinking into darkness, the guards squinted suspiciously. A small boat? Noticing the signs of intrusion, another soldier on the city wall shouted a warning. Hey, you guys stop! Which faction are you from? The short sword in his hand swung in a sharp line. To be honest, this soldier didn't even have time to finish asking which faction they were from before he was taken down. Zek calmly reminded himself. Need to handle it cleanly. Don't let the sound of splashing water be heard. He turned to signal to his companion. Let's climb up, Simon. Responding to the call was a sullen but reliable nod from the man wearing an eye patch. That was Simon Zapatero. Looking at Simon's back, distant memories surfaced in Zek's mind. In my past life, he was the one who taught me physical arts and southern assassination skills. To Zek, Simon was not just a teacher, but also a special comrade. He silently assessed. Even in this Merkin den full of scum, he is the only one I dare to trust. Simon's presence at this moment brought Zek absolute peace of mind. He realized, furthermore, even though I have turned back time, our coordination in combat hasn't diminished at all. Watching Simon quietly move forward, Zek had an idea. How great would it be if I could recruit him under my command? Guards were scattered everywhere in the city, making infiltrating the central area extremely difficult. Zek thoughtfully asked Simon, "Is there any way to sneak into the central area?" Simon calmly replied, "Of course there is. This land originally belonged to the Holy Empire, so there must exist an underground drainage system from ancient times."
Zek was still a bit skeptical. The idea of taking the sewer route sounded so absurd.
How could they possibly navigate through that maze-like underground sewer system? Simon just calmly walked on, saying to just stay quiet and observe, as there is a solution for everything. A system notification appeared, initiating the navigation to the underground sewer towards Mateo's room. Zach excitedly sped off into the darkness. With the mini-map navigation feature in hand, a maze was nothing. With the assistance of the virtual guiding screens, he easily slipped through the intricate underground alleys. Observing the bright spots on the map, Zach concluded that there seemed to be many guards ahead, so he had to take a detour. He also didn't forget to remind himself to remain highly vigilant. Furthermore, those at the red tier night level or above did not show up clearly on the map, so he needed to be cautious. The previous encounter with Kane also happened due to this negligence.
Having approached the target location, Zek ordered the accompanying assassins. "We are almost there. Let's split up and act from here. Plant explosives at as many points as possible. I will personally deal with the lieutenant, Mateo." After his teammates' clear acknowledgement, Zek immediately broke off from the group, darting away through the drainage pipe. Stopping in front of a ventilation grate, looking down at the room below, Zek silently calculated, "If I assassinate Mateo, the boss of Papella will definitely go crazy. At that time, Merkin will be forced to go to war with Papella." He forcefully kicked open the iron door, making it fall onto the pile of garbage bags below, and gently landed. However, in his heart, Zek still could not help but doubt the boss's true intentions. Did Zanzan truly want that when he sent him here? A guy so paranoid that he would personally purge his subordinates just out of fear that the organization's discipline would be shaken? Impossible. On the contrary, he prayed that all those sent here would lose their lives and never return. Zek fully understood that Zanzan intended to use this raid as an ultimatum to warn Papella, while also showing off that this trivial sacrifice meant nothing to him. The clicking sound of footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel as Zek moved toward the light with sharp, cold eyes and a meaningful smile. But unfortunately, things will not go your way, Zanzan, because I will truly take Mateo's life. Suddenly, a dry noise rang out. Zek dashed out like a flash of lightning, making the guards panic. What the hell is that? Before they could even gather their senses, right after the shout, "Who is there?" ended, his sword blade tore through the space. The decisive, accurate slashes made the soldiers collapse amid the harsh sound of clashing metal. These soldiers are exactly like gatekeeping NPCs in a game, bros. Zek paused for a beat, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. That's exactly it. Papella clearly had allied with the Empire, yet why was there no sign of any Imperial soldiers, and the minimap was also silent with no alarms? Suddenly, a blinding light struck, startling Zek. Enemy troops appeared simultaneously from the darkness, and one pointed and shouted, "He is invisible over there." Immediately the leader ordered, "Capture him alive."
A squad of soldiers in dazzling yellow armor rushed in to surround him. Jack reacted incredibly fast, rolling to narrowly dodge a deadly thrust. The wind howled as he continuously spun and executed masterful acrobatic flips to escape the enemy's encirclement. A yellow-armored soldier widened his eyes in astonishment at his opponent's elusive footwork. "Magic squad, open fire." As soon as the commander's roar ended, glowing red magic circles instantly erupted, raining down a barrage of fire that caused earth-shattering explosions. However, amidst the thick dust and smoke, a silhouette still strode forward proudly. Jack swung his sword, activating the wind field skill, creating a series of azure sword auras that interwoven like a spiderweb, crushing the enemy troops in an instant. Jack looked at the dying remnants of the army and uttered disdainfully, "These guys are even weaker than the soldiers from the Empire. Listen up. I will grant you one last chance." Right at that moment, the system announced the Dragon Aura skill had begun to activate. Jack's eyes transformed into sharp, cold dragon pupils. He growled menacingly, "Get out of my sight right now, and you can keep your lives. Otherwise, just charge in and accept your death." A massive, majestic dragon eye appeared behind Jack, causing the red mages to tremble and freeze in terror.
In just a blink of an eye, the hall was cleared. Zek sheathed his sword, pondering deeply. What on earth was the Empire doing all the way down here in the south? Suddenly, a stream of demonic energy brushed past his back, putting him on high alert. A cold voice echoed from above. "A little loach is getting in the way of great matters." Zek looked up at the balcony in astonishment, where a figure in a black cloak stood silently. When did he appear here? Earlier, I didn't feel his presence at all. Facing the stranger, who was wielding a dangerous, radiantly purple magic on his hand, Zek asked through gritted teeth, "Who are you?" The mysterious figure remained silent. Even though he kept quiet, looking at that purple aura, it was obvious this wasn't just a regular NPC. Bizarre growls echoed in the dark corridor, where corpses lay scattered on the checkered tile floor, covered by thick black smoke full of death energy. Amidst the ruins, a knight with lifeless, glowing red eyes wildly roared, "Catch him!" Undead? Can he summon such a large number at the same time? Looking at the wave of zombies charging madly like moths to a flame, Zek silently assessed the opponent's strength. Is he a dark great mage? But aren't most dark mages of that caliber from the Scorpion tribe?
He observed the back of the stranger full of doubt, because this guy completely lacked any faction symbols or the signature magic circle of the Scorpion tribe. What a troublesome bunch, Zek roared, his dragon eyes shining with a golden light that tore through the darkness. He rushed into the middle of the zombie horde like a hurricane. The sword in his hand drew sharp, deadly lines. Immediately, the system notification panel popped up continuously. Defeated undead knight infected with demonic energy, gained 10 karma points. Looking at the jumping numbers on the blue screen, Zach paused for a beat in surprise. His expression suddenly changed, revealing a sinister and excited smile. Points? That's quite a bargain. Without any more hesitation, Zach turned the battle into a literal point-hunting session. Adding 10 karma points after a decisive slash that finished off the last enemy, Jack sheathed his sword, his eyes drilling into the dissipating demonic energy. Was that the last one just now? Watching the trail of black smoke hastily retreating into the darkness, he clicked his tongue in deep regret. What is this? It ran away. Tsk, next time we meet, I definitely have to convert it into points. Brushing off the distraction, Jack turned and walked briskly down the mansion's corridor. Anyway, this area was done. Just a short distance more and he would reach Mateo's office. The space became eerily silent as Jack approached his destination. He observed his surroundings thoughtfully, his sharp, cold eyes telling himself, it's almost 0 hour. However, right as he stepped into the main corridor area, a chilling killing intent suddenly struck. A fragile yet razor-sharp blade, like a silver thread, was abruptly pressed against his throat. From the darkness, a low, threatening voice echoed, "I've been waiting for you to come here." Jack paused, his eyes narrowing at the stranger, wearing a black eye patch and long, silver-white hair, who was pointing the tip of the sword at him. "I didn't think you would actually come here," the cold voice rang out as the blindfolding man's sword tip pressed against Jack's neck. He continued to pass judgment. "Zonzoin must have sent you and instructed you, right? Eliminate me before things blow out of proportion."
The assassin gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his voice low and threatening. "The boss wants to destroy the Papella cartel. In that plan, there's no place for someone from the central continent like you." Facing the razor-sharp sword tip just millimeters from his throat, Zach maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. "If it weren't for me, Papella could have taken your supply route. The Alliance will continue to use that girl. Understand?" He dropped a meaningful sentence, implying that the person did not necessarily have to be human. The blindfolded man paused, blurting out in doubt, "Is that so?" Right at that moment, Zek did something crazy to prove his seriousness. He ordered the system to suspend his immortality ability. A blue screen popped up with a notification. "Administrator request approved. The continuous activation of the class skill Self-Healing will be temporarily suspended." Zek accepted facing the deadly blade without the protection of his healing skill, no different from turning off his hacks right before fighting a boss. He roared in defiance. "So what are you waiting for? Come here and kill me." He looked straight at his opponent, directly calling out his long-buried secret identity, Shadowless Phantom. The assassin's eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat rolling down his face full of astonishment. How do you know my past nickname?" Zek did not stop, strolling forward, his voice low but authoritative. "I know your past, and the reason you operate under Zonzon, to protect the last bloodline of the Kingdom of Gusco." The assassin completely crumbled, screaming in absolute panic. "Ah, what the hell are you talking about? How do you know that?" His eyes flared with a mad red light, a burst of killing intent erupting when he realized his life's biggest secret had been grasped by a teenager. He roared, How do you know that?" Simon completely lost his temper, roaring in terror. How much do you know?" He swung his knife frantically to attack, but Zek quickly and gracefully neutralized the strike.
Zek looked straight at the opponent, firmly declaring, "I am one of the main bloodlines of the Draker family." He growled, emphasizing every word, Zek Draker. The moment that name was uttered, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Simon froze, his lips trembling as he repeated in absolute shock, "Zek Draker?" In Simon's mind, memories of the illustrious Dragon Slayer family resurfaced. He panicked and told himself, "Impossible." He was stunned as he recalled the rumors about an outstanding genius who was rumored to be the youngest person to be bestowed the title of Blue Knight. Simon sweated profusely. He fully understood the weight of this name. If the Draker family interfered, the entire southern continent would be shaken. Zach quickly dismissed his opponent's concern, stating decisively, "No, my family has nothing to do with it. This is my own decision." He approached, firmly asserting, "So you don't have to worry about that." Simon was still suspicious. He asked, "Then why did you reveal your name so easily?" He looked at the glowing blade, making a sarcastic remark, "You could have kept it a secret until the very end." Zach glided like a ghost. He loudly called out his opponent's name, "Simon." Zach growled, making a weighty offer, "Direct your loyalty to me instead of Zanzuan." He looked straight into Simon's eyes, revealing a grand plan.
I will help you protect the bloodline of Gusco and even re-establish the kingdom. He continued to persuade. I know this is hard to believe immediately, but you know it. He pointed out the cruel reality. Being by Merkin's side won't help your future at all. Just think about it. If you kill me according to that order, what will you do with those Papiella guys on their way here? Zack dropped a question that drilled beat into Simon's mind. Did Zanzuan send reinforcements for you and your comrades? That? Simon stammered, his face distorted in terror as the darkest secrets were exposed. He muttered hopelessly. No, you always have to survive on your own. Zack coldly threw a bucket of cold water on reality. After the kingdom of Gusco collapsed, the criminal gangs themselves took over Simon's homeland. Zanzuan truly only wanted royal knights like him to be sacrificed.
The ultimate goal of the old fox Zanzuan was extremely cruel. He wanted Simon to die so he could sell the abandoned princess to the Gusco rebels at an exorbitant price. Painful memories rushed back. 10 years ago, when the kingdom of Gusco collapsed, Simon fled to the Outer Rim territories with the newborn little princess. There, to become stronger, he accepted becoming a criminal, silently waiting for the day to wipe out the rebels and return the princess to her rightful place. He even endured becoming an assassin under Zanzuan for that very reason. But Simon did not expect that Zanzuan had already known about his past. In his previous life, Simon was marked as a risk by Zanzuan and ruthlessly eliminated, while the poor princess was sold out to the rebel faction. Before taking his last breath, Simon begged Jack to find and protect that princess, but when Jack found her, everything had turned to ashes amidst the brutal flames. Returning to reality, Jack growled, "That is why I want you to stay away from Merkin, Simon." He asserted that there was no time left to explain why he knew everything so well. Simon pondered. He admitted that Merkin, the place he once thought he would be attached to for life, shaking violently. He stared piercingly at Jack. "It is all because of you. Ever since the boss's birthday party and the involvement of Papella, everything is gradually turning into a mess." Simon pressed. "What is your purpose, Jack Raker?" Jack stood tall, calmly replying. "Earlier you said there was no place for someone from the central continent, right? Whatever." His eyes suddenly became sharp and cold, his pupils glowing with an eerie blue light. "First, I want the two gangs to tear each other apart, and then once this is over, I will go to Merkin."
Simon was stunned in horror. "Then what is your true goal?" Jack gave a sinister smile and firmly stated, "I'm serious, Simon. I really want you to follow me." Faced with the weighty offer, Simon stayed silent for a long time, then slightly curled his lips. "Then promise me 2 things." Simon laid out his final conditions with determined eyes. "First, you must help both me and my people escape safely. And second, keep your promise to protect the bloodline of Gusco and revive the royal dynasty. Remember this, at any cost." Facing that weighty demand, Jack did not hesitate at all. He patted his chest hard and declared loudly, "I swear on the honor of a knight." Immediately, Simon dropped to his knees, bowing his head to perform the highest ceremony of loyalty. Simon Zapatero, captain of the Royal Army of Gusco, sends his greetings to Master Jack Raker. Going from a life-and-death battle to joining the same legion was as fast as flipping a hand. Jack stepped forward to support his shoulders, smiling in satisfaction. "Very good, Simon. Don't stand on ceremony anymore. Stand up. Let's go outside to talk. What about your people?" Simon stood up and reported the plan. "Once I give the signal, they will activate the explosive scroll and then gather to evacuate. I will give the signal to get your people out through the underground water pipes. That's right. The target, Mateo, has been captured and is being held inside." Jack nodded. "Good. I will see you later." Zek's footsteps echoed steadily in the dark corridor, leading him to the holding cell. A heart-wrenching scream of "Ah! Ah!" echoed throughout the space. Mateo roared with indignation when he saw Zek appear. "You son of a bitch! Do you think Merkin will be safe after this incident?" Zek strolled closer, bringing his cold face with a sinister smile right up to his face. "Of course not. Once war breaks out, no side is safe." He took out a piece of paper and calmly stuffed it into Mateo's babbling mouth. "I'm counting on you. Cherish it, Mateo. Now keep it in your mouth." Looking at Mateo's wide, terrified eyes, Zek muttered, "The rest is for those who raise their swords against Merkin." Zek turned and walked away, calculating inwardly. "I've taken all of Papella's secret ledgers." Lost in thought, Simon rushed over to report. "Master, I have signaled our people." Zek suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing defensively as he felt a wave of killing intent rushing in. He swung his sword as quick as a flash, creating a solid defensive wall to deflect a barrage of arrows flying towards them like rain. Zek shielded Simon while bracing himself against the relentless attack. On the other side, the enemy's fierce shouts rang out. "Intruder, catch him!" A crowd of butchers, with weapons tightly gripped in their hands, charged madly straight at the two of them. Zek immediately activated his blazing power, shouting loudly, "Elemental sword!" Right after, a giant halo of fire erupted and engulfed the sword as he unleashed a fatal strike. Fire chapter. The brutal flames incinerated the henchman in an earth-shattering explosion. Transitioning to the dark underground tunnel, Simon commanded his subordinates assertively,
Show your respect. This is our new boss. Welcome the new master. Zek glided past quickly, coldly reminding them, "Save it for later. We have to move. They will catch up to us soon." The group ran frantically along the water pipes, but Zek suddenly stopped, his sharp, cold eyes looking back. They are already here.
He held Simon back and ordered decisively, "Stop, let's split up once again here. I will distract them, take your people and go." Jack added instructions. "Once you get out, regroup with Kai of the Alliance. Tell her my name and she will understand." Simon clearly showed his anxiety, stammering a question. "But the princess is still at the Makayan gang's place?" Jack smirked slightly with full confidence. "Do you think I didn't prepare for that? The princess has already been rescued." At Sanzwan's grand mansion in the southern continent, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A powerful man roared furiously. "Do you think these words sound pleasing to the ears?" He slammed his fist heavily onto the table, making a resounding noise, and gritted his teeth as he recalled the bitter reality. A month has passed since we attacked Papella. During that month, the situation had gone completely out of control. He screamed frantically in front of his trembling subordinates. "Those bastards have ambushed us countless times. The casualties were absolutely terrifying." He bitterly exclaimed, "Half of Makayan's executives are dead." He recalled the initial plan regarding the two variables, Jack and Simon. Those two were too dangerous. That's why I intended to use this opportunity to give them an impossible task to just finish them off, but everything has completely backfired. He bitterly realized that against all expectations, those bastards succeeded in provoking Papella, driving them insane. Right at that moment, a trusted subordinate approached to speak. "Boss?" The silver-haired old man glared resentfully. "What?" The man calmly made a bold suggestion. "If you could leave Merkin for a while, what do you think?" The sentence sounded flowery, but translated into common slang, it meant, "Let's bail, boss." This made the old man pause, and he growled back, "Are you telling me to run away?" The subordinate hurriedly explained, "That's not it. Those crazy pirates are now blinded by revenge. They are so stupid that they will soon charge straight into Merkin, and we will take advantage of exactly that." The old man pondered for a moment and gradually understood the intention. "You mean to lure them here and wipe them out all at once?" The subordinate confirmed. "Yes. As for you, you will command from the villa in Tahuhani." Put simply, the brothers would go all out on the battlefield, while the boss would chill lightly at the villa. After a moment of calculation, the old man smirked slightly. "That works." He sat proudly on the armchair, looked down at his subordinates, and declared loudly, "As you all know, danger always makes us stronger, and this time will be the same, right?" "Yes, boss." The unanimous response of the subordinates echoed throughout the room, marking the beginning of a ruthless plan. However, just as he sat down to rest, a hooded figure suddenly appeared, pressing a sharp blade against his neck. Jack smirked sarcastically. "Well said." In desperation, he stammered and begged, "I did exactly as you told me and lured the boss to the villa in Tahuhani, so please, I beg you, spare my life." Jack coldly dropped a sentence. "Good job." The scene shifts to Zanzan's villa in Tahuhani, where luxurious carriages are bustlingly arriving. The crowded scene was no different from a gang meeting. A powerful old man with white hair stepped down, casually taking a drag from his pipe. He growled arrogantly, "They dare to force me to come all the way here in person. I will definitely wipe out those pirates, leaving not a single one alive." Night fell, enveloping the quiet mansion. The old man sat alone in the room, staring at his reflection in the window. Suddenly he sensed an unusual presence. Without bothering to turn his head, he coldly ordered, "I didn't call for a servant. Get out." The space remained terrifyingly silent. His anger erupting, the old man shouted, "I said it, I didn't call anyone. Get out immediately." A pitch-black plume of smoke rose, and Jack appeared like a ghost right behind the old man.
He casually threw out a sarcastic remark. "Still relaxing leisurely, huh, Zanzan, despite the situation not being very good?" With a tone like visiting a dear neighbor, Jack took off his mask, revealing a cold face. The old man widened his eyes in shock, blurting out the name in astonishment. "Jack!" Facing his enemy, Zanzan quickly regained his composure, casually grabbed a wine bottle, and growled in challenge. "Do you think I climbed to this position without ever facing threats like this?" A sharp sword strike suddenly tore through space, shattering the crystal glass into pieces to Zanzan's bewilderment. The harsh sound of breaking glass echoed. Jack looked straight at the powerful old man and said, "That's great then. I was worried you would cry and beg for your life, Zanzan, which wouldn't be interesting at all for someone seeking revenge." Zanzan furiously slammed the table and stood up, roaring fiercely. "Insolent! A little brat dares to. Guards! Make him kneel before me right now." However, the response to that anger was only Jack's terrifyingly calm attitude. "No one is coming." Zanzan froze, stammering. "What?" Jack approached, dropping a chilling sentence. "Because I've killed them all." A shocking plot twist, leaving the boss unable to process the situation.
In the darkness of the room, Jack began to vent his deep-seated hatred. "In my previous life, because I ran out of time, I couldn't make you experience enough of the pain you deserved. I've always regretted that." He gripped his sword hilt tightly. "Even now, I still have those dreams. Dreams about the time I had to crawl like a dog at your feet, and the people I was forced to kill just because of your orders."
Zanzuan was completely stunned. He trembled, backing away and screamed, "What the hell are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. I never forced you to do anything." Jack cut him off with a chilling question. "Do you know what they tell me in my dreams?" Instantly, he dashed forward, thrusting his blade straight into the old man, causing him to only let out a painful gasp. Around Jack, resentful souls appeared like glowing red ghosts, their cries of, "Please save me," echoing throughout the space. It would be perfect for a horror movie setup right now. Jack's eyes glowed with an eerie light as he roared in a frenzied rage. "They begged me to spare their lives, begging someone who sat on their flesh and blood to enjoy wealth like you. That's how much they begged." Jack grabbed Zanzuan by the collar, pinning the old man firmly against the wall. In his dying breaths, the old man still tried to make excuses. "God, no, I am the one chosen by God. Thanks to me, the poor—" Not letting him finish, Jack shouted, "Shut up!" and continuously swung his sword in punishment. Jack panted, his blood-stained face looking coldly at his dying enemy. "All right then, experience the pain you deserved, and slowly rot away." Under the blood-red sunset, crimson footprints stretched along the corridor leading to the dark room. As he stepped into the room, where the red-haired woman and the blindfolded man were waiting, he casually asked, "Is everything done?"
The woman immediately raised a question. "Then what about the syndicate?" He smirked slightly and replied, "Ah, you mean the incident I reported there? Everything went exactly according to the script you laid out. As planned, the executives were accused of colluding with Papella and were mercilessly killed by Zanzan himself. As for the actual work, it was originally handled by me, so I wasn't disciplined at all. I'll leave the transportation to you guys." After giving the order, he turned away coolly. However, the red-haired woman seemed extremely worried. "What? Where will we produce it, and how will it operate when, under our name, we can't transport it openly?" He calmly walked away, leaving behind a calculated answer. "We will help the Kingdom of Gusco, and in return they will grant us a license to cultivate there. I already have plans for the rest."
Ignoring his partners calling out after him, Zek left only a brief sentence, explaining everything will take too much time. See you later. Strolling through the deserted forest, he silently made up his mind. Now, let's get to work on this. He pulled out an important letter, which was an invitation from His Highness Karos Nova Constantinus. According to reports from Decker, since the banquet, the prince had not returned and continued to stay in Atlas. The image of Prince Karos intimately putting his arm around his shoulders appeared, signaling that new variables were about to hit. That kind of intimate gesture acted as if there had never been any royal-level political drama. But traveling from here to the central continent would take at least a few days. Zek looked thoughtfully at the magic map. This gap of a few days filled with quests clearly wasn't a side mission. He worried that if he arrived late, the Prince or his close aides would grow suspicious of the delay. They might guess the truth that Zek Draker was the one behind the collapse of Merkin. Even worse, they might have suspected him all along, hence the sudden summons. Even though that possibility was very small, Zek decided not to leave any loopholes. He needed a perfect alibi immediately. Right now, Zek activated the system. A screen popped up. Please specify the teleportation destination. The specified location, Atlas Ruins. The cost for fast travel was 600 points. Without hesitation, Zek commanded, activate the teleportation gate function. A pillar of light erupted in the middle of the deep forest, and 600 karma points were instantly consumed. In just the blink of an eye, Zek arrived at the sky lodge of the luxurious Atlas Hotel.
As soon as he walked in, a teammate's call rang out. "Oh, look, Jack is here, Jack!" Jack strolled over, secretly confirming what he had thought. Carlos was here with someone else. A warm, deep voice spoke up. "You're here, Jack." It was a man with fiery red hair, smiling and welcoming him with a glass of wine in his hand. Jack bowed respectfully and reported loudly, "Jack Raker, reporting is summoned." Seeing that His Highness remained silent, he continued to ask, "Your Highness, is there a specific reason you called me here?" Prince Carlos, who was sitting relaxed on the sofa, suddenly became serious. "I called you here for a matter of utmost importance." While Jack was tensely waiting, Carlos suddenly jumped up, threw his arm around his shoulder, and held up a bottle of wine. "That matter is exactly this." Jack froze, with a huge question mark appearing above his head. Carlos chuckled and explained that although William and Abin were very good at their jobs, unfortunately they couldn't drink. He patted Jack's shoulder smugly. "But aren't you very generous and easygoing, Jack? That's exactly why I invited you here." Jack looked at the memory of himself and the prince clinking glasses and secretly broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, since when did I leave such an impression? Putting the matter of alcohol tolerance aside, Jack scanned the powerful figures present, Prince Carlos, Abin, and William Zyman. A drinking table that felt like a summit meeting. He inwardly assessed that he had roughly guessed the general content of their conversation. Moreover, it seemed that Abin had a private matter to confide in him. Seeing Jack still looking bewildered, Carlos urged, come on, don't stand on ceremony, just have a drink." Unable to refuse, Jack forced a smile and replied, "Yes, well then."
The clinking of glasses rang out crisply, along with a toast, "Here's to a joyful time. Cheers!" The gathering lasted until night fell. Carlos and William were already dead drunk, but Jack remained standing, completely sober as he looked at the mess after the drinking session. Immediately, the system in his head sounded a notification. Alcohol detected. Physical effect poison immunity activated, neutralizing the newly identified toxins. Jack looked at his unconscious teammates and sighed. "This is a bit awkward. I'm the only one still sober. I feel really guilty." At this moment, Aben, who was standing out on the balcony, suddenly spoke up. "Sorry for bothering you. I heard you were resting to cultivate, but here I am disturbing you." "It's fine. On the contrary, I'm feeling restless because I haven't made any progress," Jack replied. Aben smiled gently and advised that it was a process, then gestured. "Sit down here. Let's share a toast, Jack." Watching Aben slowly pour the wine into the glasses, Jack was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Aben to create such an intimate atmosphere. Under the cozy yellow lights of the hotel lobby at night, sitting opposite each other with a romantic song playing, it almost felt like a secret late-night date. Jack clearly felt an invisible pressure radiating from him. He inwardly concluded that, at this place, Aben was intending to share a rather important story with him. Aben softly called out, "Jack." He immediately replied politely, "Yes." The atmosphere suddenly became somber as Aben asked a heavy question. "What are your thoughts on the Draker family?" Jack looked at his teacup, silently evaluating the seriousness of his older cousin. Aben looked deep into the night. "As for me, one day, I will put an end to the existence of the Draker family." This shocking declaration made the space seem to freeze. Aben turned to look at Jack, his voice low and haunting. "You emit the exact same scent as me, and your way of talking gives off a total villain vibe." He continued to explain the primal instinct flowing in their veins, the smell of blood and battle, of death and victory, the qualities that a pure-blood dragon slayer must naturally possess. His lecture was as eloquent as a literature teacher's. Aben stated firmly, "You emit the scent of a predator who possesses all of those things. As a fellow predator, I am sure you will understand my words." Zek outwardly remained calm and sipped his wine, but inwardly cursed. Damn it, this bloodline tone again. So is establishing a close relationship with the Empire also aimed at overthrowing that family? A dry clack echoed as Zek decisively placed his glass on the table. Aben did not deny it. He began to share his grand vision. Many people have praised Atlas as the greatest continent, but his perspective was different. He stood up and passionately declared, "We cannot be satisfied with a small city. To be hailed as the greatest, we must become even stronger." Aben pointed to the magic map, using the Rom Empire as a prime example of expansion. Look at the Rom Empire. Aren't they constantly expanding that path? From the north to the south, they are even striving to connect the eastern continent into a unified whole. According to Aben's vision, once the road system, trade, and resources are fully connected with Rom, the world will truly become prosperous. It sounded like an unappealing economic development speech. He clenched his fists and roared with ambition, an ideal land where everyone is harmonized into one. Witnessing the madness in Aben's ideals, Zek silently concluded that this was a prospect only the Emperor of the Empire could utter. Zek began stringing together the clues about the name Cain's Men Constantinus. What an absurdly long name. He realized that the person's middle name was also Zmen, which was the maternal family backing Aben. A single conclusion became clear in Zek's mind. Aben, the Zmen family, and the Empire were interconnected. In the quiet atmosphere of the hotel balcony, Aben called out softly, "Zek, my brother of the same bloodline." Aben looked straight at Zek, his voice carrying great weight. "I believe someone with your talent should receive a worthy reward, and if it's you, I can give you the most radiant treasure I will achieve in the future." The way he spoke sounded exactly like recruiting personnel for a beta version of a world domination project. He leaned back in his chair, exuding an ambitious pressure, and extended his hand in an invitation. "Join my ranks, Zek. We will carry out a grand scheme together."
Jack stood silently, analyzing in his mind. Did he mean he wanted me to become the number 2 figure in his faction? He bowed slightly, placed his hand on his chest, and politely but firmly refused. "I really appreciate your offer. However, I have already decided on my own path, so I am afraid that is unlikely to happen." Jack turned decisively and walked away. Ben looked at his back, his eyes becoming sharp and full of threat. "You won't regret this decision, will you?" Jack didn't falter at all. He calmly replied before stepping out the door, "No regrets." The sound of the door closing echoed dryly along with his footsteps down the hallway. Jack's face hardened, and a purple killing intent erupted around his body. He gritted his teeth in contempt. Did he think I would become a slaughterer, a pawn exactly like him? Ben, he was wrong. In the empty room, William pushed the door open and walked in, looking around in confusion. Why is it only you here? Where is Jack?"
Ben remained sitting silently on the chair, his hand tightly gripping the wine glass. He spoke softly, his voice as cold as ice. Our dear youngest brother said that he will follow a different path from mine. The atmosphere was as tight as a bowstring, yet a bewildered sheep accidentally wandered in. The flames suddenly flared fiercely, reflected in Ben's brightly glowing, crazy eyes. Looking at those eyes, one could tell he had just switched to villain boss mode. He asked William in a low, growling voice, "So, William, the only way left is for me to destroy that seed right in the cradle, isn't it?" William froze, beads of sweat rolling down due to the terror of Ben's intense killing intent. Obviously, I gave him one last chance. The scene shifted to the front of the principal's office of Valhalla. Jack stood proudly in his academy uniform, telling himself, "I am already 17 years old, currently a second-year student at Valhalla. Of course, I have no intention of completing the full 5 years before graduating."
On the desk was a document file with a large title, Application for Early Graduation. The content of the application was written very tactfully. "Since I have officially become a knight, I want to contribute to the family as soon as possible. However, because I am still a student, it is unfortunate that it is difficult for me to participate in important activities, so I respectfully hope to receive this support, dear respected principal." Zek smiled confidently, secretly smug about his plan. Presenting it so sweetly and reasonably like that, an early graduation interview would definitely be scheduled right away. "Do you also have business at the principal's office?" Diego's call interrupted his train of thought as Zek was heading toward the office. Zek nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, Diego." However, his gaze suddenly stopped at the blond young man walking right behind. Zek secretly evaluated with full of suspicion. "That person over there is... huh? It's a face I'm seeing for the first time at this academy." Looking at that person's sluggish expression, holding his head as if enduring severe pain, Zek couldn't help but wonder, who is that? He looks as exhausted as an addict who just stayed up all night grinding games.
As soon as they entered the room, Principal Howard greeted them. "You arrived just in time. Zek, Diego, and Aster, too." He looked at the blonde-haired boy and continued, "Aster, it's been almost a week since we last saw you, hasn't it?" Zek's eyes widened in shock, his mind practically exploding upon hearing that name. Aster? Could it be? The illusion knight Aster Eladapo? In Zek's memory, that was the man who used to be an illustrious 5-star knight before the regression, a war god wielding a spear with terrifying power, the type of character who, in a game, would definitely be a hidden boss or a legendary NPC. Zek thought to himself in amazement, "I didn't expect to meet someone of such caliber here." Aster sluggishly apologized. I'm sorry, Professor, Principal. I've been suffering from insomnia, so I have a hard time attending early classes." Principal Howard sighed softly. "It seems your insomnia is quite severe, isn't it?" Seeing this, Diego eagerly approached and teased, "Oh, do you need a lullaby to help you sleep, brother?" Aster immediately snapped, clutching his head. "Sorry, but my head is ringing. Could you please keep quiet for a bit?" Zek observed quietly, his mind beginning to hatch new schemes. "In my past life, Aster was highly active on the battlefield for the Empire's faction. If that's the case, how great would it be if I could just recruit him to my side now, just like I did with Diego?" Principal Howard tapped lightly on the desk, bringing everyone back to the main point. "Now, the reason I summoned you all here today is for nothing else but this. Since all 3 of you submitted early graduation applications at the same time, I called you in together." He took out a stack of files and declared, "The other professors have also said that there are no issues with your graduation requirements. Therefore, I have decided to evaluate your true abilities through this mission."
It was a cooperative dispatch from the magical nation of Delphi. Principal Howard asked in a stern voice, "Have you ever heard of the Black Yaksha?" Jack quickly replied, "From what I know, they are outlaws who are considered by other organizations as public enemies that must be eliminated." He silently added that a public enemy refers to targets deemed by the entire continent as foes that must be eradicated. The image of a black knight riding a black horse appeared as a reminder of their brutality. The principal further explained that the Black Yaksha was hiding in Delphi, and their mission was to cooperate with the Delphi Knight Order to eliminate him. Howard continued to warn about the danger. Those lawless scum are individuals who have awakened their aura solely for the purpose of murdering innocent people. Their fighting style is fundamentally different from that of knights. Simply put, they slash whoever they meet. Because of this high difficulty, our partners requested that we send individuals of the purple tier and above. He looked straight at the 3 students and said, "This mission will be extremely fierce and dangerous. Anyone who wants to withdraw, speak up right now." Diego, showing no fear but rather excitement, asked, "How many rounds are there in total for the Academy's test this time?" The principal replied, "There are 3 rounds in total, and this is round 1. Diego smiled brightly, "So there are 3 more times." Howard looked around. "Do you have any other questions? If not, then I will assume everyone is participating. Return and prepare yourselves thoroughly for this mission."
Waking up, Aster seemed to have transformed into a completely different person, his face radiant and full of life. He gleefully held up the piece of paper and shouted, "I finished signing it, Guildmaster." Zek was stunned by the speed of his new disciple. Did he really sign it that fast? This is a master-servant contract. Didn't he even bother to read the contents? With a signing speed like that, if he went to a loan signing competition, even the banks would be terrified. Aster smiled brightly, completely unconcerned about the terms. As long as I can get a good night's sleep, I'll accept anything. Zek could only remain speechless, telling himself, so that's how it is. Looking at the signed contract, Zek secretly rejoiced at the bargain he had just struck. Gaining access to the system shop was truly a stroke of luck. He had to admit it was incredibly convenient. He realized that as long as he accumulated enough points, he could easily acquire rare artifacts. Thanks to this item, Aster would definitely remain on his side even after graduation. Zek looked up at the radiant sky, his heart filled with excitement. Oh, how bright this new future looked. This was truly the Valhalla paradise. His current mood was exactly like unlocking a shiny new game map. However, he couldn't help but feel concerned when looking at the member list. I have a bit of a worry because it seems like no one in the night group was normal. Perhaps Raina is the only one who retains her sanity? Keeping things exactly like this seems a bit of a pity. Zek decided to utilize the remaining time. Since they were already here, why not test his abilities? He called out, "Hey, Aster." Zek decisively drew his giant heavy sword from its sheath, thrust it firmly into the ground, and ordered, "Before we head out for the mission, let me witness your talent with my own eyes." A sharp spear was thrust into the grass, ready for a trial by fire before the battle. Aster spun the spear, creating deadly arcs, the wind whistling with immense power. As a fierce aura flared up, Zek stood watching and silently evaluated. The moment he grasped the spear, his aura completely transformed. To push his opponent to the limit, Zek commanded, "Go all out, don't hesitate to use your aura." Without a moment of hesitation, Aster stomped his foot and dashed forward like an arrow, accompanied by his declaration of war. "If that's the case, then I won't hold back."
Piercing sounds rang out as the spear and sword fiercely clashed. Zek analyzed the situation while defending. Thanks to the spear's advantage, the opponent's spatial control was exceptionally vast. Zek silently praised him, noting that his ability to block his sword strikes was quite impressive. Did he choose a fighting style that leans more towards defense rather than initiating attacks? Noticing his opponent's caution, Zek decided to speed up. If that's the case, I will use shadowless footwork. Zek's afterimages swept across the grass at a terrifying speed. Aster frantically managed to keep up with his opponent's movements. Zek launched an attack from above, forcing a stunned Aster to use the shaft of his spear to defend. Zek glided as fast as a ghost, appearing right behind his opponent. Aster reacted extremely fast, spinning his spear to deflect the attack right at his flank. A deep blue energy fiercely erupted from Zek's sword, enveloping both of them in a suffocating pressure. Zek quickly retreated to dodge the vicious strike. Aster didn't give his opponent a moment to breathe, continuously unleashing wind-tearing strikes. Zek struggled to defend, internally shocked by the realization that these were clearly offensive techniques usually only seen among dangerous criminals. He stared at Aster, a person possessing ruthless moves that originally belonged to the underworld. "How interesting," Zek softly exclaimed while dodging a direct thrust from Aster. The two continuously exchanged blows at dizzying speeds. Zek took a step back as purple spiritual energy erupted from his heavy sword. Zek poured all his strength into a decisive strike. Dragon Slayer Sword Art Chapter 2, Verse 1, Earth-Severing Slash. A massive slash carrying purple energy crashed down with world-destroying power. Witnessing that terrifying might, Aster broke out in a cold sweat. He understood that if he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Aster tightened his grip on his spear and activated his family's ultimate defensive secret technique, the counterattack skill of the Eladopo family, Reverse Flow Spear. A deep blue energy exploded, creating a reverse wave that directly struck Zek's earth-severing slash. The two powers collided in an earth-shattering impact, creating a blinding explosion of light that engulfed the entire training area. When everything settled down, the space became unusually quiet. Aster stood frozen, his bandaged hands trembling incessantly from the overwhelming aftershock. He looked at Zek with eyes full of astonishment and silently asked himself, just what kind of monster is the Guildmaster?
I was an acknowledged genius. How could I be defeated so swiftly? It is precisely because you are immersed in the praises of being a genius that your fighting will has been worn down. You still have a lot of shortcomings. Zek's face suddenly darkened. He gave a sinister smile and declared in a low voice, "From now until the mission is executed, I will personally give you special training." Witnessing this terrifying transformation, the blond guy sweated profusely, his whole body trembling as a bad premonition swept over him. Leaving the academy, Zek returned to the mansion and received a warm welcome from the butler, Decker. "Welcome back, young Master Zek." Decker reported that a guest was waiting for him inside. Entering the main hall, Zek caught sight of Ganlian, who was blankly admiring the magnificent estate. "Wow, your estate is truly magnificent." Zek stepped forward and greeted him loudly. "Long time no see, Ganlian. I invited you here because I have an item I would like you to examine."
Ganlian anxiously asked right away, "Sir, could it be that the black sword has encountered some malfunction?" It was a weapon born from the magical furnace, so it was very difficult to be damaged or scratched.
Looking at the blacksmith's appearance, Jack silently assessed. Come to think of it, at this point in time, Ganlian's reputation must have resounded everywhere, right? Thanks to the magical furnace that Jack had supported in his previous life, Ganlian was creating high-quality weapons earlier than in the old timeline. Jack made up his mind. Sooner or later, he had to recruit him as his personal blacksmith to avoid the prying eyes of others. He reassured Ganlian. The Bahamut is still completely stable. The problem lies in... Immediately, Jack activated a glowing red energy that covered his body. A crimson full-body armor with thorny contours and brightly glowing blue eyes appeared with full authority. Ganlian was so stunned that he dropped his smoking pipe, stammering in terror. Good heavens, what is this right in front of my eyes, sir? Jack explained in a deep voice. I don't even know myself, which is why I need you to appraise it. This is something I don't want to investigate conspicuously. Just hearing his tone, one could tell things weren't simple. He removed the chest armor and handed it to Ganlian. For that reason, could you please examine it thoroughly for me? Ganlian tremblingly accepted the artifact. Yes, definitely. After studying it carefully for a while, he bowed his head in apology. I sincerely apologize, sir. In the list of modern ancient artifacts that I know of, there is nothing similar to this. Have you noticed any characteristics that might help identify its material?
He recalled the time fighting with Cain. That armor had the ability to deflect even sword auras. Hearing this, Ganlian was startled and shouted, What did you say? Sword aura? The blacksmith trembled, unable to stand steady. In this world, there is only one material capable of doing such a miraculous thing. The metal still passed down in legends as the material of the gods. Ganlian screamed in extreme excitement. That is orichalcum! It's unbelievable! I didn't expect to see orichalcum with my own eyes in my lifetime, Ganlian exclaimed in astonishment, sweat dripping down his face as he witnessed the legendary metal appearing before his eyes. His expression was like a crazed fan meeting their idol in real life. Is this metal really that precious? Ganlian immediately yelled with excitement. More than just rare, my lord. People have always praised orichalcum as the most perfect substance bestowed by the gods. He further explained with absolute reverence that orichalcum possesses the ability to channel magic energy far beyond any existing metal in the world. Thanks to that divine property, people can engrave a significantly larger amount of magic circles on it than usual to multiply the weapon's power. Zack pondered for a moment and asked, Is that so? Then what is the maximum number of great magic circles an ordinary metal armor can hold? Ganlian clearly showed confusion. What are you asking? Basically, ordinary metals don't even have the capacity to withstand even a single large-scale magic circle. Zek rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He had already realized that this armor was no ordinary item, but he truly didn't expect its caliber to be so absurdly high. Is there any method to alter the shape of this armor into a different style? Ganlian jumped in shock, waving both hands frantically. What? Are you talking about changing the structure of the orichalcum mal? That is completely impossible. The blacksmith explained that even though it is a divine metal, there are still ways to process it, but the problem is that this armor is already in its most optimal finished state. Just a minor mistake affecting the magic circles would instantly turn this priceless armor into a useless pile of scrap iron.
However, Ganlian suddenly lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of hope. Of course, if my master were to step in, the result would be different. He could completely recreate its shape while perfectly preserving all of its divine functions. Jack immediately pressed for the current whereabouts of the Grandmaster. Ganlian replied, Perhaps he is still staying in the Himanonis region out of habit. Upon hearing the name Himanonis, Jack paused in sheer astonishment, a fleeting reaction as quick as a flinch. Ganlian, thinking he didn't know, explained further that it was an isolated land in the north, originally under the jurisdiction of the Grand Duke of the North. But seeing that Jack knew the place well, Ganlian couldn't help but be amazed. How do you know it so well? Normally, people living in the central continent are rarely well versed in matters concerning the Grand Duke of the North. Jack avoided the curious gaze, just calmly put his gloves back on, and replied, It's just that I coincidentally heard about it. In Jack's mind, an image of an arrogant blonde woman amidst the pure white snow briefly flashed by. He interrupted his train of thought, turning to instruct the blacksmith. Anyway, thank you very much for your information, Ganlian. If you want to learn more about metals, feel free to research during your stay at this mansion. Ganlian dazedly blurted out, Yes.
Zek slowly walked away, leaving behind Himonis' sincere voice of gratitude. Oh, I am deeply grateful to you, sir. In his mind, he silently calculated that although time was running short, he still needed to resolve the necessary matters at hand before setting off. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. Here, the guildmaster with an eye patch was in a tense discussion with Zek and the princess. He reported, The pharmaceutical production process following Lord Zek's instructions seems to be going smoothly without any obstacles. However, at least within this central continent, setting up a factory to process some ingredients is a massive challenge. Zek slightly smirked. Just as I predicted, huh?
The guildmaster was concerned that if news of the princess supporting Soma processing leaked, her reputation would definitely be severely affected. The blue-haired princess immediately proposed a solution. Then what if it's a completely processed product? If it is a finished product, it will be classified as medicine. As long as we get a safety certification from the Magic Tower, everything will be fine. The idea sounded exactly like a legal loophole. Zek nodded decisively. If that's the case, then it's decided. We will set up the production factory in the southern continent. Then we will import and distribute it through the network of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. However, the princess looked hesitant. Lord Zek, forgive me for being blunt, but the guild's current budget is not enough to invest in a large-scale factory on another continent. Operating the disease-curing medicine factory alone has already required us to go all out. Therefore, we need to find another solution.
Jack casually interrupted. There's no need to worry about that. I will be the one to step up and build the factory. In return, your side should handle the circulation documents from the Magic Tower to ensure the business runs smoothly. The princess asked in astonishment, Are you doing it yourself? Could it be that the Draker family will directly intervene? Jack coldly affirmed, This has nothing to do with my family. All expenses will be deducted from my own personal funds. A cool statement, completely fitting the aura of a young master. He pushed a file towards the princess, and this was the main focus of today's meeting. Take a look at these documents. The princess curiously opened the documents to read, but her eyes immediately widened in horror, her face contorted with shock. Oh my God, how dare the Empire ally with the Scorpion tribe to conduct these cruel synthetic biological experiments? If the red flower disease is truly an artificial plague created from magic, then it's highly likely this was a clinical trial that the Empire conducted right on the bodies of the people of Valencia. Jack uttered bitterly. I already had some suspicions, but it's truly unbelievable that they could be this cruel to their own subjects. Looking at the princess, who was trembling with indignation, Jack spoke in a stern voice. Princess, the reason I let you access these documents is that right now we must keep these sinful acts of the Empire a secret. What are you saying, sir? We need to expose their crimes immediately to prevent similar actions, shouldn't we? Jack remained calm, gently explaining. I understand your indignation right now, Princess, but this much is still not weighty enough to serve as ironclad evidence on the diplomatic front. He calmly analyzed that the Empire had been very cunning in shifting all the blame for conducting the experiments onto the Scorpion tribe. They were inherently a notorious organization of black mages, so the fact that they experimented on humans wouldn't be too surprising to the world. Therefore, the Empire only needed to deny any relationship with that group, then drop a few words of regret, and they could completely wash their hands of the matter.
Zek emphasized, and the most important thing is, temporarily holding on to this secret will bring greater benefits. The princess clenched her fists and pressed. What exactly do you mean? Zek's eyes turned sharp and cold. The Empire is completely unaware that we have grasped the truth. Furthermore, since they are conducting experiments on a large scale, there are bound to be more direct and clear evidences somewhere. The princess realized in shock. You want to take advantage of this time to collect those living evidences as well, in order to create an undeniable, absolute pressure on the Empire? Exactly, Zek confirmed. He further explained that the reason he showed her the documents in advance was for her to prepare. If they had already used the disputed Valencia region as a testing ground for this disease, it is highly likely that other synthetic toxins would soon be tested here. He stated decisively, before that tragedy happens, we need to finish synthesizing the antidotes for these toxins. Zek outlined a cruel scenario. If these biological weapons were unleashed on the battlefield, the Valencia army would face death while poisoned without any defense. However, if they already had the antidote in hand, not only would it minimize casualties, but it could also deal a fatal blow right to the Empire's weak point. Looking at Zek's sturdy back, the Princess of Valencia smiled softly, whispering to herself, That's right, I really didn't judge the wrong person. Her eyes shone with belief as she realized that drawing Zek to the Merchant Guild side was the wisest decision she had ever made. It felt like she had just picked a teammate who could carry the whole team.
Zek slowly took a sip of tea and announced his upcoming plans. Perhaps for some time in the near future, I won't be able to attend the regular meetings, because the training schedule at Valhalla is entering an extremely busy phase. The princess nodded in understanding. I understand. She did not forget to send a sincere invitation. In the future, if there is a chance, I really hope to welcome Lord Zek to visit Valencia. Zek smiled faintly. Valencia, huh? That is a land with many scenic spots, with beautiful mountains and lakes, isn't it? His words stunned the princess, and she asked in astonishment, Have you ever set foot in Valencia before? Zek quickly covered it up with a polite smile. I've just often heard people praise it as a place highly worth visiting. If I have the opportunity to visit in the future, please guide me to see those beautiful sights. The princess smiled radiantly and respectfully replied, Yes, absolutely, my lord. Then I wish you a safe journey. The scene immediately shifted to the training ground of Valhalla, where the air was thick with exhaustion. Diego lay sprawled on the ground, coughing up blood and groaning. Pant, pant. Zek, I'll probably die before I can even complete the mission. Stop your weak groaning. Instead of wasting energy complaining, why don't you swing your sword one more time?
Diego gritted his teeth and stood up, exhausted but not forgetting to be sarcastic. You are truly a demon. That cold blood of the Draker family is unmistakable. With that said, he let out a roar. Ah! The endless convergence mode was activated, and he frantically charged in to attack. Zek secretly felt smug. As expected, applying strong pressure to the nervous system creates the motivation to train. Under Zek's iron-fisted coordination, after just 1 week of high-intensity training, both Aster and Diego underwent a spectacular transformation. Just a week felt like surviving 3 months of hell. Diego, in particular, completely shed his initial frivolous attitude, becoming much more proficient and obedient after being trained to exhaustion. Zek looked at his 2 teammates working their hardest and nodded slightly. Everyone seems to be trying their best. Right at that moment, an imposing figure entered the training ground, causing the whole group to halt. Diego and Aster hurriedly bowed. Oh, greetings, Professor. It was Professor Andre. Zek asked curiously. Professor Andre, what wind brought you all the way here? Andre didn't beat around the bush. He announced in a stern voice. I came here to announce an important piece of news to the 3 of you. Diego asked anxiously. What news is so serious? Andre looked straight at the 3 students and declared loudly. All 3 of you will be mobilized to participate in a campaign to eliminate the common enemy of the continent. Of course, we cannot let the students put themselves in danger alone, so I will also accompany you on this journey.
The rumbling train sped through the dense forests, taking Jack's group toward the battlefield. Sitting in the luxurious passenger cabin, Professor Andre looked thoughtfully at his students and spoke up. I did not foresee you all participating in the Black Yikshaw campaign this time. He crossed his arms, looking completely dignified. As I mentioned, I cannot just leave everything solely to the students. Furthermore, I have some important information that needs to be conveyed more clearly. Andre looked straight at Jack and asked, Have you heard what kind of land Delphi is? Jack calmly replied, I have had a preliminary introduction through the theory classes. I heard it is completely different from other places. Mages hold a superior status there. Andre gave a slight nod of confirmation. That is exactly right. That land operates on a relatively special regulation. Knights in Delphi are primarily equipped with magic shields, a major difference compared to other places.
He began to explain the strange combat tactics of this land. While the knights used their shields to besiege and corner the enemy at the front, the mages would launch attacks from the back to finish off the targets. Hearing this, Diego couldn't help but wonder, hold on, if that's the case, wouldn't our troops engaging in direct close combat also suffer terrible casualties? Frankly speaking, standing at the front makes you the easiest target for stray bullets. Andre smirked. That is a very good question. That is why the Delphi Knights usually focus on practicing the skill of fleeing with a shield rather than actual combat skills. This was the reason why the Delphi Knight Order never received any respect from Valhalla graduates. Diego clicked his tongue sarcastically. So does that mean this Knight Order only exists to serve the mages? Hearing that makes it instantly understandable why they are looked down upon. Jack's face hardened. You mean they completely look down on us, right? Andre looked out the window, where the ancient castle was appearing. Your assessment is very accurate. As soon as they set foot in the base, a cheerful voice interrupted. Is that student Jack? Ha, it really is you. It was Professor Fannin. He approached and greeted. Long time no see. Are you still doing well? This is a place where a mage accumulates more practical experience. I felt that just burying my head in research wasn't enough, so I volunteered to join the army. Jack exclaimed in astonishment. What? The atmosphere suddenly became serious as night fell. Professor Fannin called him aside to a hidden corner of the castle. Student Jack, come here with me for a moment. Jack asked politely. So, do you have something important to tell me, Professor Fannin? Fannin's face suddenly darkened at this moment, his eyes shining with an obsessive look behind his glasses. Listen, Jack, regarding tomorrow's campaign, you must absolutely not participate in it.
Zek was shocked. What do you mean by that, Professor? Fanon leaned in close, his voice low as he warned of a cruel truth. That is a mission destined to surely fail. Therefore, under no circumstances should you go on that mission. Ah, damn it. A quiet curse echoed through the silent night that enveloped the ancient castle under the full moon. Inside the room, Zek's teammates stretched lazily, complaining, feeling as if he hadn't slept a wink. I'm seriously exhausted. I couldn't sleep, and tomorrow we still have to go fight. In contrast to that weary appearance, Zek remained silent, his deep eyes full of contemplation. He couldn't shake the death-scented warnings of Professor Fanon out of his head. Zek thought to himself, Professor Fanon said he couldn't reveal any more. What on earth does destined to fail mean? To decode this mystery, Zek began connecting the clues and came up with 2 hypotheses. His dopamine was working at full capacity. The first was that the higher-ups of the subjugation squad were involved in corruption, turning this march into a profitable charade. The second was that the target of the subjugation itself was involved in some shady deal. Although Delphi was indeed a place where the abuse of power by mages was quite serious, it probably hadn't reached the point where the internal structure was so rotten that military corruption was rampant everywhere. He looked at his teammates and told himself, if there really is something shady, the possibility of collusion with the subjugation target is more logical. If so, I definitely need to consider the second case. On the mountainside, the squad leader began assigning tasks. Groups 1 to 3 will move along the mountainside, while groups 4 to 6 will attack head-on. The squad leader was about to continue directing the rest when he was cut off by a cold voice. I have a question. What will we be doing here? The squad leader flared up. Didn't I tell you to sit still yesterday? Why didn't you listen? I am a blue knight, and Diego and Aster are purple tier knights. With such a powerful force sent to assist, do you plan to leave us out of this? Hearing this, he was startled. You are a blue knight? Everyone around murmured about how such a young person could hold the title of blue knight, not to mention having 2 purple tier knights accompanying him. They realized this was a special team under Valhalla.
Vanha gritted his teeth in anger, then growled an order. Roger, assign the reconnaissance mission to them. Roger stammered, yes, yes. Behind them, Andre asked the blue knight, why did you suddenly provoke the commander? You are not someone who causes trouble for no reason. There are many suspicious points in this mission, he replied. What points? I suspect there is collusion between the subjugation squad and Black Yaksha. The confession made Andre slightly stunned. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded. If you say so, you must have calculated it. All right. Andre stepped forward, declaring clearly, from now on we will conduct a reconnaissance of the Black Yaksha camp. Everyone get ready. He glanced at Zek and assigned, you will hold the vanguard position and command the team. After dividing up, the group started to take action. In the forest, while the group was scouting, the scar-faced man suddenly stopped and warned, everyone stop, someone is nearby. Move carefully, do not make any noise. It will be very troublesome if we are discovered.
Before he could finish speaking, a sword suddenly flew over and pierced his thigh, making the scarred man's face darken with pain. From the trees, a pack of troll monsters swooped down and attacked frantically, causing the terrified soldiers to scream for help. Diego and Aster immediately jumped in, easily taking down the monsters in an instant. Zek appeared, asking coldly, are you the patrols of the Black Yakshats? Aster marveled. A fortress built of natural stone is really solid. It's hard to break through. He turned to ask George, where is the mage group? We alone cannot breach this place. George hesitantly turned his face away. After we clear the surrounding area, they will support us from behind. He was stunned. What? You mean you intend to use this number of people to clear the fortress, planning to send everyone to their deaths? Just then, Diego pointed at the sky in terror. What is that flying over? That's an artillery shell. Everyone scatter, get as far away as possible. But it was too late. The artillery shells came crashing down, exploding in the middle of the formation, and agonizing screams echoed incessantly. Roger stood stunned, screaming, oh my God, what on earth is going on? He stepped forward, shouting, George, snap out of it. Are you trying to kill all your subordinates? George stammered, No, I'm not. Zek gritted his teeth, wondering why the enemy knew their position. It was clear there was a spy inside. His eyes narrowed as if he had discovered something. Right at that moment, a squad of soldiers with bloodshot eyes rushed out from the forest. He cursed, damn it, I didn't expect them to swarm in such large numbers and with such madness. He stopped, noticing something unusual. Wait a minute, their condition is very strange.
Looking into those lifeless, glowing red eyes, he realized the truth. This situation was truly beyond saving. These bastards were all addicted to Soma. Soma had spread across the continent, and although mages sometimes used a small amount to enhance their power, the greatest threat lay with the mercenaries, those who disregarded life and death and abused it excessively. He shouted, those are Black Yaksha's mercenaries. Be careful, don't let them ambush us. Seeing the enemy charging madly like moths to a flame, Diego gritted his teeth. Have they all lost their minds? Aster added, damn it, their reinforcements are too numerous. Jack reminded them, Diego, Aster, conserve your magic energy, don't go all out too early. He silently calculated. With this frenzied momentum, the Night Order alone would have a hard time suppressing them. What should be done now? Put aside personal matters, or just flatten this entire fortress? A loud explosion echoed from behind, pulling him out of his thoughts. The mages had finally decided to show themselves. It was the Delphi Mage Corps, led by that bastard of a commander. He shouted loudly, the Mage Corps has arrived to reinforce. Everyone fall back. Observing from a distance, Jack admitted that their magic power was indeed terrifying, if they utilized this momentum to attack. Before he could finish his thought, the commander approached and yelled, stop right there. His face darkened, his tone cold. Hey you are Jack Draker, aren't you? It's precisely because of you that this plan has completely fallen apart. Jack still didn't understand what was going on. He gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell are you doing? He reprimanded. I assigned a reconnaissance mission, not for you to step up and provoke the enemy. He turned to Andre. Get these students out of here immediately. I will deal directly with Valhalla regarding this matter.
Jack clenched his fists, his voice decisive. So, can we consider our collaborative relationship with the Delphi Legion terminated right here? If so, then we are no longer obligated to follow the commander's orders. From now on, we will complete this mission ourselves. He shouted angrily. This is Delphi Legion territory. What right does someone like you have to decide on your own?
Andre interrupted. Black Yaksha has been listed as a common enemy of the continent. As official knights of the Draker family, Zek and I have the full right to act on our own accord under the rule of execute first, report later. The commander was furious but helpless. He turned and walked away. Whatever your mission is, it is up to you, but you will bear all the consequences. George was surprised, not expecting the mage group to retreat so easily. Now the priority is to eliminate the enemy. What should we do? Zek turned to ask George, Commander, I have a question to ask. Do you truly want to capture the Black Yaksha gang? We carry the blood of knights. We cannot turn our backs and ignore the evildoers running rampant right before our eyes, George replied. So that's how it is. I understand your mindset. Inside the fortress, a few guards were startled to see Roger's group causing trouble outside. You lot, stop hiding like cowards. Come out here and fight a proper battle. Two guards immediately drew their bows and shot arrows. Have they gone completely mad? Arrows continuously rained down. George ordered, everyone hold your positions, withstand the attack. Observing from above, the blond guy sneered. How ridiculous. That is just a futile effort of yours. Suddenly his face darkened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A cold voice rang out from behind. Are you sure it's futile? Just patiently watch the good show and you will see. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Zek looked down in shock. What? In this situation, he is charging out alone on horseback? Could it be he plans to... That's right, it perfectly matches the physical description of Black Yaksha. He said, I will chase after that guy. Everyone stay here and harass the enemy forces. After the main gate is opened, fire the signal flare. Andre confirmed. Understood, I got it.
Immediately, he dashed off in pursuit, his voice cold. Come out, Bucephalus. As his words ended, his warhorse appeared in full majesty, and Bucephalus dashed away like the wind. In just a moment, he closed in on the Black Yaksha, making him startle and exclaim, What kind of terrifying movement speed is this? Zek smirked disdainfully. Not bad. He leaped off the horse's back, charging straight at the top of his head. A massive explosion occurred, but with his agility, the Black Yaksha quickly retreated and dodged the slash. Unfazed, he approached and mocked, Where are you rushing to so late in the night, Black Yaksha? The silver-haired man in heavy armor paused, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he observed the opponent before him. He growled, You don't look much like someone from Delphi. Who exactly are you? Facing the pressure from the villain, Zek only curled his lips into a sinister smile, calmly replying, Would knowing change anything? An earth-shattering energy explosion erupted right in the middle of the deep forest, throwing both of them far away to create distance. Immediately, the Black Yaksha swung his arm, releasing a barrage of thick green liquid towards Zek. The system instantly warned, Desert Scorpion toxin detected. Thanks to the effect of the poison immunity physique, you are not affected by the toxin. Zek stood amidst the poisonous smoke, casually dusting off his shoulders and mocking. Desert Scorpion toxin, truly a lawless bunch, using so many petty tricks. Witnessing the horrifying sight of the poison having no effect, the silver-haired man gasped in shock. The poison has absolutely no effect. Where did you come from? The desert or the border region of the south? Zek strolled forward with a relaxed demeanor, casually dropping a sentence. You're quite curious, aren't you? Well, whatever. Madness surging, the villain drew a pair of razor-sharp iron claws, roaring in despair. You're going to die here anyway. He launched himself into the air, delivering a thunderous strike aimed straight at Zek's head. Since I can't figure it out, I'll just strike and see what happens.
The sounds of pa-pa-pa echo continuously as Zek constantly blocked the wind-tearing strikes from his opponent. Easily deflecting every attack, Zek slightly smirked and evaluated. Oh, this attack is pretty good. However, at that very moment, Zek's eyes suddenly narrowed as he noticed something unusual behind his opponent. Aura blades out! The silver-haired man was stunned to see the radiant aura bursting from Zek's sword. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. You really were hiding your true skills. Amidst the dust and smoke, Zek coldly commented, Looking at your sword technique, you seem to be from the Empire, and a member of the Intelligence Bureau at that. The spot-on remark left the villain stunned, and he stuttered in terror. How did you know? Before he could finish speaking, a deep blue electric current erupted from Zek's sword, running through the man's entire body and causing him to convulse violently. Screams echoed through the forest as he was completely defeated by the overwhelming power. Zek leisurely lowered his sword. Now it's my turn to ask, why are the people of the Intelligence Bureau causing trouble in Delphi? The silver-haired man lay flat on the ground, secretly making up his mind that he had to find a way to commit suicide. He intended to bite his tongue to keep the secret, but Zek had already seen through it. It's useless. He ruthlessly squeezed the man's mouth open and poured a strange green liquid inside.
The villain's eyes widened in horror. The boss hadn't even had time to commit suicide before being forced to drink medicine by the main character.
Jack calmly stood watching his coughing enemy. The system notified, "Use recovery potion." He coldly declared, "I know perfectly well how stubborn you people from the Empire's Intelligence Bureau can be." Jack smirked slightly, dropping a cruel offer. "If you reveal information that satisfies me, I will allow you to die." Jack's sharp, cold eyes pierced deep into the mind of the spy, who was trembling with fear. The defeated agent lay flat on the ground, his breathing ragged and gasping, completely helpless before Jack's authority. He spoke. Ready to talk now? Knowing he had no way out, the agent wheezed. "What do you want to know?" Jack got straight to the point, not wasting a single second. "Your identity and what you've been doing here," the enemy replied. "I am an agent belonging to Room 13 of the Intelligence Bureau." A living national secret file rolled right to him. Jack smirked, showing his deep knowledge of the enemy's system. "Room 13? I thought it only went up to Room 12. Turns out there are still people like you around." This statement made the spy wide-eyed in shock. He stammered, "How do you know there is a Room 12? Jack immediately unleashed a red killing intent full of pressure, snapping, "I am the one asking the questions. So what were you doing here?" With a sharp sword pressed against his neck, the agent broke into a cold sweat and confessed, "Conducting experiments. Experiments on an awakening drug." His confession made Jack narrow his eyes in thought. An image of the frenzied mercenaries with glowing red eyes flashed in his mind. An awakening drug? Could it be those mercenaries? Jack continued to interrogate. Weren't they simply addicted to soma? The spy confirmed. "It is indeed made from the ingredients of soma." Jack pressed for the cruel purpose behind it. Then why create that kind of drug? Under the perfectly round moon, the agent confessed the horrifying truth. To create warriors who know no pain or fear, humans turned into living tanks on the battlefield.
Zek's face hardened as he realized the cruel scale of the situation. Is this also a type of human experiment conducted by the Empire? You are simultaneously depleting Delphi's forces while observing the combat methods of the test subjects. He continued to expose their entire takeover plan. The fact that the Black Yaksha could hold out in the fortress for 3 years while still recruiting bandits and mercenaries to expand the organization. All of this was only possible thanks to the backing from the Empire, a fully sponsored bandit gang. Anger flared up. Zek's eyes glowed with resentment as he saw through the enemy's dark ambitions. "You bastards from the Empire, what exactly are you trying to do across the continent?" Zek looked down at the man kneeling at his feet and gave a warning about the fate of abandoned pawns. "Hey, you know that if things continue like this, you will be killed by the Empire first, right?" The agent completely gave up, bowing his head to accept death and whispering, "Yes, I have answered everything. Kill me." What if there is a way to survive? Zek's question made the agent freeze, preparing for game over only to be revived by the system. He bitterly admitted, "No matter what, there's no escaping the Empire's Intelligence Bureau." What if the Draker family uses their power to protect you? The agent's eyes widened in astonishment. "Draker? What do you mean?" Immediately, Zek channeled a radiant purple spiritual energy from his hand. Witnessing that pure power, the agent exclaimed in shock, "Are you a pure blood awakener of the Draker family?" Zek calmly confirmed, "That's right."
Knowing he had found a way to survive, the secret agent let out a sigh. "Of course, I don't want to die in this place either. I have done too many dirty deeds, so there isn't much patriotism left in me." He clearly understood the fate of the failure. Even if he survived and returned to the Empire, he would definitely be silenced to tie up loose ends. In that case, becoming a witness under the protection of the Draker family was still a better choice. He looked at Jack pleadingly. "Can you guarantee a complete change of identity for me?" Jack slightly curled his lips. "There's an even better option. I will introduce you to a new job." Before the other person's bewildered look, he affirmed, "If you are from the Empire's Intelligence Bureau, there will be many places that need you. The salary is higher than just simply changing companies." Having dealt with the secret agent, Jack dashed through the night. He looked toward the fortress that was still engulfed in flames, silently wondering, has the fortress not fallen yet? A fortress without the Black Yaksha should have been easily controlled by Andre's group. What happened? Jack decided that first he had to return to the Night Order's amp. Just as he landed at the edge of the forest, Jack suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes, observing the crowd ahead. What are those mages gathering for? The crowded group looked like they were having a gang meeting. Suddenly, the Delphi mages spotted him. One of them swung a scepter glowing with red light directly at Jack. He gritted his teeth in anger. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you targeting an ally?" A silver-haired mage stepped forward and coldly called his name. "Jack Draker. Because of you, the Black Yaksha who had been caught has escaped again," he loudly accused. "Therefore, to hold you accountable for this serious mistake, I will escort you back to the camp immediately. Whether you are guilty or not, we will arrest you first and leave the interrogation for the mission later." Jack let out a weary sigh. His face suddenly darkened with anger, cursing inwardly. "That bastard is acting up again." "What exactly do you mean?" Jack spoke coldly as he faced the people of Delphi. Are you planning to blame me for letting the Black Yaksha slip away? It's clearly because of your poor encirclement plan. The blame mode was instantly turned on. He furiously yelled, claiming that if Jack hadn't interfered, the prey would have been right in their hands and could never have escaped. Jack gave a slight smirk, immediately catching the loophole in his words. Well, so you have confirmed that the Black Yaksha is actually no longer present in the fortress. If so, the defense system there doesn't seem to be as good as you claimed, right? His ego bruised, the commander roared. Shut up. Shut your mouth immediately. I have verified it with my own eyes. Someone definitely left there in a panic.
Zek calmly retorted, but it could also just be a messenger sent to call for reinforcements. On what grounds do you dare to confirm that the person is the Black Yaksha? Looking at the opponent's teeth-gritting, resentful expression, Zek silently concluded in his heart that everything was too clear now. That bastard had secretly tipped them off so the Black Yaksha could escape in time. Zek understood that even if he had been a traitor colluding with the enemy for the past 3 years, perhaps he himself didn't expect that action to inadvertently aid the Empire's experimental project. He looked at the commander with a gaze full of contempt, silently concluding that no matter what, his trashy nature was undeniable.
Stop blabbering and follow me immediately. I will report all your crimes in detail to the commander. Jack walked calmly, showing no signs of flinching. Just do as you please. I'm not afraid. The group headed towards the fortress as night fell. While walking, Jack suddenly stopped in doubt. Who are those people over there? He was shocked to realize that George and the other knights were tied tightly, their bodies bruised. Jack immediately questioned the commander. What exactly is going on here? Why did you tie them up like that? In response to his anger, the commander just coldly dropped a sentence. Shut your mouth. Don't meddle in matters that are none of your business. If it can't be explained, it's forbidden to ask, just to make it quick. George shouted resolutely amidst the pain. Sir, we absolutely do not regret assisting you. We also yearn to stand in the ranks of honorary knights. Before the words were finished, a powerful magic electric shock struck their bodies. Tragic screams of echoed across the area, as the knights were brutally tortured by their own allies, getting hit by their own team's skill before the enemy even attacked. Witnessing the eyesore, Jack coldly questioned, "Isn't it too cruel to treat people on the same side like that? Not even prisoners of war are abused to this extent." Jack's words made Ingrid Hassan's blood boil. He gritted his teeth and threatened, "I warned you to shut your mouth. If you utter just one more word." Right when the tense atmosphere reached its peak, a magic explosion suddenly broke out, causing Ingrid to pause in astonishment. Amidst the smoke and dust, a powerful figure appeared, loudly calling out the opponent's identity. "Hey, Ingrid Hassan, commander of the 8th Magic Division of Delphi." That statement just now can be considered a direct threat to Jack Raker's life. Shifting the scene to a quiet secret room, Jack waited calmly. "You've arrived, Professor Fannin." The professor entered with a tired face, holding his head and sighing. Oh my god. Jack understood that not only Fannin, but perhaps the high-ranking mage officials of the Empire had also secretly known about these shady events for a long time. He invited his teacher to sit down, and then got straight to the point. "I have some important information to present to you." Jack recounted to Professor Fannin all the truths he had gathered regarding the Black Yaksha. In Fannin's mind at this moment was a fierce struggle between two choices: either step forward to expose the internal wrongdoings he clearly knew about, or choose to remain silent to protect his personal status. One side is conscience, the other is the seat of power, the classic dilemma of a government official. Jack looked straight into the professor's eyes, making his final request. "Sir, I have a request to ask of you. Could you join me in standing up to expose all these wrongdoings right here?" Under the quiet night at the Delphi base, a soldier approached to report. "Commander Ingrid." Ingrid Hassan paused, his sharp eyes glancing back cautiously. He asked coldly, "All right, how is the current situation progressing?"
After hearing his subordinate's report, Ingrid smirked and asked to confirm. "I heard that Professor Fanon has rejected the invitation from Zach Draker. Is that news accurate?" Receiving a nod, he smiled a sinister, triumphant smile. "Just as I thought. Personal interest is always placed above faith. It's not so easy to be swayed by just a few words like that. The old plan is still running exactly according to the villainous script." Believing that everything was still under control, Ingrid decisively ordered, "If that's the case, then we can start the deployment. Just create some chaos and quickly withdraw. Remember to act skillfully and keep it moderate." The soldier standing nearby bowed in obedience. Immediately, the mages of Delphi formed their formation, waving their brightly shining scepters. "All units, prepare to fire." Standing and observing the chaotic scene from a distance, Ingrid coldly calculated. Any mistakes or failures can simply be blamed entirely on Roger, and that will be the end of it.
However, as the attack reached its climax, Ingrid suddenly narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Something was not right. He stood silently in the middle of the battlefield, secretly wondering why the other side had not yet made a countermove. Looking at the terrifyingly silent city wall, he began to feel uneasy. They should have pretended to organize a counterattack by now. What exactly were they scheming? It was like playing a game and waiting forever for the boss to use a skill. Suddenly, a brilliant white light abruptly erupted from within, emitting immense magic pressure.
The entire arena seemed to be paused for a moment. He froze at the strange transformation, screaming in panic in his heart. Activating the teleportation gate wasn't in the original plan, was it? With his eyes wide open in terror, the old man roared in astonishment. "You? How dare you do that?" Amidst the tense atmosphere, Zek appeared with a relaxed demeanor, calmly asking back, "What's wrong, Commander Ingrid? What is it? Did you just see something you shouldn't have seen?" Behind Zek, his teammates were also ready, creating a suffocating pressure on the abusive commander. Going back to an earlier time, a blazing red energy covered the room. The space was immediately sealed into a secret meeting room mode. From this moment on, what we say will not leak out to their ears. Zek looked at the professor, pressing to confirm one last time. "So the offer of cooperation you mentioned earlier was sincere, Professor Fannin?" "Exactly. Regarding the testing of that stimulant drug, I absolutely cannot ignore it. My professional conscience is still active." Zek thoughtfully warned about the price to pay. "However, if you choose this path, it will be difficult for you, Professor, to advance further in Delphi." But Fannin did not flinch. He clenched his fists with determination. "It doesn't matter, Zek. Instead of building a career on humiliation, I would rather give up everything." Receiving a satisfactory answer, Zek smiled slightly. "Thank you very much, Professor. Now we should leave this place, because we still have to teach that commander a lesson he will remember for a lifetime."
Returning to the present, Ingris Thorson screamed frantically, his face distorted with anger. "Ben, you useless trash, how dare you betray me? Do you think you can escape safely after doing this?" Jack coldly interrupted, his sharp eyes staring piercingly at his opponent, Ingris Thorson. He strolled forward, along with the high-ranking officials, boldly declaring the charges. "I brought you here to investigate your secret collusion with the common enemy of the continent, along with a series of other serious corruption allegations. It's best to stand still and comply with the arrest warrant," the Delphi inspector loudly declared amidst the encirclement of soldiers. The commander was stunned, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he realized the identity of those who had just appeared. Who were those people? There was no mistaking it. It was the inspection team from Delphi. He immediately changed his tone, desperately trying to deny his crimes. "Hee, this is a huge misunderstanding. I have never colluded with anyone."
He pointed his finger at Zek in resentment. "That guy definitely made up a story to frame me." However, in response to that defense was only the cold look of the inspector. "We already have all the conclusive evidence inside this fortress, so do not waste your effort denying it." Driven into a corner, the villain gritted his teeth and roared, frantically threatening about his underground power. "A person with a wide network of connections like me, just one word and you are all finished. Not only the division, but this whole Delphi will be shaken. Just wait and see." He was about to rush forward to attack, but Zek was one step faster. A lightning-fast strike landed, making him cough up blood and collapse onto the floor with a grunt. Zek stood tall, looking at the defeated man with a disdainful gaze. "I already warned you, yet you still dared to touch my people. A wide network of connections, huh? Go ahead and use it all." Zek began to reveal his true identity, each word piercing the enemy's pride like a knife. "I am a direct bloodline descendant of the Draker family, a pure-blood awakener, and also the sole heir of the former Black-Tier Knight, Duke Draker." Faced with the illustrious name of the Draker family, all of the villain's ferocity completely vanished. He prostrated on the ground, trembling and begging in despair. I know my mistake. I was truly wrong." Zek looked at him with extreme contempt and coldly replied, "Don't beg me. Go and apologize to the knights who had to sacrifice their lives because of you, you despicable piece of trash." Right after that, Commander George and the knights of the 8th Division approached, respectfully placing their hands on their chests. "We sincerely thank you very much. Thanks to you, our grievance has been washed away." Zek silently calculated. Thanks to his testimony that they were not involved in the incident, they had been removed from the investigation list. However, he clearly understood that if the 8th Magic Division were wiped out, the accompanying Knight Order would also have no place to stand. Therefore, if no other Magic Division took them in, this 8th Knight Order would be forced to disband. Zek looked straight at the soldiers and asked, "Does anyone here have any regrets?" George answered decisively, "How could we have any regrets? We only feel tormented for our comrades who have fallen unjustly all this time. All of this was just because we encountered a terrible division commander." Seeing their dedication, Zek made an offer. "On my end, if you don't mind, I would like to introduce you to a new job." The capitalist quickly lured the newcomers. Before George's bewildered look, Zek pulled out a document. "That's right, just read these terms to grasp the detailed information." Glancing through the paper, the knight's eyes widened, shocked to the point of exclaiming, "This is truly, the welfare is too good. Could it be that you wrote the wrong salary figure, sir?" Zek smiled and affirmed, "Working for me, you absolutely must receive such worthy compensation. I have just established a merchant guild, and I want you to take over the escort positions there."
Moved by the opportunity to fight side by side with the brilliant knight, the entire Knight Squad was fired up. How could we refuse this opportunity? We swear our utmost loyalty. George turned to urge his subordinates. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and greet your new master." Jack looked with satisfaction at his new subordinates, then turned and called Professor Fannin. He instructed the professor, "Professor Fannin, right after you finish processing the procedures at Delphi, please head to Atlas. In the future, we will have many projects that need to be carried out together." Fanon respectfully bowed his head. I understand. Regardless, the course of this mission has taken a completely unexpected turn, so I am not sure what kind of evaluation I will receive.
Jack stood proudly under the sun, a slight smirk on his lips as he muttered to himself, what does it matter anyway? The incident this time has been resolved smoothly after all. Everything will be fine. In Midland, inside a dimly lit room illuminated by the fire from the fireplace, Baron Draker, the captain of the Black Feather Squad, broke the dead silence. I sincerely apologize for bothering everyone while work is so busy. Regarding the incident that has arisen this time, I think a discussion with the core members of the Black Feather Squad is necessary. He sat majestically between his two trusted subordinates, his face turning stern and serious. Without wasting any more time, let's get straight to the point. The Baron began to announce shocking information. Recently, developments in the southern continent region have shown many abnormal signs. Upon hearing this information, a rugged-looking core member expressed his skepticism. But Captain, even though the South is inherently a land of criminals, it just revolves around a few petty drug dealers. Is it really worth our attention like this? The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring, as if a major upheaval was about to break out. Baron Draker immediately dismissed that subjective view. Things are not that simple. Zanzan of the Merkin region has monopolized the South through the sale of Soma. He is a true monster with a massive fortune accumulated. If such a figure takes action to cause trouble, the consequences will certainly be unimaginable. He turned to look at the tense Vice Captain. Vice Captain, you are the one holding the intelligence network, yet you still don't know that Zanzan is already dead? The Vice Captain exclaimed in shock. What? He stammered, unable to believe his ears. That's impossible. Current news confirms that Zanzan is in hiding to evade the sweep from the Papella faction. The Baron coldly continued to analyze the situation. Since Zanzan's disappearance, the Merkin cartel has shattered into many pieces. The opposing side, Papella, has also fallen into a similar situation due to the majority of their leaders being eliminated. In this chaotic context, he remains completely untraceable. Immediately, the Baron activated a secret video recording from both cartel sides last month. A blue light flared up, displaying images of strangers. Both factions recorded the appearance of mysterious masked individuals. The most special one was the leader of that group. Baron Draker firmly stated in a low voice, "We believe that this person has secretly manipulated and backstabbed both organizations to overthrow the cartels. However, to this day, no side has grasped his background." He looked straight at his subordinates, his eyes blazing with determination. "Our goal from now on is to hunt down that person at all costs. We must see who he really is and why he targeted the southern gangs. Every hidden corner of this issue must be exposed to the light."
Zek exclaimed in bewilderment as he stood in the magnificent office, facing the imposing back of the director, and asked, "Director, what did you just mention?" The director turned around, holding a file, and smiled with satisfaction. "Regarding the recent subjugation campaign against the Black Yaksha, you completed it exceptionally well." He mentioned that Professor Andre had recorded every detail very carefully, and even the Delta inspection team had sent a document along with warm gratitude to the Academy. The director flipped through the documents, saying thoughtfully, "I originally thought it would be difficult to get a positive report for this mission, because in the middle of a battlefield, absolute obedience to the orders of superiors is a matter of course. It's truly surprising that it was recognized so positively." However, he sighed softly with regret. However, there is still one unfortunate detail. The fact that the Black Yaksha died while being escorted is truly unlucky. The main witness is completely gone. Zach could only force a smile and reply, "Huh." But in reality, deep in his heart, he was hiding a shocking secret. He had actually kept the Black Yaksha alive. Zek had deliberately reported him dead to turn this villain into a trump card. The documents regarding the Empire's human experiments collected in the South, along with the only living witness of the Awakening drug project, was the Black Yaksha himself. All of these would serve as a strategic trump card for Zek to put pressure on the Empire in the future.
Returning to reality, the headmaster looked at Zeke with expectant eyes. Student Zeke, based on the abilities you have shown in the recent mission, the Faculty Council has decided to introduce a new form of examination, which is hunting magical beasts. The headmaster solemnly explained, "Of course, this is not a normal hunt, but a difficult, unsolved case, and it is your responsibility to unravel it yourself." Zeke's face hardened upon hearing about the difficulty of the upcoming mission. Unlike regular monsters, magical beasts do not have a specific species, so grasping their habits or characteristics is extremely difficult. Not to mention, there are almighty magical beasts possessing superior intelligence, making killing them incredibly hard. It is highly likely that this incident is caused by an intelligent creature. The headmaster's assessment made the atmosphere in the room somber. Zeke immediately grasped the issue and asked, "In which territory did this incident occur, sir?" The answer received was the territory of the Principality of Troy. The headmaster further explained that Troy is the ancestral land of the Draker family, the birthplace of legends. However, even in such a solemn place, the chaos has not been quelled. The troublemaker is certainly no ordinary magical beast. He made a weighty proposal. Therefore, if you complete this test, you will be exempted from all remaining exams.
In other words, just this case is enough to qualify for graduation.
Facing a great opportunity, Jack did not hesitate. He placed his hand on his chest and confidently declared, "I swear upon the honor of a knight that I will quickly resolve this matter. Furthermore, I will definitely not let you down." Right after that, in the Academy's hall, a young man with black hair and a poised demeanor approached Jack. He bowed respectfully. "Sir Jack Draker, it is a great honor to meet you."
Even though Jack smiled outwardly and replied, "All right, glad to have you along," deep down, extreme suspicion arose within him. Jack silently searched his memory. Felix Valencia was a completely unfamiliar name, both in the memories of his past life and this one. Jack's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the other party. He noticed a highly perplexing detail. There seemed to be an abnormal flow of magic energy fluctuating within his body. Jack secretly evaluated. For a young knight without the Draker family bloodline to reach this realm is truly a strange matter. To probe further, Jack asked, "Are you from the Principality of Troy?" Felix calmly replied that he grew up in that land, joined the Sword Guild from a young age, and is currently working in the Atlas Guard Squad. Jack nodded. "Thank you for the information," but did not forget to remind himself. He looks normal on the outside, but you never know. It's best to keep your guard up.
Wasting no more time, Zek decisively ordered, "If that's the case, let's start our departure to the Principality of Troy." The journey brought them to the Principality of Troy as the sunset was gradually falling over the ancient roofs. Right at the city gates, a group of people was already waiting to receive them. They warmly welcomed, "A warm welcome to you, Lord Zek. We have received notice of your visit." Having a reputation preceding him, he was chauffeured like a VIP. A local official stepped forward to shake Zek's hand enthusiastically. "For a pure-blood awakener to personally condescend to visit this place, it is truly a blessing for us." Zek maintained a humble attitude, politely replying, "I am the one who feels honored to be able to share the burden with everyone." Upon arriving, Zek immediately got straight to the point, asking the local official, "Then can you recount the details of the incident right now?" The old man pondered for a moment and then began to recount with a worried expression. "Everything started a few weeks ago. Initially, the livestock in the region just vanished into thin air. Later on, even the villagers going up the mountain disappeared mysteriously." The old man trembled as he recalled the terrifying sequence of the kidnappings. In the order of young children, women, and then sturdy young men, it seems that monster is gradually selecting larger targets over time. Were there any clues left at the scene? Felix quickly led the way. "Yes, right this way, sir. From the farm area where the livestock went missing to the trail leading up to that mountain peak are the most important locations." Upon arriving, Zek carefully observed the dark red bloodstains clinging to the old wooden planks. Sensing something unusual hidden, Zek immediately activated his energy. "Let me carefully inspect the surrounding area." His eyes shone with the golden light of the dragon eye, sweeping through every corner of the scene. Instantly, giant glowing footprints clearly appeared on the ground, leaving Zek astonished. These giant footprints are...
He bent down to analyze the strange tracks left behind. With a weight heavy enough to sink deep into the ground like this, yet able to lightly leap over the barricade with ease, this was absolutely not the behavior of ordinary magical beasts. Zek looked toward the misty mountain peak, his eyes sharp and full of vigilance. Perhaps this trial would be more arduous than we thought. Night fell by the flickering campfire, a quiet atmosphere enveloping the forest. Zek looked over at his companion, who was sleeping soundly, and softly muttered, "It seems you are exhausted." He told himself this was only natural, as both of them had struggled to investigate the monster's tracks until late at night before they could rest. Previously, they had followed the monster's trail along the mountain path, and soon after, both set foot in a dense, desolate forest with no prior human footprints. And right in this remote and secluded place, the most important clue had revealed itself. The thing that caught their eyes was a horrifying sight. A corpse drained of all its blood, withered like a dry husk, but leaving absolutely no external injuries. Sitting by the fire, Zek thoughtfully pieced everything together. He realized a huge absurdity. If it was indeed the magical beast we are suspecting, then the footprints in that village were definitely not its own. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, tearing through the night screen, causing Zek to startle in surprise. His companion woke up with a start, panicking and asking, "Lord Zek, the sound that just came out is..." Zek immediately pinpointed the location. It came from a position 2 kilometers away to the west. He decisively ordered, "You just stay here and wait for me. I will be back before dawn breaks." Having said that, Zek dashed away like a flash of lightning, leaving the companion still dazed behind. Zek gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to the maximum. He silently affirmed that in such a desolate place, for such a loud sound to occur, it could only be that monster. It was clearly hovering around here.
Right before Zek's eyes was a giant creature with fiery red hair and bulging muscles, roaring madly. It carried a giant ancient tree trunk on its shoulder, like a weapon, then swung it powerfully in a sweeping motion, creating a fierce hurricane that blew away everything in its path. After so much deduction, the real boss had finally appeared. What the hell is that? Who is that guy?
Zek was stunned witnessing the scene before him. He couldn't believe his eyes, seeing that man swinging a giant tree trunk as if wielding a feather-light sword. His strength was absurdly monstrous, making Zek exclaim in amazement. Looking at that wild appearance, he silently guessed, could it be a barbarian? And the one fighting that barbarian was a pitch-black creature with purely evil, glowing red eyes. Zek narrowed his eyes to observe and affirmed, just as I predicted. Found it. He had recognized this monster. They were an ancient species called Gugug. His master had once warned that the culprit behind these incidents was an ancient species magical beast and told him to be extremely wary of them. Gugug possessed an agility akin to a monkey and extremely high vigilance, making approaching them incredibly difficult. But the most terrifying thing of all was its attack method. Gugug would whip out its tentacle-like tail, attacking by snatching the enemy's life force in the blink of an eye. Based on what was happening, Zek quickly analyzed. If that's the case, then it's highly likely the cattle thief is the barbarian, while the Gugug is the one who actually kidnapped the humans.
Right at that moment, a heart-wrenching scream rang out. Ah! Jack was startled. He saw that the Manzi guy had taken a hit. The monster's deep purple tail wrapped tightly around his body, beginning to drain his life force. The Manzi guy writhed in agony, his throat emitting choked groans. The Gawcock opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, intending to finish off its prey immediately. Unable to stand by any longer, Jack dashed out like a flash of lightning. Jack quickly intervened, but the monster managed to dodge and disappear into the darkness at a terrifying speed. Landing on the ground, Jack clicked his tongue in annoyance. Shh! Its movement speed is really annoying. At his feet, the red-haired Manzi guy was writhing in pain, emitting weak groans. Jack narrowed his eyes, observing the black marks spreading across the other's flesh, and thought to himself, has he been poisoned by the Gawcock's toxin? Looking at the dying hunter, Jack hesitated for a moment. I'm not too keen on saving a cattle thief. However, I'll consider it a good deed, accumulating karma to fight for a lotus seed at the temple. He took out a recovery potion and fed it to the guy, but there was no change in his condition. Jack pondered. The recovery potion has no effect. Perhaps it's because his body isn't that of an ordinary human. Seeing the Manzi guy fading away, Jack decided to use a stronger measure. If that's the case, let's see if this method works. He placed his glowing hand on the guy's muscular chest, and the system immediately announced the activation of a wide-area support skill. Instantly, the healing factor ultimate skill erupted, and a deep blue energy radiated powerfully, enveloping them both. When the light faded, the Manzi guy gradually regained consciousness, mumbling, Upon opening his eyes and seeing Jack right in front of him, he was immediately startled and terrified. He jumped up, retreated into a vigilant defensive stance, and roared in a strange language. Facing that aggressive attitude, Jack calmly signaled, Hey, calm down, I just saved your life. Realizing the person in front of him had no hostile intentions, the Manzi guy was momentarily stunned, then muttered in a trembling voice, Thank you. Jack smiled faintly, thinking to himself, It's a good thing I understand the language of the Manzi tribe. This Manzi teenager was named Wang Quan. Although he was only 16 years old, his strength had far surpassed the warriors in his tribe. Therefore, to perform a coming-of-age ceremony worthy of Wang Quan, the challenge set for him was to successfully hunt a Gawcock, the strongest magical beast in the land of the Manzi people. People from other tribes are also brothers. The whole world is one family.
Sitting blankly in the middle of the forest, the Manji hunter sighed wearily. Hunting is too difficult. I'll probably fail this time. Seeing this, Zach calmly offered, Why don't you hunt with me? The unexpected words made the hunter ask in astonishment, Really? Zach flashed a confident smile, giving a thumbs up to affirm, Just trust in me. Right at this moment, Felix Valencia appeared with a worried expression. Seeing the strange man beside him, Felix asked in a panic, This guy, isn't he a Manji? Zach calmly confirmed, That's right, I've decided to accompany him on this magical beast hunt. The hunter looked at Felix curiously and asked Zach, Who is this guy? Zach answered briefly, He is my subordinate. The answer made Felix freeze, cold sweat running down. What does subordinate mean? What are they even talking about? Being present but not understanding what people are saying, it really is like not being there at all.
Felix silently assessed his new teammate, seeing for the first time a Manji who didn't draw his sword to attack humans, but instead stood completely still. To maintain such a calm reaction, he must have gone through extremely rigorous training. He carefully observed the hunter's aura and thought to himself, well, if you don't take into account the aura he emits, he just looks like an absolutely normal guide. Or maybe I'm just being too sensitive. Suddenly, the Manji hunter stopped, his sharp eyes looking into the distance. Boss Jack, there's a scent. The guy from before. It's definitely his scent. Jack immediately became on guard. He narrowed his eyes, staring into the deep darkness, silently asking, Where is it? Sure enough, it was a cave. Jack stood before the gloomy entrance, mentally affirming the words his master once taught him, that the Gagok species always preferred dark and damp places.
Looking toward the horizon that was gradually brightening, he deduced, the sky's about to brighten. There's a high chance it's in here. Jack turned to the manji hunter and called out, Wang Zumok, is there any way to catch it? In response to Jack's expectations, Wang Zumok only smirked confidently and began to throw punches into the air repeatedly. Jack could only stand frozen, silently telling himself, no wonder it keeps escaping until now. There's no plan to be seen, only muscles. Realizing he couldn't rely on the hunter's intellect, Jack sternly called out again, Wang Zumok. He looked straight into his sharp eyes and began to outline the battle plan. You go down and herd the prey. I will coordinate the attack from above. Got it? Wang Zumok gave a sinister smile and decisively replied, got it. A duo moving forward together. One dared to make the plan, and the other dared to execute it.
Both of them began to delve deep into the dark lair of the monster. Zek snorted softly, narrowing his eyes to observe the rebel beneath his feet. It seemed to really be its lair. The bones of various animals were scattered everywhere. The space was thick with the smell of death energy and dampness, proving this was the territory of an ancient predator. Zek suddenly stopped, sensing a killing intent closing in. He immediately warned, Wang Zumok, we are entering its territory. Be careful. Before he could finish speaking, from the high cliff, the magical beast Gabu, with glowing red eyes and sharp claws, suddenly swooped down like a pitch-black ghost. Wang Zumok was startled, his eyes widening in astonishment at the monster's sudden ambush. No warning needed, diving straight into combat to heat things up. The moment the magical beast Gagu swooped down, Wang Zumok immediately spun around to dodge the powerful attack. A thunderous punch slammed straight into the ground, creating a resounding explosion, sending dust flying blindly throughout the cave. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the monster's silhouette was no longer there. Zek stood watching from behind, frowning slightly as he assessed. It disappeared, he thought to himself, knowing it wouldn't be caught so easily. The reason why in his previous life, even teaming up with his master they couldn't catch Gagu, was because it could hide in the darkness. A monster that likes to play cheap shots, evaporating right after striking. Suddenly, the monster swooped down from the cave ceiling, aiming straight at Wang Zumok. Instantly, Zek swung his hand and executed the technique Water Chapter. A powerful stream of water magic erupted, striking directly at the location where the Gagu was hiding. Hit by the surprise attack, the monster howled in pain. Seizing the golden opportunity when the prey was exposed, Zek shouted, Wang Zumok, now is the time. A wise man submits to circumstances. Once the boss shows its face, smack it immediately. Wang Zumok rushed forward like an arrow, his giant hands tightly grabbing the monster's neck and arm. The Gagu struggled frantically, screeching ear-piercing grinding noises but still couldn't escape the steel grip. Wang Zumok strained himself to suppress the opponent, letting out groans from the overexertion. Zek swung his sword, the radiant blade piercing through the Gagu's body, leaving it only enough time to let out cries of ultimate pain. Immediately he commanded, activate Dragonkin skill, Devour. A bright yellow energy, like a pouncing beast, completely swallowed the Gagu. The system continuously sounded shocking notifications, completely monopolized the corrupted ancient species invaded by foul demonic energy. Thanks to the Devour skill, all of Zek's stamina, spirit, and magic energy were fully restored in the blink of an eye. More especially, he successfully absorbed the bloodline of this magical beast and obtained the active skill, Rank A Stealth. Zek turned to call the hunter who was sitting blankly behind. Hey, Wang Zumok. The barbarian looked back in a daze. Before the commercial could even roll, the boss have already been wiped out. Jack raised a sharp finger of the magical beast and said, This is the proof of hunting the prey. He smiled faintly, decisively put the finger into his pocket and declared, According to the rules, one finger belongs to me. Overwhelmed with emotion by his benefactor's help, Wang Zumok burst into tears and rushed over to hug Jack tightly. Boo-hoo! Sir Jack is the best! Sir Jack is #1! Thank you, sir! Being held tightly by the giant Manzi, Jack could only grimace and endure it. When parting, Wang Zumok stood from afar and waved enthusiastically. Sir Jack, you must come visit our tribe next time. Jack asked indifferently in return. All right, which tribe do you belong to? The Manzi answered loudly. It's the super strong Boulder tribe. Just hearing the tribe's name shows our prestige. The name that was just uttered left Jack stunned, his eyes wide open in astonishment. Isn't the Boulder tribe the largest faction among the barbarian tribes? Jack stood frozen, watching the hunter's back, while Wang Zumok still happily shouted, Lord Jack, you must visit our village. Yeah, I will definitely come next time. Jack waved goodbye in the quiet night before leaving. Right after that, the atmosphere became lively at a tavern in the village, with resounding cheers. To the knight who protected our village, cheers! The villagers incessantly praised him. Haha, thank you so much. Thanks to you, we can finally live in peace now. Jack just smiled modestly and replied, I'm just glad I could help everyone.
However, amidst the celebration, Zek still couldn't take his eyes off Felix. He secretly concluded that something was indeed wrong.
Zek recalled that after taking care of Gogug and returning to the territory, Felix was nowhere to be found. He only returned a while later looking disheveled, making the excuse that he had fallen. Zek grew suspicious. Could he have come to observe his battle with Wang Zimak? During the fierce fight, he couldn't sense anyone who was too far away, so it was highly likely that Felix had hidden nearby to watch. Zek told himself, fine, for now, I'll just keep observing. It's better to kill by mistake than to let one slip away. It's safer to remain suspicious first. Late at night, while strolling back to his resting quarters, Zek suddenly stopped when he saw a figure waiting under the dim streetlights. He narrowed his eyes and recognized him. Felix? Zek asked curiously, why are you standing here waiting for me? Isn't your room in the other direction? Faced with his master's suspicion, Felix looked flustered and stammered. About that, the speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart, visibly feeling guilty. Suddenly, Felix bowed deeply. Lord Zek, please accept me as your retainer. Zek froze in shock. A retainer? What do you mean? Not rushing to explain with words, Felix said in a deep voice. First, please look at this. He decisively drew his sword from its sheath. Zek was astounded as he realized the truth of the matter. There was no mistaking it. It was the inherited sword technique of the Holy Knight. The video ends here. Please hit the like button so Gao can release more great series. Thank you, and goodbye everyone.